35. John Matthew came awake with his H&K pointed at the opening door across Shex's barren room. His heart rate was as calm as his steady palm, and even when the lights came on, he didn't blink. If he didn't like the looks of whoever had sprung the lock and twisted the knob, he was going to put a bullet right through whatever chest presented itself. "Easy," Shex said as she came inside and shut them in together. "It's just me." He put the safety back on and lowered the muzzle. "I'm impressed," she murmured as she leaned back against the jamb. "You wake up like a fighter." Standing across the way, her powerful body relaxed, she was the most attractive female he had ever seen, which meant that unless she wanted what he wanted, he had to go. Fantasies were fine, but flesh was better, and he didn't think he could keep himself away from her. John waited and waited. Neither of them moved. Right. Time to leave before he made an ass out of himself. He started to shift his legs off her bed, but she shook her head. "No, stay where you are." "Okay." But that meant he needed some camo. Reaching for his coat, he dragged the leather across his lap, because his gun wasn't the only thing ready for use. As usual, he had a hard-on, which was standard issue for the wakey-wakey sheet as well as a problem whenever he was within range of her. "I'll be right out," she said, dropping her black jacket and heading for the bathroom. The door shut and his mouth slacked open. Could this bite? He smoothed down his hair, tucked in his shirt, and quickly shifted around his cock, which was now not just hard, but throbbing. Looking down at the length straining against the fly of his A&F jeans, he tried to point out to the thing that she might be staying, but that didn't necessarily mean she had any interest in using his hips for buck-off practice. Shex came back out a little later and paused by the light switch. "You have anything against the dark?" He shook his head slowly. The room plunged into black and he heard her moving toward the bed. Heart pounding, cock on fire, John quickly hustled over, leaving her plenty of room. As she lay down, he felt every nuance of the mattress shifting, heard the soft brush of her hair as it hit the pillow, knew the scent of her deep in his nose. He couldn't breathe, even as she sighed in relaxation. "You're not afraid of me," she said quietly. He shook his head even though she couldn't see him. "You're hard." Oh God, he thought. Yes, he was. Momentary panic flared, a jackal jumping out of the bush and snarling at him. Fuck him, but it was hard to decide what would be worse. Shex reaching for him and him losing his erection like he had with the chosen Layla on the night of his transition. Or Shex not reaching for him at all. She settled the coin toss by turning toward him and putting her hand on his chest. "Easy," she said as he jumped. After he settled, her touch moved down his stomach, and when she cupped his cock through his jeans, he arched up off the bed, mouth opening to release a silent groan. There was no preamble, but he didn't want any at all. She undid the fly, sprang his arousal, and then there was shifting and the sound of her leathers hitting the floor. She mounted him, planting her palms on his pecs, pushing him down into the mattress. As something warm and soft and wet rubbed against him, he didn't worry at all about going limp. His body was raging to get inside of her, nothing of the past coming through his mating instincts. Shex rose onto her knees, took him in her hand, and stood him up. When she sat down, he felt a delicious, tight pressure along the sides of his cock, the electric compression kicking off an orgasm that had him punching his hips up. Without thinking whether it was okay, he grabbed onto her thighs. He froze as he felt metal, but then he was too far gone. All he could do was squeeze with his hands as he shuddered again and again, losing his virginity over and over. It was the most amazing thing he'd ever felt. He knew from handjobs, had worked himself out 1,000 times since his transition, but this blew all of what he'd done out of the park. Shex was indescribable, and that was before she started to move. When he was finished with that first phantasmagasm, she gave him a minute to catch his breath, then started to roll her hips up and back. He gasped. The muscles inside of her gripped and released his cock, the alternating pressure getting his balls tight and ready once again. He so totally and completely understood Quinn's drive to get naked now. This was incredible, especially when John let his body follow hers and they moved together. Even as the rhythm grew faster and faster, becoming urgent, He knew exactly what was happening and where every part of both of them was, from her palms on his chest to the weight of her on top of him to the friction of the sex to the way his breath was tearing in and out of his throat. His body went rigid from head to toe as he came again, her name leaving his lips as it had when he fantasized about Heronly more urgent. And then it was done. Shex lifted herself free of him and his cock fell down onto his belly. Compared to the hot cocoon of her body, the soft cotton of the shirt he was wearing was like sandpaper, and the air temperature was freezing cold. The bed moved as she lay down beside him, and he turned to face her in the dark. He was breathing hard, but he yearned to kiss her in the break before they did that again. John reached out and felt her stiffen as his palm landed on the far side of her neck, but she didn't pull away. God, her skin was soft, oh so soft. Although the muscles that ran up from her shoulders were like steel, what covered them was satin smooth. John was slow as he lifted his upper body off the bed and leaned over her, slipping his touch up to her cheek, cradling her face gently, finding her lips with his thumb. He didn't want to fuck this up. She had done most of the work and done it spectacularly. More than that, she had given him the gift of sex and had shown him that in spite of what had been done to him, he was still male, still capable of enjoying what his body had been born to do. If he was going to be the one making their first kiss happen, he was determined to get it right. Dropping his head. That's not what this is about. Shex pushed him back, got off the bed, and went into the bathroom. The door shut, and John's cock shriveled up on his shirt as he heard water come on. She was washing him off her, getting rid of what his body had given her. With hands that shook, he stuffed himself back into his jeans, trying to ignore the wetness and the erotic scent. When Shex came out, she got her jacket and went over to open the door. As light from the hall streamed in, she was a black shadow standing tall and strong. It's daylight outside, in case you haven't checked your watch. She paused. And I appreciate your being discreet about my situation. The door closed behind her silently. So that was the why behind the hookup. She'd given him the sex to thank him for keeping her secret. Christ, how could he have thought it was more? Fully clothed, no kissing, and he was pretty sure he was the only one who came. Her breathing hadn't changed, she hadn't cried out. There had been no sagging relief for her after it was done. Not that he knew anything about females and orgasms, but that was what happened to him when he had the release. Not a pity fuck. A gratitude one. John rubbed his face. He was so stupid, thinking that it meant anything. So very, very stupid. Tor woke up with a stomach that had been spray-painted in the color pain. The agony was so bad that in his dead-to-the-world, post-feeding sleep, he'd wrapped his arms around his belly and hunched into himself. Unfurling from the tuck and shiver, he wondered if there had been something wrong with the blood. The grumble that rose up was loud enough to rival a garbage disposal. The pain was hunger? He looked down at the concave pit between his hips, rubbed at the hard, flat surface, listened to another roar. His body was demanding food, massive quantities of sustenance. He glanced at the clock. 10 a.m. John hadn't come by with last meal. Tor sat up without using his arms and made it into the bathroom on legs that felt curiously steady. He used the toilet but not to throw up, then washed his face and realized he had no clothes to wear. Slipping a terrycloth robe on, he left his bedroom for the first time since he'd walked into it. The lights along the hall of statues made him blink like he'd been spotlit on a stage, and he needed a minute to adjust to everything. Stretching up and down the corridor, the marble males in their various poses were just as he remembered them, so strong and graceful and static, and for no good reason. He remembered Darius buying them one by one, building up the collection. Back when D had been in acquisition mode, he'd sent Fritz to auctions at Sotheby's and Christie's in New York, and when each of the masterpieces had been delivered in its crate with all the shredded stuffing and those cloth wraps, the brother had had an unveiling party. D had loved art. Tor frowned. Wellesley and his unborn child would always be his first and foremost loss. But he had more dead to avenge, didn't he? The Lessers had taken not only his family, but his best friend. Anger stirred deep in his gut, triggering another hunger. For war. With a focus and determination that was both foreign and familiar, Tor headed down toward the grand staircase and paused as he got to the mostly closed doors of the study. He sensed wrath behind them, but he didn't really want to interact with anyone. At least, he didn't think so. Why then hadn't he just called down to the kitchen for an order of food? Tor peered in through the slit that was between the doors. Wrath was asleep at his desk, his long, glossy black hair fanning out over paperwork. One forearm curled under his head as a pillow. In his free hand, he still gripped the magnifying glass he had to use if he wanted to try to read anything. Tor stepped into the room. Looking around, he saw the mantelpiece over the fireplace and could just picture Zadist lounging against it, his scarred face serious, his eyes flashing black. Fury had always been close to him, usually parking it in the pale blue chaise by the window. V and Butch had tended to take that spindly-ass couch. Rage chose different locales depending on his mood. Tor frowned as what was next to Wrath's desk registered. The ugly, ratty, avocado green armchair, with patches worn on its leather cushions, was Tor's chair. The one his Wellesley had insisted be thrown out because it was a mess. The one he'd put in the office down in the training center. We moved it here so John would come back to the mansion. Tor's head whipped around. Wrath was lifting himself off his arm, his voice as groggy as his face appeared. The king spoke slowly, as if he didn't want to spook his visitor. After what happened, John wouldn't leave the office. He refused to sleep anywhere but that chair. What a mess he was acting out in training. Getting into fights. Eventually, I put my foot down, moved that stinker in here, and things got better. Wrath turned to the chair. He used to like to sit there and watch me work. After his transition and the raids over the summer, he's been out fighting at night and crashing during the day, so he hasn't been here as much. I kind of miss him. Tor winced. He'd done such a head job on that poor kid. Sure, he'd been incapable of doing anything else, but John had suffered a lot. Suffered still. Tor was ashamed of himself as he thought of his waking up in that bed each morning and every afternoon, John bringing that tray in and sitting while the food was eaten, then staying, as if the kid knew that he was throwing up most of whatever had been served as soon as he was alone. John had had to deal with Wellesley's death by himself, go through his transition by himself, cross however many first times by himself. Tor sat down on V and Butch's couch. The thing felt surprisingly sturdy, more so than he remembered. Putting his palms on the cushions, he pushed. "It was reinforced while you were gone," Wrath said quietly. There was a long period of quiet, the question Wrath wanted to ask hovering in the air as loud as the echo of clanging bells in a private chapel. Tor cleared his throat. The only person he could have talked to about what was on his mind was Darius, but the brother was dead and gone. Wrath was the next person he was closest to, though. It was Tor crossed his arms over his chest. "It went okay. She stood behind me." Wrath nodded slowly. "Good idea. Hers. Selena's tight. Kind. I'm not sure how long it's going to take," Tor said, not wanting to even talk about the female. "You know, until I'm ready to fight. I'm gonna have to spar some. Hit the shooting range. Physically. No clue how my body's going to rebound. Don't worry about time. Just get yourself healthy." Tor looked down at his hands and curled up a pair of fists. There was no meat on the bones at all, so his knuckles poked through the skin like a relief map of the Adirondacks. Nothing but jagged peaks and hollow valleys. It was going to be a long trip back, he thought. And even once he was physically strong, his mental deck of cards was still missing all of its aces. No matter how much he weighed or how well he fought, nothing was going to change that. There was a sharp knock and he shut his eyes, praying it wasn't one of his brothers. He didn't want to make a big deal out of returning to the land of living. "Hey, who? What's doing, Quinn?" the king asked. "We found John. Kinda." Tor's lids popped wide and he shifted around, frowning up at the kid in the doorway. Before Wrath could speak, Tor said, "Was he missing?" Quinn seemed surprised to see him up and about, but the guy gathered himself quickly as Wrath demanded, "Why wasn't I told he was gone?" "I didn't know he was." Quinn came in and the redhead from the training classes, Blay, was with him. "He told both of us he was off rotation and going to crash out. We took him at his word, and before you fist my balls, I stayed in my room the entire time because I thought he was in his. As soon as I realized he wasn't there, we went in search of him. Wrath cursed under his breath, then cut off Quinn's apology. Nah, it's cool, son. You didn't know. Nothing you could do. Where the fuck is he? Tor didn't hear the answer for the roar in his head. John out in Caldwell alone? Gone without telling anyone? What if something had happened? He cut through the conversation. Wait, where is he? Quinn held up his phone. He won't say. His text is just that he's safe, wherever he is, and he'll meet us out tomorrow night. When's he coming home? Tor demanded. I guess Quinn shrugged. He's not. 36. Revenge's mother passed unto the fade at 11:11 a.m. She was surrounded by her son and her daughter and her sleeping granddaughter and her fierce son-in-law and attended by her beloved dog Jen. It was a good death. A very good death. She closed her eyes, and an hour later she gasped twice and let out one long exhale, as if her body were sighing in relief as her soul flew free of its corporeal cage. And it was strange Nala woke up at that moment and the young focused not on her grandman, but above the bed. Her little chubby hands reached high, and she smiled and cooed as if someone had just stroked her cheek. Rev stared down at the body. His mother had always believed she would be reborn unto the fade, the roots of her faith planted in the rich soil of her chosen upbringing. He hoped that was true. He wanted to believe she lived on somewhere. It was the only thing that eased the pain in his chest even slightly. As the dog Jen began crying softly, Bella embraced her daughter and Zadist. Rev stayed apart from them, sitting alone on the foot of the bed and watching the color drain out of their mother's face. When a tingle bloomed in his hands and feet, he was reminded that his father's legacy, like his mother's, was ever with him. He stood up, bowed to them all, and excused himself. In the bathroom off the room he stayed in, he looked under the sink and thanked the virgin scribe that he'd been smart enough to tuck a couple of vials of dopamine in the back. Turning the heat light in the ceiling on, he took off his sable duster and stripped his Gucci jacket from his shoulders. When the red glow from up above freaked his shit out, because he thought the stress of the death was bringing out his bad side, he shut the thing off, cranked the shower on, and waited until the steam rose up before continuing. He swallowed another 2 penicillin pills as he tapped his loafer. When he could stand it, he rolled up his shirt sleeve and studiously ignored his reflection in the mirror. After he filled a syringe, he used his LV belt to loop around his biceps, pulling the black leather over and holding it against his ribs. The steel needle slipped into one of his infected veins, and he hit the plunger. What are you doing? His sister's voice jacked his head up. In the mirror, she was staring at the needle in his arm and his red, rancid veins. His first thought was to bark at her to get the fuck out. He didn't want her to see this, and not just because it meant more lying. It was private. Instead, he calmly pulled the syringe free, capped it, and tossed it. As the shower hissed, he pulled his sleeve down, then put on his jacket and his sable coat. He turned off the water. I'm diabetic, he said. Shit, he'd told Alina he had Parkinson's. Damn it. Well, it wasn't like the two were going to meet anytime soon. Bella lifted her hand to her mouth. Since when? Are you okay? I'm fine. He forced a smile. Are you okay? Wait. Since when has this been going on? I've been injecting myself for about 2 years now. At least that wasn't a lie. I see Havers regularly. Ding. Ding. Another truth. I'm managing it well. Bella looked at his arm. Is that why you're always cold? Bad circulation. That's why I need the cane. Bad balance. I thought you said that was because of an injury? The diabetes compromises how I heal. Oh, right. She nodded sadly. I wish I'd known. As she stared up at him with her big blue eyes, he hated lying to her. But all he had to do was think of his mother's peaceful face. Rev put his arm around his sister and led her out of the bathroom. It's no big deal. I'm on it. The air was cooler in the bedroom, but he knew this only because Bella wrapped her arms around herself and hunkered in. When should we do the ceremony? She asked. I'll call the clinic and have Havers come out here at nightfall and wrap her. Then we have to decide where to bury her. At the Brotherhood compound. That's where I want her. If Wrath will let the dog Jen and me come, that's fine. Of course. Z's on the phone with the king now. I don't think there's much of the Glimmerer left in town who'd want to say goodbye. I'll get her address book from downstairs and put together an announcement. Such a factual, practical conversation, illustrating that death was indeed part of living. When Bella let out a soft sob, Rev pulled her against his chest. Come here, sister mine. As they stood together with her head on his chest, he thought of the number of times he tried to save her from the world. Life, however, had happened anyway. God, when she had been small before her transition, he had been so certain he could protect her and take care of her. When she was hungry, he made sure she had food. When she needed clothes, he bought them for her. When she couldn't sleep, he stayed with her until her eyes closed. Now that she had grown up, though, he felt like his repertoire was restricted to nothing but placations. Although maybe that was the way it worked. When you were young, a good lullaby was all you needed to ease the stress of the day and make you feel safe. Holding her now, he wished there were such a quick fix for grown-ups. I'm going to miss her, Bella said. We weren't very much alike, but I always loved her. You were her great joy. Always. Bella pulled back. And you as well. He tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Would you and your family like to have a rest here? Bella nodded. Where do you want us? Ask Mommen's dog Jen. Will do. Bella gave his hand a squeeze that he couldn't feel and left his room. When he was alone, he went over to the bed and took out his cell phone. Alina never had texted him the night before, and as he retrieved the clinic's number from his address book, he tried not to worry. Maybe she had done the overday shift. God, he hoped she had. Chances were small something bad had happened. Very small. But he was calling her next. Hello, clinic, came the voice in the old language. This is Revenge, son of Rempun. My mother has just passed, and I need to make arrangements for her body to be preserved. The female on the other end gasped. None of the nurses liked him, but they had all adored his mother. Everyone did. Everyone had, that was. He rubbed his mohawk. Is there any way Havers could come out to the house at nightfall? Yes, absolutely. And may I say on behalf of all of us, we are deeply aggrieved at her passing and wish her safe passage unto the fade. Thank you. Hold a moment. When the female came back on, she said, the doctor will come immediately after sundown. With your permission, he will bring someone to assist. Who? He wasn't sure how he'd feel about it being Alina. He didn't want her to have to deal with another body so soon, and the fact that it was his mother's might make it even harder on her. Alina? The nurse hesitated. Ah, no, not Alina. He frowned, his sympath instincts triggered by the female's tone. Did Alina make it in last night? Another pause. Did she? I'm sorry, I cannot discuss. His voice dropped to a growl. Did she come in or not? Simple question. Did she? Or not? The nurse became flustered. Yes, she came in. And? Nothing. She. So what's the problem? There isn't one. The exasperation in that voice told him it was happy interactions like this that were part of what made them all dislike him so much. He tried to make his voice more even. Clearly there is a problem, and you're going to tell me what's doing, or I'm going to keep calling back until someone talks to me. And if no one will, I'm going to show up at your front desk and drive every single one of you insane until a member of the staff cracks and talks to me. There was a pause that vibrated with "You are such an asshole." Fine. She doesn't work here anymore. Rev's breath sucked in on a hiss and his hand shot to the plastic baggie full of penicillin he'd been keeping in his suit's breast pocket. Why? That I will not disclose to you no matter what you do. There was a click as she hung up on him. Alina sat upstairs at the crappy kitchen table, her father's manuscript in front of her. She'd read it twice at his desk, then put him to bed and come up here, where she'd gone through it again. The title was In the Rainforest of the Monkey Mind. Dearest Virgin Scribe, if she'd thought she had sympathy for the male before, now she had empathy for him. The 300 handwritten pages were a guided tour through his mental illness, a vivid walk-a-mile in his shoes study of when the disease had started and where it had taken him. She glanced over at the aluminum foil that covered the windows. The voices in his mind that tortured him came from a variety of sources, and one way was through radio waves beamed down from satellites orbiting the Earth. She knew all this. But in the book, her father described the Reynolds rap as a tangible representation of the psychosis. Both the foil and the schizophrenia kept the real world away. Both insulated him, and with both in place he was safer than if they weren't around. The truth was, he loved his illness as much as he feared it. Many, many years ago, after family had double-crossed him in business and ruined him in the eyes of the Glimmerer, he no longer trusted his ability to read the intentions and motivations of others. He had put his faith in the wrong people, and it had cost him his Shellen. The thing was, Alina had figured her mother's death wrong. Right after the Great Fall, her mother had turned to laudanum to help her cope, and the temporary relief had bloomed into a crutch as life as she'd known it had crumbled. Money, position, homes, possessions leaving her like lovely doves scattering from a field, going somewhere safer. And then Alina's engagement had failed, the male distancing himself before publicly declaring that he was ending the relationship because Alina had seduced him into her bed and taken advantage of him. That had been her mother's last straw. What had been a joint decision between Alina and the male had been spun into Alina's being a female without worth, a harlot hellbent on corrupting a male who had had only the most honorable of intentions. With that known in the Glimmerer, Alina would never marry, even if her family had had the station they'd lost. The night the scandal had broken, Alina's mother had gone into her bedroom and they'd found her dead hours later. Alina had always assumed it had been a laudanum overdose. But no. According to the manuscript, she had slit her wrists and bled out on the sheets. Her father had started hearing voices as soon as he saw his female deceased on their mated bed, her pale body framed by a halo of dark red spilled life. As his mental disease had progressed, he had retreated farther and farther into paranoia, but in a strange way he felt more secure there. Real life was fraught, in his mind, with people who might or might not betray him. The voices in his head, however, were all out to get him. With those crazy monkeys that flipped and tripped among the branches of the sickness's forest, raining sticks and hard nubs of fruit at him in the form of thoughts, he knew his enemies. He could see and feel and know them for what they were, and his weapons to combat them were a well-ordered refrigerator and tin over the windows and rituals of words and his writings. Out in the real world, he was helpless and lost, at the mercy of others, with no defenses to judge what was dangerous and what wasn't. The illness, on the other hand, was where he wanted to be, because he knew, as he put it, the confines of the forest and the trails around the trunks and the tribulations of the monkeys. There his compass held a true north. To Alina's surprise, it wasn't all suffering for him. Before he had fallen ill, he'd been a litigator in matters of the old law, a male well known for his affection for debate and his lust for strong opponents. In his illness, he found just the kind of conflict he had enjoyed while sane. The voices in his own head, as he put it with self-actualized irony, were every bit as intelligent and facile at debate as he was. To him, his violent episodes were nothing more than the mental equivalent of a good boxing match, and since he always came out of them eventually, he always felt victorious. He was also aware he was never leaving the forest. It was, as he said in the final line of the book, his last address before he went unto the fade. And his only regret was that there was room for just one inhabitant in there, that his sojourn among the monkeys meant he could not be with her, his daughter. He was saddened by the separation and the burden he was on her. He knew he was a lot to handle. He was aware of the sacrifices. He mourned her loneliness. It was everything she had wanted to hear him say, and as she held the pages, it didn't matter that it was all written and not voiced. If anything, it was better this way because she could read it over and over again. Her father knew so much more than she thought, and he was far more content than she ever could have guessed. She smoothed her palm over the first page. The handwriting, which was in blue, because a properly trained attorney never wrote in black, was as neat and orderly as the recitation of the past, and as elegant and graceful as the larger conclusions he drew and the insights he offered. God, for so long, she had lived around him, but now she knew what he lived in. And all people were like him, weren't they? Each in their own rainforests, alone no matter how many folk walked beside them. Was mental health just a matter of having fewer monkeys? Maybe the same number, only nice ones? The muffled sound of a cell phone going off brought her head up. Reaching across to her coat, she took the thing out of her pocket and answered it. Hello. She knew in the silence who it was. Revenge. You got fired. Alina put her elbow on the table and covered her forehead with her hand. I'm fine. About to go to sleep. And you? It was because of the pills you brought me, wasn't it? Dinner was really good. Cottage cheese and carrot sticks. Stop it, he barked. She dropped her arm and frowned. I beg your pardon. Why did you do it, Alina? Why the hell? Okay, you're going to rethink your tone or this conversation's getting the end button. Alina, you need that job. Don't tell me what I need. He cursed some more. You know, she muttered. If I add a soundtrack and some machine guns to this, we'd have a Die Hard movie. How did you find out? Anyway. My mother passed. Alina gasped. Wah. Oh my God. When? I'm sorry. About a half hour ago. She slowly shook her head. Revenge, I'm so sorry. I called the clinic to make arrangements. He exhaled with the kind of exhaustion she was feeling. Anyway, yeah, you never texted me that you'd gotten to the clinic safely. So I asked, and there it was. Damn it, I meant to but, well, she was busy getting fired. But that wasn't the only reason why I wanted to call now. No, I needed to hear your voice. Alina took a deep breath, her eyes locking on the lines of her father's handwriting. She thought of all she had learned, good and bad, in those pages. Funny, she said. I feel the same way tonight. Really? Like for real? Absolutely, positively, yes. 37. Wrath was in a bad mood, and he knew this because the sound of the dog-gen waxing the wooden balustrade at the top of the main staircase was making him want to light the whole fucking mansion on fire. Beth was on his mind, which explained why as he sat behind his desk his chest was killing him. It wasn't that he didn't understand why she'd gotten upset with him, and it wasn't that he didn't think he deserved some kind of punishment. He just hated the fact that Beth wasn't sleeping at home and he had to text his Shellen for permission to call her. The fact that he hadn't slept in days had to be part of the pissed off as well. And he probably needed to feed. But like sex, it had been so long since he'd done it, he could barely remember what it was. He glanced around the study and wished he could self-medicate the urge to scream by going out and fighting something. His only other options were hitting the gym or getting drunk, and he was just back from the former and not all that interested in the latter. He checked his phone again. Beth hadn't returned his text, and he'd left it 3 hours ago, which was fine. She was probably just busy or sleeping. The hell, it was fine. He got to his feet, slipped his RAZR into the back pocket of his leathers, and headed for the double doors. The dog Jen just outside in the hall was putting a ton of elbow grease into the buff and polish routine, and the fresh smell of lemon that rose from his efforts was thick. My lord, the dog Jen said, bowing low. You're doing great work. As is my pleasure. The male beamed. It is my joy to serve you and your household. Wrath clapped a palm on the servant's shoulder and then jogged down the stairs. When he got to the foyer's mosaic floor, he went left, toward the kitchen, and he was glad that there was nobody inside. Opening up the refrigerator, he confronted all manner of leftovers and took out a half-eaten turkey with no enthusiasm whatsoever. Turning toward the cabinets. Hi! He jerked his head over his shoulder. Beth? I thought you were at safe place. I was. But I came back just now. He frowned. As a half-breed, Beth was able to tolerate sunlight, but he stressed the fuck out every time she traveled during the day. Not that he went into it now. She knew how he felt, and besides, she was home, and that was all that mattered. I was making something to eat, he said, even though the turkey sitting on the butcher block table was a dead giveaway. You want to join me? God, he loved the way she smelled. Night-blooming roses. Homier to him than any lemon polish. More gorgeous than any perfume. How about I make something for both of us? She said. You look like you're about to fall down. It was on the tip of his tongue to say, nah, I'm tight, when he stopped. Even the smallest of half-truths was going to underscore the issues between them, and the fact that he was utterly exhausted wasn't even a little lie. That would be great. Thank you. Have a seat, she said, coming over to him. He wanted to hug her. He did. Wrath's arms just snapped out, latched onto her, and pulled her against his chest. Realizing what he'd done, he went to let her go, but she stayed with him, keeping their bodies together. With a shudder, he dropped his head down into her fragrant, silky hair and gathered her up, molding her softness to the contours of his hard muscles. I've missed you so much, he said. I've missed you too. As she sagged against him, he wasn't a fool to think this moment was an instant cure-all, but he would take what he had been given. Pulling back, he moved his wraparounds up onto the top of his head so she could see his useless eyes. To him, her face was blurry and beautiful, though the fresh rain scent of tears didn't please him. He brushed both her cheeks with his thumbs. Will you let me kiss you? He asked. When she nodded, he cradled her face in his palms and brought his mouth down to hers. The cushioned contact was at once utterly, heartbreakingly familiar and yet something from the past. It seemed like forever since they had done more than peck, and that separation wasn't just what he'd done. It was everything. The war, the brothers, the Glimmer, John and Tor, this household. Shaking his head, he said, Life has gotten in the way of our life. You are so right. She smoothed her palm down his face. It's also gotten in the way of your health. So I want you to sit down over there and let me feed you. It's supposed to be the other way around. The male feeds his female. You're the king, she smiled. You make the rules, and your Shellen would like to wait on you. I love you. He pulled her in tight again and just held on to his mate. You don't have to say it back. I love you too. Now he was the one sagging. Time for you to eat, she said, tugging him over to the country-style oak table and pulling a chair out for him. When he parked it, he winced, shifted his hips up, and took his cell phone from his pocket. The thing skittered across the table, bumping into the salt and pepper shakers. Sandwich? Beth asked. That'd be great. Let's make it 2 for you. Wrath put his sunglasses back in place, because the overhead light was making his head pound. When that didn't go far enough, he closed his eyes, and although he couldn't see Beth move around, the sounds of her in the kitchen calmed him like a lullaby. He heard her opening drawers, the utensils in them rattling. Then the refrigerator cracked open with a gasp and there was shuffling, followed by glass knocking into glass. The bread drawer was slid out and the plastic wrap around the rye he liked rustled. There was the cracking of a knife going through lettuce. Wrath! The soft sound of his name brought his lids open and his head up. Wah! You fell asleep. His Shellen's hand smoothed over his hair. Eat. Then I'm taking you to bed. The sandwiches were exactly the way he liked them. Overstuffed with meat, light on the lettuce and the tomatoes, plenty of mayo. He ate both of them, and though they should have perked him up, the exhaustion that had a death grip on his body just pulled harder. Come on, let's go. Beth took his hand. No, wait, he said, rousing himself. I need to tell you what's doing at nightfall tonight. Okay. Tension crept into her tone, like she was bracing herself. Sit, please. The chair pulled out from under the table with a squeak and she settled her weight slowly. I'm glad you're being up front with me, she murmured. Whatever it is. Wrath smoothed her fingers with his, trying to calm her, knowing that what he had to say was only going to make her more worried. Someone, well, likely more than one, but at least one we know of, wants to kill me. Her hand tightened in his, and he kept on stroking her, trying to relax her. I'm meeting with the Glimmer's council tonight, and I'm expecting problems. All of the brothers are going with me, and we're not going to be stupid, but I'm not going to lie and tell you this is a garden variety sitch. Thisamiani's obviously part of the council, right? So is it worth your going in person? The one who started it all is a non-issue. How so? Revenge had him assassinated. Her hands tightened again. Jesus, she took a deep breath. And another. Oh dear God. The question we're all wondering now is, who else is in on it? That's part of the reason my showing up at that meeting is so important. It's also a show of strength, and that matters. I don't run. Neither do the brothers. Wrath braced himself for her to say, no, don't go, and wondered what he would do then. Except Beth's voice was calm. I understand, but I have a request. His brows popped up over his wraparounds. Which is? I want you to wear a bulletproof vest. It's not that I doubt the brothersits, just that it would give me a little added comfort. Wrath blinked. Then he brought her hands to his lips and kissed them. I can do that. For you, I can absolutely do that. She nodded once and rose from the chair. Okay, good. Now come, let's go to bed. I'm as exhausted as you look. Wrath rose to his feet, tucked her against him, and together they walked out into the foyer, their feet crossing over the mosaic of an apple tree in bloom. I love you, he said. I am so in love with you. Beth's arm tightened around his waist and she put her face on his chest. The acrid, smoky scent of fear rose up from her, clouding her natural rose fragrance. And yet even so, she nodded and said, Your queen doesn't run either, you know. I know. Ito Tally no. In his bedroom at his mother's safe house, Rev pushed his body back until he was lying against the pillows. As he arranged his sable coat across his knees, he said into his cell, I have an idea. How about we start this phone call over? Alina's soft laugh made him feel strangely buoyant. Okay, are you going to call me again or? Tell me this. Where are you? Upstairs in the kitchen, which might explain the slight echo. Can you go to your room? Get relaxed. Is this going to be a long conversation? Well, I've rethought my tone, and check this out. He dropped his voice, going total Lothario. Please, Alina, go to your bed and take me with you. Her breath caught and then she laughed again. What an improvement. I know, right, lest you think I don't take direction well. Now, how about you return the favor? Go to your bedroom and get comfortable. I don't want to be alone, and I get the sense you don't either. Instead of an, it's true, he heard the gratifying sound of a chair being pushed back. As she moved around, her dim footfalls were lovely. The creaking stairs not because the sound made him wonder where exactly she lived with her father. He hoped it was an antique house with old, quaint boards, not something run down. There was the squeak of a door opening and a pause, and he was willing to bet she was checking on her father. Is he sleeping soundly? Rev asked. The hinges rasped again. How did you know? Because you're good like that. There was another door noise and then the click of a lock getting flipped into place. Will you give me a minute? A minute? Shit, he'd give her the world if he could. Take your time. There was a muffled sound, as if she'd put the phone down on a duvet or a quilt. More door protests. Silence. Another squeak and the faded gurgle of a toilet flushing. Footfalls. Bed springs. Rustling close by and then, Hello. Comfortable? He said, aware he was grinning like an idiot except God. The idea that she was where he wanted her to be was fantastic. Yes, I am. Are you? You'd better believe it. Then again, with her voice in his ear, he could have been in the process of getting his fingernails pulled off and still been all jolly. The silence that followed was as soft as the sable of his coat, and just as warm. Do you want to talk about your mom? She said gently. Yes, even though I don't know what to say. Other than that, she went quietly and with her family around her, and that's all anyone can ask for. It was her time. You'll miss her, though. Yes, I will. Is there anything I can do? Yes. Tell me. Let me take care of you. She laughed quietly. Right? How about I clue you in on something? In this kind of situation, you're the one who's supposed to be taken care of. But we both know that I was what cost you your job. Hold up. There was another rustle, as if she'd just sat up from her pillows. I made the choice to bring you those pills, and I'm an adult capable of making the wrong call. You don't owe me because I messed up. I disagree with you completely. But putting that aside, I'm going to talk to Havers when he comes here too. No, you're not. Dear Lord, Revenge, your mother's just passed. You don't need to worry about. What I can do for her is done. Let me help you. I can talk to Havers. It's not going to make a difference. He's not going to trust me anymore, and I can't blame him. But people make mistakes, and some cannot be remedied. I don't believe that, although as a Simfith, he was not exactly anyone's go-to guy on moral shit. Not by a long shot. especially when it's you we're talking about. I'm no different from anybody else. Look, don't make me bust out my tone again, he warned. You did something for me. I want to do something for you. It's simple barter and exchange. But I'm going to get another job, and I've been making things work for a long time on my own. It happens to be one of my core competencies. I don't doubt it. He paused for effect, playing the best card he had. Here's the thing though, you can't leave me with this on my conscience. It's going to eat me up inside. Your bad choice was the result of mine. She laughed softly. Why does it not surprise me that you know my weakness? And I really appreciate it, but if Havers bends the rules for me, what kind of message does that send out? He and Katya, my supervisor, have already announced it to the rest of the staff. He can't go back now, nor would I want him to just because you strong-armed him. Well shit, Rev thought. He'd been planning on manipulating Havers's mind, but that wouldn't take care of all the other folks who worked at the clinic, would it? Okay. Then let me help you until you have your feet back under you. Thank you, but... He wanted to curse. I have an idea. Meet me tonight at my place and we'll argue about it. Rev. Excellent. I have to tend to my mother early in the evening, and I have a meeting to go to at midnight. How's 3 a.m. sound? Wonderful, I'll see you then. There was a heartbeat of silence, and then she chuckled. You always get what you want, don't you? Pretty much. Fine. 3 o'clock tonight. I'm so happy I changed my tone, aren't you? They both laughed, the tension draining from the connection as if it had been flushed out. When there was a rustle again, he took it to mean she was lying back down and getting comfortable once more. So can I tell you what my father did? She said abruptly. You can tell me that and then explain to me why you didn't eat more for dinner. And after that we're going to talk about the last movie you saw and the books you read and what you think about global warming. Really, all that? God, he loved her laugh. Yup. We're in network, so it's free. Oh, and I want to know what your favorite color is. Revenge, you really don't want to be alone, do you? The words were spoken gently and almost absently, as if the thought had snuck out of her mouth. Right now I just want to be with you. That's all I know. I wouldn't be ready either. If my father passed tonight, I wouldn't be ready to let him go. He closed his eyes. That is, he had to clear his throat. That is exactly what I'm feeling. I'm not ready for this. Your father has also passed, so I know it's extra hard. Well, yes, he's dead, although I don't miss him at all. She was always the one for me, and with her gone I feel like I just drove up to my home to find someone's burned it down. I mean, I didn't see her every night or even every week, but I always had the potential of going over and sitting down and smelling her Chanel No. 5. Of hearing her voice and seeing her across a table. That potential grounded me, and I didn't know it until I lost it. Should I am not making sense? No, you totally are. For me it's the same. My mother's gone and my father's here, but he's not. So I feel homeless, too. Adrift. This was why people got mated, Rev suddenly thought. Fuck the sex and the social position. If they were smart, they did it to make a house that had no walls and an invisible roof and a floor that no one could walk on, and yet the structure was a shelter no storm could blow down, no match could torch up, no passage of years could degrade. That was when it hit him. A mated bond like that helped you through shit nights like this. Bella had found that shelter with her Zodist. And maybe her older brother needed to follow his sister's example. Well, Alina said awkwardly, I can answer the question about my favorite color if you like. Might keep things from getting too heavy. Rev shook himself back into gear. And what would it be? Alina cleared her throat a little. My favorite color, is amethyst. Rev smiled until his cheeks hurt. I think that's a great color for you to like. A perfect color. 38. There were 15 people at Chrissy's funeral who knew her, and one who hadn't tanned as. Shex scanned the windswept cemetery. She looked for a 17th person hiding among the trees and tombs and larger headstones. No wonder the fucking graveyard was called Pine Grove. There were fluffy boughs all over the place, providing ample cover for someone who didn't want to be seen. Damn it to hell. She'd found the cemetery in the yellow pages. The first two she'd called hadn't had any space left. The third had had space only in their wall of eternity, as the guy called it, for cremated bodies. Finally, she'd found this pine grove thing and purchased the rectangle of dirt they were all standing around. The pink coffin had been about $5,000. The plot another 3. The priest, father, whatever humans called him, had indicated that a suggested donation of $100 would be appropriate. No problem. Chrissy deserved it. Shex searched the frickin' pines again, hoping to find the asshole who'd murdered her. Bobby Grady had to be coming. Most abusers who killed the objects of their obsessions remained connected emotionally. And even though the police were looking for him, and he had to know that, the drive to see her put to rest was going to override logic. Shex refocused on the officiant. The human male was dressed in a black coat, his white collar showing at his throat. In his palms, over Chrissy's pretty coffin, he held a Bible that he read from in a low, reverent voice. Satin ribbons were laid among the gold-leafed pages to demarcate whatever sections he used most, the ends trailing out the bottom of the book, waving red and yellow and white in the cold. Shex wondered what his favorites list was like. Marriages, baptisms if she got that word right, funerals. Did he pray for sinners, she wondered. If she remembered the Christian thing right, she believed he had Tozo, although he didn't know Chrissy had been a prostitute. Even if he had, he would still have had to affect that respectful tone and expression. This gave Shex comfort, although she couldn't have said why. From out of the north, a chilly breeze blew, and she resumed surveying the landscape. Chrissy wasn't staying here when they were done. Like so many rituals, this was for show. With the earth frozen, she was going to have to wait until spring, housed in a meat locker at the mortuary. But at least she had her headstone, pink granite, of course, set where she'd be buried. Shex had kept the words of the inscription simple, just Chrissy's name and her dates, but there was a lot of nice scrollwork done around the edges. This was the first human death ceremony Shex had ever been to, and it was utterly foreign, all this entombing, first in the box, then under the earth. The idea of getting stuck beneath the ground was enough to make her tug at the collar of her leather jacket. Nope, not for her. In this respect, she was solidly sympath. Funeral pyres were the only way to go. At the grave, the officiant bent down with a silver shovel and roughed up the ground. Then he took a handful of the loose dirt and pronounced over the coffin, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust." The man let the granules of earth fly, and as the brisk wind took them, Shex sighed, this part making sense to her. In the sympath tradition, the dead were raised upon wooden platforms and lit from below, the smoke wafting up and scattering just as this dirt did, at the mercy of the elements. And what remained? Ash that was left where it lay. Of course, sympaths were burned because no one trusted that they were actually dead when they died. Sometimes they were. Sometimes they were just playing at it. And it was worth being sure. But the elegant lie was the same in both traditions, wasn't it? Being swept away, free from the body, gone and yet part of everything. The priest closed the Bible and bowed his head, and as everyone else followed his example, Shex glanced around again, praying that fucker Grady was somewhere. But as far as she could see or sense, he hadn't shown yet. Shit, look at all the headstones planted into rolling hills that were winter brown. Although the markers were all different, tall and thin, or short and close to the ground, white, gray, black, pink, gold, there was a central plan to it all. The rows of the dead arranged like houses in a development, with asphalt lanes and stretches of trees winding among them. One headstone kept drawing her eyes. It was a statue of a robed woman who was staring up to the heavens, her face and pose as serene and calm as the overcast sky she was focused on. The granite she was carved out of was pale gray, the same color as what loomed over her, and for a moment it was hard to tell what was the grave marker and what was the horizon. Shaking herself, Shex looked over at Trez and, when he met her eyes, he shook his head imperceptibly. Same with I am. Neither of them had tweaked to Bobby's presence, either. Meanwhile, Detective de la Cruz was staring at her, and she knew it not because she returned the favor to him, but because she could feel his emotions change whenever those eyes of his landed on her. He understood how she felt. He truly did. And there was a part of him that respected her for her vengeance. But he was resolved. As the priest stepped back and talk sprang up, Shex realized the graveside service was over, and she watched as Marita Reese was the first to break ranks. going up to the officiant and shaking his hand. She was spectacular in her funeral garb, her black lace head covering looking positively bridal, the beads and cross in her hands making her seem pious to the point of noonish. Clearly, the priest approved of her dress and her serious, beautiful face and whatever it was she said to him, because he bowed and held on to her hand. With the contact between them, his emotional grid shifted to love, pure, undiluted, chaste love. That was why the statue stood out, Shex realized. Marie-Therese looked exactly like the robed female. Weird. Nice service, huh? She turned and looked at Detective de la Cruz. Seemed fine. I wouldn't really know. You're not Catholic, then? Nope. Shex waved at Trez and Im as the crowd dispersed. The boys were taking everyone out to lunch before they all headed into work, as one more way of honoring Chrissy. Grady didn't come, the detective said. Nope. De la Cruz smiled. You know, you talk like you decorate. I like to keep things simple. Just the facts, ma'am? I thought that was my line. He glanced at the backs of the people walking off toward the 3 cars parked together in the lane. One by one, Rev's Bentley, a Honda minivan, and Marie-Therese 5-year-old Camry pulled out. So, where's your boss? De la Cruz murmured. I expected to see him here. He's a night owl. Ah. Look, detective, I'm going to take off. Really? He swept his arm around. In what? Or do you like walking in this kind of weather? I parked somewhere else. Did you? You weren't thinking of sticking around? You know, seeing if there were any late arrivals. Now, why would I do that? Why, indeed. Long pause, during which Shex stared at the statue that reminded her of Marie-Therese. You want to give me a ride to my car, detective? Yeah, sure. The unmarked sedan was as serviceable as the detective's wardrobe, but like the guy's heavy coat, it was warm, and like what was in the detective's clothes, it was powerful, the engine growling like something you'd find under the hood of a Corvette. De la Cruz looked over as he gunned it. Where am I going? To the club, if you don't mind. That's where you left your car? I got a ride here. Ah. As de la Cruz drove them along the winding road, she stared out at the headstones and for a brief moment thought of the number of bodies she'd walked away from, including John Matthews. She'd done her best not to think about what they'd done and the way she'd left that big, hard body of his sprawled all over her bed. His eyes as he'd watched her go out the door had been full of a heartbreak she couldn't allow herself to internalize. It wasn't that she didn't give a shit. She cared too much. That was why she'd had to leave, and why she couldn't afford to be caught alone with him again. She'd been down that road before, and the results had been beyond tragic. You okay? De la Cruz asked. I'm just fine, detective. You? Good. Just fine. Thanks for asking. The gates of the cemetery loomed up ahead. The iron latticework split and pulled to either side of the lane. I'm going to be coming back here, De la Cruz said as they braked and then surged forward onto the street beyond. Because I think Grady will show up eventually. He's going to have to. Well, you won't be seeing me. No? Nope. Count on it. She was just too good at being hidden. When Alina's phone made a beep in her ear, she had to take it away from her head. What the oh? Battery's going dead. Hold on. Revenge's deep laughter had her pausing while she reached for the cord, just so she could hear every last rumble of the sound. Okay. I'm plugged in. She resettled against her pillows. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. So I'm curious. Exactly what kind of businessman are you? A successful one. Which explains the wardrobe. He laughed again. No, my good taste explains the wardrobe. Then the successful part is how you pay for it. Well, my family's fortunate. We'll just leave it at that. She deliberately focused on her duvet cover so she wouldn't be reminded of the low-ceilinged, ratty room she was in. Better yet, Alina reached up and clicked off the light that sat on the milk crates she had stacked next to her bed. What was that? He asked. The light. I just turned it off. Oh, man. I've kept you on way too long. No, I just wanted it dark, is all. Rev's voice dropped so low she could barely hear it. Why? Yeah, like she was going to tell him it was because she didn't want to think about where she stayed. He wanted to get even more comfortable. Alina. Need suffused his tone, changing the tenor of the conversation from flirtatious chit-chat to something very sexual. And in an instant, she was back on his bed in that penthouse, naked, his mouth on her skin. "Alina." "What?" she said hoarsely. "Are you still in your uniform? The one I took off of you?" "Yes." The word was more breath than anything else, and it went so much further than just an answer to the question he'd asked. She knew what he wanted, and she wanted it too. "The buttons on the front of it," he murmured. "Undo one for me?" "Yes." As she popped the first of them free, he said, "And another?" "Yes." They kept at it until her uniform was open down the front, and she was really glad the lights were off, not because she would have been embarrassed, but because it made him seem right there with her. Revenge groaned, and she heard him lick his lips. "If I were there, you know what I would be doing? I'd be running my fingertips down to your breasts. I'd find a nipple and I'd draw circles around it so it was ready." She did as he described and gasped when she touched herself. Then she realized, "Ready for what?" He laughed long and low. "You want to hear me say it, don't you?" "I do." "Ready for my mouth, Alina. Do you remember what that felt like? Because I remember exactly what you taste like. Leave your bra on and pinch yourself for me's if I'm sucking on you, though those pretty white lace cups of yours." Alina squeezed her thumb and forefinger together, trapping her nipple in between the two. The effect was second best to his warm, wet sucking, but it was good enough, especially with his having told her to do it. She repeated the pinch and arched up off the bed, moaning his name. "Oh, Christ, Alina." Now what as her breath shot out of her mouth. Between her thighs she was throbbing, wet, desperate for whatever they were going to do. "I want to be there with you," he groaned. "You are with me. You are." Again. "Squeeze for me." As she shuddered and called out his name, he was quick with the next command. "Take your skirt up for me, so it's around your waist. Put the phone down and do it fast. I'm impatient." She let the phone fall onto the bed and swept her skirt past her thighs and over her hips. She had to pat around to find her cell, and then she rushed it to her ear. "Hello." "God. That sounded good. I could hear the cloth moving up your body. I want you to start with your thighs. Go there first. Keep the stockings on and stroke your way up." The hose acted as a conductor of her touch, magnifying the sensation just as his voice did. "Remember me doing that?" he said in a dark voice. "Remember?" "Yes, oh yes." She was panting so hard in anticipation. She nearly missed him growl. "I wish I could smell you." "Higher," she said. "No," as his name left her lips in protest. He laughed the way a lover did, soft and low, with both satisfaction and promise. "Go up the outside of your thigh to your hip and around the back and then down again." She did as he asked, and he talked her through the caresses. "I loved being with you. I can't wait to go there again. You know what I'm doing?" "What?" "Licking my lips. Because I'm thinking of me kissing my way over your thighs and then running my tongue up and down where I'm dying to be." She moaned his name again and was rewarded. "Go down there, Alina. On top of the stockings. Go where I want to be." As she did, she felt all the heat they generated through the thin nylon, and her sex responded by welling up even more. "Take them off," he said. "The stockings. Take them off and keep them with you." Alina put down the phone again and didn't care if she ran the hell out of the hose as she stripped them from her legs. Scrambling for the cell, she barely got it in range before she was demanding what was next. "Slip your hand under your panties and tell me what you find." There was a pause. "Oh God, I'm wet." When Revenge moaned this time, she wondered if he was erect. She'd seen that he was capable of that, but then, impotence didn't mean that you couldn't get hard. It just meant that, for whatever reason, you couldn't finish. Christ, she wished she could lay some commands on him, ones that were consistent with whatever sexual level he could function at. She just didn't know how far to take it. "Stroke yourself and know it's me," he growled. "That's my hand." She did as he asked and orgasmed hard, sprawling all over her bed. His name leaving her lips in as quiet an explosion as possible. "Get rid of the panties." "Roger that," she thought as she yanked them down her thighs and ditched them God only knew where. She lay back down, looking forward to doing that again when he said, Can you hold the phone against your ear with your shoulder? Yes. Screw it. If he wanted her to turn herself into a vampire pretzel, she was on board with the plan. Take the stockings between both hands, stretch them out taut, then run them in between your legs front to back. She laughed with an erotic edge, then said sweetly, "You want me to work myself against them, do you?" His breath shot into her ear. "Fuck yes. Dirty male. A tongue bath from you might clean me up. What do you say?" "Yes. I love that word on your lips." As she laughed, he said, "So what are you waiting for, Alina? You need to put those stockings to good use." She cradled the cell phone in her neck, found a good position for it, and then, feeling like a harlot and loving it, she took her white stockings, rolled onto her side, and threaded the nylon length between her legs. "Nice and tight," he said, panting. She gasped at the contact, the hard, smooth line diving into her sex in all the right places. "Move yourself against it," Revenge said with satisfaction. "Let me hear how good it feels." She did exactly that, the stockings getting saturated and warming to match her core. She kept at it, riding the sensations and his stream of words until she came over and over. In the dark, with her eyes closed and his voice in her ear, it was almost as good as being with him. When she was limp and lying in a heap, her breath laboring but in a very good way, she cuddled around the phone. "You are so beautiful," he said softly. "Only because you make me that way." "Oh, you're so wrong about that." His voice dropped. "Will you come and see me earlier tonight? I can't wait until 4. "Yes." "Good. When?" "I'll be with my mother and family here until about 10. Come then." "Yes. I have that meeting, but we'll get well over an hour of privacy." "Perfect." There was a long pause, one that she had the alarming sense might well have been filled with "I love you" on both sides if they'd had the courage. "Sleep well," he breathed. "You too if you can. And listen, if you can't sleep, call me. I'm here. I will. Promise." There was another stretch of quiet, as if each were waiting for the other to hang up first. Alina laughed, even though the idea of letting him go made her heart ache. "Okay, on the count of 3. 1 2-inch. "Wait. What?" He didn't answer for the longest time. "I don't want to get off the phone." She closed her eyes. "I feel the same way." Revenge released a breath, low and slow. "Thank you for staying on with me." The word that came to mind didn't make a whole lot of sense, and she wasn't sure why she spoke it, but she did. "Always. If you want, you can close your eyes and imagine me next to you, holding you. I will do just that." "Good. Sleep well." He was the one who ended the call. As Alina took the phone away from her ear and hit the end button, the keypad lit up, glowing bright blue. The thing was warm from where she'd held it for so long, and she smoothed her thumb over the flat screen. Always. She wanted to be there for him always. The keypad went dark, the light extinguished with a finality that made her panicky. But she could still call him, couldn't she? It would look pathetic and needy, but he remained on the planet even though he wasn't on her phone. The potential for the call was there. God, his mother had died today, and of all the people in his life who he could have passed the hours with, he had chosen her. Pulling the sheets and the duvet up her legs, Alina curled herself around the phone, cradled it close, and passed out. 39. Marking time in the crappy ranch he'd decided to use as a drug house, Lash sat upright on. A chair that, in his old life, he wouldn't have allowed his Rottweiler to take a shit on. The thing was a Barkalungar, a cheap, fat padded POS that unfortunately was comfortable as fuck. Not exactly the throne he was going for, but a damn good place to park his ass. On the other side of his open laptop, the room beyond was 14 by 14 and decorated in low-income can't-afford replacements. The sofas worn at the arms, the picture of a faded Jesus Christ hanging cockeyed, the stains on the pale carpet small and round, thus suggesting cat piss. Mr. D was out cold with his back against the front door, gun in his hand, cowboy hat pulled down over his eyes. 2 other lessers were parked in the archways of the room, each propped up against a jamb with their legs stretched out. Grady was over on the couch, a Domino's pizza box open beside him with nothing but grease spots and stripes of cheese in a spoke pattern left on the white cardboard. He'd eaten an entire large mighty meaty by himself and was now reading a day-old Caldwell Courier journal. The fact that the guy was so frickin' relaxed made Lash want to do an autopsy on him while the SOB was still breathing. What the hell? The son of the Omega deserved a little more anxiety out of his kidnapped victims. Fuck you very much. Lash checked his watch and decided to give his men only another half hour of recharge. They had 2 other meetings with drug retailers set up today, and tonight was going to be the first time his men hit the streets with product. Which meant that Symphoth King's business was going to have to chill until tomorrow. Lash was going to do the deed. But the financial interests of the society had to come first. Lash looked past one of his snoozing lessers into the kitchen, where a long folding table was set up. Scattered across its laminated top were tiny plastic bags, the kind you got with a pair of cheap earrings at the mall. Some had white powder in them, some small brown rocks. Others contained pills. The diluting agents that had been used, like baking powder and talc, were in fluffy piles, and the cellophane wrappings the kilos had come in littered the floor. Quite a haul. Grady thought it was worth about $250,000 and would move with 4 men on the street in about 2 days. Lash liked that math, and he'd spent the last few hours examining his business model. Access to more product was going to present a supply issue. He couldn't keep up the pop and pinch routine forever because he was going to run out of people to target. The issue was where to insert himself in the chain of commerce. There were the foreign importers like the South Americans or the Japanese or the Europeans, then the wholesalers like Revenge, then the larger retailers like the guys Lash was picking off. Considering how hard it was going to be to get to the wholesalers, and how long it would take to develop relationships with importers, the logical thing was to become a producer himself. Geography limited his choices, because Caldwell had a 10-minute growing season. But drugs like X and meth didn't require good weather. And what do you know, you could get instructions on how to build and work meth labs and X factories on the internet. Of course, there were going to be problems securing the ingredients, because there were regulations and tracking mechanisms in place to monitor the sale of the various chemical components. But he had mind control on his side. With humans being so easily manipulated, there would be ways of dealing with those kinds of problems. As he stared at the glowing screen, he decided that Mr. D's next big job was going to be setting up a couple of these producing facilities. The Lessening Society had enough real estate. Hell, one of the farms would be perfect. Staffing was going to be an issue, but recruiting needed to be addressed anyway. While Mr. D was pulling the factories together, Lash was going to clear the way in the marketplace. Revenge had to go down. Even if the society dealt in X and meth, only the fewer retailers of those products the better, and that meant taking out the wholesaler at the top, although how to get at him was going to be a ball scratcher. Zero Sum had those 2 Moors and that shemale bitch and enough security cameras and alarm systems to give the Metropolitan Museum of Art a hard-on. Rev also had to be a smart son of a bitch or he wouldn't have lasted as long as he had. The club had been open for like 5 years? A loud rustle of paper refocused Lash's eyes over the top of the Dell. Grady had jacked up from his lounging sprawl and was gripping the CCJ in fists cranked tight as knots in boat rope, that class ring without a stone cutting into the flesh of his finger. "What is it?" Lash drawled. "You read about how pizza causes high cholesterol or some shit?" Not that the fucker was going to live long enough to worry about his coronary arteries. "It's nothing, it's nothing." Grady tossed the paper aside and collapsed into the couch's cushions. As his unremarkable face paled out, he put one hand over his heart, like the thing was doing aerobics in his rib cage, and with the other he brushed back hair that didn't need any help moving away from his forehead. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Grady shook his head, closed his eyes, and moved his lips as if he were talking to himself. Lash looked down at the computer screen again. At least the idiot was upset. That was good enough. 40. The following evening, Rev walked carefully down the curving staircase of his family's safe house. Leading Havers back to the grand door the racist physician had come through a mere 40 minutes ago. Bella and the nurse who had assisted were following as well. No one said a thing. There was only the unusually loud sound of footfalls on padded carpet. As he went, all he could smell was death. The scent of the ritual herbs lingered deep in his nostrils, like the shit had taken shelter from the cold in his sinuses, and he wondered how long it would be before he didn't catch a whiff of it every single time he inhaled. Made a male want to take a sandblaster and go to town up there. Truth be told, he was in desperate need of fresh air, except he didn't dare move any faster. Between his cane and the carved handrail, he was managing okay, but after seeing his mother wrapped in linen, he wasn't just numb of body. He was head numb, too. Last thing he needed was to do an ass over ears down to the marble foyer. Rev took the last step off the staircase, switched his cane to his right hand, and all but lunged to open the door. The cold wind that hustled in was a blessing and a curse. His core temperature went into a free fall, but he was able to take a deep, icy breath that replaced some of what plagued him with the stinging promise of coming snow. Clearing his throat, he put his hand out to the race's physician. "You treated my mother with incredible respect. I thank you." Behind his tortoiseshell glasses, Havers's eyes were not professionally compassionate, but honestly so, and he extended his palm as a fellow mourner. "She was very special. The race has lost one of its spiritual lights." Bella stepped forward to hug the physician, and Rev bowed to the nurse who had assisted, knowing that she would no doubt prefer not having to touch him. As the pair went out the front door to dematerialize back to the clinic, Rev took a moment to stare up into the night. Snow was indeed coming again, and not just the dusting sort of the night before. Had his mother seen the flurries last evening, he wondered. Or had she missed what had proven to be her last chance to see delicate crystal miracles drift down from the heavens? God, there were not a countless number of nights for anyone. Not an innumerable host of flurries to be seen. His mother had loved falling snow. Whenever it appeared, she had gone into the sitting room, turned the outdoor lights on and the inside lights off, and sat there staring out at the night. She would stay for as long as it fell. For hours. What had she seen, he wondered. In the falling snow, what had she seen? He had never asked her. Christ, why did things have to end? Rev shut out the winter show and leaned back against the stout wooden panels of the door. Standing before him, beneath the overhead chandelier, his sister was hollow-eyed and listless as she cradled her daughter in her arms. She hadn't put Nala down since the death, but the young didn't mind. Daughter was asleep in mother's arms, brow tight in concentration, as if she were growing so fast. Even in her repose she didn't get a break. "I used to hold you like that," Rev said. "And you used to sleep like that. So deep." "Did I?" Bella smiled and rubbed Nala's back. The onesie tonight was white and black with an AC/DC Live Tour logo on it, and Rev had to smile. It was so not a surprise that his sister had ditched the whole cutesy ducky and bunny shit for a newborn wardrobe that was kick-ass. And God bless her, if he ever had any young. Rev frowned and put the brakes on that thought. "What is it?" his sister asked. "Nothing." Yeah, only the first time in his life he'd ever thought about having offspring. Maybe it was his mother's death. Maybe it was Alina, another part of him pointed out. "You want something to eat?" he said. "Before you and Z head back?" Bella glanced up at the stairs, where the sound of a shower running drifted downward. "I would." Rev put a hand on her shoulder and together they walked down a hall hung with framed landscapes, and through a dining room that had walls the color of Merlot. The kitchen beyond, in contrast to the rest of the house, was plain to the point of utilitarian, but there was a nice table to sit at, and he parked his sister and her young in one of the chairs that had a high back and arms. "What do you fancy?" he said, going to the fridge. "You have any cereal?" He went over to the cabinet where the crackers and the canned goods were kept, hoping that Frosted Flakes, yes. A big box of Frosted Flakes was standing shoulder to shoulder with Keebler Club crackers and some Pepperidge Farm croutons. As he took the cereal out, he turned the box to face him and looked at Tony the tiger. Running a fingertip over the lines of the cartoon, he said softly, "You still like Frosted Flakes?" "Oh, completely. They're my fave." "Good. That makes me happy." Bella laughed a little. "Why? Don't you remember?" He stopped himself. "Why would you, though?" "Remember what?" "It was a long time ago. I watched you eat some and it was just nice, is all. The way you liked them. I liked the way you liked them." He got a bowl and a spoon and the skim milk and brought the lot over to her, making a little place setting in front of his sister. While she shifted the young around so her right hand was free to work the spoon, He opened the box and the thin plastic bag and started pouring. "Tell me when," he said. The sound of the flakes hitting the bowl, the little clapping noise, was all about normal, daily life, and it was much too loud. Like those footsteps down the stairs. It was as if the silence of his mother's beating heart had turned the volume up on the rest of the world until he felt like he needed earplugs. "When?" Bella said. He traded the cereal box for the Hood milk carton and tipped a stream of white into the flakes. Once more with feeling. "When?" Rev sat down as he flipped the spout shut and knew better than to ask her if she wanted him to hold Nala. As awkward as it was to eat, she wasn't going to let that young go for a while, and that was okay. More than okay. To see her comfort herself with the next generation was a comfort to him. Bella murmured on the first bite. In the quiet between them, Rev allowed himself to go back to another kitchen, another time, way back when his sister was much younger and he was considerably less dirty. He recalled the particular bowl of Tony's best that she didn't remember, the one that she finished and wanted more of, but had to fight against everything that bastard father of hers had taught her about females needing to be thin and never have seconds. Rev had cheered silently as she'd crossed the kitchen in the old house and brought the cereal box back to her chiras. She'd poured herself another serving. He'd cried his blood tears and had to excuse himself to the bathroom. He had murdered her father for two reasons: his mother and Bella. One of his rewards had been Bella's tentative freedom to eat more when she was hungry. The other had been knowing there would be no more bruises on his mother's face. He wondered what Bella would think if she'd known what he'd done. Would she hate him? Maybe. He wasn't sure how much she recalled of all the abuse, particularly that which had been done to their maman. "Are you okay?" she asked abruptly. He rubbed his mohawk. "Yeah. You can be hard to read." She offered him a small smile, as if she wanted to be sure there was no sting in the words. "I never know if you're okay." "I am." She looked around the kitchen. "What are you going to do with this house?" "Keep it for at least another 6 months. I bought it a year and a half ago from a human, and I need to hold it a little longer or I'm going to get screwed on capital gains." "You always were good with money." She leaned down to take another spoonful into her mouth. "Can I ask you something?" "Anything. Is there someone for you?" "Someone how?" "You know, a female. Or a male. You think I'm gay?" As he laughed, she turned brilliant red, and he wanted to hug the shit out of her. "Well, it's okay if you are, Revenge." She nodded in a way that made him feel as if she'd patted his hand in reassurance. "I mean, you've never brought any females around, ever. And I don't want to presume that you well. I went to your room to check on you during the day and I heard you talking to someone. Not that I was eavesdropping, I wasn't." "Oh crap. It's all right." He grinned at her and then realized there was no easy answer to her question. At least to the part about whether he had someone that was. Alina was what was she? He frowned. The answer that came to mind went deep into him. Way deep. And given the superstructure of lies that his life was built on, he wasn't sure that kind of tunneling was a wise idea. His coal mountain was pretty damn unsteady to have shafts going so far below the surface. Bella's spoon slowly lowered. "My God, you have somebody, don't you?" He forced himself to answer in a way that would decrease the number of complications. Although that was like taking only one piece of garbage off the pile. No, I don't." He glanced at her bowl. "Do you want some more?" She smiled. "I would." As he poured, she said, "You know, the second bowl is always the best." "I couldn't agree more." Bella patted the flakes down with the back of her spoon. "I love you, brother mine. And I you, my sister. Always. I think Maman is in the fade watching over us. I don't know if you believe in that kind of thing, but she did, and I've come to after Nala's birth." He was aware that they had almost lost Bella on the delivery table, and he wondered what she had seen in those moments when her soul had been neither here nor there. He'd never thought much about where you ended up, but he was willing to bet she was right. If anyone could watch over her descendants from the fade, it would be their lovely, pious mother. It gave him comfort and purpose. His mother was never going to have to worry from up above about her issue. Not on his account. "Oh, look, it's snowing," Bella said. He glanced out the window. In the light thrown by the gas lamps along the drive, little white dots drifted down. She would have loved this. he murmured. Maman, remember how she used to sit in a chair and watch the flakes fall? She didn't watch them fall. Rev frowned and glanced across the table. Sure she did. For hours, she would. Bella shook her head. She liked what it looked like after they came down. How do you know? I asked her once. Why did she sit and stare out for so long? Bella repositioned Nala in her arms and smoothed a hand over the young sprinkling of hair. She said it was because when the snow covered the ground and the branches and the rooftops, she remembered being on the other side with the Chosen, where everything was right. She said after the snow fell, she was returned to before she had fallen. I never understood what that meant, and she never did explain that one. Rev looked back out of the window. At the rate the flakes were falling, it would take a while before the landscape went white. No wonder his mother had watched for hours. Wrath came awake in darkness, but it was the delicious, familiar, happy kind. His head was on his own pillow. His back was against his own mattress. His covers were pulled up to his chin, and his Shellan scent was deep in his nose. He had been blissfully asleep for a long time. He could tell by how much he needed to stretch. And his headache was gone. Gone. God, he'd been living with the pain for so long. It was only in its absence that he realized how bad it had gotten. With a massive sprawl, he tightened the muscles of his legs and arms until his shoulder cracked and his spine realigned and his body felt glorious. Rolling over, he found Beth with his arm, slipping a hold around her waist from behind and curling himself into her so that his face was buried in the soft hair at the nape of her neck. She always slept on her right side, and the whole spooning thing was totally up his alley. Liked to surround her smaller body with his much larger one because it made him feel like he was strong enough to protect her. He kept his hips back from her, though. His cock was rigid and full of the I wants, but he was grateful just to lie with her and not about to ruin the moment by making her feel awkward. She said, stroking his arm. You're awake. I am. And then some. There was a shuffle as she eased around, moving in his arm until she faced him. Did you sleep well? Oh yeah. When there was a gentle tug on his hair, he knew she was playing with the curled ends, and he was glad he kept it as long as he did. Even though he had to tie the heavy black load back when he went out to fight, and the shit took forever to dry so long, in fact, that he had to use a hairdryer, which was too frickin' girly to believe Beth loved the stuff. He could remember many a time she had fanned it out over her naked breasts. Right, slowing that train would be a good plan. Much more of that kind of thing and he'd have to mount her or lose his damn mind. I love your hair, Wrath. In the darkness, her quiet voice was like the touch of her fingers. Delicate, devastating. I love your hands on it, he replied roughly. In it, anything you like. They passed. God only knew how long, just lying side by side, facing each other, her fingers twisting and turning in the thick waves. Thank you, she said quietly, for telling me about tonight. I'd rather have some good news to bring to you. I'm still glad you told me. I'd rather know. He found her face by touch, and as he ran his fingers over her cheeks and nose to her lips, he saw her with his hands and knew her with his heart. Wrath, her hand settled on his erection. Oh, fuck. His hips jacked forward, his lower back going tight. She laughed softly. Your language of love does a trucker proud. I'm sorry. His breath jammed in his throat as she stroked him over the boxers he'd worn for her modesty. Fui mean. No, I like it. It's you. She rolled him over and mounted his hips. Holy shit. He knew she'd gone to bed with a flannel nightgown on. But wherever the thing was, it wasn't covering her legs, because her sweet, hot core rubbed right on his hardness. Wrath growled and lost it. With a sudden surge he threw her on her back, shoved the Calvins he rarely wore down his thighs, and drove into her. As she cried out and scored his back with her nails, his fangs fully elongated and throbbed. I need you, he said. I need this. Me too. He didn't spare her any of his power. But then, she liked it like this sometimes, raw, wild, his body marking hers hard. The roar when he came into her shook the oil painting that hung over their bed and rattled her perfume bottles over on the dresser, and he kept right on going. More beast than civilized lover. But as her scent flooded his nose, he knew she wanted him just as he was every time he orgasmed. She came with him, her sex gripping his and pulling at him, keeping him deep inside. With breathless demand, she said, "Take my vein." He hissed like a predator and went for her neck, biting hard. Beth's body jerked under his, and between their hips he felt a welling warmth that had nothing to do with what he'd left behind inside her. In his mouth, her blood was the gift of life, thick on his tongue and down his throat, filling his belly with a furnace of heat, lighting up his flesh from the inside out. His hips took over as he drank, pleasuring her, pleasuring himself, and when he had his fill, he lapped at his bite marks, then went at her again, reaching down and stretching up one of her legs so he could get even deeper as he pounded hard. After he came in another rush, he palmed the back of her head and brought her lips to his throat. He didn't get a chance to voice a demand. She bit him, and the instant her sharp points punctured his skin and he felt the sweet sting of pain, he orgasmed again, more brutally than all the others. The knowledge that he had what she needed and wanted, that she was living off of what beat through his veins, was erotic as fuck. When his shellin was finished and had closed the wounds by licking them, he rolled over onto his back and kept them joined, hoping to. Oh yeah, he got good and ridden. As she became the master, he went to palm her breasts and found that she still had her nightgown on. So he whisked it over her head and tossed it to Wothel cared. Finding her breasts again, the weights were so heavy and full in his palms that he had to arch up and take one of her nipples into his mouth. He suckled as she pumped them both off until it became too difficult to maintain the connection, and he had to let his upper body fall back to the bed. Beth cried out, and then he did, and then they were both coming together. Afterward, she collapsed off of him and they lay side by side, panting. "That was amazing," she breathed. "Fucking amazing." He patted around in the dark until he found her hand, and they stayed there together for a while. "I'm hungry," she said. "Me too. Here, let me go and get us something. I don't want you to leave." He tugged on her hand, drawing her to him, kissing her. "You are the best female a male could ever have. I love you too." As if they were plugged into the same outlet, both of their stomachs rumbled. "Okay, maybe it is time to food up." Wrath let his shellin go as they laughed together. "Here, let me turn on the light so you can find your nightgown." Instantly, he knew something was wrong. Beth stopped chuckling and went dead still. "Leland, are you okay? Did I hurt you? Oh, God, been so rough." "I'm sorry." She cut him off with a strangled voice. "My light was already on, Wrath. I was reading before you woke up." 41. John took his fucking time in Shex's shower, washing himself thoroughly not because he was dirty, but because he figured two could play at the whole wipe the slate clean what happened didn't happen thing. After she'd left however many hours and hours ago, his first thought had been a bad one. He wasn't gonna lie. All he'd wanted to do was walk straight out into the sun and just be done with this loser-ass joke called life. There were so many things he failed at. He couldn't talk. He sucked at math. His fashion sense, if left to its own devices, was anemic. He wasn't particularly good with emotions. He usually lost at gin rummy and always at poker. And there were a lot of other shortcomings. But sucking at sex was the worst of them all. As he'd lain in Shex's bed and considered the merits of self-immolation, he'd wondered why the fact that he was a mess when it came to fucking seemed more important than any other deficiency. Maybe it was because the newest chapter in his sex life had taken him into even rockier, more hostile territory. Maybe it was because the most recent disaster was so fresh. Maybe it was because it was the last straw. The way he saw it, he'd had sex twice, and both times he'd been taken, once violently and against his will, and then however many hours ago with his total, full-bodied consent. The aftermath of the two experiences had sucked, and in the time he'd spent on Shex's bed, he tried to stop replaying the hurts and mostly failed. As night had fallen, however, he'd grown a set as it dawned on him that he was letting other people screw with his head. In neither case had he done anything wrong. So why the hell was he thinking about ending his own life when he wasn't the problem? The answer was not to turn himself into the vampire equivalent of a S-more. Shit, no. The answer was to never, ever be a victim again. From now on, when it came to fucking, he was the one who was going to do the taking. John got out of the shower, dried off his powerful body, and stood in front of the mirror, measuring his muscle and his strength. As he cupped his balls up around his cock, his heavy sex felt good in his hand. Nope. No more being a victim of other people. Time to grow the fuck up. John left the towel where it landed on the counter, dressed quickly, and felt taller somehow as he strapped his guns on and went for his phone. He refused to be some weak-ass crybaby motherfucker anymore. His text to Quinn and Blay was short and sweet. MT me at ZS. Am GTTN drunk and expect you both to do same. After he hit send, he went through the call log. A lot of people had reached out and touched his phone during the day, mostly Blay and Quinn, who evidently had dialed up every couple of hours. There was also some unknown private caller who'd hammered in 3 times. The end result was, he had 2 voicemails, and with no particular curiosity, he accessed his account and listened, expecting the unknown to be a human with a wrong number. It wasn't. Torment's voice was strained and low. Hey John, it's me, Tor. Listen, I don't know if you'll get this, but can you call me if you do? I'm worried about you. Worried about you, and I want to say that I'm sorry. I know I've been really fucking out of it for a while now, but I'm coming back. I went to the tomb. That's where I was. I had to go back and see shit, I don't know. I had to see where everything had started before I could shake myself back to reality. And then I fed last night. For the first time since the voice cracked and there was a brisk breath. Since Wellesley died. I didn't think I could get through it, but I did. It's going to take me a while to get. At that point, the message cut off and the automated voice asked him if he wanted to save or delete. He hit pound to skip to the next one. Tor again. Hey, sorry about that. I got cut off. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry I fucked your head up. It wasn't fair to you. You've been mourning her, too, and I wasn't there to help you, and that's always going to weigh on me. I abandoned you when you needed me, and I'm really sorry. I'm done with running, though. I'm not going anywhere. I guess I'm here and that's where I am. Fuck, I'm making no sense. Look, please call me and let me know you're safe. Bye. There was a beep and the automated voice cut in. Save or delete? She prompted. As John took the phone from his ear and stared down at the thing, there was a moment of wavering as the child that remained in him cried out for its father. A text from Quinn flashed across the screen, snapping him out of the immaturity. John hit delete on Tor's second Vmail, and when asked if he wanted to review his first skipped message, he said yes and deleted that one as well. Quinn's text was just, WB Thursday. Good deal, John thought as he picked up his leather jacket and left. For someone who was jobless but had plenty of bills, Alina had no business being in a good mood. As she dematerialized out to the Commodore, though, she was happy. Did she have problems? Yes, absolutely. If she didn't find work fast, she and her father were in danger of losing the roof over their heads. But she'd applied for a house-cleaning position with a family of vampires to tide her over, and she was considering dabbling in the human world. Medical transcription was an idea, the only problem being that she didn't have a human identity worth the laminated card it was printed on, and that was going to cost money to get. Still, Lizzie was paid through the end of the week, and her father was delighted that his story, as he called it, had pleased his daughter. And then there was Rev. She didn't know where things were headed with him, but there was possibility between them, and the feeling of hope and optimism that created buoyed her in all parts of her life, even the holy shit jobless stuff. Taking form on the terrace of the correct penthouse, she smiled at the flurries that swirled around in the wind and wondered why it was that whenever they fell, the cold didn't feel as cold. When she turned around, she saw a massive shape through the glass. Revenge had been waiting and watching for her, and the fact that he was looking forward to this as much as she was made her smile so wide. Her front teeth tingled in the chill. Before she could go over, the door in front of him slid open, and he strode across the distance that separate them, the winter wind catching his sable coat and sweeping it out from his body. His glowing amethyst eyes flashed. His stride was pure power. His aura was undeniably male. Her heart leaped as he stopped before her. In the glow from the city, his face was hard and loving at the same time, and though it no doubt froze him to the bone, he opened his coat, inviting her to share what body heat he had. Alina leaned in and wrapped her arms around him. holding him tight, breathing his scent deeply. His mouth dropped to her ear. I missed you. She closed her eyes, thinking those 3 little words were as good as I love you. I missed you too. As he laughed softly with satisfaction, she both heard the sound and felt it as his chest rumbled. And then he cuddled her closer. You know, with you against me like this, I'm not cold. That makes me happy. Me too. He turned them so they could both look out over the snow-blanketed terrace and the skyscrapers of downtown and the 2 bridges with their stripes of yellow headlights and red taillights. I've never gotten to enjoy this view up close and personal like this. Before you, I've only seen it through the glass. Held within the cocooning warmth of his body and his coat, Alina had a sense of triumph that together they had bested the chill. With her head lying on his heart, she said, It's magnificent. Yeah. And yet you don't know, only you feel real to me. Revenge pulled back and tilted her chin up with one long finger. As he smiled, she saw that his fangs were longer, and instantly she was aroused. I was thinking the exact same thing, he said. At this moment, I can't see anything but you. His head dipped down and he kissed her and kissed her and kissed her some more while snowflakes danced around them as if the 2 of them were a centrifugal force, their own slowly spinning universe. As she slid her arms around the back of his neck and they both got carried away, Alina closed her eyes, which meant she didn't see and Revenge didn't feel the presence that materialized on the top of the penthouse's roof, and glared at them with red, glowing eyes the color of freshly spilled blood. 42. Please don't wince if you can manage it, okay? That's good. Doc Jane moved over to Wrath's left eye, flashing her penlight right into the back of his brain, as far as he could tell. While the spear bored into him, he had to fight the urge not to jerk his head back. You really don't like that? She murmured as she clipped the penlight off. No, he rubbed his eyes and put his wraparounds back on, unable to see anything but a pair of shiny black bullseyes. Beth spoke up. But that's not unusual. He's never been able to tolerate light. As her voice drifted, he reached over and squeezed her hand to try to reassure her which, if it worked, would reassure him by extension. Talk about ruining the mood. After it had been clear that his eyes had taken a little unscheduled vacay, Beth had called Doc Jane, who had been down in the new clinic space, but more than willing to house-call it stat. Wrath, however, had insisted on going to where the doctor was. The last thing he wanted was for Beth to have to hear bad news in their marital chamber, and nearly as important to him, that was sacred space. Apart from Fritz coming in to clean, no one was welcome in their bedroom. Even the brothers. Besides, Doc Jane was going to want to do tests. Doctors always wanted to do tests. Persuading Beth had taken some time. But then Wrath had put on his sunglasses, wrapped his arm around his Shellen's shoulders, and together they had walked out of their chambers, down their private staircase, and onto the second-story balcony. Along the way, he'd stumbled a couple of times, catching his shit-kickers on the corners of runners and misremembering where steps were, and the rough going was a revelation. He'd had no clue that he relied on his faulty vision as much as he apparently did. Holy dearest Virgin Scribe, he'd thought. What if he went permanently, totally blind? He couldn't bear that. Just couldn't bear it. Fortunately, halfway through the tunnel to the training center, his head had pounded a number of times, and suddenly the light glowing down from the ceiling pierced through his sunglasses. Or rather, his eyes registered it. He'd stopped and blinked and whipped off his wraparounds and immediately had to put them back on as he'd stared up at the fluorescent panels. So all was not lost. As Doc Jane stood before him, she crossed her arms, the lapels of her white coat bunching up. She was fully solid, her ghostly form as substantive as his or Beth's, and he could practically smell the wood burning as she considered his case. Your pupils are virtually non-responsive, but that's because they are nearly contracted to begin with. Damn it, I wish I'd done a baseline optical on you. You said the blindness came on suddenly? I went to bed and woke up unable to see anything. I'm not sure when it happened. Anything different? Other than the fact that I didn't have a headache? Have you been getting them recently? Yeah, it's stress. Doc Jane frowned. Or at least he sensed that she did. To him, her face was a pale blur with short blonde hair, the features of which were indistinct. I want you to get a CAT scan at Havers's. Why? To see about a couple of things. So, wait. You just woke up and your sight was gone. Why do you want the CAT scan? I want to know if there's anything abnormal in your brain. Beth's hand tightened on his as if she were trying to get him to chill, but panic made him impolite. As in what? For fuck's sake. Doc, just talk to me. A tumor. As both he and Beth sucked in a breath, Doc Jane continued quickly. Vampires do not get cancer, but there have been instances of benign growths and that might explain the headaches. Now tell me again, you woke up and it was just gone. Was there anything unusual going on before you fell asleep? Afterward. Shit. I woke up and I fed. How long had it been since you'd last done that? Beth answered. 3 months or so. Long time, the doctor murmured. So you think that could be it? Wrath said. I didn't feed enough and lost it. But when I did take her vein, my vision came back and I think you need a CAT scan. There was no nonsense coming from her. Nothing to argue with. So as he heard a phone getting flipped open and being dialed, he kept his pie hole shut even though it killed him. I'll see when Havers can get you in. Which was going to be at the drop of a hat, no doubt. Wrath and the racist physician had had their differences, going way back to the Marissa days, but the male had always been front and center with the service when it was needed. As Doc Jane started talking, Wrath cut in on her conversation. Do not tell Havers what it's for, and you and only you see the results. We clear. Last thing they needed was any speculation on his fitness to rule. Beth spoke up. Tell him it's for me. Doc Jane nodded and smoothly lied, and as she arranged everything, Wrath pulled Beth up against his side. Neither of them said anything because what kind of conversation was there to be had? They were both scared Shitlish's vision was crap. But he needed what little he had. Without it, what the hell was he going to do? I have to go to that council meeting at midnight, he said softly. As Beth stiffened, he shook his head. Politically speaking, I have to go. Things are too unstable right now for me to not show, or to try to move it to another night. I have to come from a position of strength. And what if you lose your sight in the middle of it? She hissed. Then I'm going to fake it until I can get out of there. Wrath. Doc Jane clipped her phone shut. He can see you right now. How long will it take? About an hour. Good. I have somewhere I need to be at midnight. Why don't we see what the scan says? I have to. Doc Jane cut him off with an authority that told him in this exchange he was a patient, not the king. Have to is a relative term. We'll see what's doing in there and then you can decide just how much have to you've got. Alina could have stayed on the terrace with Revenge for 20 years, but he whispered in her ear that he'd made them something to eat, and sitting across from him in candlelight sounded equally as great. After a final, lingering kiss, they went inside together, her tucked against him, his arm around her waist, her hand up on his back between his shoulder blades. The penthouse was hot, so she took her coat off and draped it over one of the low-slung black leather couches. I thought we'd eat in the kitchen, he said. So much for candlelight, but what did it matter? As long as she was with him, she glowed enough to light up the whole damn penthouse. Revenge took her hand and drew her through the dining room and out the other side of a swinging butler's door. The kitchen was black granite and stainless steel, very urban and sleek, and at one end of the countertop, where there was an overhang, 2 place settings were arranged in front of a pair of stools. A white candle was lit, the flame lazy on top of its diminishing wax pedestal. Oh, this smells fantastic. She slid up onto one of the stools. Italian. And you said you could only make one thing. Yeah. I really slaved over this. He turned toward the oven with a flourish and removed a flat pan with. Alina burst out laughing. French bread pizza. Only the best for you. DiGiorno? Of course. And I splurged on the supreme kind. I figured you could pick off what you don't like. He used a pair of sterling silver tongs to transfer the pizzas onto the plates and then put the baking sheet back on the top of the stove. I have red wine too. As he came over with the bottle, all she could do was stare up at him and smile. You know, he said as he poured some into her glass, I like the way you're looking at me. She put her hands over her face. I can't help it. Don't try. It makes me feel taller. And you're not small to begin with. She tried to get a grip, but just felt like giggling as he filled his own glass, put the bottle down, and took a seat next to her. Shall we? He said, picking up his knife and fork. Oh my God. I'm glad you do that too. Do what? Eat pizza with a knife and fork. The other nurses at work give me such a hard. She let the sentence drift. Well, anyway, I'm glad there's someone like me. There was the sound of crispy bread splintering under knife blades as they both worked on their dinner. Revenge waited until she took her first bite and then said, Let me see you through your job search. He timed it perfectly because she never talked with her mouth full, so he had plenty of airspace to continue. Let me carry you and your father until you have another job that earns you as much as you made at the clinic. She started to shake her head, but he held up his hand. Wait, think about it. Without my being an ass, you wouldn't have done what you did to get fired. So it's only fair that I make amends, and if it helps, think about it from a legal point of view. Under the old law I owe you, and I am nothing if not law-abiding. She wiped her mouth. It just feels weird. Because someone's helping you for once instead of the other way around? Well, damn it, yes. I don't want to take advantage of you. But I've offered. And believe me, I have the means. True enough, she thought, looking at his coat and the heavy silverware he was eating with and the porcelain plate and the... You have lovely table manners, she murmured for no good reason. He paused. My mother's doing. Alina put her hand on his huge shoulder. Can I say I'm sorry again? He wiped his mouth with a napkin. There's something better you can do for me. What? Let me take care of you, so that your job search is more about finding something you want to do rather than a mad dash into any old thing just to pay the bills. He lifted his eyes to the ceiling and clasped his chest as if he had a case of the vapors. That would relieve my suffering so much. You and you alone have the power to save me. Alina laughed a little, but couldn't keep any semblance of joviality up. Beneath the surface of him, she sensed he was hurting, and the pain came out in the shadows under his eyes and the grim set of his jaw. Clearly, he was making an effort to be normal for her benefit, and though she appreciated it, she didn't know how she could get him to stop without putting pressure on him. They really were strangers to each other still, weren't they? In spite of all the time they had spent together in the last couple of days, how much did she really know about him? His bloodline? When she was around him or they were on the phone, she felt as though she knew all she needed to, but realistically speaking, what did they have together? He frowned as he dropped his hands and cut into his pizza again. Don't go there. I'm sorry. Wherever you are in your head. It's the wrong place for you and me. He took a drink of his wine. I'm not going to be rude and read your mind, but I can sense what you're feeling, and it's distance. That's not what I'm after. Not when it comes to you. His amethyst eyes shifted over and stared straight into her. You can trust me to take care of you, Alina. Don't ever doubt that. Looking at him, she believed him 100%. Absolutely. Positively. I do. I do trust you. Something flickered across his face, but he hid it. Good. Now, finish your dinner and come to the realization that my helping you is the right thing. Alina went back to eating, slowly working her way through her pizza. When she was finished, she put her silverware down on the right-hand edge of her plate, wiped her mouth, and took a sip of wine. Okay. She glanced over at him. I'll let you help. When he smiled broadly, because he was getting his way, she cut through his robin-breasted satisfaction. But there are conditions. He laughed. You're putting restrictions on a gift given to you? It's not a gift. She stared at him with dead seriousness. It's only until I find some kind of work, not my dream job, and I want to pay you back. He lost a little of his satisfaction. I don't want your money, and I feel the same way about yours. She folded her napkin. I know you're not hurting for cash, but that's the only way I'll be okay with this. He frowned. No interest, though. I won't accept even 1 penny in interest. Deal. She put her palm out and waited. He cursed, and cursed again. I don't want you to pay it back. Tough. After his mouth performed some intricate F-bomb acrobatics, he put his hand in hers and they shook. "You drive a hard bargain, you know that," he said. "But you respect me for it, right?" "Well, yeah. And it makes me want to get you naked." "Oh." Alina flushed from head to toe as he slid off his stool and towered over her, cupping her face in his hands. "You going to let me take you to my bed?" Given the way those purple eyes of his were shining, she was willing to let him take her down on the damn kitchen floor if he asked. "Yes." A growl rolled up out of his chest as he kissed her. "Guess what?" "What?" she breathed. That was the right answer. Revenge tugged her off her stool and kissed her quick and soft. With his cane in hand, he led her to the other side of the penthouse, through rooms she didn't see and past a twinkling view she didn't appreciate. All she knew was thick, pounding anticipation for what he was going to do to her. Anticipation and guilt. What could she give him? Here she was craving him sexually again, but there was no release for him. Even though he said he got something from it, she felt as if she were. "What are you thinking about?" he said as they came into the bedroom. She glanced over at him. "I want to be with you, Booty don't know. I feel like I'm using you or you're not. Trust me, I'm well familiar with being used. What happens between us here is nothing like that." He cut off her question. "No, I can't go into it because I need this time with you to be simple. Just you and me. I'm tired of the rest of world, Alina. I'm so fucking tired of it." It was that other female, she thought. And if he didn't want whoever it was with them, fine with her. "I just need this to be okay," Alina said. "Between you and me. I want you to feel something, too." "I do. I can't believe it myself sometimes, but I so do." Rev shut the door behind them, balanced his cane on the wall, and removed his sable coat. The suit underneath the duster was yet another exquisitely cut double-breasted masterpiece. This time a dove gray with black pinstripes. The shirt underneath was black with the top two buttons undone. Silk, she thought. That shirt had to be made of silk. No other fabric gave off that luminescent glow. "You are so beautiful," he said as he stared at her. Standing there in the light like that. She glanced at her Gap black pants and her 2-year-old knit turtleneck. "You must be blind." "Why?" he asked, coming over to her. "Well, I feel like such an ass for saying this." She smoothed the front of her off-the-rack some slacks. "But I wish I had better clothes. Then I'd be beautiful." Revenge paused, and then shocked the crap out of her by kneeling before her. As he looked up, he had a slight smile on his lips. "Don't you get it, Alina?" With gentle hands, he stroked down her calf and brought her foot forward, balancing it on his thigh. As he undid the laces on her cheapo kid sneaker, he whispered, "No matter what you wear to me, you will always have diamonds on the soles of your shoes." As he slid her sneaker off and stared up at her, she studied his hard, handsome face, from those spectacular eyes of his to his thick jaw to his proud cheekbones. She was falling in love with him, and like any trip through thin air, there was nothing she could do to stop it. The leap had been made. Revenge bowed his head. "I'm just glad you'll have me." The words were so quiet and humble, at odds with the incredible breadth of his shoulders. "How could I not?" He shook his head back and forth slowly. "Alina." Her name was spoken roughly, as if there were a lot more words behind it, words he couldn't bear to speak. She didn't understand, but she knew what she wanted to do. Alina took her foot from him, got down on her own knees, and wrapped her arms around him. She held him as he leaned into her, running one hand up the back of his neck to his mohawk stripe of soft hair. He seemed so fragile as he gave himself up to her, and she realized that if anyone tried to hurt him, even though he could more than take care of himself, she would commit murder. To protect him, she would kill. The conviction was as solid as the bones beneath her skin. Even the powerful needed protection sometimes. 43. Rev was the kind of male who took pride in his work, whether it was putting French bread pizzas into the oven and cooking them to perfection or pouring wine or pleasuring his Alina until she was nothing but a limp, resplendent stretch of utterly satisfied, naked female. "I can't feel my toes," she murmured as he kissed his way up from between her thighs. "Is that a bad thing?" Not all. As he paused to lick at one of her breasts, she undulated, and he felt the movement against his own body. By now, he was used to sensation breaking through his numb fog, and he relished the echoing warmth and friction, no longer concerned that his bad side might break out of its dopamine cage. Even though what registered wasn't as sharp as what he felt when he was unmedicated, it was enough so that his body became undeniably aroused. Rev couldn't believe it, but there were a number of times when he thought he might orgasm. Between her taste as he lollipopped her sex and the way her hips rocked into the mattress, he nearly lost it. Except it was better to keep his cock out of the picture. Seriously, how was that going to work? I'm not impotent, miracle of miracles, because you've triggered my marking instinct, so the vampire in me wins out over the sympath. Yay! Of course, this means you have to deal with my barb, along with where that piece of meat hanging between my legs has been on a regular basis for the last 25 years. But come on, that's hot, right? Yeah, he was in a big hurry to put Alina in that position. Right. Besides, this was enough for him. To pleasure her, to serve her sexually, was enough. Rev. He looked up from her breast. Given the husky tone in her voice and the erotic glaze in her eyes, he was prepared to agree to anything. Yes. He licked at her nipple. Open your mouth for me. He frowned, but did as she said, wondering why. Alina reached out and touched one of his fully extended canines. You said you liked pleasing me, and it shows. These are so long and sharp and white. As she moved her thighs together like all of the above was turning her on. He knew where this was headed. Yeah, but... So it would please me if you used them on me. Now. Alina. The special glow started to leave her face. Do you have something against my blood? God, no. So why don't you want to feed from me? Sitting up, she put a pillow over her breasts, her strawberry blonde hair falling down and shielding her face. Oh, right. Did you already feed from her? Christ, no. He'd rather suck blood out of a lesser. Fuck that. He'd drink out of the bloated carcass of a deer at the side of a highway before he'd take the vein of the princess. You don't take her vein? He looked Alina dead in the eyes and shook his head. I do not. And I never will. Alina sighed and swept her hair back. I'm sorry. I don't know if I have the right to ask those kinds of questions. You do. He took her hand. You totally do. It's not that you can't ask. As his words dangled, his worlds slammed into each other, all kinds of rubble falling around him. Sure, she could ask, he just couldn't answer her. Or could he? You are the one I want, he said simply, sticking with as much truth as he could reveal. You are the only one I want to be in. He shook his head, realizing what he'd said. With, look, about the feeding. Do I want it from you? Fuck yes. But, then there is no but. The hell there wasn't. He had a feeling he was going to mount her if he took her vein. His cock was ready even now, and they were only talking about it. This is enough for me, Alina. Pleasing you is enough. She frowned. Then you must have some problem with my background. I'm sorry. Do you think my blood's weak? Because for what it's worth, I can trace my line well into the aristocracy. My father and I may have fallen on hard times, but for generations and most of his life, we were members of the Glimmer. As Rev winced, she got up off the bed, using the pillow to shield herself. I don't know exactly where your people descend from, but I can assure you what is in my veins is acceptable. Alina, that's not the point. You sure about that? She went over to where he'd taken her clothes off. The panties and the bra went on first, and then she picked up her black slacks. He couldn't fathom why serving his blood need was so important to her, because what could possibly be in it for her? But maybe that was the divide between them. She wasn't hardwired to take advantage of people, so her calculus wasn't locked on what she got out of things. To him, even when it came to pleasuring her, he was getting something tangible back. Watching her writhe under his mouth made him feel powerful and strong. A real male, not some sexless sociopathic monster. She wasn't like him, and that was why he loved her. Christ. Did he? Yeah, he did. The realization had Rev rising up from the bed, walking over to her, and taking her hand as she finished doing up her pants. She paused and looked up at him. It's not you, he said. You can trust me on that. He gave her a tug and drew her against his body. Then prove it, she said softly. Pulling back, he stared at her face for a long time. His fangs were throbbing in his mouth. He knew that much, and he could feel the hunger in the pit of his stomach, grinding, demanding. Alina, prove it. He couldn't say no, just didn't have the strength to turn her down. It was wrong on so many levels, but she was everything he wanted, needed, desired. Rev carefully brushed her hair away from her throat. I'll be gentle. You don't have to be. I will anyway. Cupping her face in his palms, he tilted her head to one side and exposed the fragile blue vein that ran to her heart. As she prepared herself for his strike, her pulse quickened. He saw the pumping get faster until it flickered. I don't feel worthy of your blood, he said, running his forefinger up and down her neck. It has nothing to do with your line of descent. Alina reached up to his face. Revenge, what is it? Help me understand what's going on here. I feel like when I'm with you, I feel closer to you than to even my own father. But there are huge holes. I know there's something in them. Talk to me. Now would be the time, he thought, to unload everything. And he was tempted. It would be such a relief to stop the lying. Trouble was, there was nothing more selfish he could do to her. If she knew his secrets, she'd be breaking the law along with him, either that or sending her lover to the colony. And if she chose the latter, he was blowing the shit out of his vow to his mother, because his cover would be totally blown. He was wrong for her. He was very wrong for her, and he knew it. Rev meant to let Alina go. He meant to drop his hands and step back and let her put her clothes all the way on. He was good at persuasion. He could bring her around and make her see that his not drinking was no big deal. Except his mouth parted. Parted as a hiss steamed up his throat and into the thin barrier of air that separated his fangs from her pumping, vital vein. Abruptly she gasped, and the muscles that ran up from her shoulders tightened, as if he had cranked down on his hold of her face. A weight he had. He was hardcore numb, totally without sensation, but it wasn't about his medication. Every muscle in his body had gone rigid. I need you, he groaned. Rev struck hard and she cried out, her spine bending nearly in half as he caged her with his strength. Fuck, she was perfect. She tasted like thick, heavy wine, and with dragging pulls of his mouth, he drank her down deep and moved her over to the bed. Alina didn't stand a chance. Neither did he. Triggered by the feeding, his vampire nature plowed over everything. A male's need to mark what he wanted, to establish sexual territory, to dominate, taking over and driving him to rip down her slacks, pull up one of her legs, position his cock at the threshold of her sex and push his way into her. Alina let out another keening cry as he penetrated her. She was incredibly tight, and fearing he might hurt her, he fell still so her body could accommodate him. Are you okay? He asked, his voice so guttural he didn't know if she could understand him. Don't stop. Alina wrapped her legs around his ass, angling herself so he could get in even deeper. The growl that came out of him echoed around the bedroom until he latched back onto her throat. Although, even in the fury of the feeding and the sex, Rev was careful with her, nothing like he was with the princess. Rev slid in and out gently, making sure Alina was comfortable with his size. When it came to his blackmailer, he wanted to impart pain. With Alina, he'd castrate himself with a rusty knife before he hurt her. Trouble was, she moved with him as he drank his fill of her, and the wild friction of their bodies soon overwhelmed him. His hips no longer surging carefully but pounding until he had to release her vein or run the risk of tearing her open at the neck. After a couple of laps at his puncture marks, he dropped his head down into her hair and went for it hard and deep and strong. Alina orgasmed, and as he felt the draws gripping along the shaft of his cock, his own release shot up from his sack, which he couldn't let happen. Before his barb engaged, he pulled out, coming all over her sex and her lower belly. When it was over, he collapsed on top of her, and it was a while before he could talk. I'm sorry. I must be heavy. Alina's hands slid up his back. You're wonderful, actually. I orgasmed. Yes, you did. Her smile was in her tone. You really did. I wasn't sure that I could, you know? Which was why I pulled. I didn't expect Toya. Liar. Fucking liar. The happiness in her voice made him ill. Well, I'm glad you did. And if it happens again, that's great. And if not, that's just fine. There's no performance pressure. Rev closed his eyes, his chest aching. He'd pulled back so she didn't find out he had a barb, and because coming inside of her was a betrayal, given all the things she didn't know about him. As she sighed and nuzzled him, he felt like a total, complete bastard. 44. The CAT scan was no big deal. Wrath just parked it on a cold slab and kept still as this white piece of medical equipment murmured and politely coughed its way around his head. The bitch was the wait for the results. During the scan, Doc Jane was the only one on the other side of the glass partition, and from what he could tell, she spent the whole time frowning at a computer monitor. Now that it was over, she was still doing that. Meanwhile, Beth had come in and was by his side in the small tiled room. God only knew what Doc Jane had found. "I'm not scared of going under the knife," he said to his Shellin. "As long as that female's got the handle of the damn thing." "Would she do brain surgery?" "Good point. I don't know." He absently played with Beth's Saturnine ruby, rolling the heavy stone around and around. "Do me a favor," he whispered. Beth's hold tightened on his hand. "Anything. What do you need?" "Hum the Jeopardy theme." There was a pause. Then Beth burst out laughing and swatted his shoulder. "Wrath. Actually, take your clothes off and hum it while doing some belly grooves." As his Shellin bent down and kissed his forehead, he looked up at her through his wraparounds. "You think I'm kidding? Come on, we both need the distraction. And I promise I'll tip well. You never carry cash." He extended his tongue and swept it over his upper lip. "I plan on working it off." "You are outrageous." Beth smiled down at him. "And I like it." Staring at her, he got good and afraid. What would his life be like if he were totally blind? Never seeing his Shellin's long dark hair or flashing smile was. "Okay," Doc Jane said as she came in. "Here's what I know." Wrath tried not to scream as the ghostly doctor put her hands in the pockets of her white coat and seemed to gather her thoughts. "I see no evidence of a tumor or a hemorrhage, but there are abnormalities in the various lobes. I haven't looked at a CAT scan of a vampire brain before, so I have no idea what is structurally consistent within the range of normality. I know you want only me to see it, but I can't call this, and I'd like to have Havers review the scan. Before you say no, I'll remind you that he's sworn to protect your privacy. He can't reveal." "Bring him in," Wrath said. "This won't take long." Doc Jane touched his shoulder and then Beth's. "He's right outside. I asked him to wait in case there was a problem with the equipment." Wrath watched the doctor go through the little monitoring room and out into the hall. A moment later, she returned with the tall, thin physician. Havers bowed to him and to Beth through the glass and then went over to the monitors. Both of them assumed the identical pose. Bent at the waist, hands in the pockets, brows down low over their eyes. "Do they coach them to do that in medical school?" Beth said. "Funny. I was wondering the same thing. Long time. Long wait. Lots of that pair on the other side of the big bay window talking and gesturing at the screen with pens." The two eventually straightened and nodded. They came in together. "The scan is normal," Havers said. Wrath exhaled so hard it was practically a wheeze. "Normal. Normal was good." Havers then asked a bunch of questions, all of which Wrath answered, none of which he was particularly aware of. "With deference to your private physician," Havers said with a bow toward Doc Jane, "I would like to take some blood from your vein for analysis and perform a brief examination." Doc Jane chimed in, "I think it's a good idea. Second opinions are always good when things aren't clear." "Work me up," Wrath said, giving Beth's hand a quick kiss before releasing it. "My lord, would you be so kind as to remove your glasses?" Havers was quick with the spearing light in the eyeball routine. Then he moved around for an ear check, followed by a heart check. A nurse came in with blood-drawing shit, but Doc Jane did the pierce and pull on his vein. When it was all done, Havers double-pocketed his hands again and sported another one of those doctor frowns. "Everything seems normal." "Well, normal for you. Your pupils are non-responsive for all intents and purposes, but that's a protective mechanism because your retinas are so photophobic to begin with. So what's the bottom line? Wrath asked. Doc Jane shrugged. Keep a diary of the headaches. And if the blindness happens again, we're all coming back here immediately. Maybe a CAT scan while it's occurring will help us pinpoint the issue. Havers threw another bow to Doc Jane. I'll let your physician know about the blood tests. Good deal. Wrath looked up at his Shellen, prepared to go, but Beth was focused on the doctors. Neither of you seem very happy about this, she said. Doc Jane spoke slowly and carefully, as if she were choosing her words with precision. Anytime there's an impairment in function that we can't explain, I get twitchy. I'm not saying this is a dire situation, but I'm not convinced we're out of the woods yet just because the CAT scan was okay. Wrath slid off the examination table and took his black leather jacket out of Beth's hold. It felt fan-fucking-tastic to pull the thing on and ditch the patient role his bitchous eyes had forced him into. I won't screw around with this, he told the coats. But I'm going to keep working. There was a chorus of you need to chill for a couple of days, which he blew off by leaving the examination room. The thing was, as he and Beth strode off down the corridor, an odd sense of urgency gripped him. He had this unshakable sense that he had to act fast, because he didn't have a lot of time left. John took his good goddamn time getting to Zero Sum. After he left Shex's, he strolled over to 10th Street and walked in the flurries down to the Tex/Mex place. Inside, he took a table next to a fire exit and, through pointing at pictures on the laminated menu, bought himself 2 plates of baby backs, a side of mashed, and a side of slaw. The waitress who took his order and delivered the chow was wearing a skirt short enough to be considered underwear, and she seemed ready to serve him in more than just a dinner kind of way. He actually considered it. She had blonde hair and not too much makeup, and her legs were nice, but she smelled like barbecue, and he didn't appreciate the way she talked real slow around him as if she thought he was dumb. John paid cash, left a good tip, and hustled along before she could try to give him her number. Out in the cold, he took the long way down Trade, which was to say he made a detour into each alley he came to. No lessers. No humans doing bad shit, either. Finally, he went into Zero Sum. As he walked through the steel and glass doors and caught a barrage of lights and music and shady people dressed up slick, his tough man makeover slipped a little. Shex would be here. Yeah. So, was he such a fucking Nancy that he couldn't be in the same club with her? Not anymore. John got his balls right and strode over to the velvet rope, past the stairs of the bouncers and up into the VIP lounge. In the back, at the Brotherhood's table, Quinn and Blay were sitting like a pair of quarterbacks stuck on a bench while their team was choking it out on the field. They were antsy and drumming their fingers, playing with the napkins that had come with their bottles of Corona. As he walked over, they both looked up and stopped all movement like someone had just freeze-framed their DVDs. Hey, Quinn said. John sat down next to his buddy and signed. Hey, how you doing? Quinn asked as the waitress came over with perfect timing. Another 3 Coronas. John cut the guy off. I want something different. Tell her I want a lowboy of Jack Daniels on ice. Quinn's eyebrows popped, but he put in the order and watched as the woman trotted over to the bar. High test, huh? John shrugged and eyed a blonde 2 booths down. The second she caught him staring, she went into full preen mode, sweeping her thick, shiny hair over onto her back and shoving her breasts out until they strained against her barely there LBD. Bet she didn't smell like ribs. John, what the fuck is doing with you? What do you mean? He signed to Quinn without taking his eyes off the woman. You're looking at that chick like you want to roll her up in a taco and put your hot sauce all over her. Blay coughed a little. You really don't have a way with words, you know that? Just calling it like I see it. The waitress came over and tabled the Jack and the beers, and John went for his booze hardcore, tossing the shit back and opening his throat so that it was nothing but a shoot down into his belly. Is this going to be one of those nights? Quinn murmured. Where you end up in the bathroom? Sure as fuck is, John signed. But not because I'm throwing up. Then why would you oh? Quinn looked like someone had just goosed him in the ass with a 2x4. Yeah, oh, John thought as he scanned the VIP area in the event a better candidate presented herself. Next door, there was a trio of businessmen, each of whom had a woman with him, all of whom looked like they were ready for their Vanity Fair close-up. Across the way, you had your basic six-pack of Eurotrash who kept blowing their noses a lot and going back to the bathrooms in pairs. Up at the bar were a pair of high-flyers with their jacked-up second wives, and another set of cokers who were eyeing the working girls. He was still on scan mode when Revenge himself stalked into the VIP room. As everyone saw him, a ripple of thrill went through the place, because even if folks didn't know he owned the club, there were not a lot of 6'6" guys who sported a red cane and a black sable coat and a brush-cut mohawk around. Plus, even in the dim light, you could tell he had purple eyes. As usual, he was flanked by two males who were the size of him and looked like they ate bullets for breakfast. Shex was not with them, but that was fine. That was good. I so want to be that guy when I grow up, Quinn drawled. Just don't cut your hair, Blay said. It's too mohawks require a lot of upkeep. As Blay fired back his beer, Quinn's mismatched eyes briefly touched on his best friend's face before hurrying away. After signaling the waitress for another jack, John cranked himself around and stared through the waterfall wall at the Gen Pop section of the club. Out there on the dance floor, there were a ton of women looking for exactly what he wanted to give them. All he had to do was go out there and pick among the willing volunteers. Great plan, except for no good reason he thought of the Maury show. Did he really want to run the risk of impregnating some random human woman? You were supposed to know when they were ovulating, but what the fuck did he know from female anything? Frowning, he turned back around, fisted his fresh jack, and focused on the working girls. Professionals, who knew the kind of get-off game he was looking to get into. Much better. He focused on a dark-haired female who had a face like the Virgin Mary. Marie Therese, he thought he'd heard her name was. She was the boss of the working girls, but she was also available for hire. At the moment, she was hip out and come-hithering a guy in a three-piece who seemed very interested in her goods. Come with me, John signed to Quinn. We're okay, gotcha. Quinn polished off his beer and slid out. Guess we'll be back, Blay. Yeah. Have a good time. John led the way over to the brunette, and her blue eyes seemed surprised as the two of them came up to her. With some kind of sultry apology, she stepped away from her prospect. You need something? She said, with no come-on whatsoever. She was friendly, though, because she knew that John and the boys were special guests of the Reverend's, although naturally not why. Ask her how much, he signed to Quinn. For both of us. Quinn cleared his throat. He wants to know how much. She frowned. Depends on who you want. The girls have. John pointed to the woman. Me? John nodded. As the brunette's blue eyes narrowed and her red lips pursed, John imagined her mouth on him and his cock liked the picture, popping up an instant, cheering erection. Yeah, she had a very nice mow. No, she said. You can't have me. Quinn spoke up before John's hands could go flying. Why? Our money's as good as anyone else's. I get to pick who I do business with. Some of the other girls, they might feel differently. You can ask them. John was willing to bet the shutdown had something to do with Shex. God knew there had been a lot of eye contact between him and the club's head of security, and Marie Therese didn't want to get in the middle of that. No doubt. At least, he told himself it was that, as opposed to the fact that even a prostitute couldn't stand the idea of being with him. "'Kay, cool," John signed. "Who would you suggest?" After Quinn spoke, she said, "I would suggest you go back to your jack and leave the girls alone. Not going to happen, and I want a professional." Quinn translated, and Marie Therese's frown got even deeper. "I'll be honest with you. This feels like a fuck you. Like you're sending a message. You want to get laid? Go find some chippy on the dance floor or in one of these booths. Don't do it with someone who works with her. Okay? Right. Totally was about Shex. The old John would have done what she suggested. Fuck that. The old John wouldn't be having this conversation in the first place. But things had changed. Thanks, but I think we'll ask one of your colleagues. Take care. John turned away as Quinn spoke, but Marie Therese grabbed his arm. Fine. You want to be an asshole? Go talk to Gina over there in the red. John bowed a little, then took the suggestion, going up to a black-haired woman who was dressed in red vinyl so bright. The shit nearly qualified as a strobe light. Unlike Marie-Therese, she was on board with the plan before Quinn even got to the ask. 500, she said with a wide smile. Each. I'm assuming this is together. John nodded, a little astonished that it was so easy. Then again, that was what they were paying for. Easy. Shall we go into the back? Gina positioned herself between him and Quinn, took each of them by an arm, and led them past Blay, who was fixated on his beer. As they went down the hallway that led to the private bathrooms, John felt like he had a fever. Hot and disassociated from what was around him, he was bobbing along, tethered only to the thin arm of the prostitute he was about to pay to fuck. If she were to let go, he was quite sure he would simply float away. 45. As Shex came up the steps and into the VIP section, at first she wasn't sure what the hell she was seeing. It looked like John and Quinn were going into the back with Gina. Unless, of course, there happened to be another two guys just like them, one of whom had a tat in the old language on the back of his neck and another who had shoulders as big as Rev's. But that absolutely was Gina in her red don't mean stop dress. Trez's voice came through Shex's earpiece. Rev is here and we're waiting for you. Yeah, well, they were going to wait a little longer. Shex turned around and headed back for the velvet ropey at least until her path got blocked by a guy wearing wannabe Prada. Hey, baby, where you going so fast? Dumb move on his part. The coked-up piece of Euro irrelevance picked the wrong female to step in front of. Get out of my way before I move you. What's the matter? He reached out for her hip. Can't handle a real man-ow. Shex turned the guy's grope into a knuckle crusher, twisting his hand in her fist until his arm flamingoed on him. Right, she said. About 1 hour and 20 minutes ago, you bought $700 worth of coke. In spite of the amount you've been doing in the bathrooms, I'm wagering you have enough left on you to get popped for possession. So get the fuck out of my way, and if you try to touch me again, I will break all these fingers, then go to work on your other hand. She let him loose with a shove, sending him skipping into his buddies. Shex kept going, leaving the VIP area and striding past the dance floor. Under the stairs to the mezzanine floor, she went up to a door marked security staff only and entered a code. The hallway on the other side led her by her staff's locker room and to her destination, the security office. After she entered another code, she walked into the 20 by 20 room where all the monitoring equipment dumped data into computers. Everything on the property, except for Rev's office and Rally's scale den, which were on a separate system, was digitally recorded here, and gray-blue screens showed pictures from all around the club. Hey, Chuck, she said to the guy behind the desk. You mind if I have a minute alone? No problem. Have to have a bathroom break anyway. She traded places, sinking down into the Kirk chair, as the boys called it. I don't need long. Neither do I, boss. You want something to drink? I'm good, thanks. As Chuck nodded and hulked out, she focused on the monitors that showed the bathrooms off the VIP section. Oh God. The trio from hell were crowded in together, with Gina in the middle, John kissing his way down to her breasts, and Quinn, who was standing behind the woman, slipping his hands around to the front of her hips. Pinned between the males, Gina did not look like she was working. She looked like she was a woman getting off in a big way. Damn it. Although at least it was Gina. Shex had no particular relationship with her, as the woman had just come on staff, so it wasn't much different than if John had banged some chick from the dance floor. Shex eased back in the chair and forced herself to review the other monitors. People were all over the wall, flickering images of them drinking, doing lines, having sex, dancing, talking, staring off into the distance, filling her sight. This was good, she thought. This was good. John had lost his romantic delusions and was going elsewhere. This was good. Shex, where are you? Came Trez's voice in her earpiece. She yanked up her arm and spoke into her watch. Give me a fucking minute. The Moor's response was typically calm. You okay? Look. I'm sorry. I'm coming now. Yeah, and so was Gina. Christ. Shex stood up from the Kirk chair, her eyes going back to the screen she had pointedly not stared at. Things had progressed. Fast. John was moving his hips. Just as Shex winced and went to leave, he looked up into the security camera. Whether he knew it was there or whether that was just where his eyes ended up, it was hard to know. Shit. His face was grim, his jaw set hard, his stare soulless in a way that saddened her. Shex tried not to see the change in him for what it was and failed. She had done this to him. Maybe she wasn't the only reason he'd turned to stone, but she was a big part of it. He looked away. She turned away. Chuck put his head through the door. You need more time? No thanks. I've seen enough. She clapped her man on the shoulder and left, going out and to the right. At the end of the hall there was a reinforced black door. Entering yet another code, she took the passageway to Rev's office, and when she came through his door, the three males around the desk all looked at her warily. She took up residential against the black wall across from them. What? Rev leaned back in his chair, crossing his fur-clad arms over his chest. Are you getting ready to go into your kneading? As he spoke, Trez and I both made the shadow hand motion for warding off disaster. God, no. Why do you ask? Because, no offense, you're cranky as fuck. I am not. As the males looked at one another, she barked, Stop that. Oh great, now they all just pointedly didn't look at each other. Can we get this meeting over with? She said, trying to moderate her tone. Rev unfurled his arms and sat forward. Yeah, I'm about out to go meet with the council. You want us to come with you? Trez asked. As long as we don't have any big deals scheduled after midnight. Shex shook her head. The last one on the books for this week happened at 9 and went off without a problem. Although I will say our buyer was extremely nervous. And that was before it came over the police scanner that another drug dealer's been found dead. So out of the 6 major subcontractors who buy from us, there are 2 left? Man, that's a turf war. Right there. And whoever's pulling this shit is probably going to try to work his way up the food chain. Trez spoke up. Which is why I am, and I think you should have someone with you 24/7 until this shit shakes out. Rev seemed annoyed, but he didn't disagree. We got any intel on who's leaving all those bodies around? Well, duh, Trez said. People think it's you. Not logical. Why would I kill off my own buyers? Now Rev was the one getting the hairy eyeball from the peanut gallery. Oh, come on, he said. I'm not that bad. Well, okay, but only if someone fucks with me. And I'm sorry, but the 4 who've died? Straight up businessmen. No bullshit. They were good customers. You talked to your suppliers? Trez asked. Yup. Told them to hang tight and confirmed I was expecting to move the same amount of product. Those who we lost will quickly be replaced by others, because dealers are like weeds. They always grow back. There was some discussion about the market and pricing, and then Rev said, Before we run out of time, talk to me about the club. What's going down? Right, great question, Shex thought. And our survey says, ding ding ding, John Matthew, most likely. On his knees in front of Gina. Shex, are you growling? No, she forced herself to focus and gave a quick overview of the incidents thus far tonight. Trez reported on the Iron Mask, which he had been put in charge of, and then IM talked finances and about Sal's restaurant, another of Rev's holdings. All in all, it was business as usual considering they were breaking the kind of human laws that got you felony convictions if you were caught. Still, Shex's head was only partially in the game, and when it came time to leave, she was the first to hit the door, even though she usually lingered. She walked out of the office at the perfect time. If she'd wanted to get kneed in the balls. At just that moment, Quinn appeared at the head of the hall of private baths. His lips swollen and red. His hair tousled, the scent of sex and orgasms and dirty deeds done with finesse preceding him. She stopped, even though that was a dumbass idea. Gina was next, and she looked like she needed a drink. As in Gatorade. The woman was boneless, not because she was in her deliberate trolling for sex mode, but because she'd been worked out properly, and the soft smile on her mouth was far too private and honest for Shex's liking. John was the last out, his head held high, his stare clear, his shoulders back. He had been magnificent. She was willing to beta had been magnificent. His head turned and he met her eyes. Gone was the shy regard, the blush, the awkward fawning. He nodded once and looked away, composed and ready for more sex, given the way he sized up another one of the prostitutes. An uneasy, unfamiliar sorrow rippled through Shex's chest, screwing up the even beat of her heart. In her drive to save him from the chaos her last lover had gone through, she'd ruined something. In pushing him away, she'd stripped him of something precious. His innocence was gone. Shex put her wristwatch up to her mouth. "I need some air." Trez's response was straight-up approval. "Good idea. I'll be back right before you leave for the council meeting." When Lash returned from his father's lair, he gave himself only about 10 minutes to come fully back to life before he got in the Mercedes and drove over to the shitty ranch house where the drugs had been packaged. He was so groggy he thought it was a wonder he didn't hit something, and he almost did. While rubbing at his eyes and trying to dial his phone, he didn't brake fast enough at a stoplight, and it was only because the city of Caldwell's salting trucks had been out earlier that his tires had anything worth grabbing hold of. He put the phone down and concentrated on the behind-the-wheel shit. Probably better not to speak to Mr. D anyway, given that he was in father fog, as he called it. Shit, the heater was making him even logier. Lash put down the windows and cut off the hot breeze wafting into the sedan's front seat, and by the time he pulled up to the piece of shit house, he was much more alert. Parking around the back so that the Merc was shielded by the screened-in porch and the garage, he went in through the kitchen door. "Where are you?" he called out. "What's the update?" Silence. He put his head into the garage, and when he saw only the Lexus, he figured Mr. D, Grady, and the other two were probably on their way back from jumping that other dealer, which meant he had time to grab something to eat. As he went to the fridge that was stocked for him, he called the little Texan's phone. 1 ring. 2 rings. He was pulling out a deli-made turkey sandwich and checking the date when Dee's voicemail kicked in. Lash straightened and stared down at his phone. He never went to voicemail. Ever. Of course, maybe the meeting had been delayed and they were right in the middle of it. Lash ate and waited, expecting to hear back right away. When he didn't, he went into the living room and fired up the laptop, accessing the GPS software that located every single Lessening Society phone on the map of Caldwell. He set the search for Mr. D's and discovered the guy was traveling fast and moving easterly, and the 2 other lessers were with him. So why wasn't the guy answering his fucking phone? Suspicious, Lash called again and walked around the shithole as the ringing went on and on. There was nothing out of place in the house as far as he could see. Living room was the same and the 2 bedrooms and the master were tight, with all the window frames bolted in place and the shades down. He was calling the Texan a 3rd time when he took the hall to the street side of the house. Lash stopped in mid-step and swiveled his head to the one door he hadn't opened, which had a cold breeze shooting out all around its jamb. He didn't have to open the thing to know what had happened, but he cracked the fucker anyway. The window was shattered and there were black streaks rubber, not the blood of Slayer surround the sill. A quick look out the gaper and Lash saw footsteps in the thin layer of snow that were headed in the direction of the street. No doubt the hotfoot routine hadn't lasted long. There were plenty of cars around to hotwire in this quiet neighborhood, and that kind of shit was kindergarten for any criminal worth his cock. Grady had done a runner, and the move was a surprise. He was not the brightest diamond in the chain, but the police were after him. Why would he risk another set of motherfuckers gunning for him? Lash went into the living room and frowned as he looked over at the couch, where Grady had left that greased-out Domino's box and the CCJ he'd been reading, which was open to the obituaries. Thinking of Grady's busted knuckles, Lash went over and picked up the paper. He smelled something on the pages. Old Spice. So Mr. D had half a brain and had looked at the thing, too. Lash scanned down the listings. Bunch of humans in their 70s and 80s. 1 in her 60s. 2 in their 50s. None of which had the name Grady listed either as Sir or Middle. 3 out-of-towners with family here in Caldy. And then there it was, Christian Andrews, age 24. No cause of death listed, but the DOD was on Sunday, and the burial service had been today at Pine Grove Cemetery. The key? In lieu of flowers, please send donations to the CPD's Victims of Domestic Violence Fund. Lash shot over to the laptop and checked on the GPS report. Mr. D's focus was wheezing itself toward, well, what do you know? Pine Grove Cemetery. where the once lovely Chrissy and was going to rest for eternity in the arms of angels. Now Grady's story was clear. Asshole beats the shit out of his girl regularly until he pushes the hard loving too far one night. She kicks it, and the police find her body and start looking around for the drug-dealing boyfriend who's taking his job stress home to the little woman. No wonder they were after the guy. And love conquered all, even the common sense of criminals. Lash went outside and dematerialized to the cemetery, ready to do a meet and greet not only with that fool human, but the stupid fucking slayers who should have been watching the idiot better. He materialized just 10 yards from a parked car, which almost got him eyeballed by the guy sitting inside of the thing. Shifting quickly behind the statue of a robed woman, Lash checked out what was doing in the sedan. A human was inside, going from the scent. A human with a lot of coffee. Undercover cop. Who was no doubt hoping that SOB Grady did exactly what he was doing. Namely, pay respects to the girl he'd murdered. Yeah, well, two could play at the wait-and-see game. Lash took out his phone and shielded the bright screen with his palm. The text he sent to Mr. D was a holdback that he hoped like fuck the guy got in time. With the police on site, Lash was going to handle Grady on his own. And then he was going to throw down to whoever had left the human alone long enough so he could bust free. 46. Standing at the foot of the grand staircase, Wrath finished prepping for the meeting with the Glimmerer by drawing a Kevlar vest onto his shoulders. It's light. Weight doesn't always do you better, V said as he fired up a hand-rolled and snapped his gold lighter shut. You sure about that? When it comes to bulletproof vests, I am. Vishouse exhaled, the smoke momentarily shading his face before it floated upward to the ornate ceiling. But if it'll make you feel better, we can strap a garage door on your chest. Or a car, for that matter. Heavy footsteps from behind echoed up around the magnificent, jewel-colored foyer as Rage and Zodist came down together. A pair of straight-up killers with the daggers of the Brotherhood holstered handles down on their chests. As they stepped in front of Wrath, there was a chiming noise from the vestibule, and Fritz shuffled over to let in Fury, who had dematerialized down from the Adirondacks, as well as Butch, who just walked across the courtyard. Wrath felt a charge go through him as he looked at his brothers. Even though two of them were still not talking to him, he could feel the common warrior blood running through all their bodies, and he relished the collective need to fight the enemy, be it a lesser or one of their own race. A soft sound from the stairs brought his head around. Tor was coming down from the second story with care. As if he weren't sure he trusted his thigh muscles to catch and hold his weight. From what Wrath could see, the brother was dressed in camos that were cinched onto hips the size of a boy's, and he had on a thick black turtleneck sweater that bagged under his armpits. There were no daggers on his chest, but he had a pair of guns hanging from that hope and a prayer leather belt that was holding his pants up. Lassiter was right beside him, but the angel for once wasn't pulling any smartass. Although he wasn't looking where he was going either. For some reason, he was staring at the mural on the ceiling, at the warriors fighting in the clouds. All the brothers looked up at Tor, and he didn't stop, didn't meet anyone's eye, just kept on coming until he reached the mosaic floor. Still no stopping. He passed the Brotherhood, went over to the door that led out into the night and waited. The only echo from what he'd once been was the set of his jaw. That hard shot of bone was parallel to the floor and then some. As far as he was concerned, he was going out and that was that. Yeah, wrong. Wrath walked over to him and said softly, I'm sorry, Tor. There's no reason to be sorry. Let's go. No. There was a whole lot of awkward shuffling, as if the other brothers were hating this as much as Wrath was. You're not strong enough. Wrath wanted to put his hand on Tor's shoulder, but he knew that would lead to a violent shrug-off, given how Tor's fragile body was tensing up. Just wait until you're ready. This fucking war is going to be around. The grandfather clock in the study upstairs started to gong, the rhythmic sound drifting out of Wrath's office, over the gold-leafed balustrade, and falling to the ears of the assembled. It was 11:30. Time to head out if they wanted to scope the meeting locale before the Glimmer types arrived. Wrath cursed under his breath and looked over his shoulder at the 5 black-clad fighters who were standing together in a unit. Their bodies hummed with power, their weapons not just what hung from holsters and harnesses, but also their hands and feet and arms and legs and minds. Their mental toughness was in the blood. the training and the brute strength in their flesh. You needed both to fight. Will alone got you only so far. You're staying, Wrath said. And that's final. With a curse, he punched his way into the vestibule and out the other side. Leaving Tor behind felt wrong, but there was no other choice. The brother was compromised to the point of being a danger to himself, and he was a bad distraction. If he were on site, each one of the brothers would have him on their minds, so the whole group would be headfucked, not exactly what you wanted when you walked into a meeting where someone might try to assassinate the king. For like the second time this week, as the outer doors of the mansion thundered shut, with Tor on the other side, Wrath and the brothers stood in the bracing gusts that cut up the face of the compound's mountain, barreled across the courtyard, and weaved in and out of the assembled cars. God damn it, Rage muttered as they focused on the horizon beyond. After a while, Vishouse turned his head to Wrath, his profile silhouetted against the gray sky. We need to. The pop of a gunshot rang out, and the handrolled that was between V's lips was clipped from his mouth. Or maybe it was just vaporized. What the fuck? V shouted as he recoiled. They all wheeled around, going for their weapons even though there was no way in hell their enemies were anywhere near the great stone fortress. Tor was standing calmly in the mansion's doorway, his feet planted solidly, his two hands gripping the butt of the gun he'd set off. V lunged forward, but Butch steel barred him around the chest, keeping him from taking Tor down to the ground. Didn't stop V's mouth. What the fuck are you thinking? Tor lowered the muzzle. I might not be able to fight hand to hand yet, but I'm the best shot out of all of you. You're fucking crazy, V spat. That's what you are. Do you really think I'd put a bullet in your head? Tor's voice was even. I've already lost the love of my life. Capping one of my brothers is not the kind of chaser I'm looking for. Like I said, I'm the best we've got with a gun. And that is not the kind of asset you want benched on a night like tonight. Tor reholstered the SIG. And before you why the hell out of me, I had to make a statement, and it was better than shooting your ugly-ass goatee off. Not that I wouldn't kill to give you the shave your chin is begging for. There was a long pause. Wrath busted out laughing, which was, of course, insane. But the idea that he didn't have to deal with Tor being left behind like some dog who wasn't allowed to come with the rest of the family was such a stunning relief. All he could do was bellow. Rage was the first to join in, throwing his head back, the lights from the mansion catching in his bright blonde hair, his super white teeth flashing. As he laughed, his big hand came up and landed over his heart like he was hoping he didn't short the thing out. Butch was next, the cop barking out loud and loosing his hold on his best friend's torso. Fury smiled for a second, and then his big shoulders started to quake, which set Z off until his scarred face was one big, wide grin. Tor didn't smile, but there was a glimmer of the way he used to be in the satisfaction with which he settled back on his heels. Tor had always been a serious guy, the kind who was more interested in making sure everyone was chilled out and tight than cracking jokes and being a loudmouth. But that didn't mean he couldn't razz along with the best of him. It was why he'd been so perfect as the Brotherhood's leader. Right skill set for a necessary job. Tight in the head, warm in the heart. In the midst of the laughing, Rage looked over at Wrath. Without a word said, the two of them embraced, and when they pulled apart, Wrath gave his brother the male equivalent of an apology, which was a good knock of the shoulders. Then he turned to Z and Z nodded once, which was Zada's shorthand of, yeah, you were a dick, but you had your reasons and were cool. Hard to know who started it, but someone put his arms over the shoulders of someone else, and then another guy did it, and then they were in a football huddle. The circle they made in that cold wind was uneven, composed of different body heights and chest widths that varied and arm lengths that were not equal. But linked together they were a unit. Standing hip to hip with his brothers, Wrath saw as very rare and special what he had once taken for granted. The Brotherhood together once again. Hey, you want to share some of the bromance over here? Lassiter's voice brought their heads up. The angel was standing on the steps of the mansion, his glow casting a lovely, soft light into the night. Can I hit him? V asked. Later, Wrath said, breaking up the clinch. And many, many times. Not exactly what I had in mind. The angel muttered as one by one they dematerialized to the meeting, with Butch driving off to meet them. Shex took form in a stand of pines that was about 100 yards from Chrissy's grave. She chose the locale not because she expected Grady to be standing over the headstone and sniffling into the arm of his eagle jacket, but because she wanted to feel even worse than she did already, and she couldn't think of a better place for that than where the girl was going to end up come spring. To her surprise, though, she wasn't alone. For 2 reasons. The sedan parked just around the bend, with a clear sight line to the grave, was undoubtedly de la Cruz or one of his subordinates. But there was someone else here, too. A malevolent force, actually. Every sympath urge she had told her to tread carefully. As far as she could tell, that thing was lesser with a nitrous oxide injection into its evil engine. And in a quick burst of self-protection, she insulated herself, blending into the landscape. Well, another contingency heard from. From the north, a group of men approached, 2 of whom were Talish and 1 who was much smaller. They were all dressed in black and were as fair in their coloring as Norwegians. Great. Unless you had a new gang in town, one full of I'm worth it thugs who were into preference by L'Oreal, that bunch of blondies were slayers. The CPD, the Lessening Society, and something worse, all trolling around Chrissy's grave? What were the chances? Shex waited, watching the slayers splinter apart and find trees to shadow themselves behind. There was only one explanation. Grady had fallen in with the lessers. Not a surprise, considering they recruited from criminals, especially the violent kind. Shex let the minutes tick by, milk dudding the sitch, just waiting for the burst of action that was inevitable, given a movie with this sort of cast. She was due back at the club, but shit was just going to have to roll there without her, because there was no way she was leaving. Grady had to be on the way. A little more time passed, and there were lots more cold wind and many more clouds drifting dark blue and bright gray across the face of the moon. And then, just like that, the lessers walked off. The malevolent presence dematerialized as well. Maybe they had given up, but it didn't seem likely. From what she knew about lessers, they were a lot of things, but ADD was not one of them. This meant either something more important had gone down or they'd changed there. She heard a rustle across the ground. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Grady. He was huddling against the cold, his arms tucked into a black parka that was too big for him, his feet shuffling through the thin snow cover. He was looking all around, searching the graves for the newest one, and if he kept going, he was going to find Chrissy's soon enough. Of course, that also meant he was going to see the cop in the unmarked. Or the cop was going to see him, right? Time to make a move. Assuming the slayers stayed gone, Shex could deal with the CPD. She was not going to lose this opportunity. No fucking way. Turning her phone off, she got ready to go to work. 47. God damn it, we have to go, Rev said from behind his desk, as he ended yet another call. To Shex's cell, he tossed his new phone like it was nothing but a piece of junk. Something which was clearly getting to be a bad habit. I don't know where the hell she is, but we have to go. She'll come back. Trez pulled on a black leather trench coat and headed for the door. And better to have her out than in, given her mood. I'll get with the shift supervisor and tell him to run any shit through me. Then I'll go get the B. As he left, IM double-checked the 2 H&KS under his arms with lethal efficiency. His black eyes calm, his hands steady. Satisfied, the male picked up a steel gray leather trench and put it on. The fact that the brothers' coats were similar made sense. IM and Trez liked the same things. Always. Though they weren't twins by virtue of birth, they dressed similarly and were always armed with identical weapons, and consistently shared the same thoughts, values, and principles. There was one way they were different, however. While IM stood by the door, he was silent and still as a Doberman on duty. But his lack of chat didn't mean he wasn't as deadly as his brother, because the guy's eyes spoke volumes even as his mouth was screwed down tight. IM never missed a thing, including, evidently, the antibiotics that Rev took out of his pocket and swallowed, as well as the fact that a sterilized needle made an appearance next and was put to use. Good, the male said, as Rev rolled his sleeve back down and put on his suit coat. Good what? IM just stared across the office. All don't BNS, you know exactly what I am talking about. He did that a lot. In one glance, he spoke volumes. Whatever, Rev muttered. Don't get a hard-on like I've turned over a new leaf. He might be dealing with the infection in his arm, but there was still shit hanging like rotten fringe off all the sides of his life. You sure about that? Rev rolled his eyes and got to his feet, slipping a bag of M&Ms into the pocket of his sable. Trust me. I was all about the oh really as his eyes dipped to the coat. Melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Oh shut it. Look, the pills have to be taken with food. You got a ham and cheese on rye on you? I don't. Ida made you some linguine with sal sauce and brought it over for you. Give me more notice next time. Rev headed out of the office. You mind not being thoughtful. Makes me feel like shit. Your prob, not mine. I spoke into his watch as they left the office, and Rev didn't waste any time between the club's side door and the car. When he was in the B, I disappeared, traveling as a rolling shadow over the ground, disturbing the pages of a magazine, rattling a tin can that had been abandoned, ruffling loose snow. He would get to the meeting location first and open the place while Trez drove over. Rev had set the meeting where it was for 2 reasons. 1, he was the Leodire, so the council had to go where he said, and he knew they would squirm from viewing the location as beneath them. Always a pleasure. And 2, it was an investment property he'd acquired, so it was on his turf. Always a necessity. Salvatore's restaurant, home of the famous sal sauce, was an Italian institution in Caldi, having been in business for over 50 years. When the original owner's grandson, Sal III, as he had been known, had developed a horrendous gambling habit and run up $120,000 in debt through Rev's bookies, it had been a case of tit for tat. Grandson deeded the establishment over to Rev, and Rev didn't crack the 3rd generation's compass. Which, in layman's terms, meant that the guy didn't have all his elbows and his knees shattered until they required joint replacements. Oh, and the secret recipe for sal sauce had come with the restaurateur requirement added by IM. During the negotiations that had lasted all of a minute and a half, the Shadow had spoken up and said no sauce, no deal, and he'd demanded a taste test to make sure the intel was right. Since that happy transaction, the Moor had been running the place, and what do you know, it was turning a profit. Then again, that was what happened when you didn't cleave off every spare dime and funnel it into piss-poor football picks. Traffic in the restaurant was up, food quality was back where it had been, and the place was getting a serious-ass facelift in the form of new tables, chairs, linens, rugs, chandeliers, all of which were replacements of exactly what had been there before. You didn't fuck with tradition, as IM said. The only interior change was one nobody could see. A mesh of steel had been applied to every square inch of the walls and ceilings, and all the doors but one had been reinforced with the shit. No one was dematerializing in or out unless management knew and approved. Truth was, Rev owned the place, but it was IM's baby, and the Moor had reason to be proud of his efforts. Even the old-school Italian Goombas liked the food he cooked. 15 minutes later, the Bentley pulled up under the porte-cochere of the sprawling 1-story stretch of trademark red-washed brick. The lights were off around the building, even the ones that lit up Sal's name, although the empty parking lot was illuminated with the orange glow from old-fashioned gaslights. Trez waited in the dark with the engine running and the doors of the bulletproof car locked, clearly communicating with his brother in the shadowway. After a moment, he nodded and cut the motor. We're cool. He got out and walked around the Bentley, opening the rear door as Rev palmed his cane and shifted his numb body off the leather seat. As the two of them crossed over the pavers and pulled wide the heavy black doors, the Moor's gun was out and at his thigh. Stepping into Sal's was like walking into the Red Sea. Literally. Frank Sinatra greeted them, his wives and lovers, drifting down from speakers embedded in the red velvet ceiling. Underfoot, the red carpet had just been replaced, and it glowed with the same sheen and depth as freshly spilled human blood. All around, red walls were flocked with a black acanthus leaf pattern, and the lighting was what you'd find in a movie theater, i.e. mostly on the floor. During regular business hours, the hostess stand and the cloakroom were manned by gorgeous dark-haired women dressed in red and black short and tights, and all the waiters wore black suits with red ties. Over to the side, there was a bank of public telephones from the 50s and 2 cigarette machines from the Kojak period, and as usual, the place smelled like oregano, garlic, and good food. In the background, there was also the lingering whiff of cigarettes and cigars, even though by law you weren't supposed to light up in this kind of establishment. In the back room, where the reserve tables were and the games of poker got dealt, management allowed people to light up. Rev had always been a little tight-balled at being around all the red, but he knew as long as he could look into the 2 dining rooms and see that the tables with their white linens and deep leather chairs were seated properly, he was okay. "The Brotherhood's already here," Trez said as they went down to the private suite where the meeting was going to be held. When they walked into the room, there was no talk, no laughter, not even a throat cleared among the other males in the space. The brothers were lined up shoulder to shoulder in front of Wrath, who was positioned in front of the one door that was not reinforced with steel so he could dematerialize free in the blink of an eye if things came to that. "Evening," Rev said, choosing the head of the long, thin table that had been set with 20 chairs. There was a patter of hi-howry yes, but the tight knot of linebacker and then some warriors was solely focused on the doorway he'd come through. "Yup, you fucked with their boy Wrath and you were gonna get fed your future right up your own ass." And what do you know, they'd taken on a mascot, evidently. Off to the left, a glowing Oscar statue of a guy stood tall in combats, his blonde and black hair making him look like an 80s headbanger looking for a backup band. Lassiter the fallen angel didn't seem any less fierce than the brothers, however. Maybe it was his piercings, or the fact that his eyes were all white. Fuck it, the guy's vibe was just hardcore. Interesting. Given the way he was glaring at the doorway with the others, Wrath was clearly on the protected species list with that angel. I.M. came in from the back, a pistol in one hand, a tray of cappuccinos on the palm of the other. Several of the brothers took what was offered, although all those dainty cups were going to become gum for their shitkickers' heels if they had to fight. "Thanks, man." Rev also took a cappuccino. "Cannoli. Coming." The instructions for the meeting had been spelled out clearly beforehand. Members of the council had to arrive at the front of the restaurant. If anyone even so much as jogged the handle of another door, they assumed the risk of getting shot. I.M. would let them in and escort them down to the room. When they left, it would be through the front again, and cover would be provided for safe dematerialization. Ostensibly, the security measures were because of Rev's concern over lessers. The truth was, it was all about protecting Wrath. I.M. came in with the cannoli. Cannoli were eaten. More cappuccino was brought out. Frank did "Fly Me to the Moon." Then it was that song about the bar closing and him needing another for the road. And the one about 3 coins in the fountain. And the fact that he had a crush on someone. Over by Wrath, Rage shifted his massive weight in his shitkickers, the leather of his jacket creaking. Next to him, the king rolled his shoulders and one of them popped. Butch cracked his knuckles. V lit up. Fury and Z looked at each other. Rev glanced at I.M. and Trez, who were in the doorway, looked back at Wrath. Surprise, surprise. Putting his cane to good use, he stood up and did a lap around the room, his sympath side respecting the offensive tactic of this unexpected no-show by the other council members. He didn't think they'd have the balls. A bing-bong sound came from the front door of the restaurant. As Rev turned his head, he heard the soft metallic slide of the safeties coming off the guns in the brothers' hands. Across the street from the closed gates of Pine Grove Cemetery, Lash walked up to a Honda Civic that was parked in the shadows. When he put his hand on the hood, it was warm, and he didn't have to go around to the driver's side to know that the window was busted out of it. This was the car Grady had used to get to his dead ex's grave site. As he heard the sound of boots approaching on asphalt, he palmed the gun in his breast pocket. Mr. D was tugging his cowboy hat down as he came over. "Why'd you call us off?" Lash calmly leveled his gun at the lesser's head. "Tell me why I'm not blowing a hole in your motherfucking brain right now." The slayers on either side of Mr. D stepped back. "Way back. Because I done found out he was gone," Mr. D said in his Texas twang. "That's why. These two had no hide nor hair where he was at. You were in charge. You lost him." Mr. D's pale eyes were steady. "I was counting y'all's money. You want anyone else doing that?" "Don't believe so." "Shit, good point." Lash lowered his gun and looked at the other two. Unlike Mr. D, who was stick steady, they were in full fidget, which told him precisely who had lost the asset. "How much money came in?" Lash asked, still glaring at the men. "Lot. It's right there in the escort. Well, what do you know, my mood's improving, Lash murmured, putting his gun away. As for why I called you off, Grady's about to go to jail with my fucking compliments. I want him to be someone's girlfriend a couple of times and enjoy life behind bars before I kill him. But what about? We have the contacts for the other 2 dealers and we can sell the product ourselves. We don't need him. The sound of a car approaching the iron gates from inside the cemetery brought all of their heads to the right. It was the unmarked that had been parked around the corner by that new grave, and the POS came to a halt, steam rising from its tailpipe in puffs like the engine was farting. And a schlub with dark hair got out. After he unlocked the chain, he threw his back into wrenching aside one half of the do not enters. Then he drove through, got out again, and closed the place back up. There was no one in the car with him. He went to the left, red lights fading as he took off. Lash glanced back at the Civic, which was the only other way Grady was getting anywhere. What the fuck had happened? The cop must have seen Grady, because he'd been walking right for the unmarked. Lash stiffened and then pivoted on his boot, the salt that had been sprinkled on the road grinding under his thick sole. Something else was in the cemetery. Something that had just chosen to reveal itself. Something that registered exactly as that symphoth had up north. Which was why the cop had driven off. The guy had been willed to. Go back to the ranch with the money, he said to Mr. D. I'll meet you there. Yes, sir. Right away. Lash didn't register the guy's response much. He was too captivated by what the fuck was going on around that dead girl's early grave. 48. Shex was glad the human mind was clay. It didn't take long for Jose de la Cruz's brain to register the command she gave, and as soon as it did, he put his cold coffee into a cup holder and started the unmarked car. Over among the trees, Grady stopped his zombie march, looking like he was shocked as shit that the sedan had even been there. She wasn't worried the guy would lose his nerve, though. Aching loss and desperation and regret filled out the airspace around him, and that grid would soon call him forward to the fresh gravestone with greater resolve than any thoughts she could plant into the fucker's frontal lobe. Shex waited as he waited, and sure enough, as soon as de la Cruz was gone, those boots that were meant for walking got back in the game, carrying Grady right where she wanted him. As he came up to the granite marker, a choked sound left his mouth, and it was the first sob of many. Like a pussy, he started to weep, his breath frothing in white clouds as he crouched down over where the woman he'd killed was going to spend the next century decomposing. If he liked Chrissy so much, why didn't he think of that before he snuffed her? Shex stepped out from behind an oak and let her masking go, revealing herself to the landscape. As she approached Chrissy's murderer, she reached around to the small of her back and unsheathed the stainless steel blade that she nicely holstered along her spine. The weapon was as long as her forearm. "Hi, Grady," she said. Grady flipped himself around like he'd taken a stick of dynamite up the ass and was hoping to extinguish the wick in the snow. Shex kept the knife behind her thigh. "How you doing?" What? He looked for both of her hands. When he saw only one, he crabbed away from her on his hands and feet, but dragging over the ground. Shex followed, keeping a good yard between them. Going by the way Grady kept glancing over his shoulder, he was getting ready to do a roll and bolt, and she was going to stay in idle until he... Bingo! Grady lunged to the left, but she fell upon him, catching his wrist at the top of its arc and letting his momentum carry him against her hold. He ended up face down with his arm cranked behind his back, completely at her mercy, which of course she'd been born without. In a quick slash, she knifed across one of his triceps, slicing through thick, fluffy parka and thin, soft skin. It was just to get him distracted, and it worked. He howled and went to cover the wound, which gave her plenty of time to grab his left boot and wrench it until he didn't care so much about what the hell was up with his arm. Grady cried out and tried to relieve the pressure by shifting around, but she planted a knee on the small of his back and kept him in place as she broke his ankle by twisting it until it snapped. Quick dismount and another slash, and she incapacitated his other side by slicing the tendons of his thigh. Cut the whining in half. As Grady was tackled by pain, he lost his breath and quieted down until she started pulling him over to the grave. He struggled the way he cried, though with more noise than effect. Once he was where she wanted him, She slit the tendons in his other arm so that as much as he would have loved to bat away her hands, he couldn't. Then she flipped him over so he had a good view of heaven and hauled up his parka. She went for his belt at the same time she showed him her knife. Men were funny. No matter how out of it they were, you got something long, sharp, and shiny anywhere near their primary brain and you got fireworks. No! Oh yes. She brought the blade close to his face. Very much yes. He fought hard even with the pick-apart wounds she'd given, and she paused to enjoy the show. You're going to be dead before I leave you, she said as he flopped around. But you and me are going to spend some quality time together before I take off. Not a lot, mind you. I have to go back to work. Good thing I'm quick. She put her boot on his sternum to immobilize him, popped his button and fly, and yanked his pants down his thighs. How long did it take for you to kill her, Grady? How long? In full panic, he moaned and thrashed, his blood staining the white snow red. How long, motherfucker? She sliced through the waistband of his Emporio Armani boxers. How long did she suffer? A moment later, Grady screamed so loudly, the sound wasn't even human. It was more the pealing cry of a black crow. Shex paused and looked over at the statue of the robed woman she'd spent so much time staring at during Chrissy's service. For a moment, the stone face seemed to have changed position, the lovely female looking not up to God, but across at Shex. Except that just wasn't possible, was it? As Wrath stood behind his wall of brothers, his ears tracked the distant sounds of the front door to Sal's opening and closing, isolating the subtle turn of hinges in between Sinatra's Scooby-Dooby-Doos. Whatever they were waiting for had just shown up, and his body, his senses, his heart all downshifted like he was approaching a tight curve and preparing to power through. His eyes cranked into better focus, the red room and the white table and the backs of his brothers' heads becoming slightly clearer as I.M. reappeared in the archway. An extremely well-dressed male was with him. Right, that guy had glimmer stamped all over his natty ass. With his wavy blonde hair parted on the side, he was rocking the Great Gatsby. His face so perfectly proportioned and balanced that he was downright beautiful. His black wool coat was tailored to fit a lean body, and in his hand, he carried a thin document case. Wrath had never seen him before, but he seemed young for the situation he'd just walked into. Very young. Nothing but a very expensive sacrificial lamb with a lot of style. Revenge stalked over to the kid, the sympath palming his cane as if he might unsheathe the sword inside of it if Gatsby so much as took a deep breath. You better start talking. Now. Wrath stepped forward, shouldering between Rage and Z, neither of whom was too happy about the position change. A quick slash of the hand stopped them from trying to maneuver in front of him. What's your name, son? Last thing they needed was a dead body, and with Rev nothing was ever certain. The Gatsby lamb bowed somberly and straightened. When he spoke, it was in a voice that was surprisingly deep and sure, considering the number of autoloaders trained on his chest. I am Saxton, son of Tuicham. I've seen your name before. You prepare bloodline reports. I do. So, the council was really reaching down the bloodlines, weren't they? Not even the son of a council member. Who sent you, Saxton? A dead man's lieutenant. Wrath had no clue how the Glimmer had taken Montrag's death, and he didn't care. As long as the message was out to anyone else in on the plot, that was all that mattered. Why don't you say your piece? The male put his case on the table and released the gold clip. The instant he did, Rev pulled his red sword free and placed the point right against a pale throat. Saxton froze and looked around without moving his head. You might want to move slowly, son, Wrath murmured. Lot of trigger-happy boys in this room, and you're everyone's favorite bullseye tonight. That oddly deep and even voice spoke in measured words. That's why I told him we had to do this. Do what? This came from Rage, always the hothead Rev's sword notwithstanding. Hollywood was ready to jump on Gatsby whether or not any kind of weapon came out of those leather folds. Saxton glanced at Rage, then went back to focusing on Wrath. The day after Montrag was assassinated. Interesting word choice, Wrath drawled, wondering how much this guy knew. Exactly. Of course it was an assassination. When you're murdered, usually you still have your eyes left in your skull. Rev smiled, revealing a matched set of oral daggers. That depends on your murderer. Go on, Wrath prompted. And, Rev, relax with that Sharpie of yours if you don't mind. The Symphoth backed off a little, but kept his weapon out, and Saxton eyed the guy before continuing. The night Montrag was assassinated, this was delivered to my boss. Saxton opened his document case and took out a manila envelope. It was from Montrag. He put the thing face down on the table to show that the wax seal had not been broken and stepped away. Wrath looked at the envelope. V, you mind doing the honors? V came forward and picked the thing up with his gloved hand. There was a soft tear and then a quiet whisper of papers sliding out. Silence. V replaced the documents, tucked the envelope into his waistband at the small of his back, and stared at Gatsby. We supposed to think you didn't read this? I didn't. My boss didn't. No one has since the chain of custody fell to him and me. Chain of custody? You a lawyer and not just a paralegal? I'm apprenticing to be an attorney in the old law. V leaned in and bared his fangs. You are certain you did not read this, true? Saxton stared back at the brother as if he were momentarily fascinated by the tattoos on V's temple. After a moment, he shook his head and spoke in that low voice. I'm not interested in joining a list of people who've been found dead and eyeless on their carpets. Neither is my boss. The seal on that was made by Montrag's hand. Whatever he put in there hasn't been read since he let that hot wax drip. How you know it was Montrag who stuffed this? It's his handwriting on the front. I know because I've seen a lot of his notes on documents. Plus, it was brought to us by his personal doggen at his request. As Saxton talked, Wrath read the male's emotions carefully, breathing through his nose. No deceit. Conscience was clean. Flyboy was attracted to V, but other than that, there was nothing, not even fear. He was cautious but calm. If you're lying, V said softly, we will find out and find you. I don't doubt that for a second. What do you know, the lawyer has a brain. Vishouse stepped back in line, palm returning to the butt of his gun. Wrath wanted to know what was in the envelope, but he gathered that whatever was in there wasn't suitable for mixed company. So where are your boss and his buddies, Saxton? None of them are coming. Saxton looked at the empty chairs. They're all terrified. After what happened to Montrag, they are locked in their houses and staying there. Good, Wrath thought. With the Glimmer displaying their talent for being cowards, he had one less thing to worry about. Thanks for coming, son. Saxton took the dismissal for exactly what it was. Reclipping his briefcase, bowing once again and turning to go. Son. Saxton stopped and pivoted all the way around. My lord. You had to talk your boss into this, didn't you? Discreet silence was the response. Then you give good advice, and I believe you as far as you know. Neither you nor your employer peeked in there and saw whatever it is. Word to the wise, though. I would find a new job. Things are going to get worse before they're better, and desperation makes shits out of even the most honorable of people. They've already sent you into the lion's mouth once. They will do it again. Saxton smiled. You ever need a personal lawyer? Let me know. After all the trusts and estates and bloodline training I've had since this summer, I'm looking to branch out. Another bow and the guy left with I am, his head high and his stride even. What have you got there, V? Wrath asked quietly. Nothing good, my lord. Nothing good. As Wrath's vision dulled to its normal, unfocused uselessness, the last thing he saw with any clarity was V's icy eyes shifting over and locking on Revenge. 49. As the unmarked police car left Pine Grove Cemetery, Lash became utterly focused on the Symphoth presence that had just revealed itself inside the gates. Get the fuck out of here, he told his men. As he dematerialized, he went back toward the dead girl's grave in the rear corner of the scream was out-of-control operatic. A soprano losing the grip on her voice, the pitch flying high above singing and into screeching. When Lash resumed his form, he was bitched that he'd just missed the fun and games because it would have been worth seeing. Grady was lying flat on his back with his pants wrenched down, bleeding from various places, most especially a fresh cut right across his esophagus. He was alive like a fly on the sill of a hot window, kinked arms and legs pinwheeling slowly. Straightening up from a crouch was his killer, that butch bitch from Zero Sum. And unlike the dying fly, who was clueless to all but his own demise, she knew exactly when Lash came on the scene. She whipped around in a fighting stance, her face focused, the dripping knife in her hand steady, her thighs tight and ready to spring her hard body forward. She was hot as fuck, especially as she frowned in recognition. "I thought you were dead," she said. "And I thought you were a vampire." He smiled. Surprise. "And you've been keeping a secret of your own, haven't you?" "No, I never liked you, and that hasn't changed." Lash shook his head and blatantly eyed her body. "You look really good in leather, you know that? You'd look better in a body cast." He laughed. "Cheap shot. So's my target. Do the math." Lash smiled and, with some vivid images, fanned his attraction into a full-blown hard-on because he knew she would sense it. He pictured her down on her knees in front of him, his cock in her mouth, his hands clamped on her head as he fucked her mouth until she gagged. Shex rolled her eyes. "Cheap. Porn. Nope. Future. Sex. Sorry, I'm not into Justin Timberlake. Or Ron Jeremy. We'll see about that." Lash nodded down at the human, whose writhing had slowed as if he were congealing in the cold. "So I'm afraid you owe me something. If it's a stab wound, I'm totally there. That," he pointed to Grady, "was mine. You should upgrade your standards." That, she echoed his stance, is dog shit. Shit's good fertilizer. Then lemme lay you out under a rosebush and we'll see how you do. Grady let out a moan and they both glanced at him. The bastard was in the final stages of death. His face the color of the frosted ground around his head, the blood flow from his wounds slowing. Abruptly, Lash realized what had been shoved in his mouth and looked at Shex. "Monty could seriously go for a female like you, Sin Eater." Shex drew her blade across the sharp edge of the headstone, Grady's blood getting transferred from the metal to the stone as if she were marking a payback. "You got balls, Lesser, considering what I did to him. Or don't you want to keep your set? I'm different. Smaller than him? Christ, how disappointing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm out of here." She lifted up her knife and waved, then disappeared. Lash stared into the air where she had been, until Grady gurgled weakly like a drain on its last grab against a puddle of bathwater. "Did you see her?" Lash said to the idiot. "What a female. I'm so getting some of that." Grady's last breath came out the hole in his throat, because it had no other exit, given that his mouth was busy giving himself a blow-job. Lash put his hands on his hips and looked at the cooling body. Zex was going to have to make sure they crossed paths again. And he hoped she tried to tell the brothers she'd seen him. An unsettled enemy was better than a collected one. He knew the Brotherhood would all wonder how in the hell the Omega had been able to turn a vampire into a lesser, but that was only a small part of the story. He'd still get to serve up the punchline. As Lash sauntered away into the cold night, he rearranged himself in his pants and decided he needed to go get laid. God knew he was in the mood. While Iam was locking up Sal's front door, Revenge sheathed his red sword and looked at Vishouse. The brother was staring at him in a bad way. "So what was in there?" Rev said. "You." Montrag tried to say I was responsible for the plot to kill Wrath? Not that it mattered if the guy had. Rev had already proven which side he was on by having the motherfucker sliced. Vishouse shook his head slowly, then glanced over as Iam joined his brother. Rev spoke up sharply. "There is nothing they do not know about me." "Well then, here you go, Sin Eater." V tossed the envelope onto the table. "Apparently, Montrag knew what you were, which is undoubtedly why he went to you to try to kill Wrath. No one would believe it wasn't your idea and your idea alone, if what you are is revealed." Rev frowned and took out what looked to be an affidavit about how his stepfather had been killed. What the fuck? Montrag's father had been in the house after the murder. That much Rev knew. But the guy had gotten his mother's Hellrin not only to talk, but to testify? And then promptly done nothing with the intel? Rev thought back to a couple of days ago, to that meeting in Montrag's study and the guy's happy little comment that he knew what kind of male Rev was. He'd known, all right, and not about the drug dealing. Rev put the document back into the envelope. Shit, this got out and the promise he'd made to his mother was going to get blown to pieces. So what exactly's in there? One of the brothers asked. Rev tucked the envelope inside his sable. Affidavit signed by my stepfather right before he died, calling me out as a symphoth. It's an original, going by the blood-inked Siggy at the bottom. But how much you want to bet Montrag didn't send his only copy? Maybe it's faked, Wrath murmured. Unlikely, Rev thought. Too many details were correct about what had happened that night. In a flash, he was back in the past, back to the night he had done the deed. His mother had had to be taken to Havers's clinic because she'd had one of her many accidents. When it became clear she was going to be held for observation for a day, Bella had stayed with her, and Rev had made up his mind. He'd gone home, assembled the dog gen in the staff quarters, and faced the collective pain of all who served his family. He could remember so clearly staring at the males and females of the house, meeting their eyes one by one. Many had come into the home because of his stepfather, but they stayed because of his mother. And they were looking to him to stop what had been going on for way too long. He'd told them all to leave the mansion for an hour. There had been no dissent, and each one had hugged him on the way out. They had all known what he was going to do, and it was their will, too. Rev had waited until the last doggen had left, and then he had gone into his stepfather's study and found the mail pouring over documents at his desk. In his fury, Rev had taken care of the mail the old-fashioned way, measuring blow for blow, exacting the pain inflicted upon his mother first before ushering the son of a bitch to his royal, undeserved reward. When the front doorbell had rung, Rev had assumed it was the staff coming back and giving him notice so that they could credibly state that they hadn't seen the killer at work. Needing one last fuck you, he'd fist-cracked his stepfather's skull hard enough to knock the bastard Schellenbeater's spine out of alignment. Moving quickly, Rev had stepped free of the body, willed the front door to the mansion open, and left out of the French doors in the back. Having the doggen come home to find the body was perfect, as the subspecies was by nature docile and would never be implicated in the violence. Besides, by that time his sympathide was roaring, and he'd needed to get himself under control. Which, back in those days, hadn't included dopamine. He'd had to use pain to tame the sin-eater in him. Everything had seemed like it had fallen into place, until he'd learned at the clinic that Montrag's father had found the body. Turned out to be no big deal, though. As far as the mail had said at the time, Rem had walked in, come upon the scene, and called Havers. By the time the doctor had arrived, the staff had returned, and blamed their group absence on the fact that it was the summer solstice and they had been out preparing for the ceremonies that would be held that week. Montrag's dad had played this well, and so had the son. Any emotional disturbances Rev had picked up either back then or during that meeting mere days ago, he'd chalked up to fresh death and assassination, both of which had been in the cards. God, it was clear, so clear, what Montrag had been doing in having Rev arranged to kill Wrath. After the deed was done, he'd been ready to come out with the affidavit exposing Rev as both a murderer and a symphoth so that when Rev was deported, he could assume control of not just the council but the whole race. Nice. Too bad it didn't work out as he'd planned. Brought a tear to the fucking eye, didn't it? Yeah, there's gotta be more affidavits, Rev murmured. No one sends their only live copy out into the world. Would be worth a visit to that house, Wrath said. Montrag's heirs and assigns get hold of something like this. We've all got problems, feel me? He died without issue, but yeah, there's some of his bloodline around somewhere. And I'm going to make sure that they don't find out about this. No way in hell anyone was making him break the vow he'd made to his mother. Not gonna happen. 50. As Alina did her shopping at the 24-hour Hannaford supermarket she always went to, she should have been in a better mood. Things couldn't have been left on a sweeter note with Rev. When he'd had to go to his meeting, he'd taken a quick shower and let her pick out his clothes and even do up his tie. Then he'd wrapped his arms around her and they just stood together, heart to heart. Eventually, she'd walked him outside into the hall and waited with him for the elevator to come. Its arrival had been announced on a chime and a slide of the double doors, and he'd held the things open to kiss her once, twice, a third time. Finally, he'd stepped back and as the twin doors shut, he'd held up his phone, pointed to it and pointed to her. The fact that he would be calling her made the goodbye much easier. And she loved the idea that the black suit and crisp white shirt and blood-red tie he had on were what she had chosen for him. So yeah, she should be happier. Especially because her financial squeeze had been eased a little with the loan from the first Revenge Bank and Trust Company. But Alina was jumpy as hell. She stopped in the juice aisle, in front of the neat rows of Ocean Spray, Everything Andy's uncles, and looked over her shoulder. Just more juice on the left and arrangements of granola bars and cookies on the right. Farther down, there were the checkouts, most of which were closed, and beyond that, the dark glass windows of the store. Someone was following her. Ever since she'd gone back into Rev's penthouse, gotten dressed herself, and dematerialized off the terrace after locking up. For Cranras bottles went into her cart, and then she headed for the cereal aisle and across to the paper towels and the toilet paper. In the meat department, she picked up a ready-made roasted chicken that looked like it had been taxidermied rather than cooked, but at this point, she just needed some protein she didn't have to oven up herself. Then it was steak for her father. Milk, butter, eggs. The only disadvantage to checking out after midnight was that all the U-scans were closed, so she had to wait behind a guy with cart full of Hungry Man frozen dinners. As the attendant swept the Salisbury steaks across the scanner, Alina stared out the glass storefront wondering whether she was losing her mind. "You know how to cook these?" the guy asked her as he held up one of the thin boxes. Evidently, he'd misread her forward fixation as having anything to do with him and was looking for someone to heat his meat. Literally. The human's eyes were hot and roaming over her, and all she could think of was what Revenge would do to the guy. This made her smile. "Read the box. You could read it for me." She kept her voice level and bored-sounding. "Sorry, I don't think my boyfriend would appreciate that." The human seemed a bit crestfallen as he shrugged and handed his frozen dinner over to the girl behind the cash register. 10 minutes later, Alina rolled her cart out of the electric doors and was greeted by a nasty, slapping cold that made her huddle up in her parka. Fortunately, the cab she'd taken to the store was right where it was supposed to be, and she was relieved. "You need help?" the cabbie asked through the window he put down. "No, thanks." She looked around as she put her plastic bags in the back seat, wondering what in the hell the driver would do if a lesser jumped out from behind a truck and played bad Santa on their asses. When Alina got in next to the groceries and the driver hit the gas, she searched the eaves of the store and the half-dozen cars that were parked as close to the entrance as you could get. Mr. Hungry Man was farting around in his van, his interior light shining down on his face as he lit a cigarette. Nothing. Nobody. She forced herself to settle against the seat and decided she was nuts. No one was watching her. No one was after her. Alina's hand went to her throat, a sudden dread overtaking her. Oh, God, what if she had what her father suffered from? What if this paranoia was the first of many episodes? "What if you okay back there?" the driver asked as he stared into the rearview mirror. "You seem shaky. Just cold. Here, let me hit you with some hot air." As a warm blast blew on her face, she glanced out the back window. No car in sight. And Lessers couldn't dematerialize. Sash was schizophrenic? Christ, she'd almost rather it be a slayer. Alina had the driver drop her as close to the back of the rented house as possible and gave him a little extra in the tip for being so nice. "I'll wait until you get inside," the guy said. "Thanks." And man, she meant that. With 2 plastic bags hanging from each hand, she walked quickly to the door and had to put her load down, because like an idiot she'd been so busy wigging out that she hadn't gotten her keys ready. Just as she put her hand into her purse to do the rummage and curse routine, the taxi took off. She looked up as its taillights turned the corner. "What the? Hello?" Alina froze. The presence was right behind her, and she knew exactly who it was. As she pivoted around, she saw a tall female with black hair and a lot of robes and glowing eyes. Ah, yes, this was Revenge's other half, the female finished. "I am his other half, and I am sorry your taxi driver had to leave so quickly." On instinct, Alina covered her thoughts with the image of a display from Hannaford's, a 5-foot-high, 3-foot-wide display of red Pringles cans. The female frowned as if she had no clue what she was finding in the cerebral cortex she was trying to invade, But then she smiled. You have nothing to fear from me. I just thought I would share some things with you about that male you fucked back in his penthouse. Screw the snack food thought facade. That didn't go far enough. To keep calm, Alina needed all her professional training. This situation was a trauma case, she told herself. A bloody vampire body that had just been wheeled in before her, and she had to put aside all fear and all emotion to deal with the situation. Did you hear what I said? The female drawled. Her speech patterned nothing that Alina had ever heard before. The SS extended into hisses. I watched you through the glass, right until he pulled out at the end. Do you want to know why he did that? Alina kept her mouth shut and started wondering how she could get at the pepper spray in her pocketbook. Somehow, though, she didn't think that would have any effect. Holy shit, were those live scorpions in those earlobes? He's not like you. The female smiled with an evil satisfaction. And not just because he's a drug lord. He's also not a vampire. When Alina's brows twitched, the female laughed. You didn't know either of those? Evidently her Pringles and her training weren't completely doing the job. I don't believe you. Zero-sum. Downtown. He owns it. You know the place? Probably not, as you don't seem like the type who would go there, which is no doubt why he likes to fuck you. Let me tell you what he sells. Human women. Drugs of all kinds. And you know why? Because he's like me, not you. The female leaned in close, her eyes flashing brightly. And do you know what I am? A flaming bitch, Alina thought. I'm a symphoth little girl. That's what he and I are. And he's mine. Alina started to wonder if she was going to die tonight. Here on the back stoop with 4 bags of groceries at her feet. Although it wouldn't be because this lying female was actually a symphoth, it would be because anyone who was crazy enough to suggest such a thing was absolutely capable of murder. The female continued, her voice strident. You want to really know him? Go to that club and find him there. Make him tell you the truth and know what you let into your body. Little one. And remember this, he is all mine. Sexually, emotionally, everything he is mine. A 3-knuckled finger brushed down Alina's cheek, and then just like that the female was gone. Alina shook so badly she momentarily turned into a solid. The trembling so deep in her muscles she was rendered motionless. The cold was what saved her. As an icy blast shot down the sidewalk, it pushed her forward, and she caught herself before she teetered over onto her groceries. The key to the house, when she finally found it, went into the lock no better than the one she tried to use on the ambulance. Skipping. Finally, she cranked the lock free, and all but threw the bags inside before slamming herself in and locking everything tight, including the interior deadbolts and the security chain. On weak legs, she went and sat down at the kitchen table. When her father called up about the noise, she said it was the wind and prayed he wouldn't come up to see her. In the ensuing quiet, Alina didn't feel any presence outside of the house, but the idea someone like that knew about her and Rev and where she lived, oh, God, that crazy female had watched them. Bolting up, she rushed to the kitchen sink and ran the tap to cover the noise in case she got sick. Hoping to settle her stomach, she put her palms together, captured some cool water, and had a few swallows before washing her face. The drink and rinse cleared her head a little. The claims the female had made were totally and bizarrely outlandish, way far outside the realm of reality, and going by her glowing eyes, she clearly had an axe to grind. Rev wasn't any of those things. Drug lord, symphoth, pimp, come on. Sure as hell you didn't take anything so much as what a male's favorite color was from some stalker ex-girlfriend type. Especially given that Rev had made it clear the two weren't together, and intimated from the get-go that the chick was trouble. And no wonder he hadn't wanted to go into it. No one wanted to admit to somebody they were getting involved with that they had lurking in their past a bunny boiling, I'm not going to Boehner Dan sort of psychotic. So what did she do now? Well, that was obvious. She was going to tell Rev. Not in a freaked out, keep the drama rolling kind of way, but more like, here is what happened and you need to be aware that this person is seriously unstable. Alina felt good with the plan. Until she tried to get her phone out of her purse and realized she was still shaking. Her mind's response might be logical, her rationalizations might be fine and dandy, but her adrenaline was cooking along like crazy, and not really interested in all the sense she was talking into herself. What was she doing? Alright. Revenge. Call Revenge. As she hit his number, she started relaxing a little. They were going to work this out. She was momentarily surprised when she got voicemail, but then remembered he'd had that meeting to go to. She almost hung up, but she wasn't the kind who beat around the bush, and there was no reason to wait. Hey, Rev. I just got a visit from this female. She was talking a lot of craziness about you. I thought you should know. To be honest, she's freaky. Anyway, maybe you can call me and talk to me about this? I'd really appreciate it. Bye. She hung up and stared at the phone, praying he got back to her fast. Wrath had made a promise to Beth and he kept it, even though it killed him. When he and the brothers finally left Sal's, he went straight home, along with his 2,000 pounds of personal guard. He was twitchy and fist-hungry, teed up and pissed off, but he told his Shellen he was not going to go out in the field after his little blind episode, and he wasn't. Trust was something you had to build, and considering the hole he'd jackhammered into the foundation of their relationship, it was going to take him a lot of work just to get back to ground level. Besides, if he couldn't fight, there was something else he could do to take the edge off. As the Brotherhood walked into the foyer, the sound of boots echoed, and Beth shot out of the billiards room as if that were what she'd been waiting for. With a leap, she was in his arms before he could blink, and it was good. After a quick hug, she stepped back and held him at arm's length, looking him over. You're okay? What happened? Who showed? How? The brothers all started talking at once, although not about the meeting that hadn't happened. The bunch of them were bidding over territory to hunt during the 3 hours they had left to be out and about. Let's go to the study, Wrath said over the din. I can't hear myself think. As he and Beth hit the stairs, he called out to his brothers, Thanks for having my back once again. The group stopped and turned to face him. After a beat of silence, they formed a half-circle around the foot of the grand staircase, each making a thick fist with his weapon hand. With a great hump of a war cry, they went down on their right knee and slammed their heavy knuckles into the mosaic floor. The sound was thunder and bass drums and bomb explosions, ricocheting outward, filling all the rooms of the mansion. Wrath stared at them, seeing their heads bent, their broad backs curled, their powerful arms planted. They had each gone to that meeting prepared to take a bullet for him, and that would ever be true. Behind Tor's smaller form, Lassiter, the fallen angel, stood with a straight spine, but he wasn't cracking any jokes at this reaffirmation of allegiance. Instead, he was back to staring at the damn ceiling. Wrath glanced up at the mural of warriors silhouetted against a blue sky and could see nothing much of the pictures that he'd been told were there. Getting back with the program, he said in the old language, No stronger allies, no greater friends, no better fighters of honor could a king behold than these assembled afore me, mine brothers, mine blood. A rolling growl of assent lifted as the warriors got to their feet again, and Wrath nodded to each one of them. He had no more words to offer as his throat had abruptly choked, but they didn't seem to need anything else. They stared at him with respect and gratitude and purpose, and he accepted their enormous gifts with grave appreciation and resolve. This was the ages-old covenant between king and subjects, the pledges on both sides made with the heart and carried out by the sharp mind and the strong body. God, I love you guys, Beth said. There was a lot of deep laughter, and then Hollywood said, You want us to stab the floor for you again? Fists are for kings, but the queen gets the daggers. I wouldn't want you to take chips out of this beautiful floor. Thank you, though. Say the word and it's nothing but rubble. Beth laughed. Be still, my heart. The brothers came over and kissed the saturnine ruby that rode on her finger, and as each paid his honor, she gave him a gentle stroke of the hair, except for Zadist, who she smiled tenderly at. Excuse us, boys, Wrath said. Little quiet time, feel me? There was a ripple of male approval, which Beth took in stride and with a blush, and then it was time for some privacy. As Wrath headed upstairs with his Shellen, he was feeling like things were getting back to normal. Okay, yeah, there were assassination plots and political drama and lessers everywhere, but that was business as usual. And right now he had his brothers shoulder to shoulder and his beloved mate under his arm and the people in Doggen he gave a shit about as safe as he could make them. Beth laid her head on his pec and her hand on his waist. I'm really glad everyone's okay. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. He ushered her into the study and shut both doors, the warmth of the fire a balm and an enticement. As she walked over to the paper-strewn desk, he tracked the sway of her hips. With a flick of the wrist, he locked them in together. While he came over to her, Beth reached out to try to make some order of the documents. So what hap? Wrath pressed his hips into her ass and whispered, I need to be in you. His Shellen gasped and let her head fall back onto his shoulder. Oh God, yes, growling. He slipped a hand around to her breast, and as her breath caught, he rolled his cock against her. I don't want to take my time with this. Me neither. Lean on the desk. Watching her tilt and arch her back nearly made him curse. And then she spread her feet apart and a fuck slipped out, which was exactly what he was going to do. Wrath canned the lamp on the desk so there was only the dancing golden light of the fire to illuminate them, and his hands were rough as he ran them over her hips in anticipation. Crouching behind her, he dragged his fangs down her spine and made her shift her weight onto one foot so he could pop off her stilly and shuck her sevens free. He was too impatient to do the other side, though especially as he looked up and saw her deliciously unfussy black panties. Right. Change in plan. The penetration was going to wait. At least the one with his cock. Staying on his haunches, he removed his weapons with both care and speed, making sure the safeties were in place on his guns and his blades were clipped into their holster. If the door wasn't locked, they would have been put in the combination gun closet, no matter how hard up he was for his female. With Nala around, no one in the house was running the risk of Z and Bella's daughter picking up any kind of weapon. Ever. Disarmed, he took off his wraparounds and tossed them onto the desk, then slid his hands up the backs of his mate's smooth thighs. Splitting her wide, he arched up and put himself between her legs, lifting his mouth to the cotton that covered the core he was going to be coming into very soon. He pressed his mouth to her, feeling the heat through what she wore, her scent driving him wild, his cock kicking so hard in his leathers, he wasn't sure whether or not he'd just orgasmed. Nuzzling and then licking at her through the panties wasn't enough, so he took the cotton between his teeth and rubbed at her sex with it, knowing damn well that lateral seam was massaging right at the spot he was dying to suck her off at. There was a thump-thump as her palms repositioned on the desk and a rustle as papers flitted down to the floor. Wrath. What? He murmured against her, working her with his nose. You don't like. Shut up and get back to doing. His tongue slipping under the panties cut her off and made him have to slow himself down. She was so slick and wet and soft and willing. It was all he could do to keep himself from hauling her on the rug and going at her deep and hard. And then they'd both miss out on the fun of anticipation. Moving the cotton aside with his hand, he kissed her pink flesh, then delved in. She was oh so ready for him, and he knew it because of the honey that he swallowed as he dragged upward in a long, slow lick. But it wasn't enough, and holding the panties to the side was distracting. With his thong, he punctured them, then split them apart right up the middle, leaving the two halves to hang off her hips. His palms went up to her ass and squeezed hard as he quit fooling around and got busy working out his female with his mouth. He knew exactly what she liked best, the sucking and the licking and the going in with his tongue. Closing his eyes, he took it all in, the scent and the taste and the feel of her shuddering against him as she peeked and came apart. Behind the fly of his leathers, his cock was screaming for attention, the rasp of the buttons not nearly sufficient to satisfy what it was demanding, but tough shit. His erection was going to have to chill for a while, because this was too sweet to stop anytime soon. When Beth's knees wobbled, he took her down to the floor and stretched one of her legs up, keeping to his pace while shoving her fleece to her neck and putting his hand under her bra. As she orgasmed again, she grabbed onto one of the desk legs, pulling hard and bracing her free foot into the rug. His pursuit pushed them both farther and farther beneath where he discharged his kingly duties until he had to crouch down to fit his shoulders. Eventually her head was out the other side and she was gripping the pansy-ass chair he sat in and dragging it with her. As she cried out his name once more, he prowled up her body and glared at the stupid Nancy chair. I need something heavier to sit in. Last coherent thing he said. His body found the entrance to hers with an ease that spoke of all the practice they'd had yeah, still as good as the first time. Wrapping his arms around her, he rode her hard, and she was right there with him as the storm rolling through his body gathered in his balls until they stung. Together, he and his Shellen moved as one, giving, receiving, going faster and faster until he came and kept going and came again and kept going until something hit his face. In full animal mode, he growled and swiped at it with his fangs. It was the drapes. He'd managed to fuck them out from under the desk, past the chair, and over to the wall. Beth burst out laughing, and so did he, and then they were cradling each other. Easing onto his side, Wrath held his mate against his chest, and tugged her turtleneck and fleece back into place so she wouldn't be cold. "So what did happen at the meeting?" she said eventually. "None of the council showed." He hesitated, wondering where the lines were with respect to Rev. Not even Rev? He was there, but the others didn't make it up. Evidently, the council is scared of me, which is not a bad thing. Abruptly, he took her hands. "Listen, Beth." Tension threaded through her reply. "Yes. Honesty, right? Right. Something did go down. It involves Revenge's life, but I don't feel comfortable telling you the ins and outs because it's his biz. Not mine." She exhaled. "If it doesn't involve you or the Brotherhood, it does only because it puts us in a difficult position. And Beth would be in the same tight spot if she were in on the info. The thing was, protecting the identity of a known sympath was only half the problem. Last time Wrath had checked, Bella didn't have a clue what her brother was. So Beth would have to keep the secret from her friend, too." His Shellen frowned. "If I ask exactly how it presents an issue for you guys, I'm going to know what it is, right?" Wrath nodded and waited. She ran her hand down his jaw. "And you would tell me, wouldn't you?" "Yeah." He wouldn't like it, but he would. Without hesitation. "Okay, I am not going to ask." She leaned up to kiss him. "And I'm glad you gave me the choice. See, I'm trainable." He held her face and pressed his mouth to hers a couple of times, feeling the smile that lit her lips by the way the stroking sensation changed. "Speaking of training, how'd you like some food?" she said. "Oh, how I love you. I'll deliver. I think I'd better clean you up first." He whipped off his black shirt and carefully stroked up her thighs to her core. "You're doing more than cleaning me up?" she drawled as he let his hand rub between her thighs. He surged up, making a move to mount her again. "Can you blame me?" She laughed and held him back. "Food. Then more sex." He nibbled at her mouth, thinking that eating was so overrated. But then her tummy rumbled, and he was instantly all about getting her fed, his instinct to protect and provide overriding the sexual one. Putting his wide palm on her flat belly, he said, "Let me get it for." "No, I want to wait on you." She touched his face again. "Stay here. I won't be long." As she got to her feet, he rolled onto his back and stuffed his well-used, but still very stiff cock in his leathers. Beth bent down to pick up her jeans, giving him a hell of a view and causing him to wonder if he could wait even 5 minutes before getting into her again. "You know what I feel like?" she murmured as she pulled her sevens into place. "Like you've been making love with your Hellrin and are about to do some more of that good ol' bump and grind?" God, he loved making her laugh. "Well, yes," she said. "But when it comes to food, I want homemade stew." "Is it already made?" "Please let it be. There's beef left over from look at that face. Rather have less of you in the kitchen and more of you on my—" Okay, he so wasn't finishing that sentence. She seemed to filled in the blank just fine, though. I'll be fast. You do that, Leland, and I'll give you a dessert that'll make your head spin." She showed him some serious hip sway as she went across the room. A sexy little dance that left him growling, and in the doorway, she paused and looked back at him, the brighter light from the hall illuminating her. And what do you know? His blurry vision gave him the loveliest parting gift. In the glow, he saw her long dark hair down over her shoulders and her flushed face and her tall body with all its curves. "You are so beautiful," he said quietly. Beth positively glowed at him, the scent of her joy and happiness intensifying until all he smelled was the fragrance of night-blooming roses that was hers alone. Beth brought her fingertips to the mouth he'd ravished and blew him a soft, slow kiss. "I'll be right back. And I'll see you then." Although considering how sexed up he was, they were both likely to just see more under the desk time. After she left, he lay for a bit, his keen ears listening to her going down the grand staircase. Then he dragged himself off the floor, put the pansy chair back where it had been, and parked his ass behind the desk. He reached for his wraparounds to spare his eyes the dim light of the fire and let his head fall back. The knock on the door made his temples sting in frustration. Man, he couldn't get 2 seconds of peace. Could hend by the scent of Turkish tobacco. He knew who it was. "Come in, V." As the brother entered, the scent of that tobacco joined the subtle smoke of hardwood burning across the room. "We have a problem," Vishouse said. Wrath closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose, hoping like hell his headache wasn't pulling in for the whole night, like his brain was a travelodge. "Talk to me. Someone emailed us about Revenge. Gave us 24 hours to deliver him to the Symphoth colony, or they're going blow his cover to the Glimmer and make it clear that you and all of us knew about his identity and failed to take action." Wrath's eyes popped open. "What the fuck? I'm already digging around on the email addy. With some broken field running through IT land, I should be able to access the account and find out who it is. Shit, so much for that document not being read by anyone else." Wrath swallowed hard, the pressure in his head making him nauseous. "Look, contact Rev, tell him what was sent. See what he says. The Glimmer is scattered and scared, but if that kind of shit gets out to them, we'd have no choice but to do something, otherwise we could have a riot on our hands, not just of the aristocracy, but of the civilians as well." "Roger that. I'll report back. Move fast. Hey, you okay?" "Yeah, go call Rev. God damn it." After the door closed again, Wrath groaned. The gentle light of the fire made the agony at his temples worse, but he wasn't into putting the flames out. Total darkness was not an option, not after this afternoon's little wake-up call, when midnight was all he had. Shutting his lids, he tried to get past the pain. Little rest. That was all he needed. Just a little rest. 51. When Shex returned to zero-sum, she went in the back door to the VIP section and kept her hands in her pockets. Thanks to her vampire side, she didn't leave fingerprints, but bloody hands were bloody hands. And she had Grady's shit on her pants as well. But that was why, even in these modern times, the club had an old-fashioned, fire-breathing furnace in the basement. She did not check in with anyone, just slipped into Rev's office and headed through to his bedroom beyond. Fortunately, there was plenty of time to change and clean up, though, because it was going to take the CPD a while to find Grady. The command she'd given to De La Cruz was to leave for the whole night, although with a guy like him, it was possible that his conscience could override the thought she'd planted. Still, she had at minimum a couple of hours. In Rev's apartment, she locked the door and went directly to the shower. After she turned on the hot water, she disarmed and put all of her clothes and her boots down a chute that dumped directly into the furnace. Fuck the Maytag man. That was the kind of laundry bin people like her needed. She took her long blade under the water with her and washed her body and the knife with equal care. Her chilaches were still on, the soap stinging where the barbed bands dug into her thighs, and she waited until the pain faded before releasing one and then the other. The wet agony was so great it numbed her legs cold and shot up into her chest, causing her heart to palpitate. As an exhale barreled free of her mouth, she sagged against the marble, knowing there was a good chance she was going to pass out. Somehow she kept conscious. Watching all the red bloom around the drain beneath her feet, she thought of Chrissy's dead body. In that human morgue, the woman's blood had been black and brown under her mottled gray flesh. Grady's had run the color of wine, but sure as shit he was going to look just like the girl he killed in a couple of hours, dead on a stainless steel table with what had once drummed through his veins setting like concrete. She'd done her job well. The tears came from nowhere and everywhere, and she despised them. Ashamed of her weakness, Shex covered her face with her hands, even though she was alone. Someone had tried to avenge her death once. Only she hadn't been dead just wishing for it while her body was worked on with all kinds of instruments, and the whole chivalrous, hero on a white horse act hadn't gone well for her avenger. Murder had been driven mad. He'd thought he was rescuing a vampire, but surprise, he was actually risking his life to bring home a sympath. Oops, guess she forgot to tell her lover that little part. She wished she had revealed herself. Considering what she was, he'd had a right to know, and maybe if he had, he'd still be in the Brotherhood. Maybe mated to a nice female. Definitely wouldn't have lost his sanity and taken off for God only knew where. Avenging was dangerous business, wasn't it? In the case of Chrissy, it was fine. Everything had worked out. But sometimes what you sought to honor wasn't worth the effort. Shex hadn't been, and it hadn't just cost Murder his mind. And Rev was still paying for her mistakes. She thought of John Matthew and wished like hell she hadn't fucked him. Murder had been a casual thing for her. John Matthew? Going by the ache in the center of her chest every time she thought of him. She suspected he was a lot more than that, which was why she was trying to lock out of her mind what had happened between them back at her basement place. The problem was how John Matthew had been with her. The tenderness he had shown threatened to crack her in half. His emotions, everything that was soft and gentle and respectful Avenged, though he knew what she was. She'd had to shut him down hard because unless he'd cut that shit, she'd been in danger of pressing her lips to his and losing herself completely. John Matthew was her well of soul, as the sympaths called it, or her pyracant, to the vampires. Her essential weakness. And she was very weak when it came to him. With a wave of pain, she pictured him on that security monitor with his hands all over Gina. Like the barbed bands she wore, the image overwhelmed her with agony. And she couldn't help thinking that she deserved what it was going to be like to watch him drown himself in mindless, empty sex. She turned off the shower, picked up her chilaches and the knife from the slick marble flooring, and stepped out, dumping all her metal in a sink to drip dry. As she put one of Rev's super luxurious black towels to use, she wished it were sandpaper, right? Rev drawled from the doorway. Shex paused with the towel across her back and looked into the mirror. Rev was lounging against the jamb, his sable coat turning him into a great bear of a male. His mohawk and his sharp purple eyes testifying to his warrior side in spite of all the metrosexual clothes he wore. "How did tonight go?" she asked, putting one foot up on the counter and running the black terry cloth down to her ankle. "I might ask you the same thing. What the fuck's going on with you?" "Nothing." She put her other leg up. "So how was the meeting?" Rev kept his eyes on hers, not because he was respecting the fact that she was buck-ass naked, but because he honestly didn't care one way or another. Hell, he'd be the same with Trez or I am flashing their ass. She'd long ago ceased to be female to him even though they fed from each other. Maybe that was what she liked about John Matthew. He'd looked at her and touched her and treated her like she was a female, like she were precious. Not because she wasn't as strong as he was, but because she was rare and special. Christ. Spare her from the estrogen. And that would all be in the past tense now anyway. "The meeting?" she prompted. "Fine. Be that way. As for the council, they didn't show, but this did." Rev took a long flat envelope out of his breast pocket and tossed it onto the counter. "I'll let you read it later. Needless to say, my secret's been known for quite some time. Stepdad blabbed on the way to the fade, and it was a miracle the shit didn't get out before now. Son of a bitch. That's an affidavit, by the way. Not some kind of random scribble on the back of a napkin." Rev shook his head. "I'm going to have to get into that house of Montrags. See if there are any more copies around." "I can do it." Those amethyst eyes narrowed. "No offense, but I'll pass on the offer. You don't look right. That's just because you haven't seen me without clothes on in a while. Get me in leather and you'll be back to knowing I'm a hard-ass." Rev's eyes went down to the ragged wounds around her thighs. "Hard to imagine you got on me about what I was doing to my arm, considering what those pins of yours look like." She covered herself up with the towel. "I'll go over to Montrag's place today." "Why were you taking a shower?" "Because I was all bloody." The smile that stretched Rev's mouth and revealed his fangs was all about the throwdown. "You found Grady?" "Yup. Netheus. We should expect a visit from the CPD sometime very soon. Looking forward to it." Shex patted dry her chilaches and her knife, then walked past Rev and went into the 2 square feet of his closet that were hers. Taking out a fresh pair of leathers and a black muscle shirt, She glanced over her shoulder. You mind giving me a little privacy? You're putting those damn things on again? How's your dopamine supply? Rev chuckled and headed for the door. I'll take care of searching Montrag's place. You've done enough dirty work for other people lately. I can handle it. Doesn't mean you should have to. He reached into his pocket and took out his cell phone. Fuck. I forgot to turn this thing back on. When the screen lit up, he looked down and his emotions flickered. His emotions actually flickered. Maybe it was because her chilaches were off and her sympath side didn't take long to come forward. But she couldn't keep herself from focusing on him hard, the weakness he sported making her curious. What she noticed, though, was not so much his emotional grid but the fact that his scent was different. You fed from someone, she said. Rev froze, giving himself away by the stillness of that big body of his. Don't even try to lie, she murmured. I can smell it. Rev shrugged, and she got ready for a whole lot of no big dealing. He even opened his mouth, his hard face assuming the bored expression he used to distance people. Except he didn't say a thing. Didn't seem to be able to muster the blow-off. Wow, Shex shook her head. Serious stuff, huh? Ignoring the question was evidently the best he could do. When you're ready, let's meet with Trez and IM and do the status update before closing. Rev turned on his loafers and went back out into the office. Funny, she thought to herself, as she picked up one of the steel bands and got ready to crank it around her thigh. She'd never expected to see him like that, ever. Made her wonder who it was, and how much the female knew about him. Rev went to his desk and sat down, phone in his hand. Alina had called and left a message, but instead of wasting time to listen to it, he called up her contact info and the call that came through was the only one that would have diverted him from finishing the dial action. He answered and said, Which brother am I talking to? This house. What's doing, man? Nothing good, true? The flat tone of the guy's voice made Rev think of car accidents. Bad ones that required the jaws of life to free bodies. Tell me. The brother talked and talked and talked. Email. Cover blown. Deportation. There must have been a long stretch of silence at that point because Rev heard his name. You there? Revenge? Yo, man. Yeah, I'm here. Kind of. He was a little distracted by the dull roar in his head. Like the building he was in was caving in all around him. Did you hear what I asked you? Ah, no. The roaring sound grew so loud. He was sure the club had been bombed and the walls were crumbling and the roof coming down. I tried to trace the email and I almost think it's coming from an IP address up north near the colony, if not actually within it. I really don't think this came from a vampire at all. Do you know anyone up there who might try to blow your cover? So the princess had lost interest in playing blackmail games. No. Now it was V's turn to be quiet. Are you sure? Yes. The princess had decided to call him home. And if he didn't go, she would absolutely email everyone in the Glimmer and implicate Wrath and the Brotherhood while she revealed Rev's secret. Coupled with the affidavit that had been sprung tonight, life as he knew it was over. Not that the Brotherhood needed to know that. Rev. In a dead voice he said, It's just fallout from the Montrag shit. Don't worry about it. What the hell happened? Shex's sharp voice from the bedroom doorway helped him focus, and he looked over at her. As he met her stare, her strong body and sharp gray eyes were as familiar to him as his own reflection. And the same was true with Kim for her, so she knew by the look on his face exactly what was doing. The color slowly drained out of her cheeks. What did she do? What did that cunt do to you? I gotta go, V. Thanks for calling. Revenge? The brother cut in. Look, buddy, why don't I keep trying to track it? Waste of time. No one up there knows. Trust me. Rev ended the call, and before Shex could jump in, he dialed voicemail and picked up Alina's message. He knew what she was going to say, though. Knew exactly, Hey, Rev, I just got a visit from this female. She was talking a lot of craziness about you. I thought you should know. To be honest, she's freaky. Anyway, maybe you can call me and talk to me about this? I'd really appreciate it. Bye. He deleted the message, hit end, and put the cell phone down on the desk. Lining it up with the black leather blotter, so that the LG was perfectly vertical. Shex came over, and as she did, there was a sharp knock and someone came in. "Give us a minute, Trez," he heard her say. "Take Rally with you, and don't let anyone in here." "What hap? Now, please." Revenge stared at the phone, only dimly aware of some shuffling and the door clicking shut. "You hear that?" he said quietly. "Hear what?" Shex asked as she came and knelt down next to his chair. "That sound. Rev, what did she do?" He looked over into her eyes and saw his mother on her deathbed instead. Funny, both females had the same kind of pleading in their stares. And both were people he wanted to protect. Alina was on that list. So was his sister. So were Wrath and the Brotherhood. Revenge reached forward and cupped the chin of his second in command. "It's just Brotherhood stuff, and I'm really tired." "The hell it was, and the hell you are. Can I ask you something?" "What?" "If I asked you to take care of a female for me, would you make sure that happened?" "Yes, fuck yes. Christ. I've wanted to kill that bitch for over 20 years. He dropped his hand, then put his palm out. "On your honor, swear it." Shex clasped his palm as a male would, not as a touch but as a vow. "You have my word. Anything. Thanks. Listen, Shex, I'm going to crash. But first you've got to give me a clue here. You'll lock up." She sat back on her heels. "What the fuck is going on?" "Just this house with another hiccup in the road." "Shit. Is Wrath having more problems with the Glimmerer?" "As long as there is a Glimmerer, he's going to have them." She frowned. "Why are you thinking of a beach ad from the 1980s? "Because chest medallions are coming back in style. I can just feel it. And quit trying to get into me." There was a long silence. "I'm going to chalk this up to your mom's passing." "Excellent plan." He pushed his cane into the floor. "Now I'm going to get a little sleep. I've been up for like 2 days straight." "Fine. But next time, try to block me with something a little less frightening than Denny Terrio in the Bahamas." When he was alone, Rev looked around. The office had seen a lot of action. Lot of money changing hands. Lot of drugs doing the same. Lot of wisenesses who'd fucked with him, bleeding. Through the open door to the bedroom, he stared at the apartment he'd spent a good number of nights in. He could just barely see the shower. Back before he hadn't been able to handle the princess's venom, when he'd been able to go to her and take care of business and still been strong enough to get his own ass home, he'd always washed in that bathroom. He hadn't wanted to contaminate the family home with what was on his skin, and had needed plenty of soap and hot water and elbow grease before he could go back to see his mother and sister. The irony had been that whenever he'd arrive back at the house, his mother would invariably ask him whether he'd been to the gym, because he had a healthy glow to his face. He never had been clean enough. But then, ugly deeds were not like dirt, you couldn't wash them off. He let his head fall back and walked through zero-sum in his mind, picturing Rally's scale room and the VIP section and the waterfall wall and the open dance floor and the bars. He knew every inch of the club and all the things that happened in it, from what his girls did on their knees and their backs to how the bookies worked their odds to the number of OD Shex had dealt with. So much dirty business. He thought of Alina losing her job to bring him the antibiotics. He was too much of a shithead to get at Havers's. See, that was a good act. And he knew this not just because of what he'd taught himself from being around his mother's people, but because of who he knew Alina to be. She was intrinsically good, and therefore she did good things. What he had been doing here was not and never had been good because that was who he was. Rev thought about the club. The thing was, the places of your life, like the clothes you wore and the car you drove and the friends and associates you had, were a product of the way you lived. And he lived dark and violent and seedy. Was going to die that way, too. He deserved where he was going. But on the way to the door, he was going to make things right. For once in his life, he was going to do all the right things for all the right reasons. And he was going to do them for the short list of people he loved. 52. Back across town at the Brotherhood's mansion, Tor sat in the billiards room, his ass on the chair that he'd pulled over and angled out so he could see the vestibule's door. In his right hand, he held a brand new black Timex Indiglo watch, which he was setting with the correct time and date, and at his left elbow he had a long/tall filled with a coffee ice cream milkshake. He was almost finished with the watch and only a quarter of the way through the shake. His stomach wasn't handling the shitloads of food he'd thrown at it all that well, but he didn't give a rat's ass. He needed to put on weight fast, so his gut was just going to have to get with the program. With a final beep, the watch was tight and he put it on his wrist, staring at the glowing 4:57 a.m. on the face. He looked at the vestibule's door again. Fuck the watch and the eating. What he was really doing was waiting for John to walk through that damn thing with Quinn and Blay. He wanted his boy home safe. Even though John wasn't a boy anymore and hadn't been his since he'd left the kid high and dry a year ago. You know, I can't believe you're not watching this. Lassiter's voice made him pick up the glass and take a draw on the straw so he didn't lob another pipe down Sonny at the fucker. The angel loved TV, but suffered from ADD big time. He was always changing channels. God only knew what he was watching now. I mean, she's a woman going it alone in the world. She's cool and the clothes are tight. It's a really good show. Tor looked over his shoulder. The angel was sprawled on the couch, remote in his hand, head propped up by a needlepoint pillow. Marissa had done that, said, fangs for the memories. And beyond him on the flat screen was. Tor nearly choked on his shake. What the hell are you doing? That's Mary Tyler Moore, motherfucker. Is that who she is? Yeah. And no offense, you should not be getting off on that show. Why? It's like one step up from a Lifetime movie. You might as well be painting your toenails. Whatever. I like it. The angel didn't seem to tweak to the fact that MTM on Nick at Night was not like MMA on Spike. Any of the brothers saw this and Lassiter's ass was going to get spanked. Yo, Rage! Tor called out to the dining room. Come see what this lava lamp is into on the tube. Hollywood came in palming a plate piled high with mashed potatoes and roast beef. For the most part, he didn't believe in vegetables, considering them a caloric waste of space. So the green beans that had come with first meal were noticeably absent from his reheat. What's he watching? Oh hey, Mary Tyler Moore. I love her. Rage parked it in one of the club chairs next to the angel. Great clothes. Lassiter shot a "see I told ya" in Tor's direction. And Rhoda's kind of hot. The two pounded knuckles. Feel you. Tor went back to his milkshake. You are both an embarrassment to the male sex. Why? Because we're not all about Godzilla? Rage shot back. At least I can hold my head up in public. The two of you should be watching that shit in a closet. I don't feel the need to hide my preferences. Rage arched his brows, crossed his legs, and extended his pinky from his fork. I am who I am. Please don't tempt with that kind of opening, Tor muttered, hiding a smile by hitting his straw again. When there was only silence, he glanced over, ready to keep up the. Rage and Lassiter were both staring at him, cautious approval on their faces. Oh, for fuck's sake, don't look at me like that. Rage recovered first. I can't help it. You're just so sexy in those baggy-ass pants. I got to get me a pair. 'Cause nothing says hotness like wearing what looks like two hefties stitched together at your racket and balls. Lassiter nodded. Totally craptastic. Sign my sack up for some of that. You get that shit from Home Depot? Rage tilted his head to one side. In the trash removal section? Before Tor could hit back, Lost Sister jumped in. Man, I only hope that I can pull off looking like I got a load in my shorts as well as you do. Did you get training? Or is it just a case of lack of ass? Tor had to laugh. I'm surrounded by asses. Trust me. Which would explain why you're so confident going without one. Rage tacked on. Come to think of it, you're actually built like Mary Tyler Moore. So I'm surprised you don't like her more. Tor took a deliberate draw on the milkshake. I'ma put on some weight just to throw you down for that. Rage's smile stayed in place, but his eyes went grave. Looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to that. Tor went back to focusing on the vestibule's door, closing himself up, ending the banter because abruptly it didn't feel right. Lassiter and Rage didn't follow the lead. The pair were a chatty Cathy combo from hell, riffing off each other and whatever was on the TV and what Rage was eating and where the angel was pierced, and Tor would have moved if he could have watched the front door from any other. The security system let out a beep as the mansion's outer door was opened. There was a pause, and then another beep was followed by a gonging sound. As Fritz raced to answer the summons, Tor sat up straighter, which was pathetic, considering the shape his body was in. Torso height was not going to magically improve the fact that he weighed little more than the chair his non-existent butt was parked in. Quinn was the first to stride in, the kid dressed in black, the gunmetal piercings that ran up his left ear and marked his lower lip catching the light. Blaylock was next, dressed all Mr. Preppy in his high-necked cashmere sweater and his slacks. As the pair headed for the stairs, the expressions on them were as different as their clothes. Quinn had evidently had a really good night, going by the "I got laid" and then some grin on his pie hole. Blay, on the other hand, looked like he'd been to the dentist, his mouth set grimly, his eyes down on the mosaic floor. Maybe John wasn't coming back. But where would he stay? When John came into the foyer, Tor couldn't help it. He rose from his seat, catching himself on the high back of the chair as he wobbled. John's face had no expression on it at all. His hair was tousled, but not by the wind, and there was a series of scratches on the side of his neck, the kind made by a female's nails. The scent coming off him was of Jack Daniels, multiple perfumes, and sex. He looked about 100 years older than when he'd been sitting by Tor's bed doing the thinker mere nights ago. This was not a kid. This was a full-grown male working off a hard edge in the time-tested ways most guys did. Tor sank back into the chair, expecting to be ignored, but when John reached the bottom step, he put his boot up and turned his head as if he knew someone was watching him. His expression didn't change at all as he met Tor's stare. He just lifted his hand in a half-assed way and kept on going. "I was worried you weren't coming home," Tor said loudly. Quinn and Blay halted. Rage and Lassiter shut up. Mary's and Rhoda's voices filled the void. John barely paused as he signed, "This isn't home. It's a house. And I need a place to stay." John didn't wait for a response, and the set of his shoulders suggested he wasn't interested in one. Clearly, Tor could have talked until his tongue was worn to a stump about how the people here cared about John, but nothing would register. As the three of them disappeared up the stairs, Tor finished his milkshake, took the tall glass into the kitchen, and got the thing into the dishwasher without a dog Jen asking him if he wanted anything else to eat or drink. Beth, however, was stirring a pot of stew and looking as if she were hoping to slip him a bowl, so he didn't stick around. The trip up to the second floor was long and hard, but not because he was feeling weak physically. He'd fucked John up but good, and now he was reaping that crop of all the shutout he'd been laying. Wasn't he? Damn it. The crash and holler that came through the study's closed doors sounded like someone had been attacked, and Tor's body, frail though it was, responded on instinct, hitting the door hard and throwing it open. Wrath was crouched behind the desk, arms out in front of him, the computer and phone and paperwork scattered as if he'd pushed them away, his chair on its side. The wraparounds the king always wore were in one of his hands, his eyes staring straight ahead. "My lord, are the lights on?" Wrath was breathing hard. "Are the fucking lights on?" Tor rushed around and grabbed onto one of his king's arms. "Out in the hall, yeah. And there's the fire." "What's?" Wrath's powerful body started to shake so badly, Tor had to jack the brother up, which required more muscle than he had. Fuck, they were both going down if he didn't get help. Locking his mouth on his front teeth, he whistled loud and long and then got back with the job of trying not to lose hold of his king. Rage and Lassiter were the first to come running, and they burst through the door. "What the hell? Turn the lights on," Wrath hollered again. "Someone turn on the fucking lights." As Lash sat in front of the granite counter at the brownstone's empty kitchen, his disposition improved greatly. It wasn't that he'd forgotten about the Brotherhood walking off with crates of guns and Slayer jars, or that the Hunterbred apartments had been compromised, or that Grady had escaped, or that he had a sympath waiting for him up north who was no doubt cranking out because Lash hadn't gone up there to murder someone yet. It was just that cash was distracting. And a lot of cash was very distracting. He watched as Mr. D brought over another Hannaford paper bag. More stacks of bills came out, each bundle secured by a cheapy tan rubber band. When the lesser was finished, not a lot of granite showed. Hell of a way to get him to calm his shit down. Lash thought as he looked up when Mr. D was finished hauling bags in. How much in total? 72,740. I done bundled it in $100 lots. Lash took one of the banded sets. This was not the neat and tidy currency that came from banks. This was dirty, wrinkled money, liberated from jeans pockets and mostly empty wallets and stained coats. He could practically smell the desperation wafting up from the bills. How much product do we have left? Enough for another 2 nights like tonight, but no more. And there be only 2 more dealers left. Except for the big one. Don't worry about Revenge. I'll take care of him. In the meantime, don't kill the other retailers, bring them to a persuasion center. We need their contacts. I want to know where and how they buy. Of course, likely as not they transacted with Revenge, but maybe there was someone else. A human who was more malleable. First thing this morning, you go and get us a safety deposit box and put this in there. This is seed money, and we're not losing it. Yes, Sue. Who sold the shit with you? Mr. N and Mr. I. Great. The fucktards who had let Grady bolt. Still, they had performed on the streets, and Grady had met a creative and uncomfortable end. Plus Lash had gotten to see Shex in action. So all wasn't lost. He was so going to be paying zero-sum a visit. And as for N and I, killing them was better than they deserved. But right now he needed those assholes out making paper. At nightfall, I want those 2 lessers pushing product. I thought you'd want to. First of all, you don't think. And secondly, we need more of this. He tossed the scrubby bills back amid the piles. I have plans that cost money. Yes, Sue. Abruptly reconsidering things, Lash leaned forward and picked up the bundle he'd thrown back. The shit was hard to let go of, even though all of it was his, and somehow the war seemed less interesting all of a sudden. Bending down, he grabbed one of the paper bags and filled it up. You know that Lexus? Yes, Sue. Take care of it. He reached into his pockets and tossed Mr. D the keys to the thing. That's your new ride. If you're going to be my street man, you have to look like you know what the fuck you're doing. Yes, Sue. Lash rolled his eyes, thinking that it took so little to motivate the stupid. Don't fuck up anything while I'm gone, will you? Where you be off to? Manhattan. I'll be reachable on my cell. Later. 53. As a cold day dawned and clouds dappled across a milky blue sky, Jose de la Cruz drove. Through Pine Grove Cemetery's gates and wound around rows and rows of headstones. The tight, curving lanes reminded him of life, that old board game his brother and he had played when they were kids. Each player got a little car with 6 holes and started with 1 peg to represent himself. As the game rolled on, you moved around the road track, picking up more pegs to represent a wife and kids. The goal was to acquire people and money and opportunity, to plug the holes in your car, to fill those voids you started out with. He looked around, thinking that in the game called real life you ended up plugging a dirt hole by yourself. Hardly the kind of thing you wanted your kids to know right out of the box. When he came to where Chrissy's grave was, he parked his car in the same place where he'd been until around 1 a.m. the previous night. Up ahead, there were 3 CPD police cars, for uniforms and parkas, and a stretch of yellow crime scene tape that wound from gravestone to gravestone in a tight box. He took his coffee with him even though it was lukewarm at best, and as he walked over, he saw the soles of a pair of boots through the circle of his colleague's legs. One of the cops looked over his shoulder, and the expression on the guy's face forewarned Jose about the condition of the body. If you'd offered the uni an airsick bag, he would have blown out the bottom of the damn thing. Hey detective. Charlie, how we doing? I'm good. Yeah, right. You seem it. The other guys glanced over and nodded, each one of them wearing an identical myballs Aryan my lower intestine look on his puss. The crime scene photographer, on the other hand, was a woman known for having issues. As she bent down and started snapping, there was a little smile on her face, like she was enjoying the view, and maybe going to slip one of the candids into her wallet. Grady had bitten it hard. Literally. Who found him? Jose asked, crouching down to examine the body. Clean cuts. A lot of them. This had been done by a professional. Groundsman, one of the cops said. About an hour ago. Where's that guy now? Jose got to his feet and stepped to the side so the coxogenist could keep doing her job. I'm going to want to talk to him. Back in the shed having a cup of coffee. He needed it. Shook up bad. Well, I can understand that. Most of the bodies round here are not on top of the graves. All four of the Eunice looked at him as if to say, yeah, and not in this condition either. I'm done with the body, the photographer said as she put the cap on her lens. And I already snapped the stuff in the snow. Jose walked around the scene carefully, so he didn't disturb the various prints or their little numbered flaggings or the path that had been made across the ground. It was clear what had happened. Grady had tried to run from whoever had gotten him and failed. Going by the blood streaks, he'd been injured, likely just to incapacitate him, and then moved over to Chrissy's grave, where he had been dismembered and killed. Jose went back to where the body was and took a gander at the headstone, noticing a brown streak that ran from the top down the front. Dried blood, and he was willing to bet it had been put there on purpose, and when it was warm, some of the stuff had dripped down inside the inscribed letters that spelled out Christy and Andrews. You get this? He asked. The photographer glared at him, then uncapped, snapped, and recapped. Thank you, he said. We'll call you if we need anything else, or find any other guys hacked up like this. She glanced back down at Grady. My pleasure. Obviously, he thought, taking a drink from his coffee and grimacing. Old, cold, nasty. And not just the photographer. Man, Station House Java was the absolute worst, and if he hadn't been at a crime scene he would have ditched the swill and crushed the styro cup. Jose looked around the scene. Trees to hide behind. No lights other than on the road. Gates locked at night. If only he'd stayed a little longer, it could have stopped the killer before they castrated Grady. Fed the SOB his last meal, and no doubt enjoyed watching him die. God damn it. A gray station wagon with a county crest on the driver's door pulled up and stopped. A guy with a little black bag getting out and jogging over. Sorry I'm late. No problem, Roberts. Jose clapped palms with the medical examiner. We'd love to get an estimated time of death whenever you can. Sure thing, but it's only going to be rough. Maybe a 4-hour window. Whatever you can tell us would be great. As the guy sat on his haunches and got to work, Jose looked around again, then went over and stared at the footprints. 3 different kinds, one of which would match Grady's. The other 2 would have to be cast and researched by the CSI types who were due any moment. One pair of the unknowns was smaller than the others, and he would be willing to bet his house and car and the college funds of both his daughters that they would turn out to be a female's. In the study at the Brotherhood mansion, Wrath was sitting upright in his chair with a death grip on both of the arms. Beth was in the room with him, and he could tell by her scent that she was scared shitless. There were other people, too, talking, pacing. He could see nothing but blackness. Havers is coming, Tor announced from the double doors. His voice quieted the room like a mute button, cutting off every voice and all the sounds of movement. Doc Jane's on the phone with him now. They're going to bring him in one of the ambulances that has a blackout screen, because it's faster than Fritz picking him up. Wrath had insisted on waiting for a couple of hours before even Doc Jane was called. He'd hoped his vision would come back. Was still hoping. Praying was more like it. Beth had been so strong, standing at his side, holding his hand as he struggled against the darkness. But a little bit ago, she'd excused herself. When she'd come back, he'd smelled her tears even though she'd no doubt wiped them clean. That was what had made him pull the trig on the calling the Whitecoats. How long? Wrath asked roughly. ETA 20 minutes. As silence reigned, Wrath knew the other brothers were around him. He heard Rage unwrap yet another Tusti Pop, and V light up with the rasp of flint and an exhale of Turkish tobacco. Butch was chewing gum, the subtle snaps coming rapid fire, like his molars were tap shoes on a hardwood floor. Z was there, and Nala was in his arms, her sweet, lovely smell and occasional coos coming from the far corner. Even Fury was with them, having elected to stay the day, and he was standing with his twin and his niece. He knew they were all there, and yet he was alone. Utterly alone. Sucked down deeply into his body. Imprisoned in blindness. Wrath cranked down onto the chair's arms so he didn't scream. He wanted to be strong for his Shellen and his brothers and his race. He wanted to drop a couple of jokes, laugh this off as an interlude that was going to pass soon, show that he still had his sack and shit. He cleared his throat. But instead of something along the lines of, "This man walks into a bar with a parrot on his shoulder," what came out was, "Is this what you saw?" The words were guttural, and everyone knew who they were addressed to. V's answer was low. "I don't know what you're talking about." Bullshit. Wrath was bathed in blackness, his brothers around him, no one able to reach him. It was what this house had seen. Bull-shit. "You sure you want to do this now?" V said. "Is it the vision?" Wrath released the chair and slammed his fist onto the desk. "Is it the fucking vision?" "Yes." "The doctor's coming," Beth said quickly, her hand smoothing down his shoulder. "Doc Jane and Havers will talk. They'll figure this out. They will." Wrath turned to where the sound of Beth's voice had come from. As he reached out for her hand, she was the one who found his palm. Was this the future, he thought? Relying on her to take him when he needed to go somewhere? Let him like a fucking cripple? Keep it together. Keep it together. Keep it. He said those 3 words over and over again until he didn't feel so much like he was going to explode. And yet the impending detonation came right back when he heard Doc Jane and Havers enter the room. He knew who it was by the fact that everyone else once again stopped in the middle of what they were doing. No more smoking, no more chewing, no wrappers unfurling. All quiet except for breathing. And then the male doctor's voice. "My lord, may I examine your eyes?" "Yes." There was a shifting sound of clothes moving. Havers was no doubt taking off his coat. And then a soft bump, like a weight had been put down on the desk. Metal against metal, the lock of a doctor's bag being released. Havers's well-modulated voice came next. "With your permission, I'm going to touch your face now." Wrath nodded, then flinched when the soft contact came, and for a moment, he had hope as he heard the click of a penlight. Out of habit, he tensed, preparing for the light to hit whatever retina Havers was going after first. God, ever since he had memories, he could remember squinting at light, and after his transition it had gotten much worse. As the years had gone by. "Doc, can you get on with the exam?" Me lord, I've finished." There was a click, presumably Havers turning off his light. "At least with this part." Silence. Then Beth's hand gripping his harder. "What's next?" Wrath demanded. "What can you do next?" More silence, which somehow made the darkness even blacker. Right. Not a lot of options. Although why he was surprised he hadn't a clue. Vishuz was never wrong. 54. As night fell, Alina crushed her father's pills into the bottom of his mug, and when the powder was fine and consistent enough, she went to the refrigerator, got the cranras and poured. For once, she was grateful for the order that her father required, because her mind was not on what she was doing. In her current state, she was lucky to know what state she was in. New York, right? She checked the clock. Not much time. Lizzie would be arriving in about 20 minutes, and so would Rev's car. Rev's car. Not him. About an hour after she had called and left her message about his ex, a voicemail had come back from him. Not a phone call. He dialed directly into the system, put her number in, and left the recording. His voice had been low and serious. "Alina, I'm sorry that you were approached like that, and I'll make sure it never happens again. I'd like to see you at nightfall if you're free. I'll send my car for you at 9 unless I hear back from you that it doesn't work." Pause. "I'm so sorry." She knew the message by heart because she'd listened to it about 100 times. He sounded so different, like he was speaking in another language. Naturally, she hadn't slept during the day, and in the end she figured there were 2 ways to take it. Either he was horrified she'd had to deal with the female at all, or he'd had a really shitty meeting. Maybe it was a combination of both. She refused to believe that nut with the crazy eyes had any credibility. Hell, the female reminded Alina too much of her father when he was in one of his delusional episodes. Fixated, obsessive, in another reality. She had wanted to do damage and had calibrated her words accordingly. Still, it would have been good to talk to Rev. She could have used the reassurance, but at least she didn't have to wait any longer to see him. After she was certain the kitchen was left in exactly the same arrangement as it had been when she'd come up, she took the stairs to the basement and went to her father's room. She found him in bed with his eyes closed, his body still. "Father!" He didn't move. "Father!" Cranras splashed as she all but threw the mug onto the table. "Father!" Those eyes opened and he yawned. "Verily, daughter mine, how fare thee? Are you all right?" She looked him over even though he was mostly covered by the velvet duvet. He was pale and his hair was all chia pet, but he seemed to be breathing easily. "Is there anything?" English is rather coarse on the ear, is it not? Alina paused. "Forgive me. Are you well?" "Indeed I am. I was up well into the day thinking of another project, which is why I dallied longer than usual upon this bed. I do believe I shall let the voices in my head wander onto the page. I believe I would benefit from giving them an outlet other than myself." Alina allowed her knees to loosen and she sat without grace on the bed. "Your juice, father. Would you care for it now?" "Ah, lovely. The maid is so thoughtful to prepare it for you." "Yes, she is very thoughtful." Alina handed him his meds and watched him drink, her heart rate slowing. Lately, life had been nothing but a series of Batman bang, POW, and crack, with her pinballing around her comic book page until she was dizzy. Guess it was going to take some time before every little thing stopped getting blown up in her mind into mad drama. When her father was finished, she kissed his cheek, told him she was going out for a bit, and took the mug back upstairs. By the time Luzzie knocked about 10 minutes later, most of Alina's brain was back where it needed to be. She was going to see Rev, enjoy his company, then resume her job search when she got home. Everything was going to be okay. As she opened the door, she straightened her shoulders with resolve. "How are you?" "I'm fine." Luzzie glanced over her shoulder. "Did you know there's a Bentley parked outside your door?" Alina's brows shot up and she leaned around the jam. There was indeed a brand new, super shiny, spectacular Bentley parked in front of her shitty little rental, looking as out of place as a diamond on the hand of a bag lady. The driver's side door opened and an incredibly beautiful, dark-skinned male rose from behind the wheel. "Alina, ahi's. I'm here to pick you up. I'm Trez. Illy need a minute. Take your time." His smile revealed fangs and she was reassured. She didn't like being around humans. Didn't trust them. She ducked back inside and put her coat on. "Luzzie, would you be able to continue coming here? It looks like I'll be able to keep paying you." "Of course. I'd do anything for your father." Luzzie flushed. "I mean both of you. Does this mean that you've found another job?" "Money has loosened up a little bit more than I expected. And I hate his being here alone." "Well, I'll take good care of him." Alina smiled and wanted to hug the woman. "You always do. As for tonight, I'm not sure how long I'll be. Take your time. He and I will be fine." On impulse, Alina gave the female a quick embrace. "Thank you. Thank you." Grabbing her purse, she hit the door before she made a fool out of herself. And as she emerged into the cold, the driver came around to help her into the Bentley. Dressed in his black leather trench coat, he looked more like a hitman than a chauffeur, but when he smiled at her again, his dark eyes flashed an extraordinarily brilliant green. "Don't worry, I'll get you there just fine." She believed him. "Where are we going?" "Downtown. He's waiting for you." Alina felt awkward as the door was opened for her, even though she knew it was courtly manners among equals on his part and not anything to do with serving her. She was just out of practice at being attended to by a male of worth. Jesus, the Bentley smelled good. While Trez went around and got in behind the wheel, she stroked the fine leather of the seat and couldn't remember feeling anything so luxurious. And as the car eased out of the alley and down onto the street, she barely felt the potholes that usually left her hanging on to the door handle in taxis. Smooth ride. Expensive ride. Where were they going? As a gentle, warm breeze suffused the back seat, that voice message from Rev played over and over again in her head. Doubt flickered in her mind, like the brake lights of the cars in front of them, going off and on, slowing her everything's okay roll. It got worse. Downtown was not a place she knew very well, and she tensed up as they passed the part where the luxury high-rises were, where she had met Rev at the Commodore. Maybe he was taking her out dancing. Yeah, because you did that without telling the female to wear a dress. The farther they went down Trade Street, the more she stroked the seat beside her, although not for the feel of it. Things got seedier and seedier, the lineup of all-right restaurants and the offices of the Caldwell Courier-Journal giving way to tattoo parlors and bars that looked as if they'd have grizzled drunks on stools and dirty bowls of peanuts at their counters. Then it was the clubs, the loud, flashy kind she never, ever went to because she didn't like the noise, the lights, or the people in them. As the black-on-black sign for zero-sum came into view, she knew they were going to stop in front of it, and her heart dropped into her lower gut. Strangely, she had the same reaction she'd had to seeing Stefan in the morgue. This can't be right. This can't be happening. This is not how things are supposed to be. The Bentley didn't pull up in front of the club, though, and for a moment hope flared. But of course, they went into the alley on the far side, stopping at a private entrance. "He owns this club," she said in a dead voice. "Doesn't he?" Trez didn't touch the question, but he didn't have to. As he came around and opened the door for her, she sat frozen stiff in the back of the Bentley, staring at the brick building. Absently, she noted that there was grime dripping down its flank from the roof, and crud splashed up on it from the ground. Tarnished, dirty. She thought of standing at the foot of the Commodore and staring upward at all the sparkling clean glass and chrome. That was the facade he had chosen to show her. This one with the filth was what he had been forced to show her. "He's waiting for you," Trez said gently. The side door of the club opened wide, another Moorish male appearing. Behind him, everything was dim, but she heard the thumping bass. Did she really need to see this, she wondered. Well, she needed to tell Rev off, that was for sure, assuming this train wreck was going in the direction it appeared to be. And then it dawned on her. If all this was true, she had a bigger problem. She'd had sex with a symphoth. She'd let a symphoth feed from her. Alina shook her head. "I don't need this. Take me H." A female appeared, one who was built tough and hard as a male, and not just on the outside. Her eyes were icy cold and utterly calculating. She came over and leaned into the car. "Nothing is going to hurt you inside here. I swear it." Whatever the hurt was already happening, Alina thought. She was getting chest pains like you would with a heart attack. "He's waiting," the female said. What got Alina out of the car was her backbone, and not just because it straightened her from a sitting position. The thing was, she didn't run. In all her life, she hadn't run from the hard stuff, and she was not starting now. She walked in through the door and knew for sure that she was somewhere she wouldn't ever choose to be. Everything was dark, and the music banged into her ears like fists, and the smell of too much hot skin made her want to plug her nose. The female led the way, and the Moors flanked Alina, their huge bodies carving a path through a human jungle she had no wish to be a part of. Waitresses dressed in tight black uniforms carried around endless variations on alcohol, and half-nude women rubbed up against men in suits, and every person Alina passed had eyes that were looking somewhere else, as if whatever they'd ordered or whoever was in front of them couldn't satisfy them. She was led over to a reinforced black door, and after Trez spoke into his wristwatch, the thing opened and he stood to the side as if he expected her to walk right in, like it was just someone's living room. Not. Staring into the darkness beyond, she saw nothing but a black ceiling and black walls and a shiny black floor. But then Revenge stepped into her line of sight. He was exactly as she knew him to be, a big male dressed in a sable duster who had mohawked hair and amethyst eyes and a red cane. He was, however, a total stranger. Revenge stared at the female he loved and saw on her pale, strained face exactly what he had sought to put there. Revulsion. "Will you come in?" he said, needing to finish the job. Alina glanced over at Shex. "You're security, right?" Shex frowned, but nodded. "Then you're coming in with me. I don't want to be alone with him." As her words hit, Rev might as well have been sliced through the throat, but he showed no reaction as Shex came forward and Alina followed. The door shut and the music was buffered away and the silence was as loud as a scream. Alina looked at his desk. on which he'd deliberately left $25,000 in cash and a brick of cocaine that was wrapped in cellophane. "You told me you were a businessman," she said. "Guess it was my fault for assuming it was legitimate." All he could do was stare at her. His voice had left him. His shallow breath, nothing that could sustain words. The only thing he could do, as she stood stiff and angry before him, was memorize her. From the way her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back to her toffee-colored eyes to her simple black coat to the way she kept her hands in her pockets, as if she didn't want to touch a thing. He didn't want this to be how he remembered her, but as it was the last time he would see her, he couldn't help but focus on every detail. Alina's eyes flipped from the drugs and the cash back to his face. "So it's true? Everything your ex-girlfriend said. She is my half-sister. And yes, everything." The female he loved took a step back from him, fear bringing her hand out of her pocket and up to her throat. He knew exactly what she was thinking of. Him feeding from her vein, them being naked and alone in his penthouse. She was recasting the recollection, coming to terms with the fact that it hadn't been a vampire at her neck. It had been a symphoth. "Why did you bring me down here?" she said. "You could have just told me over the phone. No, never mind. I'm going home now. Don't ever contact me again." He bowed slightly and choked out, "As you wish." She turned away and went to stand in front of the door. "Will someone please let me the fuck out of here?" After Shex reached over and opened the way to freedom, Alina all but bolted away from him. As the door shut, Rev locked it with his mind and stood there, where she had left him. Ruined. He was utterly ruined. And not because he was turning himself and his body over to a sadistic sociopath who was going to enjoy every minute of torturing him. When his vision clouded with red, he knew it wasn't his bad side coming out. Not a chance. He'd pumped enough dopamine in his veins over the last 12 hours to choke a horse, because otherwise he didn't trust himself to let Alina go. He'd needed to cage his bad side one last time so he could do the right thing for the right reason. So, no, this red wasn't going to be followed by flat vision and sensation returning all over his body. Revenge took one of the handkerchiefs his mother had ironed out of the inside of his suit jacket and pressed the folded square beneath his eyes. The blood-red tears leaching out of him were for so much more than just Alina and himself. Bella had lost her mother no more than 48 hours ago, and she was going to lose her brother by the end of the night. He took a single, great breath, one so deep that his ribs strained. Then he tucked the handkerchief away and got on with putting his life into its grave. One thing was certain, the princess was going to pay. Not for the shit she'd done to him and was going to do to him. Fuck that. No, she had dared to approach his female. For that, he would cripple her even if it killed him. 55. That feel good? Shutting him down like that? Alina stopped at the club's side exit and looked over her shoulder at the female security guard. "As it is absolutely none of your business, I'm not answering the question. FYI, that male has put himself in a rat hole situation for me, his mother, and his sister. And you think you're too good for him? Nice. Where the hell do you come from that's so perfect?" Alina faced off with the female even though it wasn't a fair fight by a long shot, given how the security guard was built. "I never lied to him. How about that for perfect? Actually, that's not perfect, it's normal. He does what he must to survive. That is very normal, not only for your kind but for symphoths too. Just because you've had it easy." Alina got up in the female's face. "You don't know me. I don't want to. Right back at you." The bitch in that sentence was silent. "Yeah. Okay, whoa." Trez stepped in and separated them. "Let's just cool out on the catfight, 'kay? Let me take you home. You," he pointed to the other female, "go see if he's all right." The security guard glared at Alina. "You watch yourself." "Why? Because you're gonna show up at my back door? Whatever compared to that thing last night, you're a Barbie doll." Both Trez and the female went still. "What showed up at your door?" the security guard asked. Alina stared up at Trez. "May I go home now?" "What was it?" he asked. "A kabuki doll with a bad attitude." As one, they said, "You need to move." "Great suggestion. Thanks." Alina pushed past both of them and went to the door. When she tried the handle, of course, it was locked. so all she could do was wait to be let out again. Yeah, well, screw that. Biting down on her lower lip, she grabbed for the handle and wrenched at it, prepared to claw her way free. Fortunately, Trez came over and sprang her like a bird from a cage, and out she flew from the club into the cold air, away from the heat and the noise and the crowded desperation that choked her. Or maybe the suffocation was a broken heart. What did it matter? She waited by another door, this one to the Bentley, wishing that she didn't need the car to get home, knowing it was going to be a long while before she was even halfway settled enough to breathe right, much less dematerialize. On the trip back, she could remember none of the streets they passed or the lights they stopped at or the other cars around them. She just sat in the back seat of the Bentley, all but inanimate, her face turned to the window, her eyes seeing nothing as she was spirited away. Simfith, sleeping with his half-sister, pimp, drug dealer, killer, no doubt. As they went farther and farther away from downtown, she had more difficulty breathing instead of less. The stinger was that she couldn't lose the image of Revenge kneeling before her, her cheap keds in his hand, his amethyst eyes so soft and kind, his voice so lovely it was better than the music of a violin. Don't you get it, Alina? No matter what you wear to me, you will always have diamonds on the soles of your shoes. That was going to be one of two ghosts of him. She would remember him down on that knee before her, and contrast it with the sight of him in that club just now, his truth revealed. She had wanted to believe in the fairy tale, and she had, but like poor, young Stefan, the fantasy was dead, and the decay of it was horrific, a beaten, cold body that she would wrap in rationalizations and recastings that carried the scent not of herbs, but tears. Closing her eyes, she leaned back against the butter-soft seat. Eventually, the car slowed and stopped and she reached for the door handle. Trez got there first and opened her way. "Can I say something?" he murmured. "Sure," because she wouldn't hear whatever it was. The fog around her was too thick, her world as her father sought to make his, restricted to only what was closest to her, and that was pain. He didn't do this without reason. Alina looked up at the mail. He was so earnest, so sincere. Of course he didn't. He wanted me to believe in his lies, and his cover was blown. There was nothing to hide behind anymore. That's not what I meant. Would he have told me any of it if he hadn't been caught? Silence. So there you have it. There's more to this than you know. You think? Maybe there's just less of him than you need to believe there is. How about that? She turned away and went through a door she could open and relock herself. Falling back against the jamb, she looked around at everything that was so dingy and familiar and wanted to break down. She didn't know how to get past this. She really didn't. After the Bentley took off, Shex headed straight for Rev's office. When she knocked once and wasn't answered, she punched in the code and opened the door. Rev was behind his desk, typing on a laptop. Next to him was his new cell phone, a plastic baggie with some fat, chalky pills in it, and a bag of M&Ms. "Did you know the princess had been to see her?" Shex demanded. When he didn't answer, she cursed. "Why didn't you tell me?" Rev just kept typing, the soft sound of the keys like quiet chatter in a library. "Because it wasn't relevant." The hell it wasn't. I almost beat the female down for. Vicious purple eyes flipped up over the screen. "You don't ever touch Alina." "Whatever, Rev. She just dumped your ass hard. You think that was fun to watch?" He pointed his finger at her. "Not your biz. And you never, ever touch her. We clear?" As his eyes flashed in warning, like someone had shoved a mag light up his ass and hit the switch, she thought, well, okay, evidently she was staring over the lip of a cliff, and if she went any farther she was going to skydive without a parachute. "My point is, it might have been nice to know beforehand that you wanted her to dump you." Rev just went back to typing. "So that was the call last night?" she prompted. "That's when you found out your girlfriend had been paid a visit by the bitch?" "Yeah. You should have told me." Before she got an answer, there was a squawk in her earpiece and then the voice of one of her bouncers. "Detective de la Cruz is here to see you." Shex lifted her wrist and spoke into the transistor. "Take him to my office. I'll be right there. And get the girls out of the VIP area." "The CPD?" Rev muttered while he typed. "Yup. I'm glad you nailed Grady." I can't stand the wife-beater types. Is there anything I can do for you? She asked stiffly, feeling shut out. She wanted to help, to ease, to take care of Rev, but she wanted to do that shit on her mollycoddling terms. Fuck running him a bubble bath and getting him some hot chocolate. She wanted to murder the princess. Rev looked up again. Like I said last night, I'm going to ask you to take care of someone. Shex had to hide her buzzkill. If he was going to ask her to assassinate the princess, there would be no reason for him to drag his GF here, make a show of revealing what he'd lied to her about, and letting the female bin him off like he was weak old meat. Shit, it had to be the GF. He was going to ask her to make sure nothing happened to Alina. And knowing Rev, he was probably going to try to support the female financially. Going by the chick's simple clothes and lack of jewelry and no-nonsense vibe, she didn't appear to come from cash. Fun, fun, fun. Getting that one to take money from a male she hated was going to be a real party. Whatever you need, Shex said tightly as she left. Making her way through the club, she prayed no one rubbed her the wrong way, especially given that a badge was in the house. When she finally got to her office, she reined her frustration in and opened the door, sticking a tight smile on her face. Evening, Detective. De La Cruz turned around. In his hand, he had a small ivy plant, one that was no bigger than his palm. Got a present for you. I told you, I'm not good with living things. He put it on the desk. Maybe we'll just start you off slow, though. As she sat on her chair, she stared at the fragile living thing and felt a flare of panic. I don't think. Before you say I can't give you anything because I work for the city. He took a receipt out of his pocket. It cost less than $3, which is cheaper than a coffee from Starbucks. He put the little white slip next to the dark green plastic pot. Shex cleared her throat. Well, as much as I appreciate your concern for my interior decorating, got nothing to do with your furniture choice. He smiled and sat down. Do you know why I'm here? You found the man who murdered Chrissy Andrews? Yeah, I did. And if you'll excuse my French, he was in front of her headstone with his cock cut off and stuffed in his mouth. Wow. Ouch. You mind telling me where you were last night? Or do you want to get an attorney first? Why would I need one of those? I've got nothing to hide. And I was here all evening. Ask any of the bouncers. All evening. Yup. I found footprints around the crime scene. Smallish, combat boot-style ones. He looked down to the floor. Kind of like what you wear. I've been to the grave. Of course I have. I'm mourning a friend. She put her soles up so he could see them, knowing they were a different make and manufacturer than the ones she'd worn the night before. Different size, too, with padding all along the interior making them a 10 wide, not a 9 medium. After his inspection, De La Cruz leaned back and put his fingertips together, elbows resting on the stainless steel arms of the chair. Can I be honest with you? Yup. I think you killed him. Do you? Yeah. It was a violent crime, the ins and outs of which suggest it was committed for the purpose of payback. See, the coroner believes, as I do, that Grady was alive when he was, shall we say, worked on. And this was no hatchet job. He was disabled in a professional way, like the murderer had been trained to kill. This is a tough neighborhood, and Chrissy had a lot of tough friends. Any one of them could have done it. There were mostly women at that funeral. And you don't think females are capable of something like that? Rather sexist, Detective. Oh, I know women can kill. Trust me. And you look like the kind of female who could. You profiling me? Just because I wear black leather and work security in a club? No. I was with you when you eyed Chrissy's body. I saw the way you looked at her, and that's what makes me think you did it. You have a revenge motive, and you had the opportunity because anyone could slip out of this place for an hour, do the business, and get back here. He stood up and went to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. I would advise you to get a good lawyer. You're going to need one. You're barking up the wrong tree, Detective. He shook his head slowly. I don't think so. See, most people I go and talk to when there's a body involved, the first thing they tell me, whether it's true or not, is that they didn't do it. You haven't said anything even close to that. Maybe I don't feel the need to defend myself. Maybe you have no remorse because Grady was a shithead who beat a young woman to death. and that crime sits no better with you than it does any of us. De la Cruz's eyes looked sad and exhausted as he turned the knob. Why didn't you let us pick him up? We'd have nailed him, put him away. You should have let us take care of it. Thanks for the plant, detective. The guy nodded, like the rules of the game had just been laid out and the playing field agreed upon. Get that lawyer. Fast. As the door shut, Shex eased back in her chair and looked at the ivy. Nice green color, she thought. And she liked the shape of the leaves, the pointed symmetry pleasing to the eye, the little veins forming a pretty pattern. She was so going to end up killing this poor, innocent thing. A knock on the door brought her eyes up. Come in. Marie-Therese entered, smelling of Calvin Klein's Euphoria and wearing loose blue jeans and a white shirt. Obviously her shift hadn't started yet. I just interviewed 2 girls. You like either of them? One is hiding something. I'm not sure what. The other's okay, although she's had a botched boob job. Should we send her to Dr. Malik? Think so. She's pretty enough to pull the Benjamins. You want to meet her? Not right now, but yeah. How about tomorrow night? I'll have her here, you just name the time. Can I ask you something? Marie-Therese nodded without hesitation. Anything. In the silence that followed, it was on the tip of Shex's tongue to bring up John and Gina's little bang sesh in the bathroom. But what was there to know? It had just been a business transaction that was common in the club. I was the one who sent him to Gina, Marie-Therese said quietly. Shex's stare flipped up to the woman. Who? John Matthew. I sent him to her. I figured it would be easier. Shex fiddled with the Caldwell Courier-Journal on her desk. I have no idea what you're talking about. Marie-Therese's expression was all about the yeah whatever. But to her credit, she didn't take it any farther. What time tomorrow night? For what? Meeting the new girl. Oh right. Let's say 10 o'clock. Sounds good. Marie-Therese turned away. Hey, do me a favor? When the woman pivoted back around, Shex held out the little ivy plant. Take this home for me? And I don't know, make it live. Marie-Therese glanced at the thing, shrugged, and came over to get it. I like plants. Which means that damn thing just won the lottery. Because I don't. 56. Revenge hit Control-P on his laptop and leaned back to pick up the papers spitting out of his printer one by one. When the machine let out a final whir and sigh, he brought the stack forward, separated the pages accordingly, initialed the top right of each, then signed his name 3 times. Same signature, same letters, same cursive scrawl. He didn't call Shex in to witness, didn't ask Trez to do it. Was the one who came, the more John Hancocking the name he'd assumed for human purposes on the appropriate lines to verify the will and the transfer of real property assets and the trust. After that was done, he went on to sign his true name on a letter that was written in the old language as well as a declaration of bloodline. When it was all done, Rev put everything in a black LV AP briefcase and gave the lot to IM. I want you to take her out of here in 30 minutes. Take her even if you have to knock her ass cold. And make sure your brother is with you and all the staff is gone. IM didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the knife he kept at the small of his back, sliced open his palm, and reached out, his blood dropping thick and blue onto the laptop's keyboard. He was as steady as Rev needed him to be, totally unblinking and solid. Which was why long ago he had been the one chosen for the rough shit. Rev had to swallow hard as he stood up and took the hand that was presented. They shook on the blood vow, and then their bodies met in a hard, tight embrace. IM said softly in the old language, I knew you well. I loved you as mine own flesh and bone. I will honor you ere more. Take care of her, okay? She's going to be wild for a while. Trez and I will do whatever we have to. None of this was her fault, neither the beginning nor the end. Shex is going to have to believe that. I know. They parted and Rev had a hard time letting go of his old friend's shoulder, mostly because this was the only goodbye he was going to make. Shex and Trez would have fought what he was going to do, would have tried to negotiate other solutions as they clawed and grabbed for some other outcome. IM was more fatalistic than that. More realistic as well because there was no other way. Go, Rev said in a cracked voice. IM put his blooded palm over his heart, bowed down to the waist, then left without looking back. Rev's hands were shaking as he pulled back his cuff and checked his watch. The club was closing now at 4. Cleaning people arrived at 5 a.m. on the dot, which meant after everyone was gone he had about a half hour. He picked up his phone and headed for his bedroom, hitting a number he called often. As he locked the door, his sister's voice was warm on the line. "Hey, brother mine. Hey!" He sat on the bed, wondering what to say. In the background, Nala whimpered in a little plaintive plea, and Rev grew still. He could just picture the two of them together, the young held against his sister's shoulder, a fragile bundle of future wrapped up in a soft blanket edged with a satin ribbon. For mortals, the only infinity you had was the young, wasn't it? He would never have them. Revenge? Are you there? You okay? Yeah. I just called because I wanted to say goodbye. I love you. That is so sweet. It's hard, isn't it? Being without Mommin. Yeah, it is. He squeezed his eyes shut, and as if on cue, Nala started to cry properly, a howl warbling through the phone. "Sorry about my little noise box," Bella said. "She won't sleep unless I'm walking around, and my feet are starting to give out. Lestendo, you remember that lullaby I used to sing to you? Back when you were small. Oh my God. The one about the 4 seasons? Yes. I haven't thought about that for years. You used to do it when I couldn't sleep. Even when I was older." Yes, that was it, Rev thought. The one directly from the old myths about the 4 seasons of the year and of life. The one that had gotten both him and his sister through a lot of sleepless days, him singing, her resting. "How did it go again?" Bella said. "I can't." Rev sang awkwardly at first, the words tripping from rusty memory. The notes not perfect because his voice had always been too deep for the key it had been written in. "Oh, that's it," Bella whispered. "Here, let me put you on speakerphone." There was a beep and then an echo, and as he sang on, Nala's cries dried up, flames extinguished by a gentle rain of ancient words. The spring's pale green cloak, the summer's bright flowering veil, the fall's chilling weave, the winter's blanket of cold seasons not just of the earth but of every living thing. The peak to strive for and the victory of fruition, followed by the fall from the crest and the soft, white light of the fade that was the eternal landing. He sang the lullaby through twice, and his last trip through the words was his best. He stopped there, because he didn't want to risk that the next try wouldn't be as good. Bella's voice was rocky with tears. "You did it. You put her to sleep. You could sing that for her if you like." "I will. I definitely will. Thank you for reminding me of it. I don't know why I didn't think to give it a go before now. Maybe you would have. Eventually. Thank you, Rev. Sleep thee well, sister mine. I'll talk to you tomorrow, 'kay? You sound off to me. I love you. We love you too. I'll call you tomorrow." There was a pause. "Take care. Take care of yourself and your young and your Helrin." "I will, dearest brother. Bye-bye." Rev hung up and sat with the phone in his hand. To keep the screen lit, he pressed the shift key every couple of minutes. Killed him not to call Alina, text her, reach out. But she was in the place she needed to be. Better she hate him than mourn him. At 4:30, he got the text from IM he'd been waiting for. Just 2 words. All clear. Rev stood up off the bed. The dopamine was wearing thin, but there was enough still in him so that without his cane he wobbled and he had to catch his balance. When he was convinced he was steady enough, he took off his sable coat and his jacket and disarmed himself, leaving the guns he usually kept under his arms right on the bed. It was time to go, time to use the system he'd installed after he'd purchased the club's brick building and renovated it from cornerstone to rooftop. The whole place was wired for sound, and not the Dolby kind. He went back out into the office and sat behind the desk and unlocked the lowest right-hand drawer. Inside was a black box no bigger than a TV remote, and other than him, IM was the only one who knew what it was and what it was for. IM was also the only guy who knew about the bones that were tucked under Rev's bed. Bones that were human male in nature and roughly the size Rev was. Then again, IM had been the one who'd gotten them. Rev took the remote and got to his feet, looking around one last time. Neat piles of paperwork on the desk. Money in the safe. Drugs back in Rally's scale room. He walked out of the office. The club was well lit now that it was after hours, and the VIP section had the detritus of the night all over it, like a whore too well used. There were footprints on the glossy black floor, circular watermarks on the tables, napkins wadded up and left in the banquettes here and there. The waitresses cleaned up after each patron. But there was only so much you could see in the dark if you were a human. Across the way, the waterfall was off, so there was a clear view to the general pop section which didn't look any better. The dance floor was scuffed up. There were swizzle sticks and lollipop wrappers everywhere, and even a pair of panties had been left behind in one corner. On the ceiling above, the laser lighting system's networks of girders and wires and lamp cups was exposed, and without music being played, the huge speakers hibernated like black bears in a cave. In this state, the club was the Wizard of Oz made obvious. All the magic that went on here night after night, all the buzz and excitement, was really just a combination of electronics, booze, and chemicals, an illusion for the people who walked through the front doors, a fantasy that allowed them to be whatever they weren't in their day-to-day lives. Maybe they jonesed to be powerful because they felt weak, or sexual because they felt ugly, or chic and rich when they weren't, or young when they were gaining speed on middle age. Maybe they wanted to burn off the pain of a failed relationship or get revenge over being jilted or pretend they weren't searching for a mate when actually they were desperate for one. Sure, they came out for fun. But he was damn certain that underneath the surface of all the bright and shiny, there was a whole lot of dark and seedy. The club, as it was now, was the perfect metaphor for his life. He had been the wizard, fooling those closest to him for so long, fitting in with the normals through a combination of drugs and lies and subterfuge. That time had passed. Rev took one last turn around and went out the front double doors. The black-on-black zero-sum sign was not spotlit, indicating that they were closed for the night. Closed for good was more like it. He glanced left and right. There was no one on the street, no cars or pedestrians in sight. He walked over and checked the alley by the side entrance that led into the VIP section and then quickly went across and looked down the other alley. No homeless, no hangers-on. Standing in the cold wind, Rev took a moment to sense out the buildings around the club, searching for grids that indicated there were humans in them. Nothing. All clear was right. Ready to go, he walked across the street and down 2 blocks, and then he paused, slid the top of the remote down, and entered an 8-digit code. 10 and 8. They'd find the bones burned to a crisp, and he wondered for a brief moment whose they were. Iam hadn't said, and he hadn't asked. 7-6-5. Bella was going to be okay. She had Zadist and Nala and the brothers and their Shellens. It was going to be brutal on her, but she would get through it, and better this than her learning the truth that would destroy her. She didn't need to ever know that her mother had been raped and her brother was half sin-eater. For Shex would stay away from the colony. Iam would make sure of that because he was going to force her to stick to the vow she'd made the night before. She'd promised to take care of someone, and the letter Rev had written in the old language and made Iam witness had been the demand that she take care of herself. Yes, he'd tricked her into it. No doubt she assumed he was going to get her to kill off the princess, or maybe even watch after Alina. But he was a Simphith, wasn't he? And she'd made the mistake of giving her word without knowing what she was committing to. 3. He traced the club's roofline with his eyes and imagined what the rubble was going to look like. Not just around the club, but with what he was leaving behind in people's lives as he went up north. 2. Rev's heart hurt like a bitch, and he knew it was because he was mourning Alina, even though technically he was the one who was dying. 1. The explosion that ignited under the main dance floor triggered 2 others, one under the VIP bar and one on the mezzanine's balcony. With a tremendous thunder and a bracing quake, the building was rocked to its core, a blast of brick and vaporized cement rushing outward. Revenge staggered back and banged into the glass front of a tattoo parlor. After he caught his breath, he watched the fine mist of dust drift downward like snow. Rome had fallen, and yet it was hard to leave. The first of the sirens rang out no more than 5 minutes later, and he waited for the splashes of red flashers to come down Trade Street at a dead run. When they did, he closed his eyes, calmed himself, and dematerialized up north. To the colony. 57. Alina? Lizzie's voice came down the stairs. I'm going to head out now. Alina shook herself and glanced at the time in the lower corner of the laptop screen. It was 4:30? Already? God, it felt like, well, She didn't know whether she'd been sitting at her makeshift desk for hours or days. The Caldwell Courier-Journal's help-wanted site had been up the whole time, but all she'd been doing was making circles with her forefinger on the mouse pad. "Here I come." She stretched as she rose to her feet and headed for the stairs. "Thanks for cleaning up after Father's meal." Lizzie's head appeared at the top of the stairs. "You're welcome. And listen, there's someone here to see you." Alina's heart flip-flopped in her chest. "Who?" "A male. I let him in." "Oh, God," Alina said under her breath. As she jogged up from the cellar, she thought, at least her father was sleeping soundly after he'd eaten. Last thing she needed to deal with right now was him getting upset over a stranger in the house. As she came into the kitchen, she was prepared to tell Rev or Trez or whoever it was to go to. A blonde male with a very rich vibe stood by the cheap table, a black briefcase in his hand. Lizzie was next to him, pulling on her woolen coat and getting her patchwork satchel ready for her trip home. "May I help you?" Alina said with a frown. The male did a little bow thing, with his palm going gallantly to his chest, and when he spoke, his voice was unusually low and very cultured. "I'm looking for a line, blooded son of Us. Are you his daughter?" "Yes, I am." "May I see him?" "He's resting." "What's this about and who are you?" The male glanced over at Lizzie, then put his hand into his breast pocket and took out an ID in the old language. "I'm Saxton, son of Tuicham, an attorney hired by the estate of Montrag, son of Rem. He's recently passed unto the Fade with no direct heirs, and according to my research of the bloodlines, your father is his next of kin and therefore his sole beneficiary." Alina's brows shot up. "Excuse me?" When he repeated what he'd said, it still didn't sink in. "What?" As the lawyer took another shot at his message, her mind scrambled around, trying to connect the dots. Rem was definitely a name she was familiar with. She'd seen it in her father's business records and in his manuscript. Not a nice guy, not by a long shot. She had some vague memory of the son, but it was nothing specific, just a leftover from her days as a female of worth on the Glimmer debutante circuit. "I'm sorry," she murmured, "but this is a surprise." "I understand. May I speak with your father?" "He's not receiving, actually. He's not well. I'm his legal guardian." She cleared her throat. "Under the old law, I had to have him declared incompetent due to mental issues." Saxton, son of Thim, bowed a little. "I am sorry to hear that. May I ask, would you be able to present me with bloodline identification for you both? And the declaration of incompetence?" "I have it all downstairs." She looked at Lizzie. "I guess you need to go?" Lizzie glanced at Saxton and seemed to reach the same conclusion Alina did. The male seemed perfectly normal, and in his suit and coat and with that case in his hand, he positively screamed lawyer. His ID was legit, too. "I can stay if you'd rather," Lizzie said. "No, I'll be fine, and besides, it's getting close to dawn." "All right, then." Alina walked Lizzie out and then came back to the lawyer. "Will you excuse me a minute?" "Take your time. Would you, like something to drink? Coffee?" She hoped he said no, as the best she could offer him was a mug, and he looked like the kind of guy who was more familiar with Limoges teacups. "I'm fine, but thank you." His smile was genuine and not sexual in the slightest. Then again, no doubt he only went for the kind of aristocratic female she might have been if finances were different. Finances and other things. "I'll be right back. Please have a seat." Although those precision-pressed slacks of his might well rebel if he tried to take a load off on one of their grotty little chairs. Down in her room, she went under her bed and got her lockbox out. Carrying it upstairs, she was numb, just totally fried from the drama that had been dropping around her life like flaming airplanes falling from the sky. Christ, the fact that a lawyer had turned up on her doorstep looking for lost heirs seemed ho-hum. Whatever, and she wasn't getting her hopes up at all. With the way things had been going, this golden opportunity was going to go in the direction everything else had lately. Right into the shitter. Back upstairs, she put the lockbox on the table. "I've got everything in here." When she sat down, Saxton did as well, putting his briefcase on the pitted floor and focusing his gray eyes on the box. After putting in the combination, she flipped open the heavy top and took out a creamy business-size envelope and 3 rolled parchments, each of which had streaming satin ribbons flowing from their coiled insides. "This is the incompetency paper," she said, opening the envelope and taking out a document. After he looked the missive over and nodded, she unveiled her father's bloodline certificate that illustrated a family tree in lovely, flowing black ink. At the bottom, the ribbons in yellow and powder blue and deep red were affixed with a black wax seal bearing the crest of her father's father's father. Saxton got his briefcase, flipped it open, and took out a set of jeweler's glasses, sliding their weight onto his face and peering over every inch of the parchment. "This is authentic," he pronounced. "The others, my mother and myself." She unrolled each one and he did the same inspection. When he was finished, he sat back in the chair and removed the specs. "May I look over the incompetency papers again?" She passed them to him and he read, a frown tightening the space between his perfectly arched brows. "What is the precise medical situation with your father, if you don't mind my asking?" "He suffers from schizophrenia. He's very ill and needs round-the-clock care, to be honest." Saxton's eyes traveled slowly around the kitchen, noting the stain on the floor and the aluminum foil over the windows and the old, on their last legs appliances. "Are you employed?" Alina stiffened. "I don't see why that's relevant." "Sorry, you're absolutely correct. It's just," he opened his briefcase again and took out a 50-page bound document and a spreadsheet. "Once I certify you and your father as Montrag's next of kin, and based on those parchments, I'm prepared to do that. You're never going to have to worry about money again." He turned the document and the legal-size spreadsheet toward her and took a gold pen out of his breast pocket. "Your net worth is now substantial." With the nib of his pen, Saxton pointed to the final number in the lower right-hand corner of the sheet. Alina glanced down, blinked, then bent all the way over the table until her eyes were no more than 3 inches away from the pen tip and the paper and that number. "Is that how many digits am I looking at?" she whispered. "That would be 8 to the left of the decimal point. And it starts with a 3? "Yes, there is an estate as well. In Connecticut. You can move in any time you want after I finish the certification papers, all of which I'll draw up during the day and pass immediately on to the king for his approval." He sat back. "Legally, the money and real estate and personal effects, including the art and antiques and the cars, will be your father's until he passes unto the fade. But with your conservatorship paper, you will be in charge of everything for his benefit. I'm assuming you're his heir vis-a-vis his will." "I am sorry, what was the question?" Saxton smiled gently. "Does your father have a will? Are you in it?" No, he doesn't. We don't have any assets anymore." "Do you have any siblings?" "No, it's just me. Well, him and me since Maman died." "How would you like me to draw up a will for him in your favor? If your father dies intestate, it will all go to you anyway, but if we have that in place, it makes things easier for whatever solicitor you use, because you won't have to get the king's signature on the transfer of assets." "That would be you're expensive, right?" "I don't think we can. You can afford me." He tapped the spreadsheet with his pen again. "Trust me." In the long, dark hours after Wrath had lost his vision, he fell down the stairs in front of everyone who had gathered in the dining room for last meal. The banana peel move took him ass-over headache all the way down to the mosaic floor of the foyer. The only way it could have been more of a loser move was if he bled all over himself. Oh wait, as he put his hand up to his hair to push the shit back, he felt something wet and knew it wasn't because he was drooling. "Wrath! My brother! What the fuck? Holy!" Beth was the first of the cast of thousands to get to him, her hands going to his shoulders as warm blood dripped down his nose. Other hands reached him through the darkness, the hands of his brothers, the hands of the Shellens in the house, all gentle, worried, compassionate hands. In a furious punch, he shoved them all away and tried to get to his feet. Without any orientation to ground him, though, he ended up with one shit-kicker up on the last stair which pitched him wildly off balance. Grabbing for the handrail, he somehow managed to get his boots level and shuffled backward, unsure whether he was heading toward the front door or the billiards room or the library or the dining room. He was utterly lost in a space he knew very well. "I'm okay," he barked. "I'm all right." Everyone went silent around him, his commanding voice unmitigated by his blindness, his authority as king unassailable even though he couldn't see a fucking thing. His back slammed against a wall and a crystal sconce above him twinkled from the impact, the delicate noise rising up into all the quiet. Jesus Christ. He couldn't go on like this, bumper car NG around, slamming into things, falling down. But it wasn't like he got a vote. Ever since his lights had gone out, he'd been waiting for his eyes to start working again. As time passed, though, and Havers had no concrete answers, and Doc Jane was mystified, what he knew to be the truth in his heart started to make its way up to his brain. This darkness he found himself in was the new earth upon which he strode, or fell all over as the case was. As the sconce stilled above his head, every part of him was screaming, and he prayed that no one, even Beth, tried to touch him or talk to him or tell him everything was going to be all right. It wasn't going to be all right ever again. He wasn't getting his vision back, no matter what the doctors might try to do to him, no matter how many times he fed, no matter how often he rested or how well he looked after himself. For shit's sake, even before V had laid out what he had foreseen, Wrath knew this was coming. His sight had been declining over the centuries, the acuity washing out gradually over time, and he'd been getting the headaches for years, with increasing severity over the last 12 months. He'd known this was going to be where he ended up. His whole life he'd known and ignored it, but the reality was here. Wrath. Mary, raged Shellen, was the one who broke the silence. Her voice even and quiet and not at all frustrated or flustered. The contrast with the chaos in his mind had him turning toward the sound even though he couldn't say anything back to her because he had no voice. Wrath, I want you to reach out your left hand. You'll find the door jamb to the library. Move yourself over and take 4 steps backward into the room. I'm going to talk with you, and Beth is coming with me. The words were so level and reasonable that they were like a map through a jungle of thorny growth, and he followed the directions with all the desperation of a lost traveler. He put his hand out and yes, there was the uneven pattern of the molding around the doorway. Shuffling himself to the side, he used both hands to find his way beyond the jambs, and then he took 4 steps back. There were quiet footfalls, 2 sets, and the library doors were shut. He sensed where the females were by the subtle sounds of their breathing, and neither of them crowded him, which was good. Wrath. I think we need to make some temporary changes. Mary's voice came from the right. In the event that your sight doesn't return soon. Smart packaging job, he thought. Like what? He muttered. Beth answered, making him aware that the two had evidently already talked about this. A walking stick to help with your balance, and a structure of staffing coverage in your study so you can get back to work. And perhaps some other kinds of help, Mary tacked on. As he absorbed their words, the sound of his heartbeat roared in his ears, and he tried not to hear it so much. Yeah, good luck with that. When a cold sweat splashed over him, pooling on his upper lip and under his armpits, he wasn't sure whether it was from fear or the effort of keeping himself from breaking down in front of them. Probably both. The thing was, not being able to see was bad, but what was really killing him was the claustrophobia. Without a sight reference, he was trapped in the tight, crowded space beneath his layer of skin, imprisoned in his body with no way out, and he didn't do well with shit like that. Reminded him way too much of being locked in a crawl space by his father when he had been young, locked in while he watched his parents get murdered by lessers. The piercing memory weakened his knees and he lost his balance, listing to the side until he started to topple off his boots. Beth was the one who caught him and gently eased him over so that when he collapsed it was on a sofa. As he tried to breathe, he held her hand hard, and that contact was all that kept him from sobbing like a fucking lightweight. The world was gone, the world was gone, the world was. Wrath, Mary said. If you get back to work, it'll help, and we can make this easier on you in the interim. There are solutions that can make things safer and help you reacclimate to the, as she talked. He didn't hear her. All he could think of was no fighting again. Ever. No easy way around the house. Ever. No way to get even a blurry impression of what was on his plate, or who was at his table, or what Beth was wearing. He didn't know how to shave or find the clothes in his closet or see where the shampoo or the soap was. How would he work out? He wouldn't be able to get the weights he wanted or start the treadmill going or shit, tie the laces on his running shoes. I feel like I've died, he choked out. If this is the way it's going to be, feel like the person I wasi's dead. Mary's voice came from directly in front of him. Wrath, I've seen people get through exactly what you're struggling with. My autistic patients and their parents had to learn to look at things in a new way. But it was not over for them. There was no death, just a different kind of life. As Mary spoke, Beth stroked the inside of his forearm, running her hand up and down the tattooed delineation of his bloodline. The touch made him think about the many males and females who had gone before him, their courage tested by challenges from within and without. He frowned, abruptly embarrassed by his weakness. If his father and mother had been alive right now, he would have been ashamed for them to see the way he was acting. And Beth, his beloved, his mate, his Shellin, his queen, should not have to witness him like this, either. Wrath, son of wrath, should not be bowing under the weight that was laid upon him. He should be shouldering it. That was what members of the Brotherhood did. That was what a king did. That was what a male of worth did. He should be bearing up under the burden, rising above the pain and the fear, standing strong not just for those he loved, but for himself. Instead, he was falling down the stairs like a drunk. He cleared his throat, and had to clear it once more. I need to go talk to someone. Okay, Beth said. We can bring whoever it is to you. No, I'll get there by myself. If you'll excuse me. He stood up and stepped forward right into the coffee table. Biting back a curse as he rubbed his shin, he said, Would you just leave me here? Please. May I? Beth's voice broke. May I clean up your face? Absently, he wiped his cheek and felt wetness. Blood. He was still bleeding. It's fine. I'm okay. There was a soft shuffle as the two females walked over to the door, then the click of the lock as one of them turned the handle. I love you, Beth, Wrath said quickly. I love you too. It's going to be all right. With another click, the door shut back into place. Wrath sat down on the floor right where he was, because he didn't trust himself to circumnavigate the library to get in a better position. As he settled in, the crackle from the fire gave him some frame of reference, and then he realized he could picture the room in his mind. If he reached out to the right, yup. His hand brushed against one of the smooth legs of the table by the sofa. He rode the length up to the boxy bottom and patted across the surface of the thing to find yes. The coasters Fritz kept stacked neatly there, and a small leather book and the lamp base. This was comforting. In some strange way, he had felt as if the world had disappeared just because he couldn't see it. But in fact, everything was all there still. Closing his eyes, he sent out a request. It was a long while before it was responded to. A long, long while before he was spirited away and found himself standing on a hard floor, beside a fountain that chattered softly. He had wondered if he would be blind here on the other side as well, and he was. Still, as with the layout of the library, he knew what the place looked like, even if he couldn't see it. Over there to the right was a tree full of chirping birds, and in front of him, past the sprinkling fountain, would be the loggia with the columns that was part of the scribe virgin's private quarters. Wrath, son of wrath. He did not hear the mother of the race approach, but then she levitated around such that her black robes never touched whatever floor was beneath her. You have come unto me for what purpose? She knew damn well why he was here, and he wasn't playing her game anymore. I want to know if you did this to me. The birds fell silent, as if shocked by his temerity. Did what to you? Her voice sounded the same as it had when she'd appeared at the tomb with Vishouse. Distant and disinterested, which kinda pissed a guy off when he was having trouble making it down his own stairs. My fucking sight. Did you take it away from me because I went out to fight? He ripped his wraparounds off his face and tossed them across the slick floor. Did you do this to me? In days gone by she would have lashed him until he bled for that kind of insubordination, and as he waited to see what came at him, he almost hoped she licked his ass with a lightning bolt. There was no smiting, however. What was going to be was going to be. Your fighting had nothing to do with your loss of sight, and neither did I. Now go back to your world and leave me to mine. He knew she had turned away, because her voice faded as she headed off in the opposite direction. Wrath frowned. He'd come expecting a fight, and he wanted one. Instead, he got nothing to engage with, not even a row over his deliberate disrespect. The radical shift in paradigm was so stark. For a moment he forgot all about his blindness. "What is wrong with you?" He got no answer, just a door shutting softly. In the scribe virgin's absence, the birds stayed quiet, the delicate sound of falling water all that grounded him, until someone else approached. On instinct, he turned to the footfalls and assumed his fighting stance, surprised to find that he wasn't as defenseless as he'd thought. In the absence of sight, his hearing filled out the picture that was no longer created by his eyes. He knew where the person was by the rustle of their robing and an odd click, click, click-ins hit. He could even hear their heartbeat. Strong. Steady. What was a male doing here? Wrath? Son of Wrath. Not a male voice, the female one. And yet the impression he had was masculine. Or maybe it was just powerful. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Pain." "Who?" "Doesn't matter. Tell me something. You plan on doing anything with those fists? Or are you just going to stand there?" He dropped his arms immediately, as it was entirely inappropriate to raise a hand to a female. The uppercut slammed into his jaw so hard, it whipped his head and shoulders around. Stunned, more out of surprise than pain, he fought to regain his balance. The second he did, there was a whizzing sound and he was pounded again, the next blow catching him under his jaw and kicking his skull back. That was all she got in with the clean shots, though. His defensive instincts and his years of training responded even though he couldn't see anything, his hearing functioning as his eyes, telling him where things like arms and legs were. He grabbed a surprisingly thin wrist and wrenched the female around. Her heel made hard contact with his shin, the pain spearing up his leg and pissing him off as something like a rope swung into his face. He grabbed it and hoped it was a braid attached to the female's. Yanking it hard, he felt her body torque backward. Yup, attached to her head. Perfect. Getting her off kilter was easy. But man, she was a strong motherfucker. With only one leg supporting her weight, she managed to jump and spin, clipping him in the shoulder with her knee. He heard her land and start to scramble, but he kept a hold on her hair, reining her in. She was like water, though always fluid, always moving, hitting him time and time again until he was forced to manhandle her onto the ground and pin her down. It was a case of brute strength winning out over grace. Panting, he looked into a face he couldn't see. "What the fuck is your problem?" "I'm bored." With that, she headbutted him right in the goddamn nose. Pain made him feel like he was on a merry-go-round, his hold briefly lessening, which was all she needed to get free again. Now he was the one on the bottom, her forearm cranked around his throat and pulling back so hard. She must have had a grip on her wrist for greater leverage. Wrath strained to get air down into his lungs. Holy shit, she was gonna kill him if she kept this up. She really was. Deep within himself, deep down into his very marrow, deep into the double helixes of his DNA, the response came. He was not gonna die here and now. No fucking way. He was a survivor. He was a fighter. And whoever this bitch was, she was not going to issue him his ticket to the fade. Wrath let out a war cry in spite of the iron bar across his neck, and moved so fast he had no idea what he did. All he knew was that a split second later, the female was face down on the marble with both her arms twisted up behind her back. For absolutely no reason, he thought of however many nights ago, when he'd popped the arms off that lesser in the alley before he'd killed the fucker. He was going to do exactly the same to her. The laughter rippling up from underneath him was what stopped him. The female was laughing, and not like someone who'd lost her mind. She was honestly having a good time, even though she must have known she was about to pass out from the kind of pain he was going to inflict on her. Wrath loosened his hold only slightly. "You are a sick bitch, you know that?" Her hard body quaked under his as she kept on laughing. "I know. If I let you go, are we going to just end up here again? Maybe. Maybe not." Strange, but he kind of liked those odds, and after a moment, he released her as he would have a stallion with a bad temper. Quickly and with a fast out of the way on his part. As he planted his feet, he was ready for her to come at him again, and sort of hoping she did. The female stayed where she was, on the marble floor, and he heard that clicking again. "What is that?" he asked. "I have this habit of flicking my ring fingernail against the underside of the one on my thumb." "Oh, cool. Hey, are you going to come here again anytime soon?" "I don't know." "Why?" "Because that was more fun than I've had since a long time." "Who are you again? And why haven't I seen you here before?" "Let's just say she has never known what to do with me." It was clear, given the female's tone, who the she was. "Well, Payne, I can come back for more of this." "Good. Make it soon." He heard her get to her feet. "By the way, your glasses are right by your left foot." There was a rustle and the quiet shutting of a door. Wrath picked the wraparounds up and then let his legs have a timeout, taking a seat on the marble. Funny, he enjoyed the ache in his leg and the sting on his shoulder and the pounding pulse points of each and every one of his bruises. They were all familiar, part of his history and his present, and what he was going to need in the unfamiliar, frighteningly dark future. His body was still his own. It still worked. He could still fight, and maybe with practice he could get back to where he had been. He hadn't died. He was still alive. Yes, he couldn't see, but he could still touch his Shellen and make love to her. And he could still think and walk and talk and hear. His arms and legs worked just fine, and so did his lungs and heart. The adjustment was not going to be easy. One really awesome fight was not going to clear away what was going to be months and months of awkward learning and frustration and anger and missteps. But he had perspective. Unlike the bloody nose he'd gotten falling down the stairs, the one he had now didn't seem like a symbol of all he'd lost. It was more like a representation of everything he still had. As Wrath came back to his form in the library of the Brotherhood's mansion, he was smiling, and when he got to his feet, he chuckled as one of his legs hollered in pain. Concentrating, he took 2 limping steps to the left and found the couch. Took 10 forward and found the door. Opened the door, took 15 straight ahead, and found the balustrade to the grand staircase. He could hear the meal that was being eaten in the dining room, the soft chiming of silver on porcelain filling the void where chatter usually was. And he could smell Theo, yeah, lamb. That's what he was talking about. As he took 35 measured crab steps to the left, he started to laugh, especially as he swiped his face and the blood dripped off his hand. He knew exactly when they all saw him. Forks and knives dropped on plates and bounced, and chairs scraped backward and curses filled the air. Wrath just laughed and laughed and laughed some more. "Where's my Beth?" "Oh, sweet Lord," she said as she came to him. "Wrath, what happened?" "Fritz," he called out as he fit his queen against him. "Will you make me a plate? I'm hungry. And get me towel so I can mop up." He squeezed Beth. "Take me to my seat. Would you, my love?" Lots of silence that positively rang with "Holy shit, what is this?" Hollywood was the one who asked, "Who the hell used your face as a soccer ball?" Wrath just shrugged and rubbed his Shellen's back. "I made a new friend. Hell of friend. She is." "She?" Wrath's stomach let out a grumble. "Look, can I join the meal here or what?" Something about sustenance snapped everyone back in focus, and there was all kinds of talk and bustling, and then Beth was leading him down the room. As he sat, a damp washcloth was put into his hand, and the heavenly scent of rosemary and lamb appeared right in front of him. "For God's sake, will you sit down?" he told them as he mopped up his face and neck. When there were all kinds of chair noises, he found his knife and fork and prodded around his plate, identifying the lamb and the baby new potatoes and the peas. Yup, the roly-polies were peas. The lamb was delicious, just as he liked it. "You sure that was a friend?" Rage said. "Yup," he said, squeezing Beth's hand. "I'm sure." 58. 24 hours in Manhattan was enough to turn even the son of evil into a new male. Behind the wheel of the Mercedes, with a trunk and back seat full of bags from Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Armani, and Hermes, Lash was a happy camper. He'd crashed at the Waldorf in a suite, fucked 3 women too at the same time, and eaten like a king. As he got off the Northway at the exit for the Symphoth Colony, he checked the time on his brand spanking new gold Cartier tank, the replacement for that fake Jacob and Company bling shit which was so beneath him. What the hour hand was showing wasn't so bad, but the date was trouble. He was gonna catch shit from the Symphoth King, but he so didn't care. For the first time since he'd been turned by the Omega, he felt like himself. He was wearing twill slacks from Marc Jacobs and an LV silk shirt and an Hermes cashmere vest and slipper loafers from Dunhill. His cock was drained. His belly was still full from the dinner he'd had at Le Cirque, and he knew he could go back to the Big Apple and do it all over again in the blink of an eye, provided his boys stayed tight in the game. At least things seemed to be going along okay on that front. Mr. D had called about an hour ago and reported that product continued to move swiftly, which was a good news/bad news sitch. They had more cash, but their supply was dwindling fast. Lessers, however, were familiar with persuasion, and that was why the last guy who'd been willing to see them for a large buy hadn't been popped, but nabbed. Mr. D and the others were going to be working him out and not in the gym, which made Lash think about his time in the city. The war with the vampires would always be in Caldwell, unless the brothers chose to move. But Manhattan was one of the drug capitals of the world, and it was close, very close. Only an hour's drive. Naturally, the trip down south had been about more than the Fifth Avenue shoppies. He'd spent most of the evening going from club to club, checking the scenes, looking for patterns in who went where because that would tell you what people were buying. Ravers liked X. Slick, twitchy new money liked Coke and X. College kids preferred weed and shrooms, but you could also move oxy and meth to them. Goths and emos were into X and razor blades. And the junkies who were in all the alleys around the clubs were into crack, crank, and H. If he could make inroads in Caldy first, he could do the same for more return in Manhattan. And there was no reason not to think big. Turning off onto the dirt lane he'd been down before, he reached under the seat and brought out the Spank SIG-40 he'd bought the night before on the way down to the city. There was no reason to change into fighting clothes. A good assassin didn't need to break a sweat to do his job. The white farmhouse still sat all lovely amidst the now snow-covered landscape, a perfect Christmas card candidate for humans. In the lingering night, pale smoke drifted up out of one of its chimneys, the whiffs catching and amplifying the soft moonlight, creating shadows that scampered across the roof. On the other side of the windows, the golden illumination of candles shifted, as if there were a subtle breeze moving throughout all the rooms. Or maybe that was just those damn spiders. Man, in spite of all the home and hearth appearance, the place really was tweaked with dread, wasn't it? As he parked the Mercedes by the monastical order sign and got out, snow fluffed over the tops of his brand new Dunhills. As he shook the shit off with a curse, he wondered why in the hell the fucking Symphoths couldn't have been quarantined in Miami. But knew, the Sin-Eaters got parked an ass crack away from Canada. Then again, no one liked them, so the logic did follow. The farmhouse door opened and the king appeared, his white robes wafting around, his glowing red eyes oddly resplendent. You are late, by a factor of days. Whatever, your candles are holding up just fine. And my time is not so valuable as wasted wax? Didn't say that. But your actions, they speak loudly. Lash mounted the stairs with his gun in his hand and felt like he wanted to double-check that his fly was up as the king watched his body move. And yet, when he was standing head-to-head with the guy, the current sparked between them again, licking in the cold air. Fucking A. He didn't drive that kind of stick. Really, he didn't. So, we going to take care of business? Lash murmured, staring into those blood-red eyes and trying not to be captivated. The king smiled and raised his three-knuckled fingers to the diamonds at his throat. Yes, I do believe we shall. Come this way and I shall take you to your target. He is Abed. I thought you only wore red, princess. And what the fuck are you doing here, Lash? As the king stiffened, Lash shifted around, leading with his gun. Coming up the lawn was a massive male with glowing amethyst eyes and an unmistakable signature mohawk. Revenge, son of Rempun. Bastard wasn't at all surprised to find himself on Symphoth ground. On the contrary, he looked quite at home, as well as pissed off. Princess? A quick look over Lash's shoulder showed him nothing that he hadn't seen before. Thin guy, white robes, hair twisted up like a girl's, actually. In this circumstance, it would be nice to have been snowed. Much better to want to fuck a female liar than have to confront the fact that he was a no reason to go there, even in his own mind. Whipping his head back around, Lash knew the timing of this little weird-ass interruption was perfect. Getting Rev out of the drug game would free up all kinds of commerce space in Caldwell. Just as his finger squeezed the trigger, the king shot forward and grabbed the muzzle. Not him. Not him. As the gunshot rang out in the night and the bullet walleyed into a tree trunk, Revenge watched Lash and the princess fight for control of the weapon. On one level, he didn't give a shit which of the two of them won, or whether he or anybody else got popped in the process, or exactly why a kid who'd been killed was still very much alive. His life was ending where it had been conceived, here in this colony. Whether he died tonight or in the morning or after 100 years, whether he was killed by the princess or Lash, the outcome had been decided, so the particulars didn't matter. Although maybe that laissez-fuck-off attitude was a mood thing? After all, he was a bonded male without his mate, so in traveling terms he'd pretty much packed up his luggage, checked out of his mortal motel room, and was in the elevator going down to Hell's lobby. At least, that was the way the vampire side of him was thinking. The other half of his bloodline was doing the wakey-wakey. Mortal drama was always inducement to his bad side, and he wasn't surprised as the sympath in him beat back the last of the dopamine he'd pumped into his veins. In a quick flash, his vision lost the full color spectrum and flattened out, the princess's robes turning to red, the diamonds at her throat bleeding into rubies. Evidently, she dressed in white, but as he'd never seen her without his sin-eater eyes, he'd just assumed she clothed herself in the color of the vein. But like he gave a crap about her wardrobe? With his bad side out, Rev couldn't help but get involved. As feeling flooded his body, pulling his arms and legs out of their numb sleeves, he jumped up onto the porch. Hatred warmed him from deep inside, and although he had no interest in aligning with Lash, he wanted the princess to get fucked, and not in a good way. Going up behind her, he grabbed her around the waist and jacked her up off the ground, which gave Lash an opening to yank the gun free and spin out away. The little shit had transitioned into a big male. But that wasn't all the changing he'd been doing. He reeked of sweet evil, the kind that animated lessers. Evidently, he'd been brought back from the dead by the Omega. But why? How? The questions were ones Rev didn't care much about. He was, however, jazzed up about squeezing the princess's ribcage so hard she was struggling to breathe. With her nails biting into his forearms through his silk shirt, he was damn sure she'd have been sinking her teeth into him if she could, but he wasn't giving her a chance. He had a death grip on the back of her chignon, keeping her head under his control. "You make a great body shield, bitch," he said into her ear. While she tried to speak, Lash straightened his admittedly spank clothes while leveling the SIG in his hand at the Rev's head. "Nice to see you, Reverend. I was coming after you, and you just saved me the trip. Gotta say, though, seeing you hide behind that female male, whatever it is, doesn't quite do justice to your ass-kicker reputation. This is not a guy, and if it wouldn't nasty me the hell out, I'd rip open the front of her robe to prove it. And listen, catch me up, would you? Last time I knew, you were dead. Not for long, as it turned out." The guy smiled, flashing long, white fangs. "She's really a female, huh?" The princess struggled, and Rev subdued her by nearly snapping her skull off her spine. As she gasped and groaned, he said, "She is. Didn't you know sympaths are all but hermaphroditic? I can't tell you how much of a relief it is to know she lied. You two are a match made in hell." "I'm thinking the same. Now, how about you let my girlfriend go?" "Your girlfriend? Moving a little fast, aren't you? And I'll pass on the catch and release program. I like the idea of you shooting us both." Lash frowned. "Thought you were a fighter. Guess you're a pussy. I should have just gone to your club and shot you there. Actually, as of about 10 minutes ago, I'm already dead. So I don't give a fuck. Although I'm curious to know why you'd want to kill me. Connections. And not the social kind." Rev arched his brows. Lash was the one killing those dealers? What the hell? Although the fucker had tried to sell drugs on zero-sum turf a year ago and gotten kicked off the premises for it. Clearly, now that he'd fallen in with the Omega, he was resurrecting old, lucrative habits. With the smooth logic of hindsight, things started to fall into place. Lash's parents had been the first of all those murdered last summer during the lesser raids. As family after family had turned up dead in their supposedly secret and protected homes, the question on the council's mind, on the Brotherhood's minds, on every civilian's mind, was how all those addresses had been found at once by the Society. Simple. Lash had been turned by the Omega and led the charge. Rev cranked his hold down on the princess's rib cage a little harder as the final dregs of his numbness lifted. So you're trying to get into my business, huh? It was you popping all those retailers. Just working my way up the food chain, as it were. And with you doing the dirt nap, I'm at the top, at least for Caldwell. So let her go and I'll shoot you in the head, and we can all just move along here. A wave of dread washed up onto the porch, cresting and falling over Rev and the princess and Lash. Rev shifted his eyes and froze. Well, what do you know? This was all going to be over so much faster than he'd thought. Coming up the snow-covered lawn, in robes of ruby red, were 7 Symphiths in arrow formation. At the center of the group, walking with a cane and wearing a headdress of rubies and black spears, was a bent branch of a male. Rev's uncle, the king. He seemed much older, but however aged and weak his body, his soul was as strong and dark as before, causing Rev to shudder and the princess to stop fighting the hold against her. Even Lash had the sense to step back. The private guard stopped at the base of the porch steps, their robes blowing in the cold breeze Rev could now feel against his own face. The king spoke in a weak voice, his reedy SS drawn out. Welcome home, my dearest nephew. And greetings, visitor. Rev stared at his uncle. He hadn't seen the male for God, a long time. Long time. The funeral for his father. Evidently, the years had not been kind, but rather a grind on the king. And this made Rev smile as he imagined the princess having to bed that baggy-skinned, warped body. Evening, uncle, Rev said. And this is Lash, by the way, in case you didn't know. I have not been properly introduced, no, although I have knowledge of his purpose on my land. The king fixed his watery red eyes on the princess. My dear girl, did you think I was unaware of your regular visits to Revenge? And think you I was ignorant of your more recent scheme? I'm afraid I was rather attached to you and thus content to allow your trysts with your brother. Half-brother, Rev cut in tightly. However, this treason with the lesser I cannot allow. In truth, I am not unimpressed with your resourcefulness, given that I rescinded my bequest of the throne to you. But I am not swayed by my former adoration. You underestimated me, and for that disrespect, I shall render a punishment consistent with your wants and desires. The king nodded, and on a sudden instinct, Rev wheeled around. Too late. A Symphith with a raised sword was right behind him, the guy's arm already in mid-swing, and although the blade wasn't in the lead, that was only a marginal improvement as the hilt of the damn thing caught Rev right on the top of the skull. The impact was the second explosion of the night, and unlike the first, this time he was not standing after all the light and the noise faded. 59. Alina was still wide awake at 10 a.m. stuck inside by daylight. She paced around her bedroom in a huddle with her arms around herself, and her socks doing little to keep her feet warm enough. Then again, she was so cold on the inside, she could have been wearing a pair of George Foreman grills and still been chilly. Shock seemed to have reset her core temperature, her inner dial pointing to refrigerator instead of normal. Across the hallway, her father slept soundly, and every once in a while, she ducked into his room to check on him. Part of her wished he would wake up because she wanted to ask him about Rem and Montrag and bloodlines except it was better to leave him out of it. Getting him all riled up over what could well be nothing was the last thing either of them needed. Sure, she'd gone through the manuscript and found those names, but it had been a single mention among a lot of relatives. Besides, what her father recalled wasn't material. It was what Saxton could prove. God only knew what was going to come of it. Alina stopped in the middle of her room, abruptly too tired to keep up the constant walking. Not a good plan, though. The instant she fell still, her mind shifted to Rev, so she resumed circling on her cold feet. Boy, she wouldn't wish anyone dead, but she was almost glad Montrag had passed and created a wild distraction with all the will stuff. Without it, she would be losing her mind right now, she was quite sure. Rev. As she dragged her tired body around the end of her bed, her eyes went downward. Lying on the duvet, in nearly the same peaceful, quiet repose as her father, was the manuscript he'd written. She thought of all that he had put on the pages and knew exactly what he meant now. He'd been duped and double-crossed much in the way she had, led astray by appearances of honesty and trustworthiness because he himself wasn't capable of behaving with the kind of base calculation and cruelty others were. Same for her. Could she ever rely on her ability to read people again? Paranoia tumbled her mind and her gut. Where was the truth in Rev's lies? Had there been any? As images of him flickered before her eyes, she probed her memories, wondering where the divide was between fact and fiction. She needed to know more. Trouble was, the only one who could fill in the picture was a guy she was never, ever going to get near again. Contemplating a future full of relentless, unanswered questions, she brought shaking hands to her face and dragged her hair back. Holding the stuff hard, she pulled at it as if she could yank all the spinning, crazy thoughts out of her head. Christ, what if Rev's deception was the equivalent of her father's financial ruin? The thing that took her over the edge into madness? And this was the second time a male had shown her up, wasn't it? Her fiancé had done something similar, the only difference being that he had lied to everyone else except her. You'd have thought she'd learned her lesson about trust thanks to her first trip through the park. But evidently not. Alina stopped pacing, waiting for hell. She didn't know, her head to explode or something. Didn't. And no luck on the cognitive weeding with all her hair pulling, either. All that was getting her was a headache and a Vin Diesel due. Turning away from the bed, she saw her laptop. With a curse, she walked across the shallow space and sat down in front of the Dell. Dropping the death grip on her hair, she put her fingertip on the mousepad and killed the screensaver. Internet Explorer. Favorites. www.caldwellcourierjournal.com. What she needed was a dose of concrete reality. Rev was the past, and the future was not about some slick lawyer with a bright idea. Right now, the only thing she could trust was her job search. If Saxton and his papers fell through, she and her father were out on the street in less than a month unless she found employment. And there was nothing false or misleading about that. As the CCJ's website loaded, she told herself that she was not her father, and that Rev was a male she had been involved with for all of what a matter of days. Yes, he had lied to her, but he was a flashy-dressing, super-sexy player, and in retrospect, she shouldn't have put any faith in him in the first place. Especially given what she already knew about males. His bad and her mistake. And although the realization that she'd been seduced into stupidity didn't make her pick up her pom-poms and cheer, the idea that there was an internal logic, even if it sucked, helped her feel a little less crazy. Alina frowned and leaned in close to the screen. On the splash page of the website was a picture of a bombed-out building. The headline read, Explosion Levels Local Club. In smaller font beneath there was, Zero-sum latest casualty in drug war? She read the article without breathing. Authorities investigating. Unknown whether there was anyone in the club at the time. Suspicion that there were multiple detonations. A sidebar detailed the number of suspected drug dealers who had been found dead around Caldwell in the past week. 4 of them. All killed in a professional way. The CPD was looking into each of the murders, and among the suspects was the owner of Zero Sum, one Richard Reynolds, aka the Reverend who was now missing apparently. It was noted that Reynolds had been on the CPD narcotics watch list for years, though never formally charged with any crime. The implication was obvious. Rev had been the real target of the blast because he'd been killing the others. She scrolled back up to the pictures of the decimated club. No one could survive that. No one. The police were going to report that he was dead. It might take them a week or two, but they would find a body and declare that it was his. No tears fell from her eyes. No sobs from her lips. She was too far gone for that. She just sat in silence, arms going around herself once more, eyes staring at the glowing screen. The thought that occurred to her was bizarre but inescapable. There was only one thing that would have been worse than what she had faced walking into that club and learning the truth about Rev. And that would have been reading this article before she'd made that trip downtown. Not that she wanted Rev dead, God no. Even after everything he had snowed her on, she didn't want him to die violently. But she had been in love with him before she'd known about the lying. She had been in love with him. Her heart had truly been his. Now her eyes welled and spilled, the screen growing wavy and indistinct, the pictures of the blown-out club washing away. She had fallen in love with revenge. It had been fast and furious and hadn't lasted, but the feelings had bloomed just the same. With a spearing pain, she remembered his warm, surging body on top of hers, his bonding scent in her nose, his huge shoulders bunched and hard as they'd made love. He'd been beautiful in those moments, so generous as a lover. He honestly had enjoyed pleasuring her, except that had been what he wanted her to believe, and as a sympath, he was good at manipulation. Although, God, she had to wonder what exactly he'd gotten out of being with her. She had no money, no position, nothing that benefited him, and he had never asked anything of her, never used her in any way. Alina stopped herself from sliding into any kind of rosy view of what had gone down. Bottom line was, he hadn't deserved her love, and not because he was a sympath. Strange as it seemed, she could have lived with that, although maybe that just proved how little she knew about sin-eaters. No, it was the lying and the fact that he was a drug dealer that killed it for her. A drug dealer. In a flash, she saw the ODs that had come through the doors of Havers's clinic. Those young lives in danger for no good reason. Some of those patients had been revived, but not all, and even one death caused by what Revenge had sold was too much. Alina wiped her cheeks and rubbed her hands on her slacks. No more crying. She couldn't afford the luxury of being weak. She had her father to take care of. She spent the next half hour applying for jobs. Sometimes the fact that you were forced to be strong was enough to actually turn you into what you had to be. When her eyes finally threw in the towel and started crossing from exhaustion, she turned off the computer and stretched out on her bed next to her father's manuscript. As she let her lids fall, she had a feeling she wasn't going to sleep. Her body might be calling it quits, but her brain didn't seem interested in playing follow the leader. Lying there in the dark, she tried to quiet herself by imagining the old house she and her parents had lived in before everything had changed. She pictured herself walking through the grand rooms, going by the lovely antiques, pausing to sniff at a bouquet of flowers that had been cut fresh from the garden. The trick worked. Slowly, her mind vested itself in the calm, elegant place, her racing thoughts downshifting, then breaking, then parking in her skull. Just as rest crept upon her, she had the oddest conviction strike the center of her chest, the surety of it flowing throughout her whole body. Revenge was alive. Revenge was alive. Fighting against the knockout tide, Alina struggled for rational thought, wanting to pin down the why and what the hell of the belief, but sleep seeped into her, carrying her away from everything. Wrath sat behind his desk, hands traveling gently across the surface. Phone, check. Dagger-shaped envelope opener, check. Papers, check. More papers, check. Where was his? There was a knock and a scatter. Right, pen holder and pens. All over everywhere. Check. As he gathered up what he'd spilled, he heard Beth come forward to help, her footfalls soft on the rug. "It's okay, Leland," he told her. "I got it." He could sense her hovering over the desk and was glad she didn't intervene. As childish as it seemed, he needed to clean up his own mess by himself. Patting around, he found every last pen. At least he thought he had. "Any on the floor?" he asked. "One. By your left foot." "Thanks." He ducked under, felt around the floor, and locked his fist around the smooth, cigar-like body of what had to be a Mont Blanc. That would have been harder to find. As he straightened, he was careful to locate the lip of the desktop and make sure his head was free of it before sitting up, which was an improvement to what he'd done earlier in the day. Right, so he was fucked on the pen holder but doing better on the whole getting upright thing. Not a perfect report card, but he wasn't cursing and he wasn't bleeding. So, considering where he'd been hours ago on the way to last meal, things were looking up. Wrath finished his hand parade across the desk, finding the lamp, which was over on the left, and the royal seal and the wax he used to mark documents. "Don't cry," he said softly. Beth sniffled a little. "How did you know?" He tapped his nose. "I smelled it." He pushed his chair back and patted his lap. "Come over here and sit. Let your mail hold you." He heard his Shellen ease around the desk, and the scent of her crying grew stronger because the closer she got to him, the more her tears fell. As he always did, he found her waist, hooked his arm about her, and pulled her onto him, the dainty chair squeaking as it accommodated the added weight. With a smile, Wrath let his hands find the waving length of her hair, and he stroked the softness. "You feel so good to me." Beth shuddered and leaned into him, and he was glad she did. Unlike when he had to use his hands as his eyes or was picking up something he'd knocked over, with her warm body in his hold, he felt strong, big, powerful. He needed all that right now, and going by the way she sagged into his chest, she needed it too. "You know what I'm going to do after we're done pushing papers?" he murmured. "What?" "I'm going to take you to bed and keep you there for a day straight." As her scent flared, he laughed with satisfaction. "You wouldn't mind that, huh? Even though I'm going to get you naked and make you stay that way." "Not in the slightest." "Good." They stayed together for a long while, until Beth's head lifted from his shoulder. "You want to do some work now?" He moved his head so that, had he had sight, he would have been looking at the desk. "Yeah, I kind of shit. I need to. I don't know why. I just need to. Let's start easy." "Where's Fritz's mailbag?" "Right here next to Tor's old chair." As Beth bent down, her ass drove into his cock in the most satisfying way, and with a groan, he grabbed her hips and surged upward. Anything else on the floor that needs picking up? Maybe I should spill some more pens." "Knock over the phone." Beth's throaty laugh was sexier than lingerie. "If you want me to bend over, all you need to do is ask." "God, I love you." As she righted herself, he turned her head and kissed her lips, lingering on the softness of her mouth, stealing a quick lick, getting hard as a log. "Let's go through the paperwork fast, so I can get you where I want you." "And where would that be?" "On top of me." Beth laughed again and opened up the leather satchel that Fritz used to pick up snail mail requests. There was a shifting of envelopes against envelopes and a deep breath from his Shellen. "Okay," she said. "What have we got here?" There were 4 mating requests that needed to be signed and sealed, and normally that would have taken him all of a minute and a half. Now, though, the John Hancock wax and press business took some coordination with Beth, but that was fun with her on his lap. Then there were a bunch of bank statements for the household, followed by bills, more bills, all of which would go to V for online payments, thank fuck, as Wrath was not into micromanaging numbers. "One last thing," Beth said. "A big envelope from a law office." As she reached forward, no doubt for his sterling silver dagger opener, he ran his hands down her thighs and up their insides. "I love how your breath catches like that," he said, nuzzling the back of her neck. "You heard that? You'd better believe it." He continued his stroking, wondering if maybe he might just turn her around and settle her on top of his erection. God knew he could lock the door from where he was. "What's in the envelope, Leland?" He slipped one hand directly between her thighs, covering her core, massaging it. This time her gasp was his name, and how sexy was that? "What you got there, female?" "It's a declaration off bloodline," Beth said huskily, her hips beginning to rock. "For the purposes of a will." Wrath moved his thumb over her sweet spot and nipped her shoulder. "Who died?" After a gasp, she said, "Montrag, son of Rem." At the name, Wrath froze and Beth shifted, as if she turned her head back to look at him. "Did you know him?" "He was the one who wanted me killed, which means by the old law, everything that was his is now mine." "That bastard." Beth cursed some more, and there was the sound of pages being turned. "Well, he's got a lot of wow. Yeah. Very wealthy, hey. It's Alina and her dad." "Alina? She's a nurse at Havers's clinic. Nicest female you ever met. She was the one who helped Fury evac the old facility when the raids were going on. Evidently, Shul, her father, is the next of kin, but he's very ill." Wrath frowned. "What's wrong with him?" "Says here mental incompetence. She's his legal guardian and caretaker, and that must be hard. I don't think they have much money. Saxton, the lawyer, has written a personal O. This is interesting." "Saxton? I met him the other night." "What did he say?" "He said he feels very certain that her father's and her bloodline certificates are authentic, and he's willing to put his reputation on the line to vouch for them." He's hoping you will expedite the distribution of the estate, as he's worried about the poor conditions they're living in. She says they are worthy of the windfall that has unexpectedly presented itself. The unexpectedly is underlined. Then he adds they hadn't seen Montrag in a century. Saxton hadn't struck him as a stupid guy. Far from it. Even though the whole assassination thing hadn't been confirmed back at Sal's, that handwritten note sure as hell seemed like a subtle way of urging Wrath not to exercise his vested rights as monarch in favor of relatives who were shocked to find out they were on the next of kin list, in need of the money and had nothing to do with the plot. "What are you going to do?" Beth asked, drawing his hair back from his brow. Montrag deserved what happened to him, but it would be cool if something good came out of it. We don't need the assets, and if that nurse and her father... Beth pressed her mouth to his. "I love you so much." He laughed and held her to his lips. "You want to show me? After you seal this approval? You got it." To process the will, they got to play around with the flame and the wax and his royal seal again. But he was in a rush this time, unable to wait a second longer than he had to before getting into his female. His signature was still drying and the seal still cooling when he took Beth's mouth again. The knock on the doors made him growl as he glared at the sound. "Go away. I got news." Vicious's muffled voice was low and tight, which added the modifier bad to what he'd said. Wrath opened the panels with his mind. "Talk to me, but make it quick." Beth's shocked inhale gave him an idea of V's expression. "What's happened?" she murmured. "Revenge is dead." "What?" they both said at the same time. "I just got the call from IM. Zero Sum's been bombed into dust, and according to the Moor, Rev was in it when it went. No way there was a survivor. There was a dead zone as the implications set in." "Does Bella know?" Wrath said grimly. "Not yet." 60. John Matthew rolled over in his bed and woke up when something hard poked against his cheek. With a curse, he lifted his head. Oh, right, he and Jack Daniels had gone a couple rounds, and the aftermath of the whiskey's fists lingered. He was too hot even though he was naked, his mouth was dry as tree bark, and he needed to hit the bathroom before his bladder exploded. Sitting up, he rubbed his hair and eyes and succeeded in waking a hangover. As his head started to pound, he grabbed for the bottle he'd been using as a pillow. There was only an inch of booze left in the bottom, but that was enough to pull a dog that bitcha. Ready for relief, he went to unscrew the cap to the jack and found that he hadn't put it on. Good thing he'd passed out with the bottle upright. Drinking hard, he pulled the shit down into his belly and told himself to just breathe through the shock waves of nausea that fired up in his gut. When there were only fumes left in the bottle, he let the dead soldier sit on the mattress and looked down his body. His cock was asleep against his thigh, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd woken up without an erection. Then again, he'd been with 3, 4? How many women had there been? God, he had no idea. He'd used a condom once. With the prostitute. The rest had been bareback pullouts. In shady images, he saw Quinn and him two-timing some of the women, then going solo on others. He couldn't remember what it had all felt like. Remembered nothing of the orgasms he'd had. Knew none of their faces. Barely recalled their hair colors. What he did know was that as soon as he'd come back to this room, he'd had a long, hot shower. All that shit he couldn't recollect had left a stain on his skin. With a groan, he shifted his legs off the bed and let the bottle fall on the floor next to his feet. The trip to the bathroom was a real party, his balance so far off that he weaved well, like a drunk as a matter of fact. And walking wasn't the only problem he had. Standing over the toilet, he had to brace himself against the wall and concentrate on his aim. Back in bed, he pulled a sheet over his lower body, in spite of the fact that he felt like he had a fever. Even though he was alone, he didn't want to lie around like some porn star looking for a supporting actress. Sure, this head was killing him. As he closed his eyes, he wished he'd turned the light off in the bathroom. Abruptly, he stopped caring about the hangover, though. With terrible clarity, he remembered Shex straddling his hips and riding him in a fluid, powerful rhythm. Oh God! It was so vivid, so much more than just a memory. As the pictures played out, he felt the tight hold of her body on his sex and the hard way she held his shoulders down, reliving that sense of being mastered. He knew every shift and slide, all the scents, even the way she breathed. With her, he remembered everything. Leaning to the side, he picked the jack up off the floor, as if by some miracle the Alky elves had refilled the fucker. No such luck. The scream that lit off next door was the kind someone made when they'd been stabbed deep and hard, and the tearing screech sobered him like he'd been splashed with an ice bath. John grabbed his gun, shot out of bed, and hit the floor running, throwing open the door and racing into the Hall of Statues. On both sides of his room, Quinn and Blay did the same, making the same rushed, ready-to-fight appearance he did. Down at the end of the corridor, the Brotherhood was standing in the doorway of Zadist and Bella's quarters, their faces dark and sad. "No!" Bella's voice was loud as the scream had been. "No! I'm so sorry," Wrath said. From the knot of brothers, Tor looked over at John. The male's face was white and drawn, his stare hollow. "What happened?" John signed. Tor's hands moved slowly. "Revenge is dead." John took a lot of deep breaths. "Revenge dead?" "Jesus Christ," Quinn muttered. From the doorway of her bedroom, Bella's sobs tumbled into the hall, and John wanted to go to her. He remembered what that pain was like. He'd been in those horrible, numbing shoes when Tor had taken off, right after the Brotherhood had done exactly what they were doing now, reporting the worst news that anyone could hear. He'd screamed the same as Bella had, wept the same as she was now. John glanced back to Tor. The brother's eyes burned as if there were things he wanted to say, hugs he wanted to offer, regrets he wanted to make right. For a split second, John almost went to the guy. But then he turned away and stumbled into his room, shutting the door and locking it. As he sat down on the bed, he braced the weight of his shoulders against his hands and let his head hang down. Banging around in his brain was the chaos of the past, but at the center of his chest was a single, overriding word. No. He couldn't go there with Tor again. He'd been through the ringer too many times. Besides, he wasn't a child anymore, and Tor never had been his father, so that whole daddy save me shit didn't apply to the two of them. The closest they were going to get was fighter to fighter. Shoving the Tor crap out of his head, he thought of Shex. She was hurting right now. Badly. He hated that there was nothing he could do for her. Except then he reminded himself that even if there were, she wouldn't have wanted what he had to offer. She'd made that perfectly clear. Shex sat on the twin bed in her place on the Hudson River, head hanging low, the weight of her shoulders braced against her hands. Next to her, on the thin blanket, was the letter I.M. had given her. After taking it out of its envelope, she'd read it once, refolded it along its pristine creases, and retreated into this small room. Shifting her head to the side, she looked out through frosted windows to the sluggish, murky river. It was bitterly cold today, the temperature slowing the current of the water down and icing up the rocky shores. Rev was such a bastard. When she'd sworn to him that she would take care of a female, she hadn't thought that vow through well enough. In the letter, he called her on the pledge and identified the female as herself. She was not to come for him, nor endanger the life of the princess in any way. Furthermore, in the event she did anything like that on his behalf, he would not accept her help and would choose to stay in the colony no matter what actions she took in the name of saving him. Finally, he directed that should she go against his wishes and her word, I.M. was to follow her to the colony, thus endangering the life of the shadow. Mother. Fucker. It was the perfect endgame, worthy of a male like Rev. She might be tempted to ken her vow, and she might think there was a way to talk sense into her boss, but she already had the burden of murder's life around her neck and now revenge's. Adding IMs to the list would kill her. Plus Trez would go after his brother, making it an even 4. Caged by the situation, she gripped the edge of the mattress so hard her forearms shook. The knife got into her palm somehow. Only later would she recall that she'd had to stand up and walk naked across the room to her leathers to get it out of its holster. Back on the bed, she thought of the males she'd lost over the course of her life. She saw Murder's long dark hair and his deep-set eyes and the scruff he always had on his heavy jaw, heard his old country accent, and recalled the way he'd always smelled of gunpowder and sex. Then she saw Revenge's amethyst stare and his mohawk and his beautiful clothes, smelled his Must de Cartier cologne, and relived his chic brutality. Finally, She pictured John Matthews' dark blue eyes and short-cropped military-style hair, felt him moving deep inside of her, heard his heavy breathing as his warrior body had given her what she'd wanted and hadn't been able to handle. They were all gone, even though at least 2 of them were still alive on the planet. But people didn't have to be dead to be out of your life. She looked down at the viciously sharp, shiny blade and angled the thing so that it caught the weak sunlight in a flash that momentarily blinded her. She was good with knives. They were her favorite weapon, actually. The knock on her door brought her head up. "You okay in there?" It was Iamwo. Not only had acted as Rev's mail carrier, but was evidently charged with babysitting. She tried to throw him out of her house, but he just shadowed on her, taking a form that she couldn't get hold of, much less bootlick out the damn door. Trez was sitting in the hunting cabin's main room as well, but talk about role reversal. When she'd locked herself in her bedroom, he'd been stock still in a hard-backed chair, staring out over the river in a heavy silence. In the wake of the tragedy, the brothers had traded personalities, I.M. being the only one who talked. As far as she recalled, Trez hadn't said one thing since the news had dropped. All that quiet was not about Trez mourning, though. His emotional grid was marked with anger and frustration, and she had a feeling Rev, in all his cocksucking wisdom, had found a way to trap Trez into inaction, too. Like her, the Moor was trying to find a way out, and knowing Rev, there wouldn't be one. He was a master at manipulation, always had been, and he'd put a lot of thought into this exit strategy. According to I.M., everything was all set up, not only on the personal levels but the financial ones, too. I.M. got Sal's. Trez got the iron mask. She got a chunk of cash. Alina was provided for as well, although I.M. said he would handle that. The bulk of the family estate went to Nala, with millions and millions of dollars passing to the young, along with all the heirlooms that, according to primogeniture, had been owned by Rev, not Bella. He'd exited beautifully, wiping clean zero-sums drug and bookie businesses entirely. The mask still had girls for hire, but none of the other stuff was going to go down there or at Sal's. With the Reverend gone, the bunch of them were almost clean. Shex, say something so I know you're alive. There was no way I.M. could get through the door or dematerialize inside to check and see if she was still breathing. The room was a steel safe, utterly impenetrable. There was even fine mesh skirting around the door jamb so that he couldn't shadow his way in. Shex, we already lost him tonight. You make it 2 for 2 and I'm going to kill you all over again. I'm fine. None of us is fine. When she didn't reply, she heard I.M. curse and move away from the door. Maybe later she could help the 2 of them. They were, after all, the only people who knew what she felt like. Even Bella, who'd lost her brother, didn't know the exquisite torture the 3 of them were going to have to live with for the rest of their days. Bella thought Rev was dead, so she could go through the mourning process and come out the other side and get on with her life in some fashion. For Shex, I.M., and Trez, they were going to be stuck in the limbo hell of knowing the truth and being able to do nothing to change it, with the result being that the princess was free to torture Revenge for as long as he had a heartbeat. As Shex thought about the future, her grip on the dagger hilt tightened, and got stronger as she brought the weapon downward onto her skin. With her mouth screwed down tight to keep her pain inside, Shex shed her own blood instead of tears. Although what was the difference, really? Sympathies cried red, in the manner of the vein anyway. 61. Rev's brain came back online in a slow wave of flickering consciousness. Awareness flared and faded and returned, spreading from the base of his skull up into his front lobe. His shoulders were on fire. Both of them. Head was killing him from when that sympath had sweet dreamed him with the sword hilt. And the rest of him felt curiously weightless. On the other side of his closed lids, light twinkled around him and registered deep red, which meant the dopamine was fully out of his system and he was now who he would forever be. Breathing in through his nose, he smelled earth. Clean, damp earth. It was a while before he was ready to do a look-see, but eventually he needed some other reference point than the pain in his shoulders. Opening his eyes, he blinked. Candles as long as his legs were set up at the far reaches of what appeared to be some kind of cave, the tremulous flames atop each one blood-red and reflecting over walls that seemed fluid. Not fluid. There were things crawling on the black stone, crawling all over his eyes, shot down to his body, and he was relieved to see that his feet were not touching the moving floor. A glance up and chains held him aloft from the undulating ceiling, chains that were anchored by bars inserted through his torso under his shoulders. He was suspended in the midst of the cave, his naked body hovering above and below the shimmering, pulsating confines of rock. Spiders, scorpions. His prison was teeming with venomous guards. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his sympath side, trying to find others of his kind, determined to get through the place where he was, to minds and emotions he could manipulate to get himself free. He might be in the colony to stay, but that didn't mean he had to keep hanging around like a chandelier. Except all he could sense was a web of static. The cast of hundreds of thousands that surrounded him formed an impenetrable psychic blanket, castrating his sympath side, allowing nothing into or out of the cave. Anger rather than fear fisted in his chest, and he reached over to one of the chains and pulled on it using his massive pectoral muscles. Pain made him tremble head to foot as his body shifted in midair, but there was no budging his tether or dislodging the bolting mechanism that went through his flesh. As he swung back to straight vertical, he heard a shifting sound, as if a door had opened behind him. Someone came in, and he knew who, given how strong the psychic block they were putting up was. "Uncle," he said. "Indeed." The king of the sympaths came shuffling around with his cane, the spiders on the floor breaking their quilt of bodies briefly to make way for him before swallowing up his path. Beneath those blood-colored imperial robes his uncle's body was weak, but the brain on top of that curved spine was incredibly strong. Proof positive that physical strength wasn't a sympatha's best weapon. "How fare thee in thy floating repose?" the king asked, his royal headdress of rubies catching the candlelight. "Complimented." The king's brows lifted above his glowing red eyes. "How so?" Rev glanced around. "Hell of a lock and key you've got me under. Which means I'm more powerful than you're comfortable with, or you're weaker than you wish you were." The king smiled with the serenity of someone utterly unthreatened. "Do you know that your sister wished to be king? Half-sister. And it doesn't surprise me. For a time, I gave her what she wanted in my will, but I realized that I was inappropriately swayed and I changed everything. That was what your tithes were for. She was using them to transact business with humans, of all things." The king's expression suggested this was akin to inviting rats into one's kitchen. That alone indicates she is utterly unworthy to rule. Fear is far more useful to motivate subjects, money being comparatively irrelevant if one is looking to gain power. And killing me? She presumed she could best my succession plan that way, which vastly overestimates her capabilities. "What did you do with her?" More of that serene smile. "What was fitting? How long are you going to keep me here like this?" "Until she is dead. Her knowledge that I have you and that you are alive is part of her punishment." The king looked around at the spiders, something close to true affection flaring in his white kabuki face. "My friends will guard you well, worry not." "I'm not. You will be. I promise you." The king's eyes returned to Rev's, his androgynous features shifting into something demonic. "I didn't like your father and was quite pleased that you killed him. That being said, you are not getting that chance with me. You live solely as long as your sister does, and then I shall follow your fine example and reduce the number of my kin." "Half-sister. So intent you are on distancing the ties between yourself and the princess. No wonder she adores you as much as she does. For her, that which is unattainable will always hold the most fascination. Which, again, is the only reason you live." The king leaned on his cane and began to slowly creep back the way he had come. Just before he got out of Rev's sight, he paused. "Have you ever been to your father's grave?" "No. It is my favorite place in all the world. To stand upon the ground where his funeral pyre burned his flesh to ash lovely." The king smiled with cold joy. "That he was murdered by your hand makes it all even sweeter, as he'd always thought you were weak and worthless. Must have stung him rather badly to be bested by the inferior. Do rest well, Revenge." Rev didn't respond. He was too busy poking at his uncle's mental walls, seeking a way in. The king smiled, as if he approved of the attempts, and headed on his way. "I always liked you, even though you are but a half-breed." There was a click, as if a door had closed. All the candles went out. Disorientation squeezed Revenge's throat shut. Left alone, floating in the darkness, with nothing to ground him, terror seized him hard. To be without sight was the worst. The bolts through his upper body began to tremble slightly, as if a breeze were blowing through the chains and vibrating them. Oh God, no. The tickling started on his shoulders and intensified in a rush, flowing down his stomach and over his thighs, streaming out to the tips of his fingers, covering his back, blooming up his neck to his face. He used his hands to the extent he was able, trying to brush off the horde, but as many as he cast down to the floor, more overcame him. They were on him, moving over him, coating him with a constantly shifting straitjacket of tiny touches. The fluttering at his nostrils and around his ears was his undoing. He would have screamed, but then he would have swallowed them. Back in Caldwell, in the brownstone he was damn well going to move into, Lash showered with lazy precision, taking his time with the washcloth, going in between his toes and behind his ears, paying special attention to his shoulders and lower back. There was no need to rush. The longer he waited, the better. Plus, what a bathroom to hang out in. Top drawer everything. From the Carrara marble on the floors and walls to the gold fixtures to the awesome stretch of etched mirror over the sunken sinks. The towels hanging from the ornate racks were from Walmart. Yeah, and they were going to be replaced ASAP. The fucking things were all Mr. D had had at the ranch house. And Lash wasn't about to waste time driving around Caldwell just to find something better to wipe his ass dry with, not when he had his new piece of exercise equipment to put through its paces. After he got his workout in this morning, though, he was going to get on the internet and order shit like furniture, bedding, rugs, kitchen supplies. It would have to be delivered to that POS ranch where Mr. D and the others stayed now, though. UPS men were not welcome around here. Lash left the bathroom light on and walked out into the master bedroom. The ceiling was pre-war height, which meant the damn thing was so high cumulus clouds could form and float around the hand-carved moldings if the atmospheric conditions were right. The floor was gorgeous hardwood with inlaid cherry accents, and the walls were papered in an amazing dark green swirl, like the inside covers of an antique book. The windows had just been sealed over with cheap blankets they'd had to hammer into the moldings, a crying shame. But like the towels, that would change. As would the bed, which was nothing but a king-size mattress on the floor, its white, quilted skin laid out bare, like a Midwesterner trying to get a tan somewhere fancy. Lash dropped the towel from his hips, his erection springing forward. "I love that you are a liar." The princess lifted her head, her shiny black hair shifting with flashes of blue. "Will you let me go? The fucking will be better. I promise you. I'm not worried about how good it's going to be." "Are you sure?" Her arms pulled against the steel chains that had been bolted into the floor. "Don't you want me to touch you?" Lash smiled down at her naked body, which he now owned. For all intents and purposes, she was his gift, given by the Symphoth King as a gesture of good faith, a sacrifice that was also a punishment for her treason. "You are going nowhere," he said. "And the fucking is going to be fantastic." He was going to use her until she broke, and then he was going to take her out and make her find him vampires to kill. It was the perfect relationship. And if he got bored with her or she couldn't perform either sexually or as a divining rod, he would get rid of her. The princess's eyes glared up at him, the blood-red color of them loud as a curse thrown at full volume. "You are going to let me go." Lash reached down and started stroking his cock. "Only if it's to put you into your grave." Her smile was pure evil, so much so, his balls tightened up like he was about to come. "We'll see about that," she said in a low, deep voice. She'd been drugged by the king's private guard before Lash had left the colony with her, and when she'd been stretched out on this mattress, her legs had been spread as far apart as possible. So as her sex glistened for him, he could see it. "I'm never letting you go," he said as he knelt down to the mattress and grabbed onto her ankles. Her skin was soft and white as snow, her core pink as her nipples. He was going to leave a lot of marks on her whip-thin body. And going by the way her hips rotated, she was going to like it. "You are mine," he growled. In a sudden flash of inspiration, he pictured his old Rottweiler's collar around her slender neck. King's ownership tags were going to look great on her, and so was a dog's leash. Perfect. Fucking perfect. 62. 1 month later, Alina woke up to the sound of china on china and the scent of Earl Grey tea. As her eyes opened, she saw a uniformed doggen struggling under the weight of a massive silver tray. On it was a fresh bagel capped by a crystal dome, a pot of strawberry jam, a scoop of cream cheese on a tiny porcelain plate, and, her favorite part, a bud vase. Every night it was a different flower. This evening it was a sprig of holly. "Oh, Sashla, you really don't have to do this." Alina sat up, pushing back sheets that were so fine and well-made they were smoother than summer air against the skin. "It's lovely of you, but honestly," the maid bowed and offered a shy smile. "Madam should wake up to a proper repast." Alina lifted her arms as a stand was put over her legs and the tray set on top of it. As she stared down at the lovingly polished silver and the carefully prepared food, her overriding thought was that her father had just gotten the same, served to him by a butler doggen by the name of Aaron. She stroked the fine curling base of the knife. "You are good to us, all of you. You've made us so welcome in this grand house, and we thank you very much." When she looked up, there were tears in the doggen's eyes, and the maid hastily patted them away with a handkerchief. "Madam, you and your father have transformed this house. We are of great joy that you are our masters. Everything just different now that you are here." It was as far as the maid would go, but given how she and all the other staff had flinched for the first 2 weeks, Alina gathered that Montrag had not been the easiest head of household. Alina reached over and gave the female's hand a squeeze. "I'm glad it's worked out for all of us." As the maid turned away to resume her duties, she seemed flustered, but happy. At the door, she paused. "Oh, and Madame Lucy's things arrived. We've settled her in the guest suite next to your father. Also, the locksmith is coming in a half-hour, as you requested." "Perfect on both accounts, thank you." While the door was shut quietly and the doggen went off humming a tune from the old country, Alina took the dome off her plate and knifed up some cream cheese. Lucy had agreed to move in with them and function as a nurse and personal assistant to Alina's father, which was fantastic. Overall, he'd taken to the new estate with relative ease, his demeanor and mental stability better than they had been for years, but the close supervision did much to ease Alina's lingering worry. Being careful with him remained a priority. Here in the mansion, for example, he didn't require tinfoil over the windows. Instead, he preferred to look out at the gardens that were beautiful even after having been put to bed for the winter, and in retrospect, she wondered if part of shutting out the world hadn't been because of where they'd been living. He was also much more relaxed and at peace, working steadily in the other guest bedroom next to his. He still heard the voices, though, and preferred order to mess of any kind, and he needed the medication. But this was heaven compared to what the last couple years had been like. As Alina ate, she looked around the bedroom she'd chosen and was reminded of her parents' former manse. The curtains were the same kind that had hung back in her family's house. Huge swathes of peach and cream and red falling from ruched headers with fringe. The walls were likewise done in luxury, the silk paper showing a pattern of roses that matched perfectly with the curtains, as well as coordinating with the needlepoint rug on the floor. Alina, too, was at home in the surroundings, and yet utterly ungrounded, and not just because her life seemed like a sailboat that had capsized in cold water, only to abruptly right itself in the tropics. Revenge was with her, relentlessly. Her last thought before she slept and her first upon waking was that he was alive. And she dreamed about him, seeing him with his arms at his sides and his head hanging down, silhouetted against a shimmering black background. It was a total contradiction, in a way, the belief that he was alive measured against that image of him which seemed to suggest he was dead. It was like being haunted by a ghost. Make that tortured. With frustration, she put the tray aside, got up, and showered. The clothes she changed into were nothing fancy, just the same ones she'd gotten from Target and on sale from Macy's online before everything had changed. The shoes were the Keds Rev had held in his hand. But she refused to think about that. The thing was, it didn't seem right to run out and spend a lot of money on anything. None of this felt like hers, not the house or the staff or the cars or all the zeros in her checking account. She was still convinced Saxton was going to show up at nightfall with an "Oh my Badal Thishold," have gone to someone else. What a hoopsie that would be. Alina took the silver tray and headed out to check on her father, who was down at the end of the wing. When she got to his door, she knocked with the tip of her sneaker. "Father, do come in, daughter mine." She put the tray down on a mahogany table and opened the way into the room he used as his study. His old desk had been brought over from the rental bed, which had been placed next door, and her father was sitting down to his work as he always had, papers everywhere. "How fare thee?" she asked, going over to kiss his cheek. "I am well, very well indeed. The dog Jen has just brought my juice and my repast." His elegant, bony hand swept over a silver tray that matched the one she'd been brought. "I adore the new dog Jen, don't you?" "Yes, father, I." "Ah, Lizzie, dearest." As her father rose to his feet and smoothed his velvet smoking jacket, Alina glanced over her shoulder. Lizzie came in dressed in a dove-gray sheath and a knobby hand-knitted sweater. She had Birkenstocks on her feet and thick, bunched-up socks that had likely been homemade as well. Her long, wavy hair was back from her face, pinned in a sensible clip at the base of her neck. Unlike everything that had changed around them, she was still the same, lovely and cozy. "I've brought the crossword." She held up a New York Times that was folded in quarters, as well as a pencil. "I need help. And, indeed, I am at your disposal, as always." Alina's father came around and gallantly angled a chair for Lizzie. "Ease yourself herein, and we shall see how many boxes we may fill." Lizzie smiled at Alina as she sat down. "I couldn't do them without him." Alina's eyes narrowed on the female's faint blush and then shifted over to her father's face, which was showing a distinct glow. "I'll leave you two to your puzzle," she said with a smile. As she left, 2 goodbyes were given to her, and she couldn't help but think the stereo effect sounded very nice to the ear. Downstairs in the grand foyer, she went left into the formal dining room and paused to admire all the crystal and china that were set out on display as well as the gleaming candelabra. There were no candles topping those graceful silver arms, though. No candles in the house. No matches or lighters either. And before they had moved in, Alina had had the dog Jen replace the gas-powered restaurant range with one that ran on electricity. Likewise, the 2 televisions in the family part of the house had been given to the staff, and the security monitors had been moved from an open desk in the butler's pantry to a closed room with a locked door. There was no reason to tempt fate, especially given that any kind of electronic screen, including those on cell phones and calculators, still made her father nervous. The first night that they had come to stay at the mansion, she had taken pains to walk her father all around and show him the security cameras and the sensors and the beams not just in the house, but on the grounds. As she wasn't sure how he would handle the change in address or all the safety measures, she'd given him the tour right after he'd had his medications. Fortunately, he'd viewed the better accommodations as a return to normalcy, and had loved the idea that there was a system looking out all over the estate. Maybe that was another reason he didn't feel the need to have the windows covered up. He felt as if he were being watched over in a good way now. Pushing through the flap door, Alina went into the pantry and out to the kitchen. After chatting with the butler who had started cooking last meal, and complimenting one of the maids on how beautifully she'd polished the handrail of the big staircase, Alina headed for the study that was on the other side of the house. The trip was a long one, through many lovely rooms, and as she went she trailed a gentle hand over the antiques and the hand-carved jams and the silk-covered furniture. This lovely house was going to make her father's life so much easier, and as a result, she was going to have a lot more time and mental energy to focus on herself. She didn't want it. The last thing she needed was empty hours with nothing but the crap in her head to keep her company. And even if she were in the running to win Miss Well-Adjusted, she wanted to be productive. She might not need the money to keep a roof over what was left of her family, but she'd always worked, and she'd loved the purpose and heart of what she'd been doing at the clinic. Except she'd burned that bridge and then some. Like the other 30 or so rooms in the mansion, the study was decorated in the manner of European royalty, with subtle damask patterns on the walls and sofas, plenty of tassels on the drapes, and lots of deep, glowing paintings that were like windows open to other, even more perfect worlds. There was one thing off the mark, though. The floor was bare, the couches and the antique desk and every table and chair sitting directly on the polished wooden floor, the center of which was slightly darker than the edges, as if it had once been covered up. When she'd asked the dog Jen, they had explained that the carpet had suffered a stain that was not removable, and thus a new rug had been ordered from the household's antiques dealer in Manhattan. They didn't go into any further detail about whatever had happened, but given how worried they all had been about their jobs, she could just imagine what Montrag would have done if there had been any kind of deficiency in performance, no matter how reasonable. One spilled tea tray? No doubt they'd had a big problem. Alina went around and sat behind the desk. On the leather blotter, there was the day's Caldwell Courier Journal, a phone and a nice-looking French lamp, as well as a lovely crystal statue of a bird in flight. Her old computer, which she tried to give back to the clinic before she and her father had come to the house, fit perfectly in the big flat drawer under the top kept there always just in case he came in. She supposed she could afford a new laptop, but again, she wasn't going to buy another one. As with her clothes, what she had worked just fine and she was used to it. Plus, maybe she was grounded a little by the familiar. And man, she needed that. Putting her elbows on the desk, she looked across the room at the spot on the wall where a spectacular seascape should have lain flat. The painting was angled out into the room, however, and the face of the safe that was exposed was like a plain female who'd been hiding behind a glamorous ball mask. "Madam, the locksmith is here? Please send him in." Alina got to her feet and went over to the safe to touch its smooth, matte panel and its black and silver dial. She'd found the thing only because she'd been so taken by the depiction of the sun setting over the ocean that she'd put her hand on the frame on impulse. When the whole picture popped forward, she'd been horrified that she'd hurt the mounting in some way, except then she'd looked behind the frame and what do you know? "Madam, this is Rolf, son of Rosf." Alina smiled and walked over to a male who was dressed in black coveralls and carrying a black tool case. As she went to put her hand out, he took off his cap and bowed low, as if she were someone special, which was beyond strange. After years of being just a civilian, the formality made her uncomfortable, but she was learning that she had to let others honor the social etiquette. Asking them not to, whether they were doggen or workmen or advisors, just made things worse. "Thank you for coming," she said. "It is a pleasure to be of service." He looked over at the safe. "This is the one?" "Yes. I don't have the combination to it." They headed for the thing. "I was hoping there was some way you could get into it." The wince he tried to hide was not encouraging. "Well, madam, I know this kind of safe and it's not going to be easy. I'd have to bring in an industrial drill to get through the pins and release the door, and it would be noisy. Also, when I've finished, the safe would be ruined. I mean, no disrespect, but is there no way of retrieving the combination? I wouldn't know where to look for it." She glanced around at the shelves of books and then over to the desk. "We just moved in, and there were no instructions." The male followed her lead and ran his eyes around the room. "Usually owners leave such a thing in a hidden place. If you could only find it, I could show you how to reset the combination so that you could reuse the safe. As I said, if I have to drill in, it will have to be replaced." "Well, I've been through the desk when I was exploring after we first came here. Did you find any hidden compartments in it?" No. But I was just going through random papers and trying to make some space for my things." The male nodded across at the piece of furniture. "In a lot of desks like that, you'll find at least one drawer with a false bottom or back that hides a small place. I wouldn't want to presume, but I could try to help you find one. Also, the moldings in a room like this might conceal spaces as well." "I'd love another set of eyes on this, thanks." Alina went over and, one by one, removed the drawers of the desk, laying them side by side on the floor. As she went along, the male took out a penlight and looked into the holes that were revealed. She hesitated when she got to the big drawer on the bottom left, not wanting to see what she'd stored there. But it wasn't as though the locksmith could see through the damn thing. Muttering a quick curse, she pulled on the brass handle and did not look at all the sections she'd kept from the Caldwell Courier Journal. Each folded in on itself to hide the articles she'd read and saved even though she didn't want to read them yet again. She put that drawer as far away as she could. "Well, that's the last one." With the male's head wedged under the desk, his voice echoed. "I believe there's AI need my tape measure from my tool. Here, I'll get it." When she passed the thing over, he seemed astonished that she was helping. "Thank you, madam." She knelt down beside him as he ducked back under. Is something off? There appears to Bays, this is more shallow than the others. There was a squeak and the male's arm jerked. Got it. As he sat up, he had a rough-cut box in his work-worn hands. I believe the lid flips open, but I'll let you do it. Wow. I feel like Indiana Jones, just without the bullwhip. Alina lifted the top panel off and, well, no combination, just a key. She took the slip of steel out, looked it over, then replaced it. Might as well leave it where we found it. Let me show you how to put the hidden drawer back. The male left 20 minutes later, after the two of them had knocked on all the walls and shelving and molding in the room and found nothing. Alina figured she'd search around one last time, and if she still ended up empty-handed, she'd have him come back with his big guns to bust the safe open. Returning to the desk, she put the drawers into their slots, pausing when she got to the one that held all the newspaper articles. Maybe it was the fact that she didn't have her father to worry about. Maybe it was the fact that she had some free time. More likely, she was just having a weak moment in fighting back the need to know. Alina took all the papers out, opening the folds and spreading them across the desk. All of the articles were about Revenge and the zero-sum bombing, and no doubt when she cracked today's edition, she would find another to add to the collection. The reporters were fascinated by the story, and there had been a ton of coverage on it in the last month, not just in print, but on the evening news as well. No suspects, no arrests. Skeleton of a male found in the rubble of the club. Other businesses he'd owned now run by his associates. Drug trade in Caldwell brought to a halt. No more murders of dealers. Alina picked up an article off the top. It wasn't among the more recent ones, but she'd looked at it so much, she'd smudged the newsprint. Next to the text was a blurry picture of Revenge, snapped by an undercover police officer 2 years ago. Revenge's face was in shadow, but the sable coat and the cane and a Bentley were all clear. The past 4 weeks had distilled her memories of Revenge, from the times they'd been together to the way things had ended with that trip she'd taken to zero-sum. Instead of time dissolving the images in her head, what she remembered was becoming even clearer, like whiskey strengthening over time. And it was strange. Oddly enough, of all the things that had been said, good and bad, what came back to her most often was something that female security guard had barked at her as Alina had been on her way out of the club. That male has put himself in a rat-hole situation for me, his mother, and his sister. And you think you're too good for him? Nice. Where the hell do you come from that's so perfect? His mother, his sister, herself. As the words banged around her head yet again, Alina let her gaze wander around the study until it reached the door. The house was quiet, her father busy with Luzzie and the crossword puzzle, the staff working happily. For the first time in a month, she was by herself. All things considered, she should take a hot bath and cozy up to a good book, but instead, she took her laptop out, cracked the screen open and fired the thing up. She had the sense that if she followed through with what she wanted to do, she was going to end up going down into a deep, dark hole. But she couldn't help herself. She'd saved the clinical record searches she'd done on Rev and his mother, and as both of them had been declared dead, the documents were technically part of public record, so she felt less as if she were invading their privacy as she called both files up. She studied his mother's records first, seeing some familiar things from having previously scanned it, when she'd been curious about the female who had birthed him. Now, though, she took her time searching for something specific, although God knew what it was. The recent notes that had been entered were nothing remarkable, just Havers's comments on the female's yearly checkups or her treatment for the occasional virus. Scrolling through page after page, she began to wonder why she was wasting time until she got to a knee operation that had been performed on Alina 5 years ago. In the pre-op notes, Havers had mentioned something about the degradation in the joint being a result of chronic impact injury. Chronic impact? On a female of worth from the Glimera? That sounded more like what you'd get on a football player. For Chris' sakes, not Revenge's high-bred chatelaine mother. Made no sense. Alina went back farther and farther through more nothing special sand, then starting 23 years from the present she started to see the entries. One after the other. Broken bones, bruises, concussions. If Alina didn't know better, swear it was domestic violence. Each time, Rev was the one who brought his mother in. Brought her in and stayed with her. Alina went back to the last of the entries that seemed to indicate a female who was being abused by her Hellrun. Alina had been accompanied by her daughter, Bella, not Rev. Alina stared at the date as if some sudden breakthrough were about to come from the line of numbers. When she was still fixated 5 minutes later, she felt like shadows of her father's illness were once again moving across the floors and walls of her mind. Why the hell was she obsessing over this? And yet, even with that thought, she followed an impulse that would only make her obsession worse. She cracked open the search on Rev. Back through the entourage started needing dopamine right around the time his mother had stopped coming in injured. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Feeling half crazy, Alina shifted over to the internet and went into the race's public records database. Typing in Alina's name, she found the registry of the females passing, then hopped over to that of her Hellrun, Rempun. Alina leaned forward in the chair, her breath leaving on a hiss. Not willing to believe it, she went back to the record on Alina. Her Hellrun had died on the night of the last time she'd come in hurt to the clinic. With a sense that she was on the verge of answers, Alina considered the matching dates in light of what the female security guard had said about Revenge. What if he'd killed the male to protect his mother? What if that security guard knew that? What if, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the picture of Revenge from the CCJ, his face in shadow, his fancy car and his pimp cane so very obvious. With a curse, she slapped the laptop shut, put it back in the drawer, and got to her feet. She might not be able to control her subconscious, but she could take charge of her waking hours and not encourage this craziness. Instead of driving herself more nuts, she was going to go up to the master bedroom Montrag had slept in and poke around trying to find the combination to the safe. Later, she would have last meal with her father and Luzzie. And then she needed to figure out what she was going to do with the rest of her life. Suggests that the recent killings of area drug dealers might have come to an end with the likely death of club owner and suspected drug kingpin, Richard Reynolds. There was a rustle as Beth put the CCJ on the desk. That's the end of the article. Wrath shifted his legs around to more comfortably support his queen's weight in his lap. He'd been to see Payne about 2 hours ago, and his body was beat to shit, which felt really nice. Thanks for reading it to me. My pleasure. Now let me go tend the fire for a second. We've got a log that's about to roll out onto the carpet. Beth kissed him and stood up, the pansy chair creaking with relief. As she went across the study toward the fireplace, the grandfather clock started to chime. Oh, this is good, Beth said. Listen, Mary should be coming in a minute. She's bringing you something. Wrath nodded and reached forward, running his fingertips across the desk's top until he got to the glass of red wine he'd been drinking. By its weight, he knew that he'd almost finished it, and given his mood, he was going to want more. The shit about Rev had been bothering him. Badly. After he polished off his Bordeaux, he put the glass down and rubbed his eyes under the wraparounds he still wore. It might be weird to keep the sunglasses on, but whatever didn't like the idea that other people could look at his unfocused pupils and he couldn't see them staring at him. Wrath. Beth came over to his side, and he could tell by her tense tone that she was trying to keep the fear out of her voice. Are you all right? Does your head hurt? No. Wrath tugged his queen back into his lap, the little chair creaking once again, its spindly legs wobbling. I'm okay. Her hands brushed his hair from his face. You don't seem that way. He found one of her hands and took it into his own. Shit, I don't know. Yes, you do. He frowned hard and tight. It's not about me. At least not really. There was a long pause and then they both spoke at once. What is it? How's Bella? Beth cleared her throat as if she were surprised by his question. Bella's doing the best she can. We don't leave her alone much, and it's good that Zadist has taken some time off. It's just so hard that she lost both of them within days of each other. I mean her mother and her brother. That shit about Rev was a lie. I don't understand. He reached around for the Caldwell Courier-Journal she'd been reading him and tapped the article she'd just finished. I find it hard to believe that someone blew his ass up. Rev was no dummy, and those Moors who guarded him? That head of security? No fucking way they'd let some cocksucker with a bomb anywhere near that club. Plus, Rage said that he and V went to the Iron Mask the other night to drag John home, and the three of them are working their IM, Trez, and Shex are still together. Usually people scatter after tragedy. Except that bunch is right where they always were, like they're waiting for him to come back. But there was a skeleton in the ruins, wasn't there? Could be anyone's. Sure, it was male, but what else do the police know? Nothing. If I wanted to disappear from the human world, hell, even the vampire one-eyed plant a body and blow up my building. He shook his head, thinking of Rev lying in his bed up at the Great Camp, so fucking ill and yet well enough to have his assassin take care of the guy who'd wanted to kill Wrath. Man, that SOB was there for me. He had every chance in the world to fuck me when Montrag met with him. I owe him. Wait, why in the world would he fake his own death? He loved Bella and her young so much. Hell, he practically raised his sister, and I can't believe he would ever hurt her like that. Plus, where would he go? The colony, Wrath thought. Wrath wanted to tell his queen everything that was on his mind, but he hesitated, because he'd been flirting with a decision that was going to complicate the shit out of things. Bottom line was that email about Rev? Wrath's intuition was telling him the guy had lied about it. It was just too coincidental that the thing came in and the next night Rev dies. It had to have been legit. But with Montrag dead, who could have? There was a sharp crack and a free fall and a hard-ass landing. As Beth shrieked, Wrath cursed. What the fuck? He patted around, feeling splinters of old, delicate French wood all around them. Are you okay, Leland? He said sharply. Beth laughed and got up to her feet. Oh my God, we broke the chair. Pulverized it might be more accurate. The knock on the door had Wrath struggling up to his feet with grunts of pain, which he was getting used to. Pain always went for the shins, and his left leg was killing him. But it wasn't like he didn't return the favor. After this last session, it was quite possible that she was nursing a concussion. Come in, he called out. The instant the door opened, he knew who it was and that she was not alone. Who is with you, Mary? He demanded, reaching for the knife he wore on his hip. The scent wasn't human, but it wasn't a vampire. There was a subtle clinking and a long, lovely sigh from his Shellen, as if she were looking at something that pleased her greatly. This is George, Mary said. Please put your weapon away. He won't hurt you. Wrath kept his dagger in the palm of his hand and flared his nostrils. The scent was, is that a dog? Yes. He's trained to assist the blind. Wrath recoiled slightly at the B word, still struggling to accept that classification as pertaining to him. I would like to bring him over to you, Mary said in that level voice of hers. But not until you put the weapon away. Beth stayed silent, and Mary stayed back, which was smart of them. His neurons were firing in all kinds of directions, thoughts racing everywhere. The past month had had a lot of triumphs and a lot of shitty losses. Back when he'd returned from his first meeting with Pain, he'd known it was going to be a tough road ahead, but it had been longer and steeper than he'd thought. The two biggest problems were that he hated having to rely so much on Beth and his brothers, and he found relearning simple things was curiously exhausting. Like, for fuck's sake, making toast for himself was now a production. He'd tried it again yesterday and succeeded in breaking the glass dish the butter was kept on, which naturally had taken him forever to clean up. Still, the idea of using a dog to get around was too much. Mary's voice eased across the room with the vocal equivalent of an ambling, non-threatening gait. Fritz has been trained to handle the dog, and together he and I are prepared to work with you and George. There's a 2-week trial period, after which, if you don't like it or it isn't working, we can return the animal. There is no obligation here, Wrath. He was about to tell them to take the dog away when he heard a soft whine and more of that jingle. No, George, Mary said. You can't go over to him. He wants to come to me? We've trained him using a shirt of yours. He knows your smell. There was a long period of silence, and then Wrath shook his head. I don't know if I'm a dog person. Besides, what about Boo? He's right here, Beth said. He's sitting next to George. He came downstairs as soon as the dog entered the house, and he hasn't left George's side since. I think they kind of like each other. Damn it, even the cat wasn't on his side. More silence. Wrath slowly sheathed his dagger and took 2 wide steps to the left so he could clear the desk. Walking forward, he stopped in the center of the study. George whimpered a little, and there was that quiet ringing of a harness again. "Let him come to me," Wrath said darkly, feeling as if he were getting squeezed and not liking it in the slightest. He heard the animal approach, the padding of paws and the chinking of the collar moving closer, and then a velvet-soft muzzle nudged at his palm, and a rasping tongue licked quickly over his skin. Then the dog ducked under his hand and eased up against his thigh. The ears were silky and warm, the nap of the animal's fur curling slightly. It was a large dog with a big, boxy head. "What kind is he?" "A golden retriever. Fritz was the one who picked him." The dog Jen spoke up from the door, as if he were afraid of entering the room, given how tense things were. "I thought it was the perfect breed, sire." Wrath felt along the dog's flanks, finding the harness that went around his chest and the handle that the blind person would hold on to. "What can he do?" Mary spoke up. "Anything you need. He can learn the layout of the house, and if you give him the command to take you to the library, he will. He can help you get around the kitchen, answer the phone, find objects. He's a brilliant animal, and if you two are a fit, you and he can be as independent as I know you want to be." Frickin' female. She knew exactly what had been bothering him. But was an animal the answer? George whined softly, as if he desperately wanted the job. Wrath let go of the dog and stepped back as his whole body started to shake. "I don't know if I can do this," he said in a hoarse voice. "I don't know if I can be blind." Beth cleared her throat a little, as if she were choking up because he was. After a moment, Mary, in her kind, firm way, said the hard thing that needed to be said. "Wrath, you are blind." The unspoken "so deal with it" resonated in his head, throwing a spotlight on the reality he'd been limping through. Sure, he'd stopped waking up every day hoping his vision would come back, and he'd been fighting with pain and making love to his Shellen so he didn't feel physically weak, and he'd also been working and keeping up with the king shit and all that. But none of it meant things were fantastic. He was hobbling around, running into shit, dropping crap, clinging to his Shalanho hadn't been out of the house for a month because of him using his brothers to get him places, being the kind of burden he resented. Giving this dog a chance didn't mean that he was all gung-ho about being sightless, he told himself. But it might help him get around on his own. Wrath turned so that he and George were facing the same direction, then stepped in close to the dog. Leaning to the side, he found the handle and clasped it. "Now what do we do?" After a shocked silence, as if he'd surprised the shit out of his peanut gallery, there was some discussion and demonstration, only a quarter of which he heard and absorbed. Evidently, though, it was enough to go with because he and George were soon taking a trip around the study. The handle had to be adjusted up to its limit so that Wrath didn't have to list to the side to hold on, and the dog was much better at the whole deal than his charge was. But after a while, the two of them headed out of the study and down the hall. Next trip was hitting the grand staircase and coming back up. Alone. When Wrath returned to his office, he faced the group that had gathered, and it was now a big one, as each of his brothers, as well as Lassiter, had apparently joined Beth and Fritz and Mary. Wrath caught the scent of each of them, and there was a fuckload of hope and worry in the breeze as well. He couldn't blame them for the way they felt, but he didn't like the attention. "How'd you pick the breed, Fritz?" he said, because he needed to fill the silence, and there was no reason to ignore the pink elephant in the room. Or the blonde dog, as it were. The old butler's voice quavered, as if he, along with everyone else, were struggling with emotion. He chose him," the dog Jen cleared his throat. "I chose him over the Labradors because he sheds more." Wrath's blind eyes blinked. "Why would that be a good thing?" "Because your staff enjoys vacuuming. I thought this would be a lovely gift for them." "Oh, right, of course." Wrath chuckled a little, and then started to laugh. As the others joined in, some of the tension drained out of the room. "Why didn't I think of that?" Beth came over and kissed him. "We'll just see how you feel. Okay?" Wrath stroked George's head. "Yeah, okay." He raised his voice. "Enough of the kibitzing. Who's on deck tonight for fighting? I need a financial report. Is John still passed out drunk in his bed? Tor. I'm going to want you to contact the remaining families within the Glimmera and see if we can get any trainees to come back. As Wrath barked out orders, it was good to have answers coming back at him and people moving around to sit and Fritz leaving to clean up after first meal and Beth settling into Tor's old chair. Oh, and I'm going to have something else to sit on, he said as he and George went behind the desk. Wow, you dusted that bitch, didn't you? Rage drawled. I can make you something? V suggested. I'm good at carving. How about a barkalungar? Butch cut in. You want this chair? Beth offered. If someone can just grab me that wing thing over in the corner by the fireplace, Wrath said. When Fury brought it over, Wrath sat down and pulled the chair forward, only to smash both his knees into the desk drawer. Okay, that had to hurt, Rage muttered. We need something shorter, someone else said. This'll be fine, Wrath bit out tightly, taking his palm off George's handle and rubbing the twin panes. I don't care what I sit in. As the Brotherhood got down to business, he found himself putting his hand on the dog's big head and stroking the soft fur, playing with an ear, dipping down and finding the long waves that flowed from the animal's broad, strong chest. Not that any of that meant he was keeping the animal, of course. It just felt nice, was all. 63. The following evening, Alina watched as her new friend, Rolf the locksmith, drilled the holy hell out of the wall safe. The whine of his high-powered tool stung her ears, and the sharp smell of heated metal reminded her of the floor sanitizers that had been used in Havers's clinic. The sense that she was getting something done, however, made up for all of that. Almost finished, the locksmith called out over the din. Take your time, she yelled back. It had become a personal thing between her and the safe, and that sucker was getting open tonight come hell or high water. After looking all around the master bedroom with the help of the staff, and even going through Montrag's clothes, which had been creepy, she'd phoned the locksmith and was now enjoying the sight of that drill head disappearing farther and farther into metal. Ultimately, she didn't care what was inside the damn thing, but what was critical was getting past the roadblock of not having the combination, and it was a relief to feel like herself again. She'd always been one to push through the hard stuff, much like that drill. I'm in, Rolf said, retracting his tool. Finally, come have a look. As the whine slowed into silence and the male took a breather, she went over and opened the panel. Inside was dark as midnight. Remember, Rolf said as he began to pack up, we had to cut the electricity and the circuit that tied it to the security system. There's usually a light that comes on, right? She peered in anyway. It was just like a cave. Thank you so much. If you'd like me to find you a replacement, I can? Her father had always had safes, some of them in walls, a couple down in the cellar that had been as big and heavy as cars. I guess we'll need one. Rolf glanced around at the study and then smiled at her. Yes, madam, I think you will. I'll take care of you, though. Make sure you get what you need. She turned and put her hand out. You have been very kind. He flushed from the collar of his coveralls up to his dark hairline. Madam, you have been very nice to work for. Alina saw him to the grand front door and then went back to the study with a flashlight she'd gotten from the butler. Clicking the beam on, she peered into the safe. Files. Loads of files. Some flat leather cases she recognized from when her mother's jewels had still been around. More documents. Stock certificates. Bundles of cash. 2 accounting ledgers. Moving a side table over, she emptied everything out, making piles. When she got to the very back, she found a lockbox that she had to grunt in order to lift. It took her about 3 hours to go through the paperwork, and when she was done, she was absolutely stunned. Montrag and his father had been the corporate equivalent of mobsters. Rising from the chair she tucked her butt into, she went up to the bedroom she used and pulled open the drawer of the antique bureau she'd put her clothes in. Her father's manuscript was held with a simple rubber band, which she snapped free with a flick of the hand. Leafing through the pages, she found the description of the business deal that had changed everything for her family. Alina took the manuscript page downstairs to the documents and ledgers from the safe. Going through the set of books that recorded hundreds of transactions for business interests, real estate, and other investments, she found one that matched the date, dollar amounts, and subject matter that had been listed by her father. It was there. Montrag's father had been the one who'd double-crossed hers, and the son had been in on it. Letting herself fall back in the chair, she took a long, hard look at the study. Karma was indeed a bitch, wasn't it? Alina went back to the ledgers to see if there were any other people in the Glimmer who had been taken advantage of. There hadn't been, not since Montrag and his father had ruined her family, and she had to wonder if they'd moved toward human dealings to decrease the likelihood of being discovered as crooks and swindlers within the race. She glanced down at the lockbox. As this was clearly the night for airing dirty laundry, she picked the thing up. It wasn't secured by a combination lock, but a key one. Looking over her shoulder, she stared at the desk. 5 minutes later, after having successfully pried open the secret compartment in the lower drawer, she took the key she'd found the night before back to the lockbox. She had no doubt it was going to open the thing. And it did. Reaching inside, she found only one document, and as she unfurled the thick, creamy pages, she had exactly the same sense she'd had when she'd first talked to Revenge on the phone and he'd asked her, "Alina, are you there?" This was going to change everything, she thought, for no good reason. And it did. It was an affidavit by Revenge's father fingering his killer, written while the male was dying of mortal wounds. She read it twice, and a third time. The witness was Rem, father of Montrag. Her mind flipped into processing mode, and she raced for her laptop, getting the Dell out and calling up the clinical search she'd done on Rev's mother. Well, what do you know? The date the affidavit had been dictated by the dying male was the same as the last night Rev's mother had been brought into the clinic beaten up. She took the affidavit and reread it. Revenge was a sympath and a killer, according to what his stepfather had said. And Rem had known it, and Montrag had known it. Her eyes went to the ledgers. Given what was in those records, father and son had been total opportunists. It was hard to believe that that kind of information wouldn't have been used at one time or another. Very hard. "Madam, I've brought you tea." Alina looked up at the dog Jen in the doorway. "I need to know something." "Of course, madam." The maid came over with a smile. "What may I answer for you? How did Montrag die?" There was a sharp rattle as the maid all but dropped the tray on the table in front of the couch. "Madam, surely you do not wish to speak of such a thing." "How?" The dog Jen looked at all the papers that had been scattered around the disemboweled safe. Going by the resignation in the female's eyes, Sashla knew that secrets had been revealed. Secrets that didn't reflect well on her previous master. Diplomacy and deference quieted the maid's voice. "I would not wish to speak ill of the dead, nor to pay disrespect to the sire Montrag. But you are the head of household, and as you have requested, it's okay. You're doing nothing wrong. And I need to know. If it helps, think of it as a direct order." This seemed to relieve the female, and she nodded, then spoke in a halting tone. When she fell silent, Alina glanced down at the glossy floor. At least she knew why the rug was missing now. Shex was on the graveyard shift at the Iron Mask, just as she'd been at Zero Sum. Which meant as her wristwatch flashed 3:45, it was time to do sweeps of the bathrooms while the bartenders were doing last call and her bouncers were hauling the drunk and drugged up out into the street. On its surface, the mask was nothing like Zero Sum. Instead of steel and glass, it was all about the neo-Victorian, with everything black and deep blue. There were a lot of velvet drapes and private, deep couch booths, and fuck the techno-pop shit. The music was acoustic suicide, as depressive as anything that ever carried a backbeat. No dance floor, no VIP section, more places for sex, fewer drugs. But the escapist vibe was the same, and the girls were still working, and the liquor was still going fast as a mudslide. Trez ran the place in a very low-key kind of way. Gone were the days of a hidden back office and the pimptastic presence of a flashy owner. He was a manager, not a drug lord, and the policies and procedures over here didn't involve any knuckle-busting or pistol-whipping. Bottom line, there was a lot less to police because of the lack of wholesale and retail drug business, plus goths were moodier and more introspective by nature, as opposed to the hyped-up, sparkly jackass set that had regulared Zero Sum. Shex missed the chaos, though. Missed a lot of things. With a curse, she hit the main ladies' bathroom, which was by the bigger of the two bars, and found a woman leaning into the darkened mirror over the sink. With an intent look, she was sweeping her fingertips under her eyes, not to clean up her eyeliner but to drag it down farther onto her paper white skin. God knew she had plenty of the CoverGirl smudgeable to go around. She was wearing so much of the shit, she looked like someone had punched her twice with an andiron. "We're closing," Shex said. "Okay, no problem. See you tomorrow." The girl pulled back from her Night of the Living Dead reflection and hustled out the door. That was the fucked up thing about the goths. Yeah, they looked like freaks, but they were actually a lot cooler than the frustrated frat boy wannabe Paris Hilton types. Plus, they had much better tats. Yup, the mask was a lot less complicated, which meant Shex had more than enough time to indulge in her deepening relationship with Detective de la Cruz. She'd been down to the Caldwell police station twice already for interrogation, as had many of her bouncers, including Big Rob and Silent Tom, the two she'd sent to find Grady for her. Naturally, both of them had lied beautifully under oath, saying they had been working with her at the time of Grady's death. It was clear at this point that she was going to get grand juried, but the charges weren't going to stick. Undoubtedly, the CSIers had gotten busy pulling fibers and hair from Grady, but they weren't going to get much on her that route as vampire DNA, like blood, disintegrated quickly. Plus, she'd already burned her clothes and boots from that night, and the knife she'd used was widely available at hunting stores. All de la Cruz had was circumstantial evidence. Not that any of it mattered. If for some reason things got too hot, she was just going to disappear. Maybe head out west. Maybe she'd go back to the old country. For fuck's sake, she should have left Caldwell already. Being so close and yet so far from Rev was killing her. After checking each of the stalls, Shex went out and around the corner to the men's room. She knocked hard and put her head in. The rustling and gasping and pounding sounds meant there were at least one woman and one man. Maybe two of each? "We're closing," she barked. Evidently her timing was spot on, because a woman's high cry of orgasm echoed around the tile, and then there was a lot of recovery panting, which she was not in the mood to listen to. It just reminded her of her short time with John. Then again, what didn't? Since Rev had taken off and she'd given up sleeping, she'd had many hours during the day to stare at the ceiling in her hunting camp and count the ways she'd fucked up. She hadn't been back to that basement apartment, and was thinking she was going to have to sell it. "Come on, move it," she said. "We're closing." Nothing. Just that breathing. Sick of the postcoital respiratory theater group in the handicap stall, she fisted up her hand and slammed the paper towel dispenser. "Getcha asses out of here. Now." That got their hustle on. The first one out of the stall was what she thought of as a woman with crossover appeal. The female was dressed in the goth tradition, with torn stockings and boots that weighed 400 pounds and a lot of leather strapping. But she was Miss America beautiful and had a Barbie body. And she'd been done but good. Her cheeks were flushed and her overly black hair bedheaded. No doubt both effects caused by her having been worked out up against the tile wall. Quinn was the next to leave the stall, and Shex stiffened, knowing exactly who the third was in this trifecta of fucking. Quinn nodded to her stiffly as he passed, and she knew he wouldn't go far. Not until John Matthew came out in the process of buttoning his fly. An affliction shirt was shoved up his six-pack, and he wasn't wearing any boxers. In the glowing fluorescent lights, the smooth, hairless skin below his belly button was so tight, she could see the muscle fibers that ran down his torso and into his legs. He did not look up at her, but not because he was shy or embarrassed. He simply did not care that she was in the room, and it wasn't an act. His emotional grid was empty. Over at the sinks, John cranked the hot faucet on and pumped the soap dispenser on the wall, lathering up the hands that had been all over that woman. He rolled his shoulders as if they were stiff. There was stubble on his jaw, and bags under his eyes, and his hair hadn't been cut for a while, so the ends had started to curl up at the nape and around the ears. Most of all, he reeked of alcohol, the scent coming out of his very pores, as if no matter how hard his liver worked, it couldn't filter the shit from his blood fast enough. Not good, not safe. She knew he was still fighting. She'd seen him coming in with fresh bruises and the occasional bandage. "How long you going to keep this up?" she asked flatly. "This whole wino slut thing?" John turned off the water and came over to the paper towel box that she'd just put a spectacular dent in. He was less than 2 feet away from her as he snapped a couple of white squares free and dried his hands as thoroughly as he'd washed them. Christ, John. This is a hell of a way to spend your life. He tossed the wadded-up towels in the stainless bin. As he got to the door, he looked at her for the first time since she'd left him in her bed. There was no flicker of recognition or memory or anything in his face. The blue stare that had once sparkled was now opaque. John, her voice cracked slightly. I'm really sorry. With deliberate care, he extended his middle finger at her and left. Alone in the bathroom, Shex went over to the darkened mirror and leaned in just as the goth had been doing next door. As her weight shifted forward, she could feel the chilaches dig into her thighs and was surprised to notice them. She didn't need them anymore, wearing the bands only out of habit now. Ever since Rev had sacrificed himself, she had been in so much pain, she didn't need the extra help to control her bad side. Her cell phone went off in the pocket of her leathers. The beeping sound a drain on her. As she took the thing out, she checked the number and closed her eyes hard. She'd been waiting for this. Ever since she'd arranged for everything that came in to Rev's old phone to be forwarded to hers. Accepting the call, she said in an even voice, "Hello, Alina." There was a long pause. "I didn't expect anyone to answer." "Then why did you call his number?" Another long pause. "Look, if this is about the money going into your account, there's nothing I can do about it. It was part of his will. If you don't want it, give it to charity." What money? Maybe it hasn't kicked in yet. I thought the will had been certified by the king." There was another long pause. "Alina, are you there?" "Yes," came the quiet response. "I am." "If it wasn't about the money, then why did you call?" The silence wasn't a surprise, given all that had come before. But what the female replied was a dead shocker. "I phoned because I don't believe he's dead." 64. Alina waited for a response from Rev's head of security. The longer there wasn't one, the more she was certain she was right. "He isn't, is he?" she said with strength. "I'm right, aren't I?" When Shex finally spoke, her deep, resonant voice was curiously reserved. "In the interest of full disclosure, I think you should be aware you're talking to another sympath." Alina gripped her cell harder. "Somehow, that is not a news flash. Why don't you tell me what you think you know?" Interesting response, Alina thought. Not a "he's not dead." Not by a long shot. Then again, if the female was a sympath, this could be going anywhere. Which meant there was no reason to hold back. "I know that he killed his stepfather because the male was beating his mother. And I know that his stepfather was aware that he was a sympath. I also know that Montrag, son of Rem, knew about the sympath thing too, and that Montrag was ritualistically murdered in his study. And this math adds up to you how? I think Montrag came forward with Revenge's identity and he had to go up to the colony. That explosion at the club was to hide the fact that he is what he is from other people in his life. I think that's why he chose to bring me to zero-sum like he did. It was to get rid of me safely. As for Montrag, I think Revenge took care of him on the way out." Long silence. "Hex, are you there?" The female let out a short, hard laugh. "Rev didn't kill Montrag. I did, and it had nothing directly to do with Rev's identity. But how do you know anything about the dead male?" Alina sat forward in her chair. "I think we should meet." Now the laughter was longer and a little more natural. "You have giant brass balls, you know that? I just told you I killed a guy and you want to hang out. I want answers. I want the truth. Sorry to channel a little Jack Nicholson here, but are you sure you can handle the truth? I'm on this phone, aren't I? I'm talking to you, aren't I? Look, I know Revenge is alive. Whether you're willing to admit it to me or not, it won't change a thing for me. Girl, you don't know shit. Fuck you. He fed from me. My blood is in him. So I know he's still breathing." Long pause and then a short chuckle. "I'm getting a picture of why he liked you as much as he did. So will you meet me?" "Yeah, sure. Where?" "Montrag's safe house in Connecticut. If you were the one who killed him, you know the address." Alina felt a shot of satisfaction as the line went dead quiet. "Did I forget to mention that my father and I are Montrag's next of kin?" We inherited everything he had. Oh, they had to get rid of the rug you ruined. Why couldn't you have just killed the bastard out in the foyer on the marble? Jesus Christ. You're no little Nessie, are you? Nope. So are you coming or not? I'll be there in a half hour. And don't worry, you aren't getting a houseguest over day. Symphiths have no problem with sunlight. See you in a few. As Alina hung up, energy drummed through her veins and she raced around to tidy up, gathering together all the ledgers and cases and documents and filling the now impotent safe's belly. After she put the seascape back against the wall, she shut down her computer, told the dog Jen that she was expecting a visitor, and the gong of the front doorbell reverberated through the house, and she was glad she was the one who made it to the door first. Somehow she didn't think the staff would feel comfortable around Shex. Swinging the huge panels wide, she stepped back a little. Shex was just as she remembered, a hard-ass female in black leathers with hair cut short as a man's. Something had changed, though, since she'd seen the security guard last. She seemed thinner, older. Something. You mind doing this in the study? Alina asked, hoping to get them behind closed doors before the butler and the maids came. You are brave, aren't you? Considering the last thing I did in that room. You had your chance to come after me. Trez knew where I was living before we ended up here. If you were that pissed off about me and Rev, you'd have come for me then. Shall we? As Alina extended her arm toward the room in question, Shex smiled a little and headed in that direction. Once they had some privacy, Alina said, So how much of it did I get right? Shex prowled around, pausing to look at the paintings and the shelved books and a lamp that was made out of an oriental vase. You're right. He did kill his stepfather for what that bastard was doing at home. Was that what you meant when you said he put himself in a rough position for his mother and his sister? Partially. His stepfather terrorized that family, especially Madalina. Thing was, she thought she deserved it, and besides, it was less than what had been done to her by Rev's father. Female of worth, she was. I liked her, even though I only met her once or twice. I wasn't her kind of chick. Not by a long shot, but she was nice to me. Is Revenge up in the colony? Did he fake his own death? Shex stopped in front of the seascape and looked over her shoulder. He wouldn't want us talking like this. So he is alive. Yes. In the colony. Shex shrugged and continued her meandering, her slow, easy strides doing nothing to mask the innate power in her body. If he had wanted you involved in all of this, he would have done things very differently. Did you kill Montrag to keep the affidavit from getting out? No. Why did you kill him then? That is none of your business. Wrong answer. As Shex's head whipped around, Alina squared her shoulders. Considering what you are, I could go to the king right now and blow your cover. So I think you need to tell me. Threatening a Symphith? Careful, I bite. The lazy smile tacked onto the words made Alina's heart flicker with fear, reminding her that what was staring across the room at her was nothing she was used to dealing with, and not because of the whole Symphith thing. Those cold gunmetal gray eyes of Shex's had looked down on a lot of dead people because she had killed them. But Alina wasn't backing off. You won't hurt me, she said with utter conviction. Shex bared long white fangs, a hiss coming up and out of her throat. Won't I? No, Alina shook her head, an image of Revenge's face as he held her keds in his hand coming to mind. Knowing what he'd done to keep his mother and his sister safe made her believe what she had seen in him at that moment. He would have told you not to touch me. He would have protected me on his way out. That's why he did what he did at Zero Sum. Revenge hadn't been all good. Not by a long shot. But she had looked into his eyes and smelled his bonding scent and felt his kind hands on her body. And at Zero Sum, she had seen the pain in him and heard the strain and desperation in his voice. Whereas before she had assumed all that was either for show or out of disappointment that his cover was blown. Now she had a different picture of it. She knew him, goddammit. Even after all the shit he had left out, even after the lies of omission, she knew him. Alina lifted her chin and stared across the study at a trained killer. I want to know everything, and you are going to tell me. Shex spoke for a half hour straight, and she was surprised by how good it felt. surprised also by how much she approved of Rev's choice of female. The entire time she was rolling out the horrors, Alina sat on one of the silk sofas all calm and steady even though there were a lot of bombs. "So the female who came to my door," Alina said, "that's the one who's blackmailing him?" "Yes, it's his half-sister. She's married to his uncle." God, how much money did she take him for over the past 20 years? No wonder he needed to keep the club open. It wasn't just money she was after. Shex looked straight into Alina's face. She made a whore out of him. Alina's cheeks drained of color. "What do you mean? What do you think I mean?" Shex cursed and started to pace again, going around the fringes of the gorgeous room for the 100th time. "Luke, 25 years ago I fucked up, and to protect me, Rev struck a deal with the princess. Every month he went up north and paid her the money and had sex with her. He hated it and despised her. Plus, she made him sick. Literally, she poisoned him when he did what he had to, which was why he needed that antivenin. But, even though it cost him a lot, he kept on making that trip so she wouldn't blow our covers. He's been paying for my mistake month after month, year after year." Alina shook her head slowly. "Good, his half-sister. Don't you dare harsh on him for that. There are very few synths left anymore, so inbreeding happens a lot, but more than that, he didn't have a choice because I put him in the position of being trapped. If you think for 1 second he would have volunteered for that shit, you're out of your fucking mind." Alina raised a hand up as if to calm things down. "I understand. I feel badly for you and for him. Don't waste that on me. Don't tell me how to feel." Shex had to laugh. Under different circumstances, I could like you. Funny. I feel the same way." The female smiled, but it was the sad kind. "The princess has him, then?" "Yes." Shex turned away from the couch, because she wasn't sharing what was no doubt in her eyes. "The princess was the one who blew his cover, not Montrag. But Montrag was going to come forward with that affidavit, wasn't he? Which was why you killed him. That was only part of what he was going to do. The rest of his plans are not my story to tell, but let's just say Rev wasn't even the bigger part of it." Alina frowned and leaned back in the cushions. She'd been fiddling with her ponytail, and wisps had come free of the scrunchie. She pulled it back in so that as she sat on the silk couch in front of a lamp, she had a halo around her. "Must the world always be so harsh? I wonder," she murmured. "In my experience, yup." "Why didn't you go after him?" the female asked quietly. "And this is not a criticism, it truly isn't. It just seems out of character for you." The fact that the question was phrased like that made Shex slightly less defensive. "He made me take a vow not to. He even put it in writing. If I go back on my word, 2 of his best friends are going to die because they're going to come after me." With an awkward shrug, Shex took the goddamn letter out of the pocket of her leathers. "I have to keep this with me because it's the only thing that helps me stay put. Otherwise, I'd be up at that fucking colony this morning." Alina's eyes clung to the folded envelope. May I please see it?" Her lovely hand shook as she reached out. "Please." The female's emotional grid was a tangled mess, strips of desolation and fear bound in ropes of sadness. She had been through the ringer these last 4 weeks, and she was an extremis, stretched beyond her limit, and then somebody at the core, at the center, at the heart of her love burned. Love burned deeply. Shex put the letter against Alina's palm and held on to it for a brief moment. In a choked voice, she said, "Revenge has been my hero for years. He's a good male in spite of his sympath side, and he's worthy of what you feel for him. He deserves so much better than he's gotten out of life, and to be honest, I can't imagine what that female is doing to him right now." As Shex released the envelope, Alina blinked quickly, as if she were trying to keep tears from spilling. Shex couldn't bear to look at the female, so she went over to stand before the oil painting that depicted a beautiful sun setting over a calm sea. The colors chosen were so warm and lovely. It was as if the seascape actually projected a glowing heat you could feel upon your face and shoulders. "He deserved a real life," Shex murmured. "With a Shellin who loved him and a couple of young and instead, he's going to be abused and tortured for." That was as far as she could go, her throat closing up so hard she found it difficult to breathe. Standing in front of the glowing sunset, Shex almost broke down and wept. The internal pressure of keeping all of the past and the present and the future inside of her rose to such a foaming, sizzling combustion that she looked down at her arms and hands to see if they had expanded. But no, they were the same as always. Locked into the skin she was in. There was a soft rustle of paper, the letter sliding back into its envelope. Well, there's only one thing to do, Alina said. Shex focused on the burning sun in the center of the painting and forced herself to pull back from the brink. And that is, we're going to go up and get him out. Shex shot a glare over her shoulder. At the risk of sounding like we're in an action movie, there's no way you and I can go up against a shitload of sympaths. Besides, you read the letter. You know what I agreed to. Alina tapped the envelope on her knee. But it says you can't go on his behalf, right? So what if I asked you to head up there with me? Then it would be on my behalf, right? If you're a sympath, surely you must appreciate that loophole. Shex's brain churned over the implications and she smiled briefly. Quick thinking. But no offense, you're a civilian. I'm going to need a lot more backup than you. Alina rose from the sofa. I know how to shoot and I'm trained as a triage nurse so I can deal with field injuries. Besides, you need me if you're going to get around that vow you're stuck with. So what do you say? Shex was all for the guns blazing shit, but if she got Alina killed in the process of letting Rev out, that wasn't going to go over well. Fine, I'm going alone, Alina said, tossing the letter down on the sofa. I'll find him and I'll. Hold up, hardass. Shex took a deep breath, picked up Rev's last missive, and allowed herself to be open to the possibilities. What if there were a way to? From out of nowhere, purpose poured into her, her veins firing up with something other than pain. Yes, she thought. She could see how to work this. I know who we can go to. She started to beam. I know how we can do this. Who? She put her palm out to Alina. If you want to go up there, I'm in, but we do it my way. Rev's nurse glanced down before leveling toffee-colored eyes on Shex's face. I go with you. That's my one condition. I go. Shex nodded slowly. I understand. But everything else is up to me. Deal. When their palms met, the other female's grip was strong and steady, which, considering everything they were contemplating, boded well for how Alina would hold on to the butt of a gun. We're going to get him out, Alina breathed. God help us. 65. Okay, here's the deal, George. You see these fuckers? They're trouble, straight up trouble. I know we've done this a couple of times, but let's not get cocky. As Wrath tapped the bottom step of the mansion staircase with his shit kicker, he pictured the stretch of red carpeted on your ass going all the way up from the foyer to the second floor. Good news is, you can see what you're doing. Bad news is, I go down and there's a risk I might take you with me. Not what we're looking for. He absently stroked the dog's head. Shall we? He gave the forward signal and started stepping up. George stuck right with him. The dog's slight roll of the shoulder transmitted through the handle as they ascended. At the top, George paused. Study, Wrath said. Together, they walked straight ahead. When the dog stopped again, Wrath oriented himself by the sound of the crackling in the fireplace and was able to walk with the dog over to the desk. As soon as he sat down in the new chair, George took a seat as well, right next to him. I can't believe you're doing this, Vishouse said from the doorway. Tough shit. Tell me you want us in with you. Wrath ran his hand down George's flank. God. The dog's fur was soft. Not at first. You sure? Wrath let his raised eyebrow speak for itself. Yeah, okay, fine. But I'm going to be right outside the door the whole time. And V wasn't going to be alone, no doubt. When the call to Bella's phone had come through in the middle of last meal, it had been a surprise. Everyone who could have been hitting her up was in the room. She'd answered the ring, and after a long silence, Wrath had heard a chair get pushed back and soft footsteps approach him. It's for you, she had said in a tremulous voice. It's Shex. 5 minutes later, he'd agreed to see Revenge second in command, and though nothing specific had been discussed, it didn't take a genius to figure out why the female had called and what she was going to want. After all, Wrath wasn't just king, he was gatekeeper to the Brotherhood, who all thought Wrath was nuts to see her, But that was the great thing about being the ruler of the race. You could do what you wanted. Down below, the vestibule's door opened and Fritz's voice echoed up as he escorted the two guests into the mansion. The old butler was not alone as he came in with the females, having himself been escorted by Rage and Butch when he took the Mercedes out for the pickup. Voices and many feet came up the stairs. George tensed, his haunches pulling up, his breathing changing subtly. "It's okay, my man," Wrath murmured to him. "We're cool." The dog eased immediately, which made Wrath look over at the animal even though he couldn't see anything. Something about that unconditional trust was very nice. The knock on the door brought his head back around. "Enter." His first sense of Shex and Alina was that they emitted grim purpose. His second was that Alina, who was on the right, was particularly nervous. Going by the slight shifting of clothes, he imagined they were bowing to him, and the pair of Your Highness-s that came his way confirmed the intuition. "Take a seat," he said, "and I want everyone else out of this room." None of his brothers dared to throw out a grumble, because the protocol button had been punched. If they were around outsiders, they treated him as their sovereign lord and king, which meant no fucking around and no insubordination. Maybe they needed visitors more often in the fucking house. When the doors were shut, Wrath said, "Tell me why you're here." In the pause that followed, he imagined the females were probably looking back and forth at each other to decide who went first. "Let me guess," he cut in. "Revenge is alive, and you want to get him out of the shithole." As Wrath, son of Wrath, spoke, Alina wasn't at all surprised the king knew what they'd come for. Sitting on the other side of a delicate and lovely desk, he was exactly what she remembered from when he'd nearly plowed her down back at the clinic. Both cruel and smart, a leader in his physical and mental prime. This was a male who knew how the real world worked, and was used to having the kind of muscle you needed to get hard things done. "Yes, my lord," she said. "That's what we want." His black wraparounds shifted over to her. "So you're the nurse from Havers's clinic, who turned out to be Montrag's kin." "I am, yes. Mind if I ask how you got involved in this sitch?" "It's personal." "Ah." The king nodded. "Got it." Shex spoke up, her voice grave and respectful. "He did a good thing for you. Revenge did a very good thing for you. You don't have to remind me. It's the reason you two are sitting here in my home." Alina glanced over at Shex, trying to read in the female's face what they were referring to. She got nothing. Not a surprise. "Here's my question," Wrath said. "We bring him back. How are we going to get around the email that came into us?" He said it was nothing, but clearly he lied. "Someone from up north threatened to ID your boy, and if he gets loose, that trigger's going to be pulled." Shex spoke up. "I will personally guarantee that the individual who made that threat will not be able to use a laptop after I'm through with her." "Neatit." As the king smiled and drawled out the word, he leaned to the side and seemed to be stroking with a start. Alina realized there was a golden retriever seated next to him, the dog's head just barely peeking up over the top of the desk. Wow. Odd choice of breed, in a way, as the king's companion was as kind-looking and approachable as its owner was not, and yet Wrath was gentle with the animal, his big, broad palm moving down its back slowly. "Is that the only hole that needs to be plugged in his identity?" the king asked. "If that leak is eliminated, are there any other parties who could threaten to expose him?" "Montrag is good and dead," Shex murmured. "And I can't think of anyone else who would know. Of course, the Symphoth King could come after him, but you can stop that. Rev is one of your subjects as well." "Damn fucking straight. And let's hear it for the whole possession is 9/10 of the law thing." Wrath's smile returned briefly. "Besides, the leader of the Symphoths is not going to want to fuck with me, because if I get testy, I could take away his happy little home up there in freeze-your-nuts-off territory. He's under my privilege, as they used to say in the old country, which means he rules only because I let him." "So, are we going to do this?" Shex asked. There was a long silence, and as they waited for the king to speak, Alina looked around the pretty, French-inspired room to avoid Wrath's eyes. She didn't want him to know how anxious she was, and was afraid her face reflected weakness. She was totally out of her element here, sitting before the race's leader, presenting a plan that involved going into the very heart of an incredibly dark place. But she couldn't risk his doubting her or excluding her, because no matter how nervous she wasn't backing down. Fear didn't mean you turned away from a goal. Hell, if she believed that her father would be institutionalized right now, and she might well have ended up as her mother had. Doing the right thing was scary sometimes, but her heart had taken her here to this place and was going to carry her through whatever came next, and whatever it took to get revenge out. Eleanor, you there? Yes, she sure as hell was. Couple of things, Wrath said as he shifted around with a wince, like he had a fighting injury. The king up there. He's not going to like us coming onto his turf and walking off with one of his own. With all due respect, Shex cut in. Rev's uncle can go fuck himself. Alina's brows popped up. Revenge was the nephew of the king? Wrath shrugged. I happen to agree, but my point is there's going to be conflict. Armed conflict. I'm good with that, Shex said evenly, like they were talking about nothing more than what movie to go see. Very good. Alina felt the need to interject herself into the conversation. And so am I. As the king's shoulders stiffened, she tried not to be too forceful, because the last thing they needed was to get booted out the door for disrespect. I mean, I would expect nothing more, and I'm prepared for it. You're prepared for it? No offense, but a civilian hanger-on is not a good thing if there's going to be fighting. With all due respect, she echoed Shex's words. I'm going. Even if it means I pull my men out? Yes. There was a long inhale, as if the king were thinking of how to shut her down nicely. You don't understand, my lord. That's You're what? On impulse, to give her position some added weight, she said, That is my Hellrin. In her peripheral vision, she caught Shex's head whipping around toward her. But she jumped into the pool and couldn't get any wetter. That's my mate Andy fed from me a month ago. If they've hidden him, I can find him. Also, if they've done what they Jesus probably have to him, he's going to need medical attention. And I'm going to give it to him. The king played with his dog's ear, rubbing his thumb on the soft, pale brown flap. The animal clearly liked the way it felt, and leaned into his master's leg with a sigh. We have a medic, Wrath said. And a physician. You don't have Revenge Shellin, though, do you? My brothers, Wrath called out abruptly. Getcha asses in here. When the study doors opened wide, Alina stared over her shoulder, wondering whether she'd pushed it too far, and was about to be escorted out of the mansion. Sure as hell, any one of the 10 tremendous males who came in would be up to the task. She'd seen them all before at the clinic, except for the one with the blonde and black hair, and she was not at all astonished to find that they were fully armed. To her relief, they did not perform a cash and carry on her, but settled around the dainty, light blue room, filling the place up to the rafters. It seemed a little odd that Shex did not look at any of them, staying focused on Wrath instead, although maybe that made sense. As hardcore as the brothers were, the king was the only one whose opinion truly mattered. Wrath looked around at his warriors, his wraparounds shielding his eyes so that there was no way to tell what he was thinking. The silence was a killer, and Alina's heart thundered in her ears. At last, the king spoke. Gentlemen, these lovely ladies want to make a trip up north. I'm prepared to let them go up there to bring Rev home to us, but they're not going in alone. The response was immediate from the brothers. I'm in. Sign me up. When do we go? About fucking time. Oh man, there's a marathon of beaches running tomorrow night. Can we go after 10, so I can see it once all the way through? Everyone in the room turned to the blonde and black-haired guy, who was propped up in the corner, massive arms over his chest. What? He said. Look, it's not Mary Tyler Moore, 'kay? So you can't give me shit. This house, the one with the black glove on his hand, glared across the room. It's worse than Mary Tyler Moore. And to call you an idiot would be an insult to half-wits around the fucking world. Are you kidding me? Bette Midler rocks. And I love the ocean. Sue me. This house glanced at the king. You told me I could beat him. You promised. As soon as you come home, Wrath said as he got to his feet. We'll hang him up by his armpits in the gym and you can use him as a punching bag. Thank you, baby Jesus. Blonde and Black shook his head. I swear. One of these days I'm just going to leave. As one, the brothers all pointed at the open door and let silence speak for itself. You guys suck. Okay, enough. Wrath came around the desk and Alina sat up sharply. His palm was gripping the handle of a harness that went around the dog's chest, and the king's face was forward, his chin held high, so that he couldn't have been looking at the floor at all. He was blind, and not in the sense of being unable to see very clearly. Given the way he was now, he couldn't see anything at all. When had this happened, she wondered. He'd appeared to have some vision when she'd last seen him. Respect rolled through Alina's chest as she and everyone else in the room looked up at him. This is going to be tricky, Wrath said. We need to send in enough fighters to provide both cover as well as search and rescue, but we don't want to create more disturbance than absolutely necessary. I want 2 teams with the second on standby. We're also going to need car support in the event Revenge is incapacitated and we have to transport him back. What are you talking about? Came a female voice from the doorway. Alina glanced over her shoulder and recognized who it was. Bella, maid of the brother Zodist, who frequently helped with safe-place patients. The female was standing between the ornate jams with her young in her arms, her face drained of color, her eyes hollow. What about Revenge? She demanded, voice rising. What about my brother? As Alina started to connect the dots, Zodist went to his Shellen. I think you two need to talk, Wrath said carefully. In private. Z nodded and escorted his mate and young from the room. As the pair went down the hall, Bella's voice could be heard still, her questions peppered with increasing panic. And then there was a what? That seemed to indicate a bomb had just been dropped on the poor female. Alina stared down at the lovely blue carpet. God, she knew exactly what Bella was going through right at this moment. The ripples of shock, the recasting of what she knew, the feeling of betrayal. Hard place to be in. Hard to get out of, too. After a door shut and the voices were dimmed, Wrath looked around the room as if giving everyone a chance to measure his resolve. Tomorrow night is showdown, because there isn't enough daylight left now to get a car up there. The king nodded to Alina and Shex. You both are staying here until then. So that meant she was going? Thank the Virgin Scribe. As for the overday, she would have to call her father. But given that Luzzie was in the house, she wasn't worried about being gone. No problem for me. I have to go, Shex said tightly. But I'll be back at. Not an invitation. You are staying here so that I know where you are and what you are doing. And if you're worried about weapons, we have plenty of them. Hell, we got a whole crateful off the Lessers just last month. You want to do this? You're under our roof until nightfall. It totally was obvious that the king didn't trust Shex, given the mandate and the way he smiled at her so fiercely. So what's it going to be, Sin Eater? He said smoothly. My way or the highway? Fine, Shex shot back. Whatever you want. Always, Wrath murmured. Always. An hour later, Shex stood with her arms out straight in front of her and her boots planted 18 inches apart. In her hands was a SIG Sour 40 that reeked of baby powder, and she was squeezing off rounds at a man-shaped target 20 yards down the Brotherhood's shooting range. In spite of the stench, the weapon was superlative, with a sweet kick and excellent aim. While she put the gun through its paces, she could feel the males behind her staring hard. To their credit, it wasn't at her ass. Nah, the brothers weren't interested in her tale. None of them particularly liked her, although, given their expressions of grudging respect as she'd reloaded the gun, they were viewing her spot-on aim as an asset. In the shooting stall next door, Alina was proving she hadn't lied about being good with a gun. She'd chosen an autoloader with a little less firepower, which made sense, given that she didn't have the upper body strength that Shex did. Her aim was awesome for an amateur, and what was more, she handled the weapon with the kind of quiet confidence that suggested she wouldn't mistakenly cap someone's knees. Shex took off her ear protection and turned around to the Brotherhood, keeping her weapon down by her thigh. I'll want to try the other one out, but the pair of these should do me just fine. And I want my knife back. The weapon had been taken from her before she and Alina had been driven to the mansion in that black Mercedes. You'll have it, someone said. When you need it. Against her will, her eyes did a quick check of who was kibitzing. Same cast of muscle, which meant John Matthew hadn't sneaked in. Given how big the Brotherhood's compound seemed to be, she figured he could be anywhere, including the next town, for Chrissakes. When the meeting in the King's study had finished, he'd just walked out and she hadn't seen him since. Which was good. Right now she needed to be focused on what was looming over them all tomorrow night. Not her crappy, castrated love life. Fortunately, everything seemed to be falling into place. She called Iam and Trez and left voicemails that she was taking a day off, and they'd phoned back saying it wasn't a problem. No doubt they were going to check in with her again, but hopefully with the brothers' backing, she would be in and out of the colony before their babysitting impulses overwhelmed them. 20 minutes later, she finished trying out the other SOG and was not at all surprised when both guns were confiscated. The trip back to the mansion was long and tense, and she looked over at Alina to see how the other female was faring. It was hard not to approve of the resolute strength in that nurse's face. Rev's female was going after her male, and nothing was going to get in her way. Which was great, but the determination made Shex twitchy nonetheless. She was willing to bet murder had had the same kind of resolve in his eyes when he'd gone up to that colony to get her. And look at how well that had gone. Then again, true to his character, he'd gone in rogue without backup. At least she and Alina had been smart enough to get some serious-ass help, and one could only pray that made all the difference. Back at the mansion, Shex grabbed some food from the kitchen and was shown to a second-floor guest room that was down a long hall of statues. Eat, drink, shower. She left the light in the bath on because the room was unfamiliar, got into bed naked, and closed her eyes. When the door opened some half an hour later, she was both shocked and unsurprised at the big shadow standing in the lee of the hallway light. "You're drunk," she said. John Matthew came inside without an invitation, and he locked the door without permission. He was indeed drunk, but that was not a newsflash. The fact that he was sexually aroused was also not front-page material. As he put the bottle he was carrying down on the bureau, she knew his hands were headed for the fly of his jeans, and there were roughly 100,000 reasons why she should tell him to cut the shit and get the hell away from her. Instead, Shex tossed the duvet off her body and put her hands behind her head, her breasts tingling from the chill and so much more. Of all the justifications for not doing what they were going to, there was one overriding reality that crumbled the foundations of healthy choice. By the end of tomorrow night, there was a chance one or both of them might not be coming home. Even with the Brotherhood as support, going to the colony was a suicide mission, and she was willing to bet there were a lot of people having sex under the mansion's roof right now. Sometimes you had to have a taste of life right before you knocked on the Grim Reaper's front door. John took off his jeans and his shirt and left his clothes right where they landed. As he came over to her, his body was magnificent in the glowing light, his cock hard and ready, his heavily muscled form everything a female would want in her bed. But all that oh yeah wasn't what she focused on as he got up on the mattress and mounted her. She wanted to see his eyes. No luck, though. His face was in shadow, the light from the bathroom coming from directly behind him. For a moment, she almost turned on the lamp next to them, but then realized she wouldn't want to catch a load of the numb coldness that was no doubt in his stare. She wasn't going to get what she was looking for from this, Shex thought. This was not going to be about living. And she was right. No prelude, no foreplay. She opened her legs and he pushed in and her body loosened and accepted him because of biology. As he fucked her, his head was by hers on the pillow, but it was turned away. She didn't come. He did, for times. When he rolled off her body and lay on his back, breathing heavily, her heart was thoroughly and completely broken. There had been a crack in the damn thing after she'd left him in her basement apartment, but with each pounding stroke he'd taken just now, more and more of it splintered and fell from the core of her. A few minutes later, John got up, put his clothes back on, palmed his liquor bottle and left. As the door clicked shut, Shex pulled the duvet over herself. She did nothing to try to control the shakes that rattled her body, and didn't attempt to stop herself from crying. Tears left both of her eyes at the far corners, slipping out and flowing over her temples. Some landed in her ears. Some eased down her neck and were absorbed by the pillow. Others clouded her vision, as if they didn't want to leave home. Feeling ridiculous, She put her hands to her face and captured them as best she could, wiping them on the duvet. She cried for hours. Alone. 66. The following evening, Lash was about 15 miles south of Caldwell when he eased the Mercedes onto a dirt lane and turned off the sedan's headlights. Driving slowly along a bumpy dirt lane, he used the rising moon to navigate, cutting through a scruffy, debrided cornfield. "Get your weapons out," he said. In the passenger seat, Mr. D palmed his .40, and in the back, the pair of slayers cocked the shotguns they'd been given before Lash had taken them all out of town. 100 yards later, Lash hit the brakes and ran his gloved hand around the leather-wrapped steering wheel. The good thing about a big-ass black Mercedes was that when you got out of it you looked like a businessman, not a flashy drug thug. Plus you could fit your guard in the back seat. "Let's do this." In a synchronized punch, they popped the latches on their doors and got out, facing off across the snowy earth at another big-ass Mercedes. Maroon AMG. Nice. And Lash wasn't the only one to bring guns and ammo accessories to the meeting. As all the AMG's doors opened, 3 guys with .40s and one who appeared to be unarmed got out. Whereas the sedans suggested civility, or at least the appearance of it, all the men in them represented the violent side of the drug trade, which had fuck all to do with calculators and offshore accounts and money laundering. Lash approached the man who didn't have a weapon with both his hands out of the pockets of his Joseph Aboud coat. As he came forward, he searched the mind of the South American importer, who, at least according to the drug dealer they had tortured for fun and profit, had sold bulk product to Revenge. "You wanted to meet with me?" the guy said with an accent. Lash put his hand into the breast pocket of his coat and smiled. "You are not Ricardo Benlois." He glanced to the other Mercedes. "And I do not appreciate you and your boss fucking around with me. You tell that motherfucker to get out of the car now, or I'm walking, which means that he will not be doing business with the guy who cleared the decks in Caldwell and who will be servicing the market the Reverend used to handle." The human seemed nonplussed for a moment. Then he glanced back at the 3 comrades who were standing behind him. After a moment, his eyes finally shifted to the maroon Mercedes, and he subtly shook his head. There was a pause, and then the passenger side door opened and a smaller, older man got out. He was impeccably dressed, his black coat fitting his slight shoulders perfectly, his glossy loafers leaving a shuffling path in the snow. He came forward with total calmness, as if he were 1,000% sure that his men could handle whatever happened. "You will understand my caution," Benlois said with an accent that seemed part French and part Latin American. "It is a good time to be of care." Lash removed his hand from his jacket, leaving his gun where it was. "You got nothing to worry about. You sound very sure." "As I'm the one who's been knocking off the competition, I am very sure." The old man's eyes traveled up and down Lash, taking stock, and Lash knew he was going to see nothing but strength. Figuring there was no time to waste, Lash laid it all out. "I want to move what the Reverend did in terms of volume, and I want to do it now. I have plenty of men and the territory is mine. What I need is a good, steady professional supplier of powder, and that's why I wanted to meet with you. Simple, really. I'm stepping into the Reverend's shoes, and as you were the one he worked with, I want to do business with you." The old man smiled. "Nothing is simple. But then, you are young and will discover that for yourself if you live long enough. I'm going to be around for plenty of time. Trust me. I do not trust anyone, even my family, and I'm afraid I don't know what you are talking about. I am an importer of fine Colombian art, and I have no idea how you got my name or why you connected it to anything of an illegal nature." The old man bowed slightly. "I bid you good evening and suggest that you find legitimate pursuits for your no doubt many talents." Lash frowned as Benlois returned to the AMG, leaving his men behind. What the fuck? Unless this was going to turn into a lead shower. As Lash went for his gun, he braced for a shootout, but no. The man who'd tried to pass himself off as Benlois just stepped forward and extended his hand. "Nice to have met you." As Lash looked down, he saw there was something in the guy's palm. A card. Lash did the shake thing, took what he'd been given, and went back to his own Mercedes. As he got behind the wheel, he watched the AMG amble off down the lane, its tailpipes smoking in the cold. He looked down at the card. It was a number. "What you got there, Sue?" Mr. D asked. "I think we might be in business." He got out his cell phone and dialed, then put the car in gear and went in the opposite direction from Benloy's crew. Benloy's picked up the call. "So much more comfortable to speak in a warm car, is it not?" Lash laughed. "Yeah. Here is what I shall offer you. A quarter of the product that I shipped monthly to the Reverend. If you are able to safely move it on the streets, then we shall look at increasing the trade. Are we in accord?" It was such a pleasure dealing with a professional, Lash thought. "We are." After they discussed the money and the delivery side of things, they hung up. "We're good," he said with satisfaction. As all kinds of backslapping went on in the car, he allowed himself to grin like a motherfucker. The prospect of setting up labs was proving more difficult than he'd expected, although he was still moving forward on that. He needed a big league, reliable supplier, and this relationship with Benloy's was the key to that. With the cash it was going to generate, he could recruit, acquire state-of-the-art weapons, buy more real estate, target the brothers. As it stood now, he felt like the lessening society had been in neutral since he took over, but that was over, thanks to the old man with the accent. Back in Caldwell proper, Lash dumped Mr. D and the other lessers off at that nasty-ass ranch and then proceeded across to the brownstone. As he parked in the garage, he was flushed from possibilities of the future, the buzz making him aware of how fucking bummed out he'd been. Money mattered. It was freedom to do what you wanted, buy what you needed. It was power stacked in orderly piles and rubber-banded with authority. It was what he required to be who he was. As he came in through the kitchen, he took a moment to savor the improvements he'd already been able to make. No more empty counters and cabinets. There were espresso machines and Cuisinarts and dishes and glasses, none of which had been purchased from Target. There was also gourmet food in the refrigerator and fine wines in the cellar below and top-shelf booze at the bar. He walked out into the dining room, which was still bare, and hit the stairs 2 at a time, loosening his clothes as he went, his cock getting stiffer with every step. Upstairs his princess was waiting for him and ready, bathed and oiled and perfumed by 2 of his slayers, prepared for his use like the sex slave she was. Man, he was glad all lessers were impotent. Otherwise there would have been a rash of castrations in the society. As he hit the first of the landings, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the scores of scratches that ran across his chest. They had each been made by his lover's nails, and he smiled, ready to add to the collection. After about 2 weeks of having her tied down completely, he'd started releasing one of her hands and one of her feet. The more they fought, the better. God, she was a hell of female. He froze as he got to the top of the stairs, the scent coming down the hall stopping him dead. Oh God, the sweet saturation was so heavy. It was as if 100 perfume bottles had been smashed open. Lash raced for the door to the bedroom. If anything had happened to, the carnage was stunning, black blood staining the new rug and the fresh wallpaper. The 2 lessers he'd left to guard his female were propped up on the floor across from the canopy bed, each with a knife in his right hand. Both had multiple, glistening gashes to their necks, having stabbed themselves over and over again until they lost so much blood, they went lax. His eyes shot to the bed. The satin sheets were rumpled, and the 4 chains the Symphoth King had given him to subdue her were lying slack from their corners. Lash wheeled on his men. Slayers didn't die unless you got them in the chest with some stainless steel, so both were incapacitated, but still alive. What the fuck happened? 2 mouths worked, but he couldn't understand a thing. The bastards had no air supply to their voice boxes, thanks to the shit escaping out of all the holes they'd made in themselves. Weak-minded fools. Oh hell no. Oh no, she didn't. Lash went over to the messy sheets and found the collar of his old dead Rottweiler. He'd put the thing on his princess's neck to mark her as his, keeping it on her even when he took her vein during sex. She'd slid it up the front instead of unbuckling the thing. She'd ruined it. Lash tossed the collar on the bed, rebut-toned his shirt, and shoved the silk tails into his slacks. Over at the antique Sheraton bureau he'd bought 3 days ago, he took out another gun and a long knife to add to what he'd worn to meet Benloy's. There was only one place she would go, and he was going up there and bringing his bitch back. With George guiding the way, Wrath left his study at 10 p.m. and hit the stairs with a confidence that surprised him. The thing was, he was starting to trust the dog and anticipate the signals that George transmitted through the harness handle. Each time they got to the head of the stairs, George would stop and allow Wrath to find the first step. And as they came to the bottom, the dog would pause again so that Wrath was aware they'd reached the foyer. And then there would be a wait until Wrath announced what direction they would go in. It was a very good system, actually. As he and George descended, the brothers gathered down below, checking their weapons and talking. In the midst of the group, V was smoking his Turkish tobacco and Butch was saying some Hail Marys under his breath and Rage was unwrapping a Tootsie Pop. The two females were with them, and he recognized them by their scents. The nurse was nervous, but not hysterical, and Shex was itching for a fight. When Wrath stepped off onto the mosaic floor, he gripped the handle in his palm hard, the muscles in his forearm cranking tight. Shit, he and George were staying behind. And that just sucked. Ironic, wasn't it? Not so long ago, he'd been upset about leaving Tor home like a dog. What a role reversal. The brother was the one going out into the night and he was the guy staying behind. A sharp whistle from Tor shut everyone up. V and Butch, I want you with Shex and Z on Team 1. Rage, Fury, and I are on Team 2 and we'll be backing up you 4 with the boys. According to the text I just got from Quinn, he and Blay and John have arrived up north and are in position about 2 miles from the entry to the colony. We're ready to go. What about me? Alina said. Tor's voice was gentle. You're going to wait with the boys in the Hummer. The hell I am. You're going to need a medic. And this house is one. Which is why he's going in first with the others. Along with me. I can find him fed from. Wrath was about to jump in when Bella's voice cut through the argument. Let her go in with the others. There was a quick, breathless silence from everyone as Revenge's sister spoke sharply. I want her to go in. Thank you, Alina said in a small voice, like it had been decided. You're his female, Bella murmured. Aren't you? Yes. You were on his mind the last time I saw him. It was clear how he felt about you. Bella's voice grew even stronger. She has to go. Even if you can find him, he'll live only for her. Wrath, who'd never really been on board with that nurse joining the team, opened his mouth to can the idea, but then he thought back a year or two, remembering when he'd been shot in the stomach and Beth had been beside him. She had been the reason he'd survived. Her voice and her touch and the power of their connection had been the only things that had pulled him through. God knew what the Symphoths had been doing to rev up there in the colony. If he was still breathing, chances were good he was hanging by a thread. She should go, Wrath said. It might be all that gets him out alive. Tor cleared his throat. I don't think. That's an order. There was a long, disapproving pause, which was broken only when Wrath raised his right hand and flashed the massive black diamond that had been worn by every king of the race. Okay, fine. Tor cleared his throat. Z, I want you guarding her. Roger that. Please, Bella said roughly. Bring my brother home. Bring him back where he belongs. There was a beat of silence. Then Alina vowed, we will. One way or the other. No clarification was needed for that. The female meant alive or dead, and everyone, including Revenge's sister, knew it. Wrath said some things in the old language, things that he could remember hearing his father speak to the Brotherhood. Wrath's voice had a different tone to it, though. His father hadn't minded staying home to be on the throne. They ate Wrath alive. After some goodbying, the brothers and the females left on a chorus of boots hitting the mosaic floor. The vestibule's door shut. Beth took his free hand. How you doing? By the tightness of her voice, she knew exactly how he was, but he didn't begrudge her the question. She was concerned and worried, just as he would have been in her position, and sometimes the only thing you could do was ask. I've been better. He pulled her against him, and as she fit her body to his, George pressed his head in for a stroke. Even with both of them, Wrath was lonely. It seemed to him, as he stood in the grand foyer whose depths and colors and wonder he could no longer see, that he had ended up in the very place he hadn't wanted to ever find himself. Going out to fight even though he was king had not been just about the war and the species. It had been for himself, too. He'd wanted to be more than a paper-pushing aristocrat. Evidently, however, fate was bound and determined to shove him in that peg-hole of a throne one way or the other. He squeezed Beth's hand, then released it and gave the command to move forward to George. When he and the dog got to the vestibule, he opened the way through the various doors until they stepped free of the house. Facing the courtyard, Wrath stood in the cold wind, his hair getting swept out and away from his head. Breathing in, he smelled snow, but felt nothing on his cheeks. Just the promise of a storm, apparently. George settled into a sit as Wrath searched the sky he could not behold. If it was gonna snow, was it cloudy yet? Or were the stars still out? What phase was the moon in? The yearning in his chest made him strain his dead eyes in an attempt to pull out shapes or forms from the world. It used to work gave him a headache, but it used to work. Now he just got the headache. From behind him, Beth said, "Do you want me to get you a coat?" He smiled a little and looked over his shoulder, imagining her standing in the mansion's great portal, the glow of the lights from inside framing her. "You know," he said, "this is why I love you so much." Her tone was heartbreakingly warm. "What do you mean? You don't ask me to go inside because it's cold. You just want to make it easier for me to be where I want to stand." He shifted around to face her. "To be honest, I ask myself why the hell you stay with me. After all the shit." He motioned around at the facade of the mansion. "The constant interruptions of the Brotherhood, the fighting, the kingship. My being an asshole about keeping things from you." He briefly touched his wraparounds. "The blindness, I swear, you're going for sainthood." As she came over, the night-blooming rose of her scent grew stronger even in the stiff breeze. "That's not it." She touched both his cheeks, and as he leaned in to kiss her, she stopped him. Holding his head steady, she lifted his sunglasses off his face and caressed his brows with her free hand. "I stay with you because, whether you have sight or not, I see the future in your eyes." His lids fluttered as she brushed gently across the bridge of his nose. "Mine, the Brotherhood's, the race, such beautiful eyes you have. And you're even braver to me now than ever before. You don't need to fight with your hands to have courage. Or be the king your people need. Or be my Helrin." She put her palm in the center of his broad chest. "You live and lead from here. This here there." Wrath blinked hard. Funny, transformative events were not always scheduled and not always expected. "Yeah, sure, your change turned you into a male. And when you went through the mating ceremony, you were part of a whole, no longer just yourself. And the deaths and births around you made you view the world differently. But every once in a while, from out of the blue, someone reaches the quiet place where you spend your private time and changes the way you see yourself. If you're lucky, it's your mate, and the transformation reminds you once again that you are absolutely, positively with the right person. Because what they say doesn't touch you because of who they are to you, but because of the content of their message." Pain nailing him in the face woke him up. George brought him back his independence. But Beth handed him his crown. The thing was, if she could reach him in the mood he was in, she proved that it could be done. You could tap into what others needed to hear when they needed to hear it. The heart was the answer. She proved her own point. He had ascended to the throne and done some things since then. But in his soul, he had been a fighter stuck in a desk job. Resentment had made him edgy, and even though he hadn't been aware of it, he had had his eye on the exit every single night. No sight, no exit. And what if that was actually okay? What if those hallmark motherfuckers were right? Door closes, window opens. What if losing his vision was exactly what he needed in order to be the true king of the race? Not just a son bearing the obligations of his father. If it was true that the loss of sight heightened other senses, maybe his heart was what made up the difference. And if that were true, the future, Beth whispered, is in your eyes. Wrath snatched his shell into him hard. Holding her so close, he absorbed her all the way inside his body. As they stood together, united against the winter wind, the darkness in his body was pierced by a warm glow. Her love was the light in his blindness. The feel of her was the heaven he didn't need to see to know. And if she had this much faith in him, she was his courage and his purpose, too. "Thank you for staying with me," he said hoarsely into her long hair. "There is no place I would rather be." She put her head on his chest. You're my man. 67. As Alina materialized up north along with the brothers, she couldn't get Bella out of her mind. The female had seemed strangely transparent as she'd stood in that grand, regal foyer, surrounded by males who were strapped with weapons. Her eyes had been vacant, and her cheeks pale and hollow, as if her will had been tested horribly. But she wanted her brother back. The nature of lying was such that its working components were always the same. The objective truth was twisted or hidden or downright overwritten with the intent to deceive. What was murkier were the motivations behind the falsifications, and Alina thought of what she'd done in getting those pills for revenge. She had intended to do good, and although that didn't make her actions right or proper or get her out of deserving the consequences, at least she hadn't had malice in her heart. The same was true with Revenge's choices. They weren't right or proper, but he'd been protecting Alina and his sister and the other people in his life, given what the old law mandated and how destructive the princess was. This was why Alina chose to forgive Revenge, and she hoped his sister would do the same. Of course, that forgiveness didn't mean Alina was going to end up with the male. The stuff about Rev being her Hellrin had been to make sure she went to the colony. It didn't reflect reality. Besides, who knew whether they were even going to make it back to Caldwell in one piece? Lives could be lost tonight. Alina and the brothers took form in the lee of a thick stand of pines, a protected spot chosen after Shex had detailed the area. Up ahead, just as the female had described, was a picturesque white farmhouse with a sign that read, Taoist Monastical Order, EST 1982. On the surface, it was hard to believe anything other than jam and quilt making went on inside those pristine clapboard walls. Harder still to think that the charming place was the entry to the colony of Symphoths. But there was something very wrong about the whole setup, as if a force field of dread surrounded all the come-on-in. As Alina looked around, she could feel that Rev was close, and just before Shex spoke, she focused on an outbuilding that was about 100 yards away from the farmhouse. There, yes, he was there. We'll enter through that barn, Shex said quietly, pointing where Alina was drawn to. It's the only way into the labyrinth. Like I said last night, they'll already know we're here, so when we go face to face, our best shot is to approach this in an ostensibly diplomatic fashion. We're merely taking back what is ours and want no bloodshed. They'll understand and respect the reasoning before they start fighting. A stench of sweetness drifted over on the cold breeze. As all heads turned, Alina frowned at the sight of the male who had appeared out of nowhere on the farmhouse lawn. His blonde hair was slicked back from his forehead, and his eyes glowed with an odd shining blackness. As he strode toward the front porch, his gait was anger in motion, his powerful body tight, as if he were ready for battle. What the fuck? V breathed. Is that Lash I'm looking at? Apparently, Butch answered. Shex cut in. You didn't know? All the brothers stared back at her as V said, that he was alive and a lesser? That would be a hell no. And why are you not surprised? I saw him a couple of weeks ago. Just assumed the Brotherhood knew. You. Me. That would be just you. Cut the crap, Z hissed. Both of you. Everyone went back to focusing on the male, who by now had leaped up onto the porch and was banging on the door. I'm calling the others in, V whispered. The lesser presence has to be neutralized before we can go in. Or it could create a diversion that helps us, Shex said with a lot of duh. Or we could call for backup and not be idiots, V snapped. That would be tough for you. Fuck why? Z forced a phone into V's gloved hand. Dial. Then he pointed at Shex. Stop pushing his buttons. As V talked and Shex shut up, daggers and guns were unsheathed, and a moment later the others appeared. Shex stepped over to the brother Torment. Look, I really think we should split up. You guys take care of Lash and I'll go in for Rev. The chaos of the fighting will split the colony's attentions. It's better this way. There was a pause as everyone looked at Tor. I agree, he said. But you don't go in alone. V and Zodist are with you and Alina. There was a collective nod and holy shit, they were on the move, out in the open, jogging across the snow. As Alina headed for the barn, the boots she'd been given crunched over the ground. Her palms sweated in her gloves, and the backpack full of medical supplies she wore grabbed at her shoulders. She did not arm herself, having agreed not to draw her gun unless there was a good reason to. Made sense. You wouldn't want an amateur manning an emergency room. There was no reason to complicate the situation with her trying to pretend she was as comfortable at the trigger as Shex and the brothers so clearly were. The barn was a good-sized one, with a pair of front doors that slid back on well-oiled runners. Shex didn't take the obvious way in, though, leading them around the side to a squat door instead. Just before they filed into the lofty, empty space, Alina glanced back at the farmhouse. The blonde male was squared off at a circle of brothers, the guy as calm and cool as someone at a cocktail party might be, his smug smile suggesting big trouble in Alina's opinion. Only somebody with a lot of weapons at his disposal looked like that when he was confronting a wall of muscle. "Hurry up," Shex said. Alina ducked inside and shivered, even though she was out of the wind. Man, this was all wrong. Like the farmhouse, there was something off about everything. No hay, no feed, no harness or tack. There was no horse in the stall either. The urge to flee choked her, and she clawed at the collar of her parka. Zadist put his hand on her shoulder. "It's their equivalent of mice. Just breathe. It's an illusion that stains the very air. But what you're feeling is not real." She swallowed and looked up into the brother's scarred face, drawing strength from how steady he was. Okay, I'm all right. Good girl. Over here," Shex said as she headed for the stall and opened its two-part door. The floor inside was concrete and marked with an odd geometric pattern. "Open sesame." Shex bent down and lifted what turned out to be a slab of stone, the brothers coming forward to help her with the weight. The staircase that was revealed was lit with a soft red glow. "I feel like I'm walking down into a porn movie," V muttered as they took the steps with care. "Wouldn't that require more black candles for you?" Zadist cracked. At the bottom of the landing, they looked left and right down a corridor carved out of stone, seeing nothing but row after row of black candles with ruby-colored flames. "I take that back," Z said, eyeing the display. "We start hearing chickawaw shit," V cut in. "Can I start calling you Z-Pact?" "Not if you want to keep breathing." Alina turned to the right, overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. "He's down here. I can feel him." Without waiting for the others, she took off at a jog. Of all the miracles that could have been granted on the planet, of all the OMG you're alive or thank you scribe virgin he's cured the resurrection John was staring at was a total nutbuster. Lash was standing in front of a Martha Stewart white colonial, dressed in slick clothes, looking like he was not only perfectly alive and as impressed with himself as ever, but as if he'd been turbocharged somehow. He smelled like a lesser, but as he stared down from the porch it was as if he were the Omega itself, nothing but evil power that was unimpressed by any mortal displays of strength. "Hey John boy," Lash drawled. "I can't tell you how great it is to see your pansy-ass face again. Almost as good as my rebirth. Jesus Christ. Why couldn't Wellesley have been the recipient of this kind of gift?" But no psychotic asswipe with the narcissistic disorder got fingered to do the Lazarus shuffle. The irony was that John had prayed for this. Shit. Immediately after Quinn had sliced the guy's throat, John had prayed that somehow Lash would live through the massive blood loss. He could remember getting down onto the wet tile in the training center shower and trying to plug up the wound with his shirt. He'd begged God, the scribe virgin, whoever would listen, to somehow fix the situation. Lash's becoming the vampire equivalent of the Antichrist was not exactly what he'd been going for, however. As snow started to ease down from the cloudy sky, some words were exchanged between Rage and Lash, but the buzzing in John's head drowned most of them out. What he did hear clearly was Quinn's voice right behind him. "Well, look at it this way. At least we get to kill him again." Then the world exploded. Literally. From out of nowhere, a meteor formed in Lash's palm and went flying, coming straight at John and the brothers, a metaphysical bowling ball from hell. As it made contact, its glowing shock waves knocked all of them off their feet, a full strike. Flat on his back with the others, John struggled to catch his breath as flakes settled softly on his cheeks and lips. The next blast was coming. Had to be. Either that or something worse. The roar that lit off across the landscape originated from in front of him, and at first he assumed Lash had transmogrified into some kind of five-headed horror that was going to eat them all alive. Except, well, it was a beast. But as purple scales flashed and a barbed tail swept through the air, John was relieved. It was their Godzilla, not the Omegas. Rage's alter ego had come out of him, and the massive dragon was good and pissed off. Even Lash seemed a little surprised. The dragon inhaled with a great dragging pull on the night air, and then it stretched its neck forward and let out a burst of fire that was so intense the skin on John's face tightened like shrink-wrap even though he was well out of range. When the flames dissipated, Lash was standing between porch supports that were singed, his clothes steaming, his body otherwise unharmed. Great fucker was flame retardant, and ready to serve up another round of H-bomb. Like something out of a video game, he palmed up another serving of hot and heavy and sent the energy rolling right at the beast, who took it like a man. Rage's other half stayed strong against the onslaught and gave the rest of them the break they needed to get on their feet and be ready to shoot. It was a bold, sweet move, but then again, when you could spit out a bonfire, you had to be able to stand the heat or your burps were going to immolate your ass. John started shooting, as did the others, even though he suspected that they were going to need more than bullets to take down the new and improved Lash. He was slipping another clip in when 2 carloads of lessers showed up. 68. Shex was willing to follow Alina directionally, but she didn't feel comfortable having the female in the lead as they hot-footed along. In a burst of speed, she overtook Rev's mate. "You tell me if we take a wrong turn, 'kay?" As Alina nodded, the brothers fell in behind her to guard against a rear ambush. As they went down the rock corridor, Shex didn't have a good feeling about any of this. She couldn't sense Rev at all, which from a vampire standpoint was not surprising. Alina had been the last female he'd fed from, so her blood superseded Shex's. The problem was that sympath to sympath she couldn't get a bead on him. In fact, she was unable to pinpoint where he or anyone else in the colony was. It didn't compute. Sympaths could pick up on anything with emotions anywhere, so she should have been finding all kinds of grids. She glanced at the wall as she hurried along. When she'd been here last, it had all been rough-cut stone, but now it had a smooth surface. Guess they'd improved things over the decades. "The corridor is going to branch out in another 100 yards, she whispered over her shoulder. "They keep the prisoners to the left, and their quarters and common rooms are all to the right." "How do you know?" Vishouse asked. She didn't answer the brother. No reason to mention she'd been in one of their jail cells. She just kept going, following the rows of black candles, going deeper into the colony, closer to where its inhabitants slept and ate and played with one another's minds. And still she sensed nothing. No, that wasn't quite true. There was a strange kind of static. At first she'd assumed it was the softly flickering red flames atop all that black wax, the subtle currents in the air fluffing the lit wicks. But no, it was something else. When they got to the hall's three-way branch, she automatically headed to the left, but Alina said, "No, straight ahead." "Doesn't make sense." Shex stopped and kept her voice down. "That's where the HVAC rooms are. That's where he is." Vishouse shoved his way to the front. "Look, let's go where Alina says. We need to find him before the battle going on outdoors ends up down here." As the brother shot off, Shex's ass was frosted that he was out in front. But short of throwing down over it, which was a waste of time, she was in the number 2 position, and that was that. They went at a clip, going into a network of smaller tunnels that led to the heating system and the air draw and all the blowers. The colony was built along the lines of an ant farm, a sustainable, underground living environment that had grown and expanded over time, with more offshoots burrowing deeper and deeper through the earth. The construction and the upkeep rested on the backs of the working class of sympaths, who were nothing more than slaves who were encouraged to breed, so their numbers doubled over time. There was no middle class. Next up from the servants was the royal household and the aristocrats, and never the twain would meet. Shex's father had been of the servant class, which made her beneath Revenge, and not just because he was royal. Technically, she was one step up from dog shit. "Stop!" Alina called out. They pulled up short, facing the stone wall. As one, they reached forward, running their hands over the smooth surface. Zadist and Alina found fissures at the same time, the nearly hidden seam forming a tall square. "How the fuck do we get in here?" Z said as he prodded the rock. "Move back," Shex barked. When they were out of the way, and clearly expecting something fancy, she hauled back, slammed her shoulder against the thing, and got nothing but molars that rattled like marbles in a box. "Fuck," she breathed with a wince. "That had to hurt," Z muttered. "You okay?" The wall started to vibrate and they all jumped aside, training their weapons on the door that emerged from the stone and slid out of the way. "Guess it was scared of you," Vishouse said with a hint of respect. Shex frowned, as the humming static suddenly increased until her ears rang. "I don't think he's in there. I can't sense him at all." Alina stepped forward, clearly prepared to plunge into the darkness that was revealed. "I can. He's right." 3 sets of hands grabbed her and held her back. "Hold up," Shex said, unclipping a mag light from her belt. As she hit the beam, a thin hall about 50 yards long was revealed. At the end, there was a door. Vishouse went first, and Shex was right on his ass with Alina and Z coming quickly behind. "He's alive," Alina said as they came to the end of the corridor. "I can feel him." Shex expected trouble at the steel panel, but no. It swung right open, revealing a room that shimmered. V cursed as Shex's light sliced into the chamber. "What the fuck?" Hanging in the midst of a room with liquid walls and flooring was a massive cocoon shape, the black outer wrapping of which moved and glistened. "Oh God," Alina breathed. "No." Lash had been practicing his gifts at the Omega's lair, and man, didn't all that work come in handy on a night like tonight. As the 2 squadrons of lessers he'd called in from the neighboring town got to work fighting with the brothers, he faced off against a beast the size of a Ford Expedition and traded fireballs with the motherfucker, jumping away from the house, because the last thing this situation needed was a visit from the Plattsburgh Fire Department. He caught sight of a splinter group of vampires heading for the outbuilding across the way. They went inside, and when he didn't see them again, he had a feeling that was the way you got into the colony. Which meant that as nice as it was to play volleyball with Puff the Magic, he needed to stop fighting and start going after his female. He had no clue why the hell the brothers showed up at exactly the same time he had, but when it came to Symphiths, he was willing to bet there were no coincidences. Had the princess known he was coming up here and tipped off the Brotherhood? The dragon spat out another barrage of flames, and the blast illuminated the fighting that was going on all around the farmhouse's lawn. Everywhere he looked there were brothers squaring off against slayers with bare knuckles swinging, and daggers flashing and shitkickers flying. The symphony of grunts and curses and pounding, cracking impacts made him feel stronger, more powerful. His troops were fighting his teachers. How fucking poetic was that? But enough with the nostalgia. Concentrating on his hand, he created a whirlwind of molecules, spinning them with his mind faster and faster until the centrifugal force spontaneously combusted. As the whirling mass of energy pulled together, he kept it palmed and raced forward toward the purple-scaled beast, knowing the damn thing had to take an inhale break after it threw out its bombs. The dragon was no dummy and crouched down, viciously clawed arms coming up to defend itself. Lash stopped just out of swiping range and didn't give the bastard a chance to pounce. He threw the energy ball right into the beast's chest, plowing it over, knocking it out cold. He didn't hang around to roast Esmores over the smoking carcass. Sure as shit, after some deep-breathing recovery, the dragon was going to pop up off the ground like the Energizer Bunny, and at the moment the coast was clear between Lash and the barn. In a tearing rush, he raced for the outbuilding and burst into the empty, unremarkable space. In the far corner, he saw a horse stall, and he followed damp footsteps over to it. The treads disappeared into a black square. Lifting the slab was grunt work and then some, but the sight of more prints down a set of stone steps got him juiced. Tracking them all the way to the bottom, he found himself in a stone corridor, and thanks to the red glow from black candles, he was able to follow their wet path, although his road map didn't last forever. With all the warmth being thrown off, water dried fast, and by the time he got to a 3-way branch, he had no clue which way the bunch had gone. Inhaling, he hoped to catch a scent, but all his nose picked up on was burning wax and earth. There was nothing else. No sounds. No rustle of movement. It was as if the four he'd seen going down here had disappeared. He looked left, right, straight ahead. On impulse, he went to the left. 69. Alina's eyes refused to process what she was looking at. They just flat out no-wayed the situation. Couldn't possibly be spiders. She couldn't possibly be looking at thousands upon thousands of spiders, so God, spiders and scorpions covering not just the walls and floors, but in horror, she realized what was hanging in the center of the room. Hanging from ropes or chains. Hanging and covered with the teeming masses that blanketed every square inch of the cell. Revenge, she moaned. Dearest virgin scribe. Without thinking, she lurched forward, but Shex's strong hand pulled her back. No, struggling against the iron band locked on her upper arm. Alina shook her head violently. We have to save him. I'm not suggesting we leave him, the other female said tightly. But if we go in there, we're going to be attacked like something out of the Bible. We have to figure out how to. A brilliant glow flared, cutting off Shex and bringing Alina's head around. Vishouse had removed the glove on his right hand, and as he lifted his palm up, the planes of his harsh face and the swirls of the tattoo around his eye stood out in sharp relief. Bug be gone. He flexed his illuminated fingers. The Orcan man only wishes he had this kind of shit on his truck. And I have a buzzsaw, Z said, grabbing a black tool from his belt. If you can clear the way, we'll get him down. Vishouse crouched by the sharp edge of the swirling insects, his hand spotlighting the tangling, surging horde of small bodies and twitching, spinning legs. Alina clapped her palm over her mouth, trying not to gag out loud. She couldn't imagine that all over her body. Revenge was alive, but how had he survived? Without being stung to death? Without going mad? The light from the brother's hand spiraled out in a straight line, singeing its way to where Rev hung, leaving nothing but ashes and a burning, wet stench that made her pray for nose plugs. Once extended, the burning illumination split and spread, creating a path. I can hold it, but move fast, Vishouse said. Shex and Zadist leaped out into the cave, and the spiders on the ceiling responded by spinning threads and dripping down like blood seeping from a deep wound. Alina watched the two of them bat the invaders away for only a moment before she whipped off her backpack and dug in. You smoke, right? She said to Vishouse as she unwrapped her scarf and put it over her head. Tell me you brought your lighter. What the hell do you? V smiled when he saw the aerosol spray can of topical antibiotic in her hand. It's in my ass pocket. Right side. He shifted so she could work the heavy gold weight free, and as soon as she got the thing, she stepped out into the chamber. The can wasn't going to last long, so she didn't use it until she was standing right behind Shex and Zadist. Duck, she said just as she depressed the spray button and fired up the lighter. The two of them went low and she vaporized the air guard from above in a blast of flame. With the way momentarily clear, Shex got up on Z's shoulders and reached forward toward the chains with the buzzsaw. As a high-pitched whirring noise filled the cave, Alina kept up her offensive, letting out bursts of fire that kept most of the bastards on the ceiling and not on the pair's heads and necks. The saw helped as well, sending sparks that further repulsed the arachnid guard. But as if in payback, spiders landed on the sleeves of Alina's jacket and crawled upward. Revenge jerked, then moved. One of his arms reached out toward her, scorpions dropping off of it, spiders shuffling to stay on. The limb lifted slowly, as if the burden of its second skin of insects made it nearly too heavy to move. I'm here, Alina said roughly. We're here for you. From over where they had come in, there was a thud, and abruptly the light Vishouse was emitting went out, plunging the chamber into total darkness, giving what jailed Revenge free access to everyone in the cave. From beneath the horrid masses that covered him, Revenge's fragile consciousness woke him the moment Alina came into the chamber's doorway. At first, he didn't trust what he sensed, however. In the 1,000 years he'd spent suspended in a living hell, he'd had many dreams of her, his brain hanging on to its memories, using them as food and water and air. But this felt different. Maybe it was just the break with reality he had been praying for? After all, although he had lamented that things had to come to an end when his mother had passed, he wanted only an end now. Whether that was mental or physical, it didn't matter to him. So perhaps he'd finally been granted one mercy in his wretched, fucked up life. Besides, the idea that Alina had actually come to get him out scared him more than where he was or what other tortures the future held. Except no. It was her, and there were other people with her. He could hear their voices. Then he caught a glow of light and smelled some kind of rancid stench that reminded him of the nasty smell of a beach at low tide. A high-pitched whine followed, along with a series of popping blasts. Rev had been unable to move since those first couple of days, his body growing weak fast, but he needed to reach out now and try to communicate, try to tell Alina and whoever she had come with to go away from this terrible place. Focusing all his strength, he managed to lift his arm to wave her back. The light was extinguished as quickly as it had appeared, only to be replaced by a red glow that meant his beloved was in mortal danger. Fear for Alina made him panic, his body spasming on its tethers, flopping like an animal in a trap. He needed to wake the fuck up. He needed toke the fuck up. 70. Nothing. Fucking nothing. Lash paused and looked inside another cell that was made up of an odd kind of glass. Empty. Just like the other three. Inhaling deeply, he closed his eyes and held still. No sounds. No smells other than the beeswax and fresh dirt combo that had been there all along. Wherever that group had gone, it was not down here, goddammit. Retracing his steps, he returned to where the corridor branched into 3 directions, and looked down. Someone had just been by. A trail of dark blue dots stretched off in 2 directions, to the right and straight ahead, meaning someone had come from one of those compass points and gone toward the other. Bending down, Lash dragged his forefinger through the viscous dribble and rubbed the substance with his thumb. Symphoth blood. God knew he'd spilled enough of his females to know exactly what the shit was. Lifting his hand to his nose, he inhaled. Not his females. Someone else's. And it was unclear which way they'd been and where they were headed. With nothing to go on, he was about to jog right when a bright red flare boiled out of the smallest of the 3 offshoots, the one that was in front of him. Jacking to his feet, he ran in that direction, following the trail of blood. As the corridor eased into a turn and the glow intensified, he had no idea what the hell he was going to interrupt and didn't care. His princess was here, and someone was going to tell him where the fuck to find the bitch. A hidden hallway appeared with no warning, breaking from the corridor without a jam or doorstop. From down at the end of it, the red light was brilliant enough to sting the eyes, and Lash headed for the source. He walked into a whole lot of what the fuck. Crumpled at entrance of a chamber was the Brother Viss house, and beyond him was a tableau that made no sense at all. The princess was standing in what he'd dressed her in the night before, her bustier and thigh-high stockings and stilettos looking ridiculous out of the context of the bedroom. Her blue-black hair was a shaggy mess. Her hands were dripping blue blood, her wild, red eyes the source of the glow that had guided him. In front of her, captivating her, was something like a gigantic side of beef that was covered in what appeared to be a lottery-winning load of insects. Shit, those things were everywhere. And clustered around the airborne body was that scarred brother Zodist, Shex the security dyke, and some female vampire with a lighter in one hand and an aerosol can in the other. That bunch weren't long for this world. Spiders and scorpions were on full advance, gunning for the trio who'd invaded their territory, and Lash had a brief, gory premonition of raw skeletons cleaned of meat. But that wasn't his concern. He wanted his female, who had ideas of her own, evidently. The princess lifted her bloody hand, and in a flash, the crawling bastards that papered the walls and the ceiling and the floor retreated like floodwaters sucked up by the thirsty earth. In their wake, Revenge was revealed, his heavy, naked weight strung up by bolts set into his shoulders. It seemed like a miracle that his skin wasn't pitted with a million bites, but it was almost as if he'd been preserved beneath that carpet of 8-legged and 2-clawed monstrosities. "He is mine," the princess shouted at no one in particular. "And no one takes him but me." Lash's upper lip curled back, his fangs elongating in a rush. She did not just say that. She so totally did not just say that. That was his woman. One look at her face, though, and he knew the truth. That sick fixation as she stared at Revenge had never shined back at Lash, no matter how intense the sex had been. Nope, that single-minded obsession had never been trained on him. She'd just been marking time with him, waiting to get free, not because she didn't want to be held against her will, but because she wanted to get back with Revenge. "You fucking cunt," he spat. The princess wheeled around, her hair swinging in an arc. "How dare you address me like—" Shots rang out in the stone room. 1, 2, 3, 4, loud as planks falling on the hard floor. The princess went rigid in shock as bullets plowed into her chest, tearing through her heart and lungs, blue blood bursting out of the exit wounds and splattering on the wall behind her. "No!" Lash screamed, racing forward. He caught his lover as she fell, holding her gently. "No!" He looked across the chamber. Shex was lowering a gun, a slight smile on her lips, as if she'd just enjoyed a good meal. The princess gripped the lapels of Lash's singed coat, the sharp yank on the fabric bringing his eyes back to her face. She was not looking at him. She was staring at Revenge, reaching out to him. "My love." The princess's last words drifted up into the room. Lash snarled and threw her body against the nearest wall, hoping the impact was what killed her, needing the satisfaction of knowing he was the one who'd fucked her up last. "You," he pointed to Shex, "owe me twice now." The chanting was quiet at first, nothing but an echo reverberating down the corridors outside, but it grew louder and more insistent, until he heard each syllable spoken by what had to be 100 mouths. He understood nothing, the language not one he knew, but the shit was reverent, that was for sure. Lash turned and faced the direction from which the chant came, being careful to get his back against the wall. He had a vague sense that the others were likewise bracing themselves for what was coming. The Symphoths arrived in 2x2 formation, their white robes and long, thin bodies not so much walking as swaying along. They were each wearing a contoured white facial mask, the kind that gave them black holes to see through and left their chin and jaws free. As they entered the chamber and began to circle Revenge, they didn't seem concerned in the slightest about the vampires or the princess's body or Lash himself. Filing in, they gradually filled up the room, forcing the others to step back until all the interlopers were up tight against the walls, as Lash and the dead princess's body already were. Time to get the fuck out of Dodge. Whatever this was wasn't something he needed to be involved with. Anger made his powers weaker, for one thing. For another, this situation could spiral out of control in an instant, and only part of it was his fight. He wasn't leaving alone, though. He'd come for a female and he was leaving with one. In a quick burst, he cut through one of the precise breaks in the Symphoth's front-to-back ranks and came around to where Shex stood. The female was looking up at Revenge, all awestruck, like the assembly meant something, which was just the kind of distraction a guy needed at a time like this. Putting forward both his hands, Lash summoned a shadow out of thin air and spread it wide until it fell to the floor like a cloak. With a quick sweep, he cast it up and over Shex's head, disappearing her, though in fact she was still in the room. As expected, she struggled, but one sharp fist to the head and she went lax, making the exodus so much easier. Lash just dragged her out of the cave, right from under everyone's noses. Chanting that rose up and filled the air with a rhythmic drumming. But first there had been gunshots, too. Revenge peeled open his eyelids and had to blink his red vision clear. The spiders were gone from his body, gone from the chamber, replaced by the assembling masses of his Symphoth brethren, their ceremonial masks and robes making their features anonymous so that the power of their minds could shine through all the more clearly. There was fresh blood. His eyes shot over to, "Oh, thank you, Virgin Scribe." Alina was still standing, and Zadist was on her tight as Kevlar. That was the good news. Bad news? The pair was directly opposite the door, with, maybe 100 sin-eaters between them and the safe way out. Although given the way she held his eyes, she wasn't leaving without him. "Alina," he whispered hoarsely. "No." She nodded and mouthed, "We're getting you free." He looked away in frustration, watching the sway of the robes, knowing more than Alina could about what exactly this procession and the chanting meant. Holy shit. But how? The question was answered as he saw the dead body of the princess against the wall. Her hands were stained blue, and he knew why. She had killed his uncle, her mate the king. Shaking himself, he wondered how she had done it. It couldn't have been easy. Getting past the royal guard would have been nearly impossible, and their uncle had been a crafty, suspicious piece of work. Payback had been a bitch, however, although she hadn't found death in the manner of symphoths, who preferred making their victims commit involuntary suicide. She'd been shot through the chest 4 times, and going by the accuracy of the cluster of wounds, he figured Shex had done the shooting. She always marked her victims, and the N, S, E, and W of the compass was one of her favorites when she was using a gun. He refocused on Alina. She was still staring up at him, her eyes impossibly warm. For a moment, he allowed himself to get lost in the compassion, but then his vampire side took over. As a bonded male, the safety of his mate was his first and greatest priority, and weak though he was, his body jerked against the chains that held him aloft. "Go," he mouthed. When she shook her head, he glared at her. "Why not?" She put her hand over her heart and mouthed back. "Because." He let his head fall loose on his stiff neck. What had changed her mind? He wondered. How was it possible she'd come for him after everything he'd done to her? And who had cracked and told her the truth? He was going to kill them, assuming anyone got out of this alive. The symphoths stopped chanting and fell still. After a moment of silence, they turned to face him with military precision and bowed low. Their grids registered in a rush as each one of them presented him or herself to revenge. It was everyone he remembered from long ago, his extended family. They wanted him as their king. Regardless of his uncle's will, they were choosing him. The chains he hung from jerked and then started to lower him, the pain in his shoulders roaring, his stomach rolling in agony. But he couldn't let on how weak he was. Surrounded by his sociopathic brethren, he knew this respectful prostration bit wasn't going to last long, and if he looked vulnerable in any way, he was fucked. So he did the only thing that made sense. As his feet touched the cool stone floor, he allowed his knees to buckle smoothly and forced his upper body to sit up straight as if the classic contemplative pose of the king were exactly what he chose to assume, instead of the best he could do considering he'd been suspended by his clavicles for. How long had it been? He had no idea. Rev glanced down at his body. Thinner. Much. But his skin was intact, which, given all the creepy-crawly crap, was a fucking miracle. He took a deep breath and drew strength from his vampire side in order to fuel his symphoth mind. With his Shellen's life at stake, he had reserves he wouldn't be able to call on for anyone else. Revenge lifted his head, lit the chamber with his amethyst eyes, and accepted the adulation. As the candles out in the hall flared brilliantly, power surged through him, a great wave of command and domination rising, his vision shifting past red and into purple. In the base of his gut, he grounded himself and branded every single symphoth in the colony with the knowledge that he could make them do anything. Slit their own throats, fuck one another's mates, hunt down and kill animals or humans or anything else with a heartbeat. The king was the CPU for the colony, the head brain, and these citizens of the race had been taught that lesson well by his uncle and his father. Symphoths were sociopaths with a deep sense of self-preservation, and the reason they chose Revenge, a half-breed, was because they wanted to keep the vampires away. With him at the helm, they could continue to live among themselves, sequestered in the colony. From over in the corner, there was a sloppy shifting and a growl. The princess rose to her feet in spite of her wounds, her hair a tangled mess around her maniacal face, her lingerie glossy with her own blue blood. "They are mine to rule." Her voice was reedy, but determined, her obsession sufficient to reanimate what was or should have been dead. "It is my rule, and you are mine." The assembled masses lifted their bowed heads and looked over, then stared back at Rev. Fuck, the mind spell had been broken. Rev shot quick thoughts to Alina and Zadis to block their cerebral cortexes by thinking of something, anything, the more clearly the better. Immediately, he sensed them changing their patterns, with Alina picturing the oil painting from Montrag's study. Rev refocused on the princess, who had noticed Alina and was lurching over with a dagger in her hand. "He is mine," she gurgled, blue blood dripping from her mouth. Revenge bared his fangs and hissed like a great snake. With his will, he barreled into the princess's mind, plowing through even the defenses she was able to marshal, taking over, popping open the lids on her lust to rule and to have him as a mate. Her desires made her stop and turn to him, her mad eyes full of love. Overcome with what she wanted, trembling in ecstatic visions, at the mercy of her weakness. He waited until she was good and worked up. Then he slammed her with one single message. "Alina is my revered queen." The 5 words shattered her, broke her down more surely than if he had taken out a gun and shot another compass into her chest. He was what she wanted to be. He was what she wanted to have. And she was getting the shaft. The princess put her hands to her ears, like she was trying to stop the buzzing in her head, but he just spun her mind faster and faster and faster. With a raw scream, she took the knife in her hand and thrust it into her gut all the way to the hilt. Unwilling to let her stop there, Rev made her turn the weapon with a quick jerk to the right. And then he called on a little help from his friends. In a black tide, from out of small fissures in the walls, the multitude of spiders and scorpions returned. Once controlled by his uncle, the hordes were now under Revenge's dominion, and they swelled forward, encompassing her. He told them to bite, and they did. The princess screamed and clawed at them and succumbed, falling over onto a mattress of what would destroy her. The Symphiths watched it all. While Alina turned her head into Zadast's shoulder, Rev closed his eyes and sat still as a statue in the center of the room, promising each and every one of the citizens before him something worse if they did not obey him, which, in the twisted value system of Symphiths, only confirmed their choice of ruler. When the princess ceased her sobs and fell still, Rev lifted his lids and called off the insect guard. In their recession, they revealed her swollen, pitted body, and it was clear she wasn't getting up again. The venom in her veins had stopped her heart and clogged her lungs and shut down her central nervous system. No matter how great her desire, there was no reanimating that corpse. Rev calmly told his robed and masked subjects to retreat to their quarters and meditate on the display. In response, he got back the Symphith version of love. They feared him totally and therefore respected him. At least, for the time being. As one, the Symphith stood and filed out, and Rev shook his head at Alina and Z, praying they did what he needed them to hitch was stay right where they were. With any luck, his brethren in the masks would assume he'd kill the interlopers at his leisure. Rev waited until the last Sin-Eater was gone, not just from the chamber, but the halls beyond. And then he released the hold on his spine. As his body slammed into the floor, Alina rushed over to him, her mouth working like she was speaking to him. He couldn't hear her, though, and her toffee-colored eyes seemed all wrong viewed through the rose lenses of his Symphith eyes. "I'm sorry," he mouthed. "I'm sorry." Something fucked up happened to his vision at that point, and Alina was suddenly rifling through a backpack brought over by Christ. Was Vishouse here, too? Rev faded in and out as things were done to him and shots given. A little later, the whirring sound started up again. Where was Shex? He wondered dimly. Probably gone to clear the way out after she killed the princess. She was like that, always with the exit strategy. God knew the practice had defined her life. As he thought about his head of security, his comrade, his friend, was pissed off that she'd broken her vow to him, but not all that surprised. The real question was how she'd managed to get up here without the Moors. Unless they'd come as well? The whirring sound stopped, and Zadast sat back on his heels, shaking his head. In slow motion, Rev looked down at himself. He was still tethered by his shoulders, and they weren't having any luck cutting through the chains. Knowing his uncle, those links were made of something stronger than any saw could get through. "Leave me," he mumbled. "Just leave me. Go." Alina's face came back in front of his, and her lips moved with deliberation, as if she were trying to explain things to him. Abruptly, having her so close triggered the bonded male in his blood and caused some of his depth perception to return, and he was relieved as her face started to assume its normal contours and colors. Rev lifted a shaking hand up, wondering if she would let him touch her. She did more than that. She clasped his palm hard and brought it to her lips for a kiss. She was still talking to him. Not that he heard what she was saying, and he tried to concentrate. "Stay with me." That was what it looked as if she were trying to communicate to him. Or perhaps he was picking up on that through the way she held on to his hand. Alina reached out and stroked his hair back, and he got the impression she mouthed, "Breathe deep for me." Rev inhaled to make her happy, and as he did, she glanced at something or someone behind him. She gave a quick nod to whoever it was. And then pain exploded in his right shoulder, his whole body torquing, his mouth cracking wide to let out the scream. He didn't hear himself yell, didn't see anything else. Agony knocked him out cold. 71. Alina rode home in the back of a black Escalade with Rev curled up in her lap. The two of them were mashed into the rear section, but she didn't care that there was barely enough room for his huge body alone. She wanted him this close, needed to put her hands on him and keep them there. As soon as they'd torn the hooks out of his shoulders, she'd done the best she could with the horrible wounds left behind, quickly packing them with sterile gauze that she taped in place. The second she was done, Zadist had picked him up and carried him out of that godforsaken chamber, with her and Vishouse providing guard. Shex had been nowhere to be found on the trip out. Alina tried to reassure herself that the female had gone to join the above-ground fight with the Slayers, but the rationalization didn't stick. Shex never would have left Revenge until he was safely free from the colony. As fear flickered through Alina's chest, she tried to calm herself by stroking the stripe of thick dark hair that ran down Revenge's head. In response, he turned his face into her, as if needing the comfort. God, he might have sympathy in him, but he had proven where his heart was. He had destroyed the princess and protected them all against those terrifying creatures in the masks and robes, which said everything about whose side he was on, didn't it? Without him somehow taking control of the colony, there was no way any of them, including the brothers who'd been fighting Lessers on the lawn, would have gotten out of there safely. She glanced up at the others in the SUV. Rage was wrapped in leather jackets, naked and shivering, the color of congealed oatmeal. They'd had to pull over twice so he could throw up, and given the way he was swallowing with such force, they were going to have to do that again soon. Vishouse was next to him and didn't look much better. The guy's heavy legs were draped over Rage's lap, and with his head turned to the side and his eyes squeezed shut, it was pretty obvious that he had a concussion from where the princess had struck him. And way up front, Butch was in the passenger seat, reeking of a sickly sweetness that was no doubt making Rage's stomach worse. Torment was behind the wheel, driving steadily and smoothly. At least she didn't worry about how they were getting home. Revenge stirred, and she immediately focused on him. As his amethyst eyes struggled to open, she shook her head. Just lie there." She stroked his face. "Shoo." He shifted his shoulders and abruptly winced so hard his neck cracked. Wishing there were more that she could do for him, she retucked the blanket that had been wrapped around him. She'd given him as many painkillers as she dared, as well as antibiotics for the shoulder wounds, but she'd held back on antivenin, as he didn't appear to have been bitten. Given the way the princess had been carnaged, apparently those spiders and scorpions stung only on command, and Rev had been spared that for some reason. Abruptly, he grunted and strained, his hands pushing into the floor beneath him. "No, don't try to sit up." She gently held his chest down. "Just lie with me here." Revenge collapsed back against her lap and brought one of his hands forward. As he found her palm, he mumbled, "Why?" She had to smile. "You ask that a lot, you know? Why did you come?" After a moment, she said quietly, "I followed my heart." Evidently, that didn't make him happy. On the contrary, he grimaced as if in pain. "Don't deserve your..." Alina stiffened in alarm as he started bleeding from his eyes. "Revenge, stay still for me." Trying not to panic, she reached for her backpack full of supplies, wondering what kind of medical crisis he was having. Revenge caught her hands. "Just tears." She stared at what appeared to be blood on his cheeks. "Are you sure?" When he nodded, she took a Kleenex out of her parka and dabbed his face carefully. "Don't cry. Please don't cry. You shouldn't have come for me. You should have left me there." "I told you," she whispered, wiping away more. "Everyone deserves to be saved. It's the way I look at the world." As she met his beautiful iridescent eyes, they seemed even more magical as they shimmered with their wash of red tears. "It's the way I look at you." His lids squeezed shut, as if he couldn't bear her compassion. "You tried to protect me from all this, didn't you?" she said. "That was what the showdown at Zero Sum was about." When he nodded, she shrugged. "So why don't you understand my need to save you, if you did the same for me?" Different I am Asymphath. You're not all sympath, though. She thought of his marking scent. Are you? Revenge shook his head reluctantly. But not enough vampire for you. The sadness in him welled up, a rain cloud condensing over them both, and as she struggled for words, she touched his face again and found that his skin was too cold for her liking. Shex was losing him in her arms. With every mile that took them closer to safety, his body was giving out on them both, his respiration growing logy, his heart rate slowing. Can you do something for me? She said. Please, yes, he replied roughly, even though his eyes fluttered shut and he started to shiver. As he curled into a tighter ball, she could see his spine jutting through the skin of his back, even through the blanket. Revenge? Wake up. When he looked at her, the purple in his eyes was that of a bruise, opaque and pained. Revenge, would you please take my vein? In a rush, his lids peeled wide as though along with, we're going to Disneyland, and how about some drive-through for dinner? What she'd said was the last thing he'd expected to come out of her mouth. As his lips parted, she stopped him before he spoke. If you ask me why, I'm going to be forced to give you a timeout. A small smile quirked the edge of his mouth, but then was lost. And even though his fangs had dropped down, their sharp tips suddenly revealed, he shook his head. Not like you, he murmured, touching his tattooed chest with a weak hand. Not good enough for your blood. She shrugged out of one half of her parka and yanked up the sleeve of her turtleneck. I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much. As she put her wrist over his mouth, he licked his lips, his hunger rising so much, so fast, that color returned to his pale cheeks. And yet still he hesitated. Are you sure? She had an odd memory of the two of them in the clinic forever ago. Jousting, circling each other, wanting and not taking. She smiled. Absolutely. Positive. She dropped her vein onto his lips and knew he wouldn't be able to resist her sure enough. He tried to fight it and lost. Revenge bit clean and sucked deep, a moan bubbling up as his eyes rolled back in bliss. Alina stroked the hair that had grown out on either side of his mohawk and rejoiced quietly as he fed. This was going to save him. She was going to save him. Not her blood, but her heart was going to save him. As Revenge fed from his love's wrist, he was overwhelmed and overwrought, at the mercy of emotions more powerful than his mind. She had come for him. She had gotten him out. And even knowing all she did about him, she was letting him feed and staring down at him with kindness. But wasn't that more a measure of who she was as a person than what she felt for him as a male? Wasn't this duty and compassion instead of love? He was too weak to read her grid, at least at first. As his body revived though, so did his mind, and what she felt became known to him: duty, compassion, and love. A complex joy flared in his chest. Part of him felt like he'd won the lottery against crippling odds. But the core of him knew that what he was would drive them apart even if the rest of the vampire population never found out about his mixed blood. He was supposedly the head of that colony, which was no place for Alina. He released her vein and licked his lips. God, she tasted good. Do you want more? She asked. Yes. No. I've had enough. She resumed stroking his hair, her nails rasping against his scalp. Closing his eyes, he felt his muscles and bones strengthen as what she had so graciously given him revived his body. Yeah, it wasn't just his arms and legs coming to life. His cock swelled and his hips surged forward, even though he was half dead and his shoulders were on fire. But hard-ons were what happened to male vampires when they'd taken the vein of their mate. Biology. He couldn't help it. As his body temperature stabilized, he uncurled from the heat-conserving crouch he'd been in, and in the process kicked off part of the blanket that was around him. Worried that he was flashing his cock, he reached down to pull the thing back into place. Alina got there first, and her eyes flared in the darkness as she tugged the cover back where it had been. Rev swallowed a couple of times, her taste still on his tongue and down the back of his throat. Sorry about that. Don't be. She smiled and stared into his eyes. You can't help it. Besides, it means you're probably out of the danger zone. And into the erotic one. Great. Nothing like extremes to spice life up. Alina, he released a long, slow breath. I can't go back to the way things were. If you mean being a drug lord and a pimp, somehow I'm not crushed. Oh, that shit would be over with anyway. But no, I can't return to Caldwell. Why not? When he didn't respond right away, she said, I hope you do. I want you to. The bonded male vampire in him was all, yeehaw, sign us up. But he had to be practical. I'm different from you, he said again, like it was his theme song. No, you're not. Because she needed convincing and he could think of no better way of proving the point. He took her hand and moved it under the blanket, putting it on his cock. The contact made him shudder from pleasure, his hips bucking, but he reminded his libido that he was doing this to show her exactly how different he was. He guided her to his barb, to the place at his base that was slightly uneven. Do you feel that? She seemed to work for control for a moment, as if she were struggling against the same erotic current he was. Yes. The husky way she drew out the word made his spine lift and recede, making his arousal slide in her palm. As his breath got short and his heart pounded, his voice grew deeper. It locks in place when I come. I'm not like what you've had before. As she explored him, Rev tried to remain still, but the power in his body from the feeding, coupled with where her hand was, proved to be too enticing. He moved against her hold, arching in her lap, feeling strangely at her mercy, which was just another huge turn-on. Is that why you pulled out of me? She said. Rev licked his lips again. Remembering the feel of her core surrounding his, the Escalade went over a bump in the road, and he was abruptly reminded that the dark haven of the far back of the SUV was only semi-private. They were not, in fact, alone. But Alina didn't remove her hand. Is that why? I didn't want you to know about any of this. I wanted Tobe normal for you. I wanted you to feel safe around me and I wanted to be with you. That's the why of the lying. I didn't mean to fall in love with you. I didn't want that for you. What did you say? To am in love with you. I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel. Alina grew so quiet. He worried that in his delirium he had seriously misread everything between them. Had he merely projected onto her grid that which the weak part of him had needed to find? Except then she dropped her mouth to his and whispered, Don't hide from me ever again. I love you the way you are. A rush of gratitude and holy shit and OMG and thank you. Manna from heaven overrode everything logical, and Rev reached up for her, holding her head with care as he kissed her. At that moment, he didn't give a fuck that there were complications way above and beyond their control. Things that would drive them apart again as sure as the burning sun would rise at the end of the night. To be accepted, Thotto be accepted and loved for exactly who he was by the one he loved in return was too great a joy to be capsized by cold reality. As they kissed, Alina started moving her hand under the blanket, her palm going up and down his hard shaft. When he tried to pull back, she recaptured his mouth with hers. Trust me. Revenge collapsed into the passion, riding the wave she called out of his body, letting her do exactly what she wanted to him. He tried to keep quiet, not wanting the others to know, and prayed that at least the two in the seats in front of them had passed out. It didn't take long for his balls to cinch up tight and for his hands to crank down on her hair. Gasping against her mouth, he gave one last great thrust and came hard, soaking her hand and his stomach and the blanket. When her touch drifted down to his barb and she felt the extension, he froze, praying she wasn't disgusted by the way he was built. I want to feel this inside me, she groaned against his lips. As her words sank in, Revenge's body exploded in orgasm again. Manha couldn't wait for them to get wherever they were going. 72. The following morning, Alina woke up naked in the bed she'd slept in before they'd all gone up to the colony. Next to her, Revenge's huge, warm body was as close to her as it could get, and he was awake. At least in one sense of the word. His erection was hot and hard against the back of her thigh, and he was rubbing it against her. She knew what was coming next, and she welcomed him as he rolled on top of her, mounted her, found his way between her legs. As he sank in deep and moved with sleepy instinct, her body echoed his rhythm and her arms went around his neck. There were bite marks on his throat, a lot of them, bite marks on hers as well. She closed her eyes, losing herself once again in revenge in them. The day they had passed together in this guest room of the Brotherhoods hadn't just been about sex. There had been a lot of talking. She'd explained to him everything that had happened, including the inheritance and how she'd figured it all out, and how Shex had not technically broken her vow to him when the female had headed for the colony. God, Shex. No one had heard from her. And whatever joy and relief and triumph might have been felt at all of the brothers and Revenge coming home without mortal injury was dimmed to the point of regret. Revenge was going to go up to the colony at nightfall and search, but Alina could read in his face that he didn't think that was where she was. It was just too odd and scary. No one had seen her body, but they hadn't seen her leave, or caught sight of her outside of that chamber. It was as if she had just disappeared. Oh God! Alina, I am coming. As Rev's body jackhammered against her, she held on to her mate and let the sex take over, knowing that hard thoughts and sharp anxiety would be waiting for her on the other side of the orgasm. She heard her name being called out as Rev released and then felt that exciting, rushing grab as he engaged deep within her. All she had to do was think of it and her own orgasm erupted, carrying her over the edge. When they were both satiated, Revenge rolled to the side, being careful not to try to separate them too soon. As his amethyst eyes focused properly, he brushed her hair back from her face. Perfect way to wake up, he murmured. I agree. Their eyes met and held, and after a while, he said, Can I ask you something? And it's not a why, it's a what. Hit me. She leaned up and kissed him quickly. What are you doing for the rest of your life? Alina's breath caught. I thought you said you couldn't stay in Caldwell. His massive shoulders, which were still bandaged, shrugged. Thing is, I can't leave you. Just isn't going to happen. Every hour next to you just makes that reality all the more clear. I literally can't go unless you make me. Which isn't going to happen. Idescent. Alina framed his face with her palms, and the instant she did, he stilled, which was something that happened every time she touched him. It was as if he were perpetually waiting for some kind of command from her, but then, that was what bonded male vampires were like, weren't they? Yes, they were stronger and more physically powerful than their mates, but the Shellens ran the show. Looks like I'm spending my future with you, she said against his mouth. He shuddered, as if he were letting his last doubts go. I don't deserve you. Yes, you do. I'm going to take care of you. I know. And like I said, I'm not going back to what I did before here in town. Good. He paused, as if he wanted to reassure her even more and was searching for words. Stop talking and kiss me again. My heart's made up and so is my mind. And there's nothing more you need to tell me. I know who you are. You're my Hellrin. As their mouths met, she was well aware that there was a lot to sort out. If they lived among the vampires, they were going to have to continue protecting his sympath identity. And she didn't know what he was going to do about the colony up north. She had a feeling all that circling and worshipping business meant that he was in some kind of leadership role there. But they were going to face all that and more together, which was the only thing that mattered. Eventually, he pulled back. I'm going to shower and go see Bella. Okay? Good. I'm glad. He and his sister had had only a brief, awkward hug before everyone had gone to bed. Let me know if there's anything I can do. I will. Revenge left the bedroom a half hour later, dressed in a pair of sweats and a thick sweater that one of the brothers had given him. With no clue where to go, he tagged a dog Jen who was vacuuming in the hall and asked for directions to Bella and Z's bedroom. It wasn't far, just a couple of doors down. Rev went to the end of the hallway full of Greco-Roman statuary and knocked where he'd been told to. When there was no answer, he tried the next door up, through which he could hear Nala's soft crying. Come in, Bella called out. Rev opened the way into the nursery slowly, unsure of the welcome he was going to get. Across a room that had bunnies stenciled on the walls, Bella was sitting in a rocking chair, her foot working against the carpet, her young cradled in her arms. In spite of the tender treatment, though Nala was not happy, her fussy, whimpering dissatisfaction at the world painfully apparent. Hi, Rev said before his sister looked over. It's me. Bella's blue eyes rose to meet his, and he watched her face go through all kinds of emotions. "Hi. Mind if I come in? Please do." He closed the door behind himself and then wondered if she wouldn't feel safe shut in with him. He went to reopen it, but she stopped him. "It's okay." He wasn't so sure of that, so he stayed across the room from her, watching as Nala registered his presence and reached out for him. A month ago, a lifetime ago, he would have gone over and taken the young into his arms. Not now. Probably not ever again. "She's so fussy today," Bella said. "And once again my feet are tired. I can't walk around with her in my arms for even a minute longer." "Yeah." There was a long silence as they both focused on the young. "I never knew about you," Bella said eventually. "I never would have guessed. I didn't want you to know. Neither did Maman." As the words left his lips, he said a quick, silent prayer for their mother, hoping that she would forgive him for the fact that the dark, horrible secret was now known. The thing was, though life had played out as it had, the revelation not his to control. God knew he'd taken his best shot at keeping the veil of lies in place. How did it happen? Bella asked in a small voice. How did it happen? Revenge thought about how to phrase things, tried out some lines in his head, changed words and added new ones. The image of his mother's face kept intruding, though, and in the end he just looked at his sister and slowly shook his head from side to side. As Bella paled, he knew she had guessed the gist of it all. Symphiths had been known to snatch females from the general population before, particularly the beautiful, refined ones. That was part of the reason the Sin-Eaters ended up in that colony. Oh God, Bella closed her eyes. I'm sorry. He wanted so badly to go to her. So very badly. When she opened her lids again, she brushed away tears and then straightened her shoulders as if she were gathering strength. My father, she cleared her throat. Did he mate her knowing the truth about you? Yes. She never loved him. At least not that I saw. When Rev stayed silent because he was not going to go into that mating if he could help it, she frowned. If he knew about you, did he threaten to expose her and you unless she committed to him? Rev's silence seemed to be enough of an answer, because his sister nodded tightly. That makes more sense to me. It makes me very angry, but I can see why she stayed with him now. There was a hard pause. What else aren't you telling me, Revenge? Listen, what happened in the past is my life. As the young squawked, Bella lowered her voice. It's my life, goddammit. A life that everyone else around me knew more about than I did. So you'd better fucking tell me everything, Revenge. If you want us to have any relationship at all, you'd better tell me everything. Rev exhaled hard. What do you want to know first? His sister swallowed hard. That night my father died, I took Maman to the clinic. I took her because she had fallen down. I remember. She didn't fall down, did she? No. Not once. No. Bella's eyes shimmered, and as if to distract herself, she tried to capture one of Nala's falling fists. Did you that night? Did you? He didn't want to answer the unfinished question, but he was through with lying to his nearest and dearest. Yes, sooner or later he would have killed her. It was him or Maman. A tear trembled on Bella's lashes and fell off, landing on Nala's cheek. Oh God, as he watched his sister's shoulders huddle in, as if she were cold and in need of shelter. He wanted to point out that she still had him to turn to, that he would still be there for her if she wanted him to be, that he remained her rooster, her brother, her protector. But he wasn't the same to her and never would be again. Though he hadn't changed, her perception of him had been completely altered, and that meant he was a different person. A stranger with a shockingly familiar face. Bella swiped under both her eyes. I feel like I don't know my own life. Can I come a little closer? I won't hurt you or the young. He waited forever, and still longer. Bella's mouth compressed into a tight line, as if she were trying to keep soul-racking sobs in. Then she reached out to him, taking the hand that had wiped away her tears and extending it to him. Rev dematerialized across the room, because running would have taken too long. Crouching down next to her, he took that palm of hers between both his hands and brought those cold fingers to his cheek. I'm so sorry, Bella. I'm so sorry about you and Maman. I tried to apologize to her for my birth, I swear to you I did. It's just talking about it was too hard for her and me. Bella's luminous blue eyes rose to his, the tears in them magnifying the beauty of her stare. But why would you apologize? None of this was your fault. You were innocent, utterly innocent. This was not your fault, Revenge. Not your fault. His heart stopped as he realized that was what he had needed to hear. All his life he had blamed himself for being born and wished he could make amends for the crime against his mother that had resulted in him. It wasn't your doing, Revenge. And she loved you. With everything she had. Maman loved you. He didn't know how it happened. But suddenly his sister was in his arms, up tightly against his chest. She and her young in the haven of strength and love he offered. The lullaby left his lips on nothing more than breath. There were no words to the gentle tune because his throat refused to let them through. The only thing that came out of him was the rhythm of the old ancient rhyme. It was all they needed, though that which couldn't be heard was enough to pull the past into the present and unite brother and sister once again. When Revenge could go on no longer, even with as little as he was doing, he rested his head on his sister's shoulder and hummed to keep it going. As all the while the next generation slept soundly, surrounded by her family. 73. J. Own Matthew lay in the bed that Shex had used, his head on pillows and his body on sheets that carried not just her scent but that of the cold, soulless sex they'd had when he'd come to her. In the chaos of the night, the dog Jen had yet to clean the room, and when the maid finally arrived to do it, he was going to turn her away. No one was touching this place. Period. Stretched out where he was fully armed and dressed in the clothes he'd gone up to the colony to fight in. He was cut in a number of places, one of which was still bleeding, judging by the fact that his sleeve was wet, and he had a headache that was either a hangover or another battle wound. Not that it mattered. His eyes locked on the bureau across the way. The vicious Chilich's Shex had insisted on wearing around her thighs sat on top of the dresser very much in the same way he lay on the bed. They were out of place, having nothing to do with the silver brush set they were next to. The fact that she'd left them behind gave him hope. He was assuming that she used the pain they caused to control her sympath urges, so if she didn't have them on, that meant she had another weapon at her disposal to fight with. And she would be fighting. Wherever she was, she would be in battle because that was her nature. Although, man, he wished he had fed from her. That way maybe he could have sensed where she was. Or known for sure that she was still alive. To keep himself from getting violent, he reviewed what he'd learned from the various field reports that had come in when everyone had gotten back to the mansion. Zadist and V had been with her and Alina in the chamber where Revenge had been found. The princess had shown up, and so had Lash. Shex had shot the sympath bitch before the entire colony had decided to pull a worshipful routine around Rev, their new king. Princess had then made a Night of the Living Dead reappearance. Rev had fucked her up. Dust had settled and Lash and Shex hadn't been seen again. That was all anyone knew. Evidently Rev planned on heading up to the colony at nightfall to look for her. But John knew the guy was going to come up with nothing. She wasn't with the sympaths. Lash had snatched her. It was the only possible explanation. After all, her body hadn't been found on the way out, and there was no way in hell she would have taken off without making sure everybody else got to safety first. And the thing was, according to everyone who'd been in that chamber, Rev had owned the will of all of those sympaths. So it wasn't like any of them could have broken free and overpowered her mentally. Lash had her. Lash was back from the dead and aligned with the Omega somehow, and on his way out of the colony he had taken her with him. John was going to kill that motherfucker, with his bare hands. As anger rose in him until he was choking on all the pissed off, he rolled away from what was on the bureau, unable to bear the idea that Shex might be in pain. At least lessers were impotent, though. If Lash was a lesser, he was impotent. Thank God. With a plaintive sigh, John rubbed his face in a spot that smelled particularly strong of Shex's gorgeous, dark scent. If he could have, he would have gone back to the day before and he still wouldn't have walked past her door. No, he would have come in here again. But he would have been kinder to her than she had been to him that first time they'd been together. And he also would have forgiven her when she had said she was sorry. Lying in the dark with his regrets and his fury, He counted the hours until nightfall and made plans. He knew Quinn and Blay were going to go out with him not because he asked them to, but because they weren't going to listen to him when he told them to mind their own business. But that was it. He wasn't telling Wrath or the brothers a thing. He didn't need them putting all kinds of safety features on this runaway carnival ride. Nope, he and his buddies were going to find Lash where he slept and slaughter him once and for all. If this got John kicked out of the house, fine. He was on his own anyway. Here was the thing. Shex was his female whether she wanted to be or not. And he was not the kind of male who was going to sit on his ass when his mate was out there in a world of hurt. He was going to do exactly what had been done for revenge. He was going to avenge her. He was going to bring her home safe and make sure that the one who had taken her ended up in hell. 74. When Wrath heard the knock on the study door, he stood up from behind the desk. It had taken an hour for him and Beth to empty the dainty thing out, which had been a surprise. Fucker had held a lot in its tiny drawers. Is it here? He asked his Shellin. Is it them? Let's hope so. Beth's footsteps sounded out as the door opened, like she was trying to get a good look. Oh, it's beautiful. Try heavy as fuck, Rage grunted. My lord, didn't you think there was a middle ground somewhere? This coming from you? Wrath said as he and George took 2 steps directly to the left and 1 back. With his hand, he felt for the drapes and anchored himself as the fringe brushed his palm. The sound of people milling around in heavy boots got louder and was accompanied by a shitload of cursing. And more grunting, a lot more grunting, as well as some slurs about kings and their royal prerogatives being a pain in the ass. Then there were a pair of booms as a pair of heavy things hit the floor, the sounds kind of like what you'd hear when 2 safes fell off a cliff and landed. Can we burn the rest of this Nancy shit? Butch muttered. Like the sofas and everything else is staying, Wrath murmured, wondering if the path was clear to the new furniture. I just needed an upgrade. You're going to keep shafting us? The sofa has already been reinforced for your fat ass. You're welcome. Well, you got an upgrade, all right, Vishouse said. That sure 'tis pretty, boss. Wrath continued to hang back, standing to the side as Beth told his brothers exactly where the furniture needed to be rearranged. Okay. You want to give this a shot, my lord? Rage said. I think it's ready. Wrath cleared his throat. Yeah, I do. He and George went forward and he put out his hand until he felt. His father's desk was hand-carved out of ebony, the fine filigree work around the edge done by a real master craftsman. Wrath leaned down, feeling his way around, remembering what it had looked like to his young eyes, recalling how centuries of wear had only increased its imposing beauty. The massive legs of the desk were actually statues of males depicting the 4 seasons of life, and the smooth top they supported was marked with the same symbols of lineage that had been tattooed on the insides of Wrath's forearms. As he traced along farther, he found the 3 wide drawers that ran beneath the surface and remembered his father sitting behind the thing with papers and edicts and feather quills all around. It's extraordinary, Beth said softly. Good God, it's the size of my frickin' car, Hollywood muttered. And twice as heavy. The most beautiful desk I've ever seen, his Shellin finished. It was my father's. Wrath cleared his throat. We got the chair too, right? Where is it? Butch groaned and there was some heavy shuffling. And Hirit this was an elephant. The sound of the thing's legs hitting the Aubusson carpet was thunderous. What is this fucker made out of? Reinforced concrete painted to look like wood. Vishouse exhaled Turkish tobacco. I told you not to try that one on your own, cop. You want to cripple yourself. I did just fine. Stairs were a piece of cake. Oh, really? So why are you bent over and rubbing your lower back? There was another groan, and then the cop muttered, I'm not bent over. Anymore. Wrath ran his hands up the arms of the throne, feeling the symbols in the old language that pronounced it not a mere chair, but a seat of leadership. It was exactly how he remembered, and yes, at the pinnacle of the tall back he found cool metal and slick stones, and recalled the shimmering sight of gold, platinum, diamonds, and a rough, uncut ruby the size of a fist. The desk and throne were the only surviving things from his parents' house, and they had been brought over from the old country not by him, but by Darius. D had been the one who'd found the human who'd purchased the set after the Lessers had sold it as loot, found them and brought them back. Yandarius had also cared enough to make sure that when the Brotherhood had come across the ocean, the race's throne and the king's matching desk had come with them. Wrath had never expected to use either. But as he and George took up residential and sat down, it felt right. Shit. Does anyone else feel the need to bow? Rage asked. Yes, Butch said. But then again, I'm trying to take pressure off my liver. I think it got wrapped around my spine. Told you needed help, V quipped. Wrath let his brothers go on, because he sensed they needed the release and the distraction of verbal sparring. Things had not gone well during the trip up north to the colony. Yes, Rev was out and that was great, but the Brotherhood did not leave fighters behind. And Shex was nowhere to be found. The next knock that came was another one Wrath had been waiting for. As Rev and Alina came in, there was a lot of oohing and eyeing from the pair, and then the Brotherhood filed out, leaving Wrath and Beth and George alone with the couple. When are you going back north? Wrath asked the male. To find her. Second, I can stand the fading light in the sky. Good. Do you want backup? No, there was a soft rustling, as if Rev had drawn his mate to his side because she was uncomfortable. I go alone. It's better. Apart from looking for Shex, I'm also going to tap a successor, and that means things could get dicey. A successor? My life is here. In Caldwell. Even though Rev's voice was steady and strong, the guy's emotions were bouncing all over the place, and Wrath was not surprised. The blender of life had been spinning the motherfucker but good the last 24 hours, and if there was one thing Wrath knew firsthand, rescue was sometimes just as disorienting as a capture. Of course, the outcome of the former was far more palatable. May the Virgin Scribe grant such a thing to Shex. Look, about Shex, Wrath said. Anything you need to find her. Any kind of support we can offer, you have it. Thanks. As Wrath thought about that female and realized it would be kinder to wish her dead rather than alive at this point, he reached out and put his arm around his Shellen's waist so he could feel Beth safe and warm beside him. Listen, about the future, he said to Rev. I need to throw my hat in the ring on that one. What do you mean? I want you to lead up there. What? Before the male could get rolling with the NFWs, Wrath cut in. The last thing I need right now is instability in the colony. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Lash and the Lessers or why he was up there, or what the hell he was doing messing around with that princess, but I'm sure about this from what Z told me. That group of sin-eaters is scared to death of you. Even if you don't live up there full-time, I want you in charge of them. I get where you're coming from, but I agree with the king. It was Alina who spoke, and evidently she surprised the shit out of her mate because Rev's speech devolved into a whole lot of stuttering. Wrath is right, Alina said. You're the one who needs to be king. No offense, Rev muttered. But that wasn't the kind of future I had in mind for you and me. For one thing, if I never go up there again, it's too fucking soon. For another, I'm not interested in leading them. Wrath felt the hard thrown under his ass and had to smile. Funny, sometimes I feel the same way about my citizens. But destiny has other plans for the likes of you and me. The hell it does. I got no clue how to do the king thing. I'd be flying blind. There was a quick pause. I mean shit, not that being unable to see is, damn it. Wrath smiled again, imagining the chagrin on the guy's face. Nah, it's cool. I am what I am. As Beth's grip found his hand, he gave her a squeeze to reassure her. I am what I am, and you are what you are. We need you up there taking care of business. You didn't let me down once before, and I know you won't disappoint me now. As for the leading thing, news flash, all kings are blind, buddy. But if you get your heart in the right place, you can always see your way clear. Wrath lifted his sightless eyes to his Shellen's face. An extraordinarily wise female told me that once, and she was very, very right. Son of a bitch, Rev thought as he stared at the vampire race's great, revered blind king. The guy was jacked into the kind of old-school throne you'd expect a leader to be in. The thing was a hell of a piece of hardware, and the desk wasn't shabby either. And what do you know, while sitting all regal and shit, the motherfucker dropped bombs with the casual surety of a monarch whose demands were always met. Christ, it was like he expected to always be obeyed, even if he were talking out his ass. Which meant, well, he and Wrath kind of had shit in common, didn't they? For no particular reason, none at all whatsoever, Rev pictured where the king of the Symphiths ruled from. Just a white marble pedestal seat. Nothing special, but then, what was respected up there were the powers of the mind. External shows of authority were not viewed as that impressive. The last time Rev had been in the throne room had been when he'd slit his father's throat open, and he remembered how the male's blue blood had dripped down the fine-grained, pristine stone like an ink bottle that had been spilled. Rev didn't like the image, although not because he was ashamed of what he'd done. It was just if he caved in to what Wrath wanted, would that be his future? Would one of his extended family someday slice him down? Was that the fate that waited for him? All in his head, he looked at Alina for help, and she gave him precisely the kind of strength he needed. She stared up at him with such a steady, burning love that he decided maybe he shouldn't take such a dim view of destiny. And when he glanced back over at Wrath, he saw that the king had the same kind of hold on his Shellin as Rev did on his. That was the model to work off of, Rev thought. Right in front of him was who and what he wanted to be. A good, strong leader with a queen who stood beside him and ruled as much as he did. Except his civilians were nothing like Wrath's. And Alina could have no part up in the colony. Ever. Although she would be great at advising him, there was no one he'd rather seek counsel from except for the vampire motherfucker in that throne across the room. Rev took his mate's hands in his. Listen to me carefully. If I do this, if I rule, I interact with the colony by myself. You cannot go up there. And I promise you there are going to be ugly parts. Really ugly parts. Things are going to happen that might change your opinion of me. Excuse me being there. Done that. Got the t-shirt. Alina shook her head. And no matter what happens, you're a good male, and that's always going to win out. History's proven it over again and over again, which is the only guarantee anyone's ever going to get. God, I love you. And yet, even as she beamed up at him, he felt the need to double-check. Are you sure, though? Once we jump, I'm absolutely positively. She lifted up onto her tiptoes and kissed him. Sure. Hot damn. Wrath clapped his hands like the home team had just scored. I love a good female. Yeah, me too. With a small smile, Rev gathered his Shellin into his arms, feeling like the world had righted itself in so many ways. Now if they could just get Shex back, not if, he told himself. When, as Alina laid her head against his chest, he rubbed her back and stared over at Wrath. After a moment, the king's face shifted away from his queen, like he knew that Rev was looking at him. In the quiet of the lovely, pale blue study, an odd communion was struck between them. Even though they were so different on so many levels, even though they shared little and knew each other even less, they were united by a commonality that neither had with any other person on the planet. They were rulers who sat alone on their thrones. They were kings. Life is such a glorious trauma, is it not? Wrath murmured. Yeah. Rev kissed the top of Alina's head, thinking that before he had met her, he would have cut the glorious out of that statement. That's exactly what it is.